Sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move. It swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Peoria Regional Championship here in Illinois. It's a beautiful city, a beautiful competition about to go down. And my name is Adam Watson, here to walk you folks through the intro to this competition, but I'm not alone. I'm joined in the lounge today by Jeremy Jallin and Adam Doricott. How you feeling, Jeremy?
Excited to be here. Pokemon Regionals back in Peoria, Illinois, and we have a new set, new players, ton of people here. It's going to be a great weekend.
Yeah, we're just getting the season kicked off. And how have you liked the city so far as well, Mr. Doricott?
It's been phenomenal to come back. It's definitely been a lot of fun. Last time we were here, I was working with you guys on the trading card game. You can't get rid of me. I'm back once again to provide some coverage, maybe some analysis over the course of this weekend.
I mean, we needed one more Adam, I think, for the cast to really round things out.
I'm in a nice sandwich.
Jeremy Jelly over here in the Adam sandwich. Don't read too much into that, folks. But anyway, we are here for another banger of a regional. I think that we say this every time. They keep getting bigger and bigger. I think over 1,900 players, Master Tier players here. I don't know if that number is accurate. I lost count. I was trying to go around earlier today and count all the players, and I just couldn't do it. There's too many Pokemon fans here in the building, and that's what you love to see. So many fans here of this beautiful game, and so much competition waiting to be had.
I can only count to 330, so that's That's how much HP
That's all you need.
a lot of these Pokemon have. So
How were you doing it? Was like a method? Were you like counting per table and then multiplying? Or were you doing one at a time?
Mind Palace. Yeah, Mind Palace.
Yes.
I was trying to just really calculate every little bit and piece, but I don't know. I saw Cubone for sale at one of our vendors, and I got distracted. So that's it happens to me every single time.
That'll do it. That'll get you. That's your one weakness.
My one weakness, indeed. But hopefully, as we move through today's competition, we'll figure out what the true meta weakness is. We've got a lot of new decks on the horizon, a lot of old favorites returning, and of course, our powerful players trying to figure out what is going to be the meta breaker, what's going to work out for them. But before we get to Peoria, we've got to talk about the overall season, the overall circuit. I want to look now at our 2024 roadmap for the rest of our competitive season. We're here now in Peoria. Sacramento's coming right up. I love this graphic. So many beautiful locations to be visited to figure out who is going to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu.
Oh yeah, just a beautiful graphic here and a ton of amazing cities that we're going to have the pleasure to go through throughout the entire season leading up to that World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Any spots that you're excited for, Adam?
I mean, honestly, we're in kind of a really good section right now. I think it's over the next month, all in October. We go Peoria, Sacramento, and Toronto before we get into Sao Paulo. So I'm really excited that we've got kind of a jam-packed schedule early on. Obviously, players are already been securing Worlds invites, and that should set us up really nicely as we go to the first international in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, Sao Paulo, that's going to be Paradox Rift legal, if I'm not mistaken, and that's going to be a huge meta shakeup. I love that these regionals that we're going into, as you pointed out, so spread out as well. So we're going to get a lot of competition where players who might not be able to come all the way over to Peoria or all the way out to Sacramento will still be hopefully finding an easier time getting to Toronto, and we're going to get a nice mixture of the best players from across this continent.
Yeah, it is going to be a great season for sure. And they already announced Sao Paulo. I'm going to be able to get a go back to Brazil for the first time in 4 years, which is going to be insane. So I'm really looking forward to that one.
There's some, I mean, really just looking through as well. Sao Paulo, London, New Orleans, the big change, right?
Absolutely,
a mix-up for
NAIC.
NAIC. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, New Orleans is a great town, great culture, great food, but that's way in the future. Right now, we're still at the beginning of the season. We've already had so much great action so far, but when we talk about the players playing for these ICs, playing for the World Championships, they need to get these points from these wins, gentlemen, and this is the breakdown of how that's going to happen. If you are a Masters League player, you need 600 points for the US and Canada rating zone to get your Worlds qualification. It's a very tall order compared to last year.
Yeah, different for every rating zone, of course, but we're going to focus more on the US and Canada because that's, where we are. That's where a bulk of these regionals are going to happen. And it's a lot of points for players to get through, but you got a lot of opportunities to do it. And then you got locals back. So you got those league challenges and your league cups to get points there as well. Try to test out your decks for these big tournaments of these regionals. It's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, 600 does seem like a lot, but then when you add locals back in, the fact we have so many regionals too, the big points payouts from internationals, it doesn't, for the players who should be at Worlds, it doesn't feel like that's too much of a stretch, right? And then I think back to some of the point total graphics we had at the end of last season. Yeah, people were pretty comfortable getting over that mark, so I think we'll see maybe more than we expect making it to Worlds.
Yeah, after that change was announced, players were a little bit spooked, but now the good players know I'm going to get those points. It's not going to be difficult, and we have to remember as well, when you win a regional, you get your automatic Worlds qualification, so that is where the money's really going to be at for a lot of these die-hard competitors. And speaking of winning a regional, I want to now kind of turn things back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championship so we can take a look at what went down at that massive competition. Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 competitive season started off strong in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's look at what happened. Popular decks like Lost Zone, Mew VMAX, and Gardevoir EX were joined by Miraidon EX after its unexpectedly high finish in Yokohama. After battling through nearly 1,800 competitors, Jesse Parker on Miraidon EX and Andrew Estrada on Kyogre Lost Box would battle to decide the winner of the first regional of the season and secure an invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. After starting off the set, Andrew set up some key damage with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken, then cleaned up Jesse's 2 prize Pokemon with Lost Mine to win Game 1. But in the second game, Andrew had only a lone Comfey to fill the Lost Zone. Jesse put together a clutch attack using Electric Generator to seal up a quick win. But after an incredibly close battle in the final game, Andrew Estrada was crowned the Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Make sure to follow along with all of the Pokemon action this season at Pokemon.com/compete. And that was such a, bombastic finals as well. Lost Zone Kyogre was kind of the underdog build of Lost Zone Box. Turbo Lost Zone Box, I think even for this regional, has kind of risen back to the top. We'll have to see if we get a repeat of this matchup going forward.
Oh yeah, and I was just surprised about how close that finals was. It's a very good matchup for Andrew. Still able to take it down, but Jesse Parker putting up one great fight and is starting out today 3-0, I believe.
Yeah, Miraidon was a deck that has been underrated for a long time and has just been slowly chugging along in the background, and when it makes a deep run like this, it always increases my faith in the deck.
It definitely turns heads every time it moves up, and I think looking over its meta share, not just from the regional season, but going back a couple of events, people think, I'm not going to play that, and then all of a sudden they see it do well, and a few more people start sleeving it up thinking, okay, maybe there's something good here.
But then what happens is you play 2 Electric Generators and hit nothing, and then you say, never mind.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy way to get put off the deck. I do like that the Lost Zone with the Kyogre kind of came back. I think a lot of people started to forget about it. And I think that helped with the keeping it close, because that's just sort of how the deck plays, right? So it did deliver on the finals.
And massive congratulations as well to Andrew Estrada, the first regional champion of the season, is now starting off this graphic, one of many TBDs for the players who are going to qualify straight to the World Championships, get the massive chunk of the new prize pool that we have for our regionals. So great job, Andrew. And again, Lost Zone Kyogre, a lot of moving parts. I'm glad that he was able to really, I think, re-solidify himself in the public consciousness of top players by playing such an intricate list.
Yeah, Invite doesn't need those 600 championship points anymore. And I believe in the interview, and when asked what he's going to do now, he's like, I'm going to go to the next tournament.
Yeah, he's just going to keep playing.
Yeah, you're going to win a bunch of money. It's going to feel good.
You kind of have like a free hit for the rest of the season to practice and be a little more experimental too. Like if there's something you're thinking about, maybe it is the Miraidon EX, you want to see how the Electric Generators fall, you got a little more wiggle room, right? If you've got your Worlds Invite already, you can play something a little bit more experimental, and it sort of changes, I think, the outlook. Obviously, certain players just want to go and get their fair share of that monster prize pool, and I'm excited to see how this graphic shapes up over the course of the year, right? We're going to be adding a player every single time, and you'll start to see these faces a lot more.
Yeah, the players are going to start filling in, and hopefully we'll start to see a little bit more experimentation, as you put it, Adam. That's a really good point, where players are going to start breaking the mold a little bit more. We've had, again, Miraidon, Rapid Strike Urshifu, seemingly coming out of left field to take down big tournaments, and now with the release of Pokemon 151, we have that cycle kind of starting anew, where players are going to try to play safe, play something tried and true, and then the other players trying to open up the floodgates and play something completely wild. But right now we have as well the top 16 rankings based on the current accumulated points. A few players already closing in on just getting straight to that 600 in order to qualify. Jesse Parker topping us off at 465 points.
Yeah, we just have a lot of local grinders here. They have been putting in a ton of work at those League Cups for sure. And you notice here, Andrew Estrada, not anywhere on that top 16 list, but he won Pittsburgh Regionals. That's one thing you get to do. You don't get to play those League Cups and League Challenges anymore. You don't need to. You just get to play these big regional championships. And Jesse Parker, even there, trying to get that grind, just under 200 points away from that invite.
Yeah, that's a lot of work done at the local scene on this graphic. You think about how many points you have available at a regional, and then some of these totals. We've only had one regional, right? So you think, it doesn't quite add up. But, we came back, we've had League Cups, we've had League Challenges, and people want to get that invite. They really want to be pushing it early on and just going through. That's where you get some of the weird non-round numbers, right? When you have to play like challenges and stuff, right? But some of these players, you think, how many weekends have they been putting in already? And we're only at the beginning of October.
Exactly. They take this very seriously. We can't understate this enough, folks. These players are here to play. They're here to grind. They want to be on the cutting edge of any meta developments, any new decks that are showing any sign of promise, so that they are going to be the ones to put in that time and that effort for when these big regional championships comes around. They are going to be on these decks and getting these wins. Speaking of which, our last event winners in Barcelona. Now we've got our European events now under the umbrella of our typical broadcasts here. We've got Francisco Toranzo on the Gardevoir champion taking down Michael Hunter, who is on the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, a deck that was massive back when it first released, went bye-bye, and now came roaring back after Cyrus Davis had that big win with it at NAIC. And this is not the matchup you want to hit, but to make such a deep run with Rapid Strike Urshifu shows that the deck might still have legs. Francisco piloting Gardevoir expertly.
Oh yeah, it was a great event to watch, and really excited for our EU broadcast team as well, seeing them finally get in the mix of things. And Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, it's one of those cards that has just not really gone away, like you were saying. Even when it was bye-bye, people were still trying to make it work and figure it out.
That is true.
The deck will not go away. Every time I think I'm done with it, I'll go and like watch some broadcasts or go play a local and say, oh, okay, yeah, I guess we're still playing the Rapid Strike deck. I guess somebody still believes in it. And that,
hey, it's cool.
It's cool. I'm not denying that, but it's like, what is going to stop it? What is going to finally get that deck to stop seeing play?
MyEX is going to stop it, hopefully. But these are our EU regional champions as well. We still got some TBDs to fill in, but Francisco starting us off with Barcelona, filled in nicely, and again, securing that immediate Worlds invite.
Yeah, pretty good there, especially because it was a special event, so those still giving out that Worlds invite for first place is huge. Now we have 2 people qualified for Honolulu already, and it's just a month into the season.
Yep, and now we can also look at the top 22 for Europe as well, so we can see what other players might be joining Francisco in that race to get the World Championship points. We can see the distribution is kind of still the same. The EU top player, 424 points, still trying to close the distance, and a lot of grinding going on in the EU scene as well. We know from experience seeing Tord Reklev constantly on the stream that it is a powerhouse region. I want to see some other players really rise up and contest that title.
Yeah, well, you got Stefan Ivanov there at 15, 2-time NAIC champion, and doing it yet again, just one of the best players we have over there in Europe. Brendan Cameraman, him and his brother have been putting in a lot of work throughout multiple different styles of tournaments, and it's really shaping up to be a great season over there in Europe. You
got to remember as well that their points bar is 500. So these players on the 300s are even closer than some of the people we saw over in the North American side of things. 424 for our leader. That's not that many big performances to get your Worlds invite the traditional points way. So definitely a number of people knocking at the door already.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. Over on our side of the pond, we're going to be trying to go for big tournament spikes to get hopefully that Worlds invite. And in EU, it's going to be methodical, grinding for that lower points threshold. And I think that both are certainly valid ways to get to Worlds. But now we can finally bring it full circle, gentlemen, and talk about Peoria. We've got our weekend forecast for the competition here. And as we've talked about a little bit already, Pokemon 151 is releasing, and it's already opened up so many interesting new deck choices, all on the back of MyEX.
Yeah, it's another set that is small but mighty, right? MyEX is one of those cards that has just really shaped the format to where you can put it in most any deck, and it's going to give you a positive matchup against a lot of the decks out there. Has a little bit of recovery with its restart, and it's going to be pretty good. Hopefully we can see some cool attacks with it throughout this entire weekend. And then, of course, that 70 HP Charmander.
Oh, yeah, the Charmander. Charizard EX just was doing very well online when that first released from Obsidian Flames. And then when it was going to tournaments, it didn't seem to be doing quite well. And finally, it's come into its own. And having a new Charmander with 70 HP is actually super important in the current metagame.
Yeah, giving it just a little more survivability as well, giving it a little more time to build up those Charizard EXs, definitely the buff that it needed. I think that's probably going to reflect here. I do want to touch back on the Mew, though. Did Mew need another really powerful card?
Yeah.
Okay. I pitched the question, I got my answer. But, you know, it's just been so good to, you know...
But it only has 100 HP, 180 HP, though. I don't know.
Here's the thing. It has a lower HP, but then look at its attack.
And free retreat, and an excellent ability. Its attack is every attack. What is there any deck in the game that likes playing the mirror match? Because that's basically what genome hacking is going to do. You just turn every game into a funky mirror match. I'm kind of here for it. The card I was most excited for, though, was Alakazam EX. Having an attack that you can kind of use while on the bench. We've had some attacks that kind of feel like they do that. You know, with Pram kind of just coming into the active. It's a free attack. You're trying to defend with Duraludon and things like that. But having a new tool that control decks can maybe rely on is going to really open up the metagame, hopefully, in the future.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting cards in 151. There's a Venomoth that item locks. There's an Arbok EX, which discards cards from your opponent's hand. And there's a Ditto that can make it any starter in your deck, but you can only use it turn one. It's interesting to see what a lot of these cards are going to do, and it kind of reminds me of Crown Zenith, where it's a set that has a few good cards in it, and then a lot of interesting cards. And we'll kind of see how, going forward, it's going to shape up. This is the first tournament it's going to be legal in, so we'll have to see if someone come out there with spice.
I think we are certainly going to see it.
There's definitely some fun to be had with the set, right? Is it super competitive? Well, that's why we're here, right? We're going to figure that out over the course of the weekend. But is the Venomoth super fun in concept? Oh, absolutely. Getting the item lock
One
back.
player's having fun with the Venomoth.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be playing the Venomoth in future.
And I think there's also one other card I want to quickly touch on, Grabber, the new item card.
Yeah.
I think that that's such a dastardly inclusion. You look at your opponent's hand, and you just pick a Pokemon that's in their hand, put it at the bottom of their deck. If your opponent had to fish desperately with an Ultra Ball to grab something important, you say, nope, Grabber. I don't know how deep we're going to go into the meme forest, because you all know, if there's anything that the audience has learned about me over the course of these seasons, I'm a memer and a hater. So if I open Quad Grabber, will I just win on the spot?
Probably not, because you're playing 4 Grabber in your deck, but...
Yeah, you're missing something in exchange for the Grabber. A fun one-of, though, like when you're watching your opponent desperately fish, they're trying to find like the Charizard EX, they're ready, they're going to get it down next turn, they've got everything in hand, and I don't think so. It's so audacious, and it's like, I really like that level of interaction too, because I think that's something we don't always get. So being able to scupper somebody's plans is a potential bit of fun. Do I think it has legs in a competitive field? To be seen.
TBD, I think, is certainly the theme of this regional. But now we're going to look at what the casters thought about what cards, what decks were very likely to succeed here in Peoria. We got Chip Ritchie calling out the Mew VMAX, the consistent, ever-present, omnipresent meta powerhouse, won the World Championship, and now we've got Mew EX as well. Solid picks.
Yeah, talk about a deck that can use Grabber is that Mew VMAX deck. Trying to just play a card to thin your hand down so you can draw with Genesect V, and then just be able to look at your opponent's hand. Oh, do I need to judge you? No? Okay, well, I'll just continue drawing more cards then.
We've got the Charizard EX from Boo as well. We know that that's going to be a strong inclusion. Chien Pao, a little bit lesser proven. Miraidon has kind of been the fan favorite, but Chien Pao has always been its kind of stepbrother, I'd say. What do you think about Chien Pao?
I feel like Chien Pao's not solved yet. I think there's just still a little bit more work that people have to put in, and maybe if more people put time and reps in on it, it might bubble to the top, but that's sort of where I see it. Like, there's so many other decks to play that I feel Chien Pao's a little underexplored.
Did come out with a top 8 in Pittsburgh, though, so hopefully it can improve on that.
Exactly. That's where Miraidon started, and Chien Pao just needs more players to believe and help do some science. Giratina VSTAR, I know, was your pick, Doricott, and it didn't show up too much, I think, based on the meta numbers that we were seeing, but we know that this is a powerful deck that can just wreak havoc.
It's just blind faith in Giratina. I just want to see it really do well. It's one of my favorite decks around, and
it's another victim from Mew EX.
It is. That's the problem, which I still believe in it though. But I think Lost Box in general is something I've been a bit too much of a fan of, some may say. A friend called me a connoisseur once, and I'll take that title.
Yeah. I completely understand your faith there. And we're going to look at our top 3 players here in Peoria. That these were just some picks that I felt I wanted our audience to keep an eye out for as we move throughout today and tomorrow. See how these players do. Alex Szymanski, a well-known player, won EUIC. Cyrus Davis, the NAIC winner. But I pulled some strings, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Piper Lapine. She did so well at the beginning of the last season and won 2 regionals and didn't have a Worlds qualification after winning 2 big regionals. And then after they shifted the points distribution to get that the Worlds invite, she was then qualified and got the Worlds invite and got just barely edged out of the top 16 to get the day 2 automatic qualification. But I think that as a strong player who can focus now at the beginning of this season is one to watch out for.
Yeah, I was going through school last year, so I was trying to balance both Pokemon and school. And if she goes ahead and wins 2 regionals, that's 2 Worlds invites.
I mean, if you're getting 2 regionals while balancing school in there too, it's like, what happens when you're not making that balance and you're, putting all the time in? How many of the Worlds invites is she
How
gonna
many
pick up?
TBDs are going to be Piper?
Right, exactly. I know this is like ridiculous caster cursing, but these are 3 players that we just took a quick look at that are always piloting very intricate decks incredibly well, always at the forefront of the metagame, willing to play a different deck depending on what that particular competition demands. And I think that these are 3 names that are going to do fantastic here in Peoria. And don't forget as well to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to tweet at us. We're going to be showing your tweets on the broadcast, so if there's a player you're rooting for, a cool deck, if you're here in Peoria taking some cool photos, some cosplay, we want to see it all. So keep up with us on social media as well, folks. We really love to hear from our audience at home. But now that we've got that out of the way, I think we finally got our match almost underway. I'm the only one with a watch, haha. But let me double check. They're getting the casters in position, and I think that we are about wrapped up, gentlemen. I want to thank you, Jeremy and Adam, for joining me in the lounge to help set the stage for here in Peoria, Illinois. But now we've got our next round of competition. We're starting at round 4 of Swiss, so we're going to get things over to the desk. Take it away, Chip and Boo.
Thank you so much, Skarzig, for that amazing intro. I'm Boo, here with Chip Ritchie, and we're back for another regional here in our 2024 season. We wrapped up Pittsburgh, now we're heading into Peoria. You ready for some casting today, Chip?
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait, and this is just the start of what is going to be an absolutely crazy October. 3 regional championships this month, kicking it off here in Peoria, Illinois. Can't wait to see what these players have brought to the table for this weekend's event.
Absolutely, tons of regionals coming up. Let's take a look at our players and what format they're going to be playing in for this regional today.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. Trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Who will be our regional champion here today? That is the question indeed. Well, I think we're all ready to kick things off, so we're not going to wait any longer. Let's get down to our table and see our first round on stream today. This is going to be our round 4 players hopping into our Peoria streamed matches, and I am very excited for this, Chip.
Yeah, can't wait to see what's going to happen here. We've got Andrew Mahone on the left, Tricky Jim himself, one of the most popular creators in the game, but also a top level competitors, coming off a top 32 finish at the World Championships. And should be no surprise to anyone who's kept up with Andrew's journey that he has stuck with Miraidon. He has become kind of a poster child for this Miraidon deck throughout the beginning of this season.
Oh, absolutely. And Andrew's going to be facing off against Colin Merli-Matthews, a name that we have been seeing quite a bit here, even just throughout the beginning of our season. And the fun fact here for Colin is that he only plays Mew VMAX. Now we have Fusion Mew or DTE Mew. He's played both, but today he's bringing it to us with some DTE Mew action. So let's take a look at our prize cards for both of these players heading into this matchup. 2 electric generators, Chip, no.
Yeah, that's not ideal. A Flaffy is kind of annoying as well. This is one of the matchups where if you can get the double Flaffy up and running, it's pretty good. Colin does prize a pair of Mew V, is playing 4 copies though, so shouldn't be too big of a deal. Another card I do want to call out though in the prizes for Andrew Mahone is the Bravery Charm. That can be a nice way to boost the HP of your Pokemon like Miraidon EX or Raikou V to make it a little bit more difficult for the Mew deck to try to get a one-hit KO.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be interesting. Colin also had 2 stadiums in the prize card, so we'll have to see how this plays out for both of our players here. But we're kicking things off here. This is our first Swiss round 4. Our players are at lunch right now, so we're going to have 2 round 4s for you all on the stream here today. Starting off with Andrew Mahone over here on the left side. I'm so happy to see Andrew, especially with Miraidon EX. He was talked about so much with that amazing finish at Worlds, and now we're able to see him play this deck that he put on the map for a lot of our players in the field now today.
Yeah, he's good friends and works with Jesse Parker. Of course, Jesse just got 2nd place at Pittsburgh a couple weekends ago. No surprise to see Andrew sticking with it here as well. He starts off with that tandem unit, gets a couple of Mareep into play. Andrew's probably not going to be pumped to see his opponent flip over the Mew V on the other side. This is a matchup that can be a little tough, I will admit, but he will probably breathe a sigh of relief once he realizes that Colin is not playing the Fusion Strike build. He does not have to worry about a turn 1 Meloetta.
Yeah, that could be scary indeed, and Andrew doesn't know what he's going to be facing off with until Colin gets that round started, or that
gets rolling.
That turn started. Ultra Ball here from Andrew Mahone, discarding, it looks like a Research and a Judge, so 2 supporters down. But, of course, getting out that Squawkabilly, a card you can only use on your first turn, discards your hand, and you're able to draw into an additional 6 cards. So, fantastic card to have.
Normally, you'd be kind of surprised to see a couple supporters hit the discard pile turn 1. Of course, you're unable to play a supporter on the first turn of the game, but it makes total sense whenever that Ultra Ball is getting the Squawkabilly, like you mentioned, so strong. And it kind of lets you play a supporter on turn 1 without actually playing a supporter. You get to draw 6 cards, very strong.
Yep, Andrew's squawking, he's seasoned, and he's getting those cards into hand for sure. Definitely lining things up. Miraidon is such a fast-paced deck, and so we're going to see a lot of cards flying into that discard pile and lining things up here for Andrew Mahone to hopefully take things down pretty quickly. We're also going to see that Zapdos join the field as well. That is from the Pogo set. Allows basic electric Pokemon to take 10 less damage, so that math is...
Deal 10 more damage.
Deal 10 more damage, so getting that boost there for Andrew Mahone's side.
And this is a huge card to put in play to start the game off Path to the Peak. Of course, Colin's entire deck is pretty reliant on using abilities.
And 2 stadiums are also in the prize cards as well for Colin, so... Well,
huge
one
hit
is
on
the
that
path,
Cramomatic, though, by the way.
That is huge indeed. As long as you get a heads, you can search out anything here from your deck. So Colin going to get a pivotal card here. Didn't get a look at the starting hand for Colin, so we'll see what he's searching for here. But of course, he's going to be looking through the deck as well to line up what is in the prize card, seeing that 2 Mew V are prized, and that's definitely going to come into play throughout the turns here for Colin coming up.
Looks like the grab was just a Judge, so just grabbing the Judge and saying, hey, this hand is not working. I'm going to shuffle in and try to find something a little better to work with. Does find the Forest Sealstone, gets that attachment here onto the Mew. Will be able to utilize that Star Alchemy V-Star power to get any card out of the deck. On the other end of this Judge, really smart sequencing here from Colin, by the way, using Judge and then waiting to see what he draws before committing that V-Star power.
Yeah, that is huge indeed. Sequencing is so important in this Mew VMAX deck. So, yep, that Forest Seal Stone is going to come down, as well as the energy attachment for the turn as well in that double turbo. So nerfing the damage output a little bit, but that is going to be the energy attachment for turn that Colin needs to have out on the field. So we'll have to see what both of these players draw off the judge. They're going to be drawing into 4 cards each after shuffling up their decks. So Andrew's going to do a quick shuffle here for Colin, and we'll see what cards we get into.
Yeah, Colin's looking for Battle VIP Pass for sure, and also a way to get rid of Path to the Peak. And
oh, nice.
Here we go. VIP Pass, pretty solid. And even if Lost Vacuum was not found off the judge, we've already talked about it. That Forest Seal Stone is ready to go grab it if he needs to.
Absolutely. And of course, Path to the Peak is in play, but Forest Seal Stone, even though it's using an ability for that VSTAR power, is able to be used under Path to the Peak because it is a separate tool card attached to that Pokemon. So that is fantastic. Battle VIP Pass, going to grab us 2 more Pokemon here to join us on the bench. A Genesect V was also drawn into from Colin as well. So now we have 2 Genesect out there on the field and another Mew V. And we're going to go into that Forest Seal Stone already for Colin Merli-Matthews, using it right away to get into that deck and hopefully bump that path.
Yeah, I have to imagine this grabbed the Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, that was what was grabbed.
Yep. Colin does play 3 Path to the Peak of his own, so
yes,
it's kind of interesting, right, to see. It's always interesting to see the Path to the Peak in the Mew deck, but that's what Colin, I think, would like to ideally accomplish here is draw a bunch of cards, use this Lost Vacuum, get rid of that path, see some cards off of these Genesect Fusion Strike systems, and then maybe play another path to end off the turn.
Absolutely, and that's what we're seeing here. That Lost Vacuum, that Boss's Orders was the card going into the Lost Zone there, so that's why it is on the side here for Colin. And, ooh, another card that was talked about in our intro. We have Grabber. Colin is going to choose a Pokemon out of Andrew Mahone's hand, which there wasn't one to go to the bottom of the deck, but now Colin has that knowledge of Andrew Mahone's hand as well.
Yeah, gets to just take a little peek. Pretty strong card in something like Mew VMAX whenever it's a, you know, this build of the deck, what you're trying to do is judge your opponent, Path to the Peak, and then grab something and get rid of it. You know, get rid of an option, get rid of a resource. It can be really good, but in worst case scenario, you can just burn it. You can play it, get a card out of your hand so you can draw more.
Yep, so we saw that free retreat on the Mew V to keep it safe there on the bench for Colin into the other Mew V in the active position, and it's just going to be a pass over now to Andrew Mahone, who is getting going here with all of these energy coming out from that electric generator. It was a 2-hit off of there. Fantastic to see, and a manual attachment there onto the Zapdos as well.
Yeah, absolutely massive, and Andrew is totally fine throwing something like this energy in play on the Zapdos. Even though you're not really going to be attacking with the Zapdos, you just need energy cards to be in play so you can close out the game with a Raichu V to come in and potentially one-hit KO a Mew VMAX. And that's one of the reasons as well that Zapdos is good in this deck, by the way, is because it means it's one less energy card you have to discard in order to use that Raichu in order to pick up that one-hit KO.
Yep, exactly, Chip. And yeah, Andrew Mahone is off to a fantastic start here. I mean, we saw kind of everything you want on your first turn of the game, and now Andrew Mahone is setting the tone here in the second turn as well, hitting those energy. We have another Path to the Peak out on the field here.
And Andrew does also find Escape Rope. He has 2 options here. He could retreat this Miraidon and then knock out this active Mew, or play the Escape Rope and then just knock out probably one of the 2 Genesect on Colin's side.
Yep, it is up to Colin here to choose what to send up, and it is going to be that Genesect V in the active position now off that Escape Rope, and that is the knockout here. Andrew Mahone is going to be the first to 2 prize cards in this game. Fast-paced Miraidon taking things down, but of course, is that Raikou V, an incredible inclusion, especially in this matchup. You're doing so much damage to take out these knockouts and get those prize cards.
Yeah, absolutely huge as well. The Zapdos coming into play, we mentioned it for the Mew VMAX, but it was really good in that instance as well because it boosted Raikou's damage output all the way up to 190 in order to ensure that KO.
Yeah, that is incredible indeed. Everything coming into play here for Andrew. We're going to have Colin starting off the turn here. Ultra Ball going to discard a Pal Pad and a Battle VIP Pass here in to get that Mew VMAX out of the deck. So Colin is going to start to align his own attacker here, and we'll have to see what else is in the hands here for Colin. That Path to the Peak is still in play here from Andrew Mahone's side, so we'll see what Colin is able to do for this turn. But at least having that Mew VMAX out there with that double turbo already attached to it is a start here for this turn.
Now, while Colin would love to get rid of this path and draw some cards, he doesn't have to in order to get the knockout. All he needs now at this point is a damage modifier, the power tablet. So he does at least have the bare minimum of what he would like to do this turn, isn't able to draw a bunch of cards, but does still score a 2-prize knockout.
And here we go, Chip. This is what our meta game is so heavily consistent of now. These big attackers swinging back and forth. So Colin's going to take that knockout. 2 prize cards on the other side of the field. And Andrew Mahone is now going to choose who to promote here into the active to start off this next turn.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward spot. Andrew does need to find a Flaffy in order to get an extra energy in play, potentially if he wants to get off an attack this turn. Maybe another generator. I do think there is still 2 of those in the prize cards, however.
Cards in hand.
He's going to ask Colin how many cards are in the hand, maybe debating playing a judge or something like that, but actually looks like all he had was 2 Professor's Research in this hand.
Yep, so just asking, but gonna do a Professor's Research here, discarding the entire hand, drawing an additional 7 cards here.
And actually a huge draw right at the end of this 7 cards was finding the Raikou so that he could attach the Forest Sealstone. He says, Colin, I saw you utilize that Star Alchemy. I think I want to do the same thing. Now being able to fetch out any 1 card from his deck, can get any combo piece he may need in order to pull off the attack this turn.
Yep, gotta have a V Pokemon to pull off a V-Star power there. So that is fantastic find indeed here from Andrew. It's gonna allow him to get any card here from the deck, which is definitely needed.
And he knows that Colin's hand is kind of stuck as well in this spot because Colin didn't do much last turn. If Colin had a Lost Vacuum, you better believe it would have been played.
Yes.
Cards would have been drawn. There would have been more done. So Andrew can kind of make plays knowing that it's unlikely Colin's going to be able to respond to something like a Miraidon that has a Bravery Charm on it. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see right now as Escape Rope is being played and Bravery Charm is incoming.
Incoming indeed, that Flaffy allowing the Dynamotor to happen to attach that last energy onto the Miraidon EX that was on the bench here. Now it's coming into the active, gonna attach that Bravery Charm and get that knockout here on the Mew V. Another 2 prize cards down, exactly what Andrew Mahone needed to see. The Flaffy still in the prize
This is a big flip. And he does find a heads
there for Colin. So that is awesome to see indeed. But Andrew Mahone down to 2 prize cards left to take down this game. We'll see how Colin is able to line up this turn and respond to that last turn from Andrew.
Yeah, Colin has access to anything he could want now at this point, can get any single card out of the deck. Lost Vacuum seems like a decent choice. Of course, it does depend on what the rest of the hand contains. With Colin having 4 prizes left, what he would like to do, if he can just deal with this Miraidon right now this turn, he should feel pretty decent about his chances to stick around for another turn.
Yeah.
Andrew has already exhausted 2 escape ropes, so it's going to be difficult for Andrew to find the pieces to Boss's Orders, KO a Genesect if this Miraidon goes down, because that takes a lot of energy out of play. Andrew's going to have a harder time maybe building up a different attacker. So that's really what Colin is going to be looking for in this spot.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Mew V going to come down on to the bench here, and we're going to see a Lost Vacuum as well.
4 cards now being drawn.
Yep, off of that Fusion Strike system. Now that path to the peak is out into the Lost Zone here. We're seeing our first power tablet for the turn here, at least. So that's boosting our damage. Plus 30, we're seeing another Fusion Strike system here from that Genesect V on the bench to draw into a couple more cards here for Colin. What are the cards, Chip? What are we working with?
Looks like a couple more double turbo energy and a penny. If this is a penny angle to pick up a Genesect and reuse it, you're only going to get 1 card from this play.
Wow, yeah, it's coming back down. That Forest Seal Stone going to come back down, which allows the hand to draw 1 additional card. Is that just a...
It's Escape Rope.
Escape Rope, 2 energy, and a Judge?
It's just going to be a hit, 220 damage.
Wow.
Andrew Mahone here, if he has a switch card to reset the Miraidon's attack from last turn, and maybe a little something else, Boss's Orders in combination, he could pull it off. I don't think he quite has everything, though.
Well, we'll see where we can
double
get.
hit again.
Electric Generator, that was the one that was drawn off of the prize cards, I believe, that was in hand there for Andrew Mahone. Double hit on that energy, going straight to that Raikou V on the bench, and we're seeing the shuffle as well.
Yeah, so I don't think Andrew can win the game this turn. There is a chance if he brings this Raikou V into the active spot and is able to fleet-footed and draw specifically boss's orders, that would win him the game.
It's pretty niche, though.
It's possible.
It
and
is?
I mean, he can't attack with this active Miraidon this turn. You can't use its attack in subsequent turns, so...
Might as well do what you can do, right?
I mean, you're going to use fleet-footed anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not necessarily expecting to get the game here, but, hey, if it happens, you would absolutely take it.
Oh, absolutely. That would be epic, too, Chip, if we do see that happen here from Andrew. That'd be a super cool way to win.
I wonder if he's debating actually attacking with the Zapdos here, just using Electro Ball. It does 110 damage, but it attacks as a one-prize Pokemon. I don't believe Andrew's used Dynamotor just yet, so he does still have that option available.
Oh, wow.
And with this Bravery Charm going down, I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, boosting that HP on the Zapdos there. Maybe just going to go in with that one prize Pokemon. Little liability there from that Zapdos, but still dealing quite a bit of damage there in that Electro Ball.
Pretty good 2 cards on Andrew's end as well from his own Iono. Does find a research for next turn to try to dig. Maybe be going for like a Raichu play on the next turn. And look at this, Zapdos
fully loaded.
Getting some work in here.
Yep, gonna fly into the active position here, that Zapdos, and we're gonna see the Electric Ball. Not something we see often at all from Miraidon EX, but Andrew Mahone knows all the plays, all the outs, and is gonna deal that damage with Zapdos. And now we're over onto Colin's side of the field here. Now that Technoblast was used last turn here from Colin, and we're starting off the turn with a Nest Ball.
Yeah, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon to put into play. Probably just another Genesect. I think all the Mew Vs are actually gone. One in the discard pile, one in the Lost Zone.
Yep, Mew Vs are out of here. And it's just going to be that Genesect V coming out off of that Nest Ball here for Colin.
I want to point out something interesting that Andrew did as well last turn by attaching this Bravery Charm to the Zapdos. It means that his opponent can't go for something like the Cross Fusion Strike to copy a Psychic Leap to shuffle this Pokemon back into the deck. It is technically still possible, you know, if Colin could maybe find a couple of power tablets. I think he would need 3, actually. So it might not even be possible. I think 2 have been played, so might not be able to make it happen. It would also even need a Lost Vacuum to get rid of that Bravery Charm. But instead, Colin, just a boss, and it looks like we're seeing some cards drawn, too.
Yeah, bossing up that Squawkabilly for now. We're going to see
that massive play, finds the Lost Vacuum to actually get rid of the Bravery Charm, which was what was letting Miraidon hang around. Andrew, looking for the switch cart, was unable to find it, and Colin finds a way to take 2 prizes in one single turn.
Absolutely incredible there from Colin, and Andrew just says, I'll go first in this next game coming up. Wow. That was definitely fast-paced here, Chip. Nothing of surprise, I suppose, from both these players.
Yeah,
but
and seeing how that played out, I actually almost wonder now, should Andrew have put the Bravery Charm on the Squawkabilly? He was debating it. Colin would have needed 1 more damage modifier to get there in order to take the KO. He still had a little bit of dig left, but that was maybe Colin's most direct way to win the game. I wonder if Andrew could have gone that route with the Bravery Charm. It's tough to know.
Wow, well, we're definitely seeing the power of Mew VMAX here, and this is why Colin has only single-handedly played Mew constantly throughout last season, and now taking it into Peoria here today. So these are 2 of our highly picked decks, I think, for this weekend. Miraidon being super high up there as well.
Yeah, Miraidon was super popular in Pittsburgh. It's dwindled a little bit here in Peoria, but still a incredibly popular choice. I mean, the power level of this deck cannot be understated, and honestly, the same is easily said for the Mew VMAX deck. Colin did choose to stray away from the fusion build that he did well with in Pittsburgh, now sticking with this DTE version of the deck.
Yep, yeah, all of that happened so fast here, but this was our last turn of the game with the Lost Vacuum, getting rid of that Bravery Charm. Oh, throwing the switch card out there.
So, and that's what he needed.
Yep, that is exactly what Andrew needed there, but just gonna shake things off here and head into a game 2 between these players. You know, as much as I've been talking about Colin being kind of a Mew VMAX pro here, Andrew Mahone is a Miraidon pro. So we have 2 pros of their craft playing against each other here. And it's really going to come down to, I mean, we have an incredible gameplay from both of these players. It's going to come down to which deck is stronger and how do the turns end up for both of these players. So I think it's cool stream match for sure, because a lot of our people watching at home, I'm sure, play both of these decks and often wonder, you know, where am I going to come out? Am I going to be on top playing Miraidon against Mew, or is it going to be super difficult every single time I have to face off against them?
Prize cards going out for these players. 2 Electric Generator and a Bravery Charm once again for Andrew Mahone.
And
not what he wants to see.
Too.
Nothing too bad for Colin. You know, 1 Genesect, 1 Double Turbo Energy, a 4 Sealstone, a VIP Pass. Like, all cards you would like to have, obviously, but you got to prize something.
Awesome. All right, we're kicking off this game 2 between these players. Colin is up a game so far in this set, and Andrew Mahone is going first. We see that cute little Raichu V in the active position here for Andrew Mahone, and that Miraidon EX on bench already going into the deck here with that tandem unit ability to bring out more of these electric Pokemon.
Yeah, Raichu actually has a pretty interesting attack here with its fast charge. If you go first, you can use this attack during your first turn. He'll be able to search his deck and grab an energy card, attach it to the Raichu. So just get 1 extra energy card into play. Andrew's actually, I saw, debating if he wanted to start the Miraidon, start the Raichu, which did he want to do, and realized, oh yeah, fast charge. That seems pretty strong. I'm going first, and my opponent is not playing the Fusion Strike build of the deck. This is totally free for me to be able to do.
Yeah, true. You want to get as much lead as you possibly can. I'm sure if you're on Andrew Mahone's side, you see the slapping down of that path to the peak early there, and that fast charge. Getting to accelerate that energy. Awesome to see. I love when we get to see these moves that it's like, you can only do this if you go first on your first turn, and that's what we're seeing here in this Raichu V, showing off the utility that it has in this deck. We saw Andrew Mahone, of course, slap down that path to the peak before the turn end as well. Now we're over onto Colin's side. There's 1 obstacle in the way here, but lots of cards in hand here for Colin. We'll have to see what he can do with them to start off this first turn. It's just going to be a Genesect V being benched here, and then, ooh, does have that 1 copy of the Lost City in hand already in the starting hand, so bumping that path immediately for the Lost City.
Able to bump the path right away, but the hand is a little clunky and awkward. Just has to lead with a Judge once again. Looking now for Battle VIP Pass, Forest Sealstone, or maybe a way to pare the hand down to draw at least a card or 2 off this Genesect. 4 cards is not a lot, Boo. So
nope.
Colin's going to need a little bit of help here on the other end of this Judge supporter.
But, I mean, didn't turn out too bad last time for Colin.
No,
so
not at all.
We'll have to see. I don't know. I feel like Mew VMAX is just one of those decks that always seems to hit what it needs. So we'll see if it pays off. But, again, it can also get very clunky and very awkward again. 4 cards is not a lot indeed, Chip. So we'll see how both of these players draw from this Judge here. Andrew giving a quick shuffle there. We'll see what 4 cards Colin can draw into.
Yep, 4 apiece here. That stadium having already been bumped is pretty nice. Colin may be looking for some more Pokemon. There is a Mew. A grabber can thin a card out.
Replay of game 1 here. No Pokemon in there, but grabber at least, yeah, getting out of the hand, being played. We're going to see Pal Pad be played as well to just shuffle that Judge and see as many cards as possible from this Fusion Strike system here. Didn't see what I think it was a Lost Vacuum was the last card in hand from Colin.
So not going to be a playable card with just the 1 in hand. So
exactly.
It's going to come down to these 2 cards. Can Colin find another Genesect, a Battle VIP Pass, some way to try to keep rolling here? Andrew Mahone definitely holding his breath and hoping that Colin is unable to find those key search pieces.
Yeah, you need Mew to miss as much as possible. And here we go, this Fusion Strike system off the Genesect V. Can we see? Oh, Colin's not slapping anything down, so it must have not been very playable here off of that draw. It's just going to be a pass over to Andrew Mahone, and that is exactly what Andrew wanted to see here going into this game 2, especially being down a game. We see that Forest Sealstone being attached to the Raichu V in the active. Bravery Charm already coming down as well, boosting that HP of the Raikou V into a Professor's Research. Not bad here, Chip. 7 additional cards here for Andrew Mahone.
The thing is, Colin doesn't have very many benched Pokemon in play, so what Andrew really needs is a electric generator with a double hit or a way to get a Flaffy in play so that he can attack with a Miraidon EX or potentially even Dynamic Spark with the Raichu. I feel like, you know, maybe retreating the Raichu to the bench, saving it for a later date could be strong. We'll see how Andrew wants to play it. I would really like to see one of these 2 Miraidon attack, though.
Yep, we'll see if Andrew's able to get there. We do see a Flaffy come down from that Ultra Ball, discarding an S-Ball and an Electric Energy as well for Andrew. So that is a start here with that Dynamotor ability being able to be used to get that Electric Energy and accelerate it onto the benched Pokemon here.
Andrew does have a switch cart in hand. One is prized, we have to remember as well. He also still has his VSTAR power he can utilize to try to get something else out of the deck, maybe to go search for one of those electric generator.
Yeah, that's true. We could see that indeed. Oh, it's going to be the hard attach here. Or sorry, was that the, I think that was the Dynamotor here to take that energy and put it onto the Raikou V, and then the hard attach onto the Raikou V as well. We are seeing that Forest Seal Stone here to search out that singular card from the deck by Andrew. And it looks like, was it the Path, Chip?
It was indeed the Path to the Peak. The thing that I'm a little worried about here is Andrew's not able to get the knockout with this Raikou V. So there's not a lot of Pokemon in play on Colin's end. Raikou is actually only hitting for 160 damage right now. So is Andrew now committing to just attacking with the Raichu is the question.
Yeah, Path to the Peak is going to come down into play here before the end of turn, and it's going to be that Dynamic Spark here from the Raichu V, discarding those energy into the discard pile, and it's going to be the knockout here.
Does find the Path to the Peak. Colin, of course, having the answer right away, but it is just followed up by another judge. Not a spot Colin wants to find himself in. Those Battle VIP pass in the deck are no longer outs to get more Pokemon into play. Colin really needs a lot off this 4-card draw from the judge.
Yeah, Judge is a fantastic card, but not when you're using it as your Hail Mary to get into anything in your hand here. And unfortunately, that's what it is turning out to be here for Colin. Again, Mew VMAX does happen to hit great cards sometimes, so we could see the perfect combination here for Colin to really pop off this turn, maybe take things back. But Andrew Mahone was the first to prize cards here already in this game too, so already being on the back foot and not much to show for the board state. We're going to see what 4 cards Colin gets into. Let's see it. They're so shiny, Chip.
I see a double turbo energy at least. It looks like another Genesect, so I think we can see at least another couple cards drawn and a nest ball. Very solid.
Very nice. Yep.
Playing that nest ball effectively means it's 2 more cards you can draw because it gets 1 card out of your hand and it puts another Fusion Strike Pokemon into play.
Yeah, that is fantastic indeed. So all of the cards needed here for Colin to at least get things going here for this turn.
Looking now just for an Ultra Ball, way to get a Mew VMAX, and he does need 1 damage modifier still. Raichu does have 200 hit points with that double turbo. Mew VMAX, copying Technoblast, only deals 190, so he needs to find either Choice Belt or a Power Tablet to get this KO.
Fusion Strike system here. We see a Cramomatic as one of the cards. Forest Seal Stone going to come down onto that Genesect V. V-Star power, of course, has not been used yet, but Cramomatic for a Cramomatic.
Another
and it's heads. Fantastic. Colin rolling hot here with this Mew VMAX. Heads means you can search out any card here from your deck. So that is awesome to hit. It was a cram for a cram.
Yeah, and Andrew kind of reels back in his seat knowing that Colin really probably needed that to find the combo pieces he needs in this spot. You know, even if Colin does get the 2 prize KO, Andrew is still technically ahead in the prize race. It will just put a lot more pressure on him to find the pieces necessary to get a knockout.
Absolutely. We do see that Choice Belt as well coming down onto that Mew V.
Needs a VMAX, needs an Ultra Ball, a Feather Ball, a Genesect to draw a couple more.
Yeah, a Grabber.
And Grabber hits.
Oh, it actually does hit. There's a Pokemon in the hand, and now it's going to the bottom of the deck here off that Grabber.
And it does look like Colin was able to find the Mew VMAX. And Andrew's hand there off the Grabber was not super good. He's got a Boss. He's got a electric generator. Not super strong.
Yeah, look at that. Colin getting the knockouts there on that Raichu. Going to take 2 prize cards off of it. And Andrew kind of left in an awkward position here, promoting the Miraidon EX into the active position. Now we see a Switch cart in hand, electric generator.
Andrew has exactly what he needs to get a knockout this turn. The pieces to boss KO a Genesect or the Mew V from the bench. And I actually think as Andrew, I really like going after the Mew V right here. It might seem counterintuitive because you want to target down your opponent's draw, but if you take out the Mew V on the next turn as Andrew, all you need is a Pokemon that can 1-hit KO a Genesect and an Escape Rope, and you guarantee that your opponent, you know, they have to attack with Mew VMAX. It's their only attacker in the whole deck. You'll guarantee that if you play Escape Rope, they have to push a 2-prizer that you can knock out.
Yeah, it is the optimal prize mapping, I suppose, if you think of it like that for Andrew Mahone. We'll have to see which route he chooses to take here for this turn.
Now, Colin, something else Andrew is probably considering right here is Colin has not used the V-Star power just yet, has not used Star Alchemy. So because there is that Forest Sealstone here on the Genesect, that also becomes kind of an interesting potential target.
Yeah, that's very true. Knock it out and get that off of the field. We'll have to see Andrew Mahone able to get those energy onto the Miraidon EX.
And that is the route he's going to go.
Yep, that was a boss's orders in the hand here. Very cool artwork, and that Forest Seal Stone is going down along with that Genesect V. So taking that off of the field completely. An additional 2 prize cards here for Andrew Mahone. So he just has to line things up and take it home in another turn. But right now we're on Colin's turn. After that knockout, we see the double turbo energy coming onto the Mew V on the bench here to start the turn off. And a Feather Ball.
Yep, Feather Ball being able to search out any Pokemon with a 0 retreat cost. Pretty nice in this deck. It can get your Mew V and the Mew V Max. And with that second V Max coming into play, Andrew can no longer close out the game with something like just an escape rope.
Yep, absolutely. That's just taking one option off of the field there for Andrew. But still scary business, definitely, if you're in Colin's shoes right now. You have these super powerful, big, bulky Pokemon, but your opponent is just one route away from taking the game home as well and bringing this to a tie between our players. And there's so much time left on the clock, too, Chip.
Yeah, still plenty of time. So if Andrew's able to close this out, we'll be able to see a solid Game 3. We kind of expected that with this match, right?
Yeah.
2 pretty high power and quick decks. Colin is going to take the moment to boss's orders, actually choosing to target Flaffy. And we're just going to see probably a Cross Fusion Strike copying Max Miracle. Colin not having much to work with thanks to his own path to the peak slowing him down.
Yes, unfortunate there. It was played on the previous turn from Colin, but it is still in play here. So not able to draw into any of those cards from that Genesect V. It's just going to be the knockout on the Flaffy and over to Andrew Mahone's side of the field. Raikou V is the active Pokemon now here for Andrew.
Does get a hit there on the electric generator to get one more energy card into play, maybe playing for a potential Raichu at the end of the game, and does find a judge here. It's been Colin, the aggressor with the judges so far. Now Andrew responding.
Yeah, Andrew needing to draw some cards here. I think it was just the path to the peak in the hand for Andrew. So now Judge is at least going to get an additional couple of cards to the hand here. We'll have to see what it is and what he can work with for this turn.
And the thing that's nice for Andrew as well is because Colin had to take the 1 prize KO, he knows that he's going to get at least 2 more turns. It's not possible for Colin to take a 3 prize knockout next turn or find a way to get a 3 prize turn, maybe like he did in game number 1 with that 4 prize turn. It's just not going to be on the table anymore. So Andrew knows he doesn't have to win the game this turn. He's got a little bit of leeway.
All right, let's see what the hand is. Is that 2 Ultra Ball, Chip?
It does look like 2 Ultra Ball, which does open up some Raichu plays potentially on the next turn. That path to the peak is shutting off something like the Fleet-Footed to see an extra card here for Andrew. He's not able to get that little extra search.
Yep, just going to be the Bravery Charm in the hand as well as those Ultra Ball, just deciding how to play this hand out. Was debating the Bravery Charm and is going to opt to put it down here on that Miraidon EX on the bench.
Yeah, trying to protect those energy cards that are in play.
Yeah, I know, yeah. That is the hot commodity for this deck. Your energy is the main proponent here, so protecting that a bit with the Bravery Charm, and it's just going to put some damage here on this Mew VMAX. So, of course, not a knockout. The Mew VMAX is big and beefy, going to take a couple hits, but this is allowing for Colin to get things going and hopefully be able to swing back and take this game here for Colin. So what does Colin need to do, or how does he map this out from here, Chip? What do you think?
He needs a lot. He needs to get rid of the path to the peak that's in play right here with something like a Lost Vacuum, and then he probably needs another Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm. Now, the nice thing for Colin is that, you know, as we do see the Lost Vacuum being played, he does have a Choice Belt here on this Mew VMAX. So that's going to boost the damage a little bit into the Raikou. Will still need another modifier after this Power Tablet is now being played. Actually, no, this will be enough. Grabber is going to search the hand here for Andrew. Sees there's a couple Ultra Ball on his side. Colin does have the pieces lined up to take this KO, and it's going to be pressure on Andrew now to find the game-winning pieces.
Oh, it's going to come down to a nail-biting finish here in this game, too, for both of our players. I'm excited to see what we see here. Is this another Lost Vacuum, actually, from Colin? We saw the first one already being played. This is going to be a second one to get rid of that Bravery Charm. Exactly what you talked about, Chip.
Yeah, getting rid of that piece, so that's easier to KO that Miraidon on the next turn, potentially for Colin. Still more cards being drawn from the Fusion Strike system. Path to the Peak being able to come down could shut off something like a Luminion. Andrew is not playing Luminion, but Colin doesn't necessarily know that.
True.
Wants to put this in play to try to limit as much as possible, and it will be an Iono. The Disruption.
Disruption indeed. Both of these players are going to shuffle up here, and they're going to be drawing cards for as many prize cards as they have. So Colin's going to draw into 3. Andrew only 2 cards, so those Ultra Ball are out of the hand now here and on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, pretty much Andrew he needs Boss. If Andrew finds Boss,
Yeah.
he wins the game. If he doesn't,
Only 2 cards?
yeah, and
Nope.
it's an Energy and a Raikou, so I don't think that those pieces are going to help him get anywhere. He needs Boss off the top right now.
No.
Does not find it.
That is rough to see. Yeah, Colin taking that knockout in the last turn, going down to just 1 prize card left, and Andrew just not able to find the pieces here.
He's going to retreat and can at least hit with this Miraidon. He'll probably Electric Generator from hand to the Miraidon that just retreated to the bench.
Yeah.
Smart sequencing here. See if he can get at least 1 energy. Does not.
Not a single energy here for Andrew Mahone, and things are not looking up here for this turn or this game. Is Colin going to be able to take this with a 2-0 finish here in our first stream game? We'll have to see.
Definitely looking in his favor. He does need some help. The Miraidon does have 220 HP.
Look at that.
So Colin needs, all he really needs here is a power tablet, and that's going to let him retreat into the
Oh
other
my
Mew
goodness.
VMAX here and get the game-winning KO. Has not played it just yet,
Oh,
but
we have the Forest
yes.
Seal Stone. That's going to allow Colin save to this
Boss
entire
works as
game
well.
for the boss's orders. Going to take that Pokemon off the bench, take the knockout, and that is 2-0 here for Colin Merli-Matthews in this game, showing that Mew VMAX is still the powerhouse deck and can make quick work of Miraidon.
yeah, it's probably a little bit of a tough matchup for Andrew Mahone. I think he did everything he could. Things were a little close there in that second game. Really, both of those games were super close.
Yeah.
You can see, like, if Andrew had just found that switch card in game number 1, healed that Miraidon, you know, that gives him a path where he likely wins that game. Maybe if he had put that Bravery Charm on the Squawk ability, it forces Colin to have one more thing in that game number 1. Either way, incredibly close. Colin ends up coming away with the win with that double turbo build of the Mew VMAX.
Yep, here we go. We see a couple of replays between our players throughout this set. This is our game 1 between our players, where Andrew Mahone actually had a pretty pop-off couple of turns here, but Colin was just able to clean things up in the latter half of the game.
Yeah, really both games, like we mentioned, were close. It did come down to that huge play from Colin, using that Lost Vacuum, getting rid of the Bravery Charm, taking the knockout without even having to attack into that Miraidon that turn. Anytime you can make plays like that where you're, you know, able to take extra prizes in a turn that you, you know, from damage that you put into play earlier, I think those are super unique plays, and it's a lot of fun to make them happen.
Absolutely. We saw the Raichu V being used there, that dynamic spark to get a knockout. Not something we see too often, but Andrew Mahone able to utilize that. And then
The
that
hit on the grabber,
yep. Yep, we talked about it a little bit there, but now we're seeing it in action. Brand new card in the game, and it's cool to see it. And yeah, even to get that hand knowledge is really cool from the VMAX player's perspective.
And here we see that turn where things got a little interesting for Colin. Had
Yeah.
to take the 1 prize KO. Knew that it would give Andrew a couple turns to work with, but the turn previous, Andrew had gone to 0 cards in hand. I think Colin knew that it was going to be okay to go that route, and he does eventually find that game-winning boss's orders.
Yep, absolutely. We see Andrew there just kind of shaking things off, saying, yeah, this was a tough matchup to head into in the first place, but still did absolutely everything possible, Chip, I think. And like I said, both of these players are masters of their craft. They took the deck that they have played tons of and did very well within this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about how it's kind of a tougher matchup for Andrew, but I don't think it's like much worse than, say, 60-40, anything like that. And you can definitely, you know, hit a 40% 2 games out of a best of 3 for sure. So And we even saw in those 2 games that we witnessed, it really was close. Andrew was the aggressor in both games, took the first knockout. And if you can just chain together those knockouts turn after turn, you come out ahead. The problem is that it puts a lot of pressure on the Miraidon deck to make that happen, and you don't have the draw power that Mew VMAX has with Genesect.
Yeah, I was going to kind of bring that up, that with the Miraidon deck versus Mew VMAX, it just feels like there is a lot more pressure on the cards that you're playing.
Right.
If you can't hit this, if you don't get that one card you needed, it has a lot more weight, versus Mew VMAX has so much variability. I mean, we saw multiple times, like the Cramomatic searched out whatever card, but then there was the Forest Sealstone that could have also saved the day as well. And there feels like there's a lot more that you can fall back on in the Mew VMAX deck, because the cards in that deck just work so well together. It's like flawless, and it just seems like every card added just adds so much more utility to the deck. I mean, now they can literally see your hand. Like, wow.
Yeah, the grabber. We got to see right away new cards from 151 already having an impact. Not the Mew EX that we were maybe expecting initially, though. Don't worry, there are plenty of those out in the field. It was the grabber coming through and grabbing that Raichu, throwing him to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, definitely an interesting card to see it played. I'm excited if we get to see it throughout the weekend so far. But of course, we are in our lunch break for our players, so that means we're going to see 2 round 4s here. So we just wrapped up our first one. Unfortunately, Andrew Mahone not being able to take things down with that Miraidon, and it was going to be Colin there taking the game. But we're heading into a very interesting match here coming up. I'm excited for this one, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be a doozy for sure, and I don't say that lightly. Very interesting deck from one of our players. We'll get into it once we get down to the table, but we've definitely got some spice here. Starting off 3-0, by the way. All these players that we're featuring right now in round 4, they started 3-0 here at the tournament. Great place to be. You're feeling confident about your deck choice, you know, getting in the groove of things. You know, you're feeling pretty solid about where you're at. And then, you know, round 4, you get called, you get to put up on the stream, and then, you know, in this instance, for one of our players, you find yourself playing against the ultimate Spice. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into this. You know, our players are setting up, so we have to wait till their headphones are on before we start talking about the intricacies of their deck. But we're definitely going to see a deck that is not at all on anybody's radar, I think. I think I saw this.
It's like the type of thing that people, like, know of its existence, but it's not like, okay, sure, you played it in your fun little online tournament. Wait, no, you brought it to the regional championships?
And you're undefeated? What?
3-0 start? Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting indeed. And I'm interested to see how the edge of bringing something that nobody expects comes into play here, potentially. I think we might see a lot of picking up the card to read what it does in this match, potentially.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's, you know, how this player upcoming was able to secure these wins in these first couple of matches, because you're just playing something nobody expects, and you're like, wait, what am I supposed to do against this? They have no game plan, you know?
It's such a good feeling as a player to sit down at the table, play your board out, and your opponent is having to pick up and read multiple of your cards. Like, if you're the player in that position, you're just feeling, like, unbeatable.
Yeah.
Most of the time. You know, sometimes you've got a pile and your opponent is playing an auto-loss matchup and they don't realize it yet, but they start to figure it out. That's a pretty, I've been on that side of the table before, you know, and playing some Spice, but we'll see how it shakes out in this next one. Back to our round for first game, though, while we're waiting for these players to get set up. I do want to just mention as well, I mean, Colin, off to an absolute tear to start this season. Got top 4 in Pittsburgh. Chooses to change up the strategy a little bit, drops the Fusion Strike for the double turbo build of Mew VMAX, and then gets a win here in round 4 on stream against one of the top players in the game, Andrew Mahone. He's got to be feeling great.
Oh, I'm sure he is feeling great, but we actually get to hear straight from Colin. We have the interview all lined up and ready, so let's throw it to Skarzik.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here in the lounge, joined by our winner, Colin Merli-Matthews. Congratulations once again. How you feeling?
Thank you. Pretty good. Pretty solid in the day. I mean, winning 4-0. I'll take those any day.
Oh, yeah, we take those. And I know you were really excited to sort of redeem yourself a little bit after Pittsburgh.
After Pittsburgh. My punting on the top 8 match, I'd like to redeem myself. I think that'd be very awesome.
Yeah, and that was an incredibly strong showing. And Chip mentioned just briefly before he cut to the interview that you made the decision to switch off of the Fusion Strike to double turbo. It was just a meta call, or was it more of a comfort thing where you like the DTE a little bit more?
I actually like Fusion a lot more. I played Fusion for a very long time over DTE, but DTE has a lot better, I think, matchup spread right now. Just like it helps a lot against Lost Box, it helps against Guardy because Judge Path is really strong. Also against Charizard is really good, like because Judge Path and obviously saw the grabbers. Grabbers get rid of the Charizards. You know, it helps a little bit in that matchup, makes it a little better. So.
Okay, I'm glad that you were able to make that change, that you've been playing Mew for such a long time. Has there ever been any other deck that's captured your interest, or has it always been Mew all day?
Other decks, like I tried testing Lugia before this event. I tested like a lot of Guardy. I really like Guardy a lot. I tried playing Lost Box, just not my style.
Gotcha.
As that captured my interest, and I'm like, man, Mew's just so consistent and always does it. Why do I turn my back on it? So that's how I view it.
And now that you've stuck with it, your faith has been rewarded.
Yes.
Got the big win on stream, and you're going strong here in Peoria. Now, let me ask you, let's say you go all the way, you win the whole thing, get your Worlds invite. What's going to be next? Are you going to be competing as much? Are you going to try to branch out into different decks and experiment a bit?
I might experiment a little bit, like look at some of the Paradox Rift stuff. Like I know Iron Hand's coming out. I think Goldango's in the set. That card looks really cool. I love playing like OG Blounds. I thought that was fun. And Goldango reminds me of that.
Okay.
Like maybe test some other decks, but if I did win the whole thing, I'd still go compete. Like I'm gonna go Toronto, like LAIC's in the site. Like I'm still gonna want to compete. I still love this game, so.
Good. I'm glad that you know, your competitive spirit's still going to be up and running, and you have been piloting the Mew. I keep talking about it because it's so interesting to see this long-standing deck that just has been so consistent in the metagame. We haven't had a deck, I think, run this consistently for so long that hasn't been a meta topper. Like we remember Silver Tempest era, Lugia was just the be-all, end-all. When Mew tends to do well, tends to come under a lot of fire with the Drapion Vs and stuff, do you feel a lot of pressure, or you spent so much time playing this deck that you don't even feel the counters anymore?
I spent enough time playing it. I'm like, you know, if you hit me with the Drapion, just hit me with it. Like, I'll figure it out later. You know, that's how I view it. Or like, I've played enough Mew to like kind of know how to pilot around it and kind of go around it, kind of know like, oh, this deck usually plays it. Like maybe I should keep it in mind. So.
Any other players that maybe helped you test Mew? Maybe somebody that you converted to the cause that you were able to kind of talk up Mew to?
I had my team, the Lost Zone Kitchen, we test a lot. They didn't really work with me too much on this Mew list, but I had some of my local area in the Chicago scene. Saw my buddy Brian, Connor, and they talked with Mew, like with me at least, like, oh, this might be cool, and Ryan as well, Ryan Prusak, he's actually, I think we're playing like almost the same 60 right now.
Nice.
So
and if they have questions about Mew or they're thinking about running it, you're the guy they're going to come to.
Yes, every one of my locals like messages me like, hey, what about this, what about this? Like, I'll answer all your questions, I have no problem. Makes my day.
And it's great to have a player like that in your local scene, in your testing group, that's just a specialist on one deck. You know, I love, you know, potential to really go all in on an archetype and master it backwards and forwards. And I'm happy that Mew is a deck that can do it without, you know, seemingly overtaking the metagame. And the Grabbers we saw on stream is a card that I kind of gave a little bit of a shout out to towards our opening segment. How's it been feeling for you?
Oh, that card's awesome. It's won me like so many. It won me like my other 3 rounds today. Like actually, in my testing, everyone's like, "Nah, this is not that great." I'm like, "Listen, this card it reveals your opponent's hand. Like that's so good to have free knowledge." And also, like I rip a card out. So if I judge you, you got 3 cards. If I rip a card out, that's like pretty. That's pretty overwhelming at times. Like, oh, I could have that's a piece I needed. Like it's super insane. Free knowledge. Like it just depends. Like, oh, do I want to judge? Do I want to boss? Like, do I want to do this instead? I can see if you're holding a brick or not. So it's kind of nice.
Oh, that is. See, I'm glad. Thank you. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Skarzik was right once again. The Grabber, look out for it, folks. The Grabber's coming to grab your cards and send them to the bottom of the deck. But is there any other people you want to give a shout out to? Anything you want to say to our audience before I let you go celebrate?
There's too many people in my local community to shout out, but I also shout out to all of my friends that are watching at home. I messaged them before I go on stream. I'm like, hey, I'm going to stream. They immediately turned on right away. They always support me. I have so many good people around. There's too many people to shout out. So shout out to everyone that knows me, that supports me, everybody. I'm sorry, there's too many names.
Yeah, that's a great problem to have. A lot of friends, a lot of people at home rooting for you, Colin, and congratulations from me personally once again. Hope to see you hopefully back in this lounge with another big win later on in today, or maybe even into day 2. But we've got more Pokemon action coming, folks, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll go to our next round 4 to cover our lunch break. So stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the Lugia VSTAR archetype. Lugia VSTAR, with its absolutely ridiculous VSTAR power, is still a top-tier metagame threat. Let me explain how. Summoning Star lets you grab any 2 non-Warbox colorless Pokemon from a discard pile and put them straight onto your bench. This allows you to bypass normal evolution rules, meaning you can plonk 2 Silver Tempest Archeops into play turn 2 just by getting them in the discard pile and evolving up into a Lugia VSTAR. Trust me, you will really want to get those Archeops into play since they have the bonkers ability Primal Turbo. Primal Turbo allows you to grab 2 special energies from your deck and attach them to one of your Pokemon. This is a downright silly amount of energy acceleration. And don't forget, you will often have 2 Archeops in play, meaning you can attach 4 special energy in a turn. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. This means Lugia players can have a whole host of different attackers, like a single strike core that utilizes Tyranitar V for heavy damage dealing with single strike crush. Your Vessel for dark type coverage and a 1 prize poke, which is perfectly capable of 1-hit KOing Mew V Max and Gardevoir EX2. And Stone Journer for fighting type coverage into Arceus V and Miraidon EX2. Snorlax is very good at dealing with Lost Box, since with its unfazed fat ability, it is now immune to Sableye Lost Mine. And with Therapeutic Energy attached, it can't go to sleep, meaning you can announce Dumping Snore turn after turn. Weird Eevee can also be played for a late game cleanup option, with Psyshield Bash getting out of hand in the late game, since it does 40 for each energy attached to it. Make no mistake about it, Lugia VSTAR might require some work to set up, sure, but once it gets rolling, it is very hard to stop. So how about we all keep an eye out for it here this weekend, eh?
Welcome back, everybody. Just before we get into our next match, we do have a special announcement here from the Pokemon Company. They've got an art contest happening right now. So we're going to go to a quick video, and I'm going to tell you about the Pokemon art contest for 2024 that's going on here. So the Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest for 2024. It's back, folks, and we're inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork and to capture the theme of this year's contest, which is magical Pokemon moments. And so the rules are simple. You choose one of 10 Pokemon. They'll be listed on the website, but they do include some of our fan favorites like Pikachu and Charizard. And so you draw a special illustration that will capture the theme of the contest. You can have the Pokemon enjoying a special time in its day, or looking cool and dynamic. Now, the contest will be open to applicants 18 and over in the US, Japan, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. So again, that contest period will be happening from October 12th, running all the way into the end of January. So make sure you visit that link, check out the Pokemon Illustration Contest, and do me proud. I'm a huge proponent of drawing your favorite Pokemon, really enjoying the process of creating beautiful art and enjoying Pokemon in that way. And I think this contest is a great way to flex your creative muscles and show off what you can do as well. I'm really excited to see what everybody submits for the Pokemon Card Game Illustration Contest. We got some prizes as well. So again, visit that link. I've got it here, ptcgic.com/2024/EN. And you can see the full rules, etc., about how you submit your artwork, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. But now we can send things over to the casting desk and get into our next round. So let's keep it going here for Peoria.
Thank you so much, Skarzig. There's nothing I love more than some cute Pokemon, and you all draw the cutest. So can't wait to see the results of that contest for sure, Chip. But we have some cute Pokemon coming up in our next match here on the stream as well. I am so excited to hop into this match with you, Chip.
Yeah, can't wait. It's going to be a whirlwind. You're going to want to grab a snack for this one. It's going to be a grind. Going to be a long haul for sure. A little bit of a control strategy from one of our players of sorts. We'll talk more about it here as we get into it. Also, I guess one thing just real quick about the illustration contest. I know Skarzik better be submitting something. You know?
Absolutely.
He's too talented at drawing Pokemon to not get something out there.
It's got to be some sort of Cubone artwork, right? For sure.
I don't know if Cubone, because there's like 10 specific ones you have to pick
yeah,
from,
you're right. You're right. Absolutely. Well, that would have been cute if he was on the list for sure.
Maybe he should do it anyway. Or sneak a Cubone into
like
an
hidden
artwork
in the
with someone else.
background. Yeah, we do see that a lot with our cards here for Pokemon, so maybe that could be a scene for sure. But yeah, getting into this next match, I'm very excited to see. This is definitely a deck I did not prepare for whatsoever. I didn't expect to cast over this match, but I am very excited. This deck coming up that we've kind of been hinting at. I like kind of on the roster when you're looking at, you know, what are people playing online? What's going on? You see like the first 10 decks, and then this one was kind of right under that. And so I saw it and was like, wow, what does this do? I love this Pokemon. I want to see what it does because I would totally play this if it was like somewhat viable. But this player coming up is bringing it to a regional championship, which honestly, Chip, gives me a lot of hope for this deck. Like maybe I can play this deck in the future.
Yeah, this is a deck that's, you know, not necessarily done well in online tournaments, but it's been featured in many YouTube videos from tons of creators. You know, I think I saw a Tricky Gym video out there about this deck. I'm sure there's an LDF video out there for this deck as well. It's going to be a ride for sure. So the fact that someone actually put time into this strategy, prepared it, tweaked the list to have answers to all the different things in the meta and decided, yep, this is my choice for the Peoria Regional Championships. Absolutely wild. Let us know what your best guesses are, what we're hinting at. I know we're being a little vague here. We just don't want to give anything away until we get down to the table. We're getting things sorted out. We'll get down and get started shortly. Don't want to give away any information too early, but let us know what you're thinking. We're mentioning what we're talking about here.
Well, Chip, we are actually ready to get down to our table. So I'm excited to get into this. I like to think our players maybe brought this deck because it's a Pokemon they really like, but we actually talked a little bit with our players, and Connor just wanted to say he loves his mom. He's out here with Miraidon EX and just loves his mom. Can't wait to represent that here. But for Jake Ewert over on this side, his fun fact is he loves playing bad decks, Chip.
Well, and some would classify this in that category. It's Venomoth Spidops. I cannot believe I'm saying that, Boo. A brand new card from 151, that Venomoth with its Perplexing Powder. It only deals 30 damage. But then your opponent's active Pokemon is confused, and on your opponent's next turn, they can't play any item cards. Shades of Quaking Punch. People are fearful of that Seismitoad EX from Furious Fists to this day. And pairing it alongside the Spidops to increase your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost by a colorless for each of those Spidops EX you have in play, you can see how this would be a pretty annoying strategy to play up against.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very interesting match. You're going to see a lot of, we sort of said like a stall type disruption sort of mixture here from Jake. And yeah, it's going to be interesting because Connor playing a very meta-relevant deck in Miraidon. We're going to see how this Spidops Venomoth deck faces off against a very powerhouse hefty deck such as Miraidon. I am so excited to see what Connor's reaction is as soon as Jake starts flipping over his Pokemon. That's going to be a blast, Chip, for sure.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, Connor is probably going to have to read a lot of Jake's cards, try to get up to date with exactly what's happening. I love to see something like this coming out and finding success. You know, I've seen people talk about how there's limited room for creativity in a format like this where there's so many meta decks that you have to prepare for. I would call this a pretty creative deck.
Very creative indeed. And look at those records so far here in Peoria. Both of our players sitting at 3-0 with their decks, respectively. And Spidops EX being one of those 3-0 decks is incredible. I'm sure the Spidops fans in the chat going ham right now. They are losing it, I'm sure, to see representation of a deck nobody expected here on the stream. So I'm very happy to be casting this match. Let's take a look at our prize cards for both of these players.
It doesn't seem like anything too bad. One Venomoth for Jake, that new Mew EX and the prizes for Connor. You know, maybe if he wanted to copy Jake's own Perplexing Powder, try to slow him down, something like that. Don't know if we would have realistically seen that. The Mew does have free retreat, so even though Spot Ops is going to be increasing your retreat cost, it makes it a little easier to get some movability. And right away, Connor, we see the flip of the cards, and Connor just says, oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. We see Venonats coming down here onto the board for Jake. And Connor, knowing that Jake is also at a 3-0 record. So this is probably a little intimidating to be looking at right now. But Jake going to kick off the first turn of this game. So no supporter can be played here, but we'll see how Jake is able to line up this board state. I mean, I have never even seen this deck being played, Chip. I don't know if you have, but what is sort of the initial like setup that we're going to see? I feel like we're going to see a lot of Pokemon come out into the field.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea. Jake's deck is certainly a setup deck. You want to get multiple stage 1s in play on the second turn, which can be a little bit difficult to do. You want to get your Venomoths to start attacking, and you want to get a bunch of Spidops in play to make it more difficult for your opponent to have any maneuverability on their next turn. So on this turn, I would expect to see at least 2 Tarantula. We'll expect to see at least 2 Venonat, and we're already there right away.
Already there. Yep, a level ball got us to one of those Tarantulas, and then an Ultra Ball is going to get us to that second one. But that Grass Energy and a Clara. I believe that is the only Clara in the deck for Jake. So unless we see a Pal Pad to get that back, it is now in the discard pile here for Jake. But yeah, all the Pokemon are joining the party here. We see that energy attachment onto the benched Venonat, and we're over onto Connor's side. Connor going second is able to play a supporter, but I don't think is that a research in hand?
Yeah, there is a research in the hand.
Look at the hand though, Chip.
Gonna try to draw one more with the Fleet-Footed, and that's probably one of the worst cards that Connor could have drawn. Gonna have to ditch that electric generator to the research. I mean, you have to play the research here.
Yeah.
I feel like you give yourself a chance to kind of pop off this turn and take a knockout before your opponent can do much. I don't think Path is really going to be what you want right now. You're not quite set up. Path is really interesting because it does turn off that trap territory ability from Spot so it feels like something that will be relevant in this matchup. A little unfortunate to have to see it hit the discard pile right away.
Yeah, of course, you can only accelerate those energy onto the bench, and there is no bench, so that research is going to discard that hand, and at least we have another 7 cards here for Connor to work with after that super clunky, awkward first hand. We did see also that Bravery Charm, 1 of 2 in the hand, go onto the field for that Raikou V, getting that boosted HP, and then we're going to see an Ultra Ball actually discard that energy and a Zapdos.
So, yeah, I'm really interested to see how Connor's going to approach this. When you're playing against something like this, and it looked like Connor was at least kind of familiar with what Jake's deck is doing, right? You know, we saw the flip of the Venonat. He goes, oh, boy. He kind of at least knows what's going on, which is definitely good in this spot. You kind of have to adjust what you're going to do in these positions. You don't really need to as aggressively pop off necessarily. You don't really want to fill the bench with a bunch of targets for your opponent to try to stall up in the active spot, try to stick confused in the active spot. We will see at least a Miraidon come down, and we'll see where else Connor wants to go with it.
Yep, we're going to see the tandem unit bringing down several more Pokemon onto the bench here. So we're going to see that Mareep and that Raikou V. The secondary Raikou V joining us on the bench here. But yeah, like you said, Chip, it's going to be some setup here from Connor and really utilizing saving the resources in this deck. This isn't a game where you're just going to want to blow through your entire deck and dump everything in the discard necessarily. But hey, we have another electric generator. Let's see if it can get anything here for Connor. So far, no luck. And that is going to be a whiff, not a single energy here for Connor to be able to accelerate to the bench. And that is rough to see. Just kind of nodding the head here and accepting the fail on that. But now that's 2 electric generators in the discard pile.
Yeah, that's definitely a bummer. You only get really 1 turn that you're probably going to be able to play items for the entire game. Connor really would have liked to have gotten a couple energy in play, and he even had an escape rope in hand. So if there had been 2 energy there, we could have seen them loaded up onto the Raikou V, and we could have seen the escape rope for something else active, which would have then led to a prize, at least on this first turn.
Yep, and now we're over to Jake's side of the field. We see that Spidops EX come down. It's the nice special artwork of it. I was wondering if Jake was going to be playing the full art because I love the full art card because I love Spidops, but everyone was making fun of me because it kind of looks like corn in the background. They're like, it's like he's on top of corn, but we have a different artwork here for that Spidops EX. But then we had to see the Iono because Jake didn't have anything else in hand. So it was an Iono for both players. They're both just going to draw into another 6 cards here.
And Jake doesn't find much here. Does have the Venomoth, but doesn't want to evolve if he's unable to attack this turn. And did, on the previous turn, choose to put a Grass Energy on this Venonat down here because he was respecting Connor's deck. Of course, Connor is really aggressive, really fast, totally could have knocked out the active Venonat. And if that had happened, Jake would have had an easy promotion to bring this Venonat up, get the evolution, and get your item lock going. But because Connor was unable to take a knockout, it actually sticks Jake with a position where he's not able to get off that turn 2 item lock attack. And that opens up the ability for Connor to have another opportunity to put some energy in play, but only hits 1.
Yeah, only going to be 1 energy, so that's going to be 3 electric generators to the discard. Again, as you said, if items are going to be locked for the rest of this game, you want to play as many as possible and get as much utilization from them in this early game, but it's just going to be a single energy here, going to be attached to the bench for Connor. So just going to decide where to put that energy. It's going to go on to that Miraidon EX, so starting to charge it up here, and then we still have the rest of the hand to decide what to play down. I think I saw a couple Pokemon in that hand. Ooh, the Collapsed Stadium. This is going to limit both of our players' benches to only 4 Pokemon, so that's actually going to force Jake to have to discard a Pokemon off that Collapsed Stadium.
Yeah, pretty strong turn to put that card into play, honestly. Jake just filled the bench up, so by limiting it a little bit more, you kind of get to deal with 1 Spidops before it even comes into play by forcing Jake to ditch that Tarantula.
Tarantula, that's a round boy right there.
Definitely
All
is.
right, Connor's going to draw into 7 additional cards here off that Professor's Research. So played a couple of cards out of the hands, and now we're going to see a fresh 7. Lots of choices, but it's just going to have to decide where to go, what the strategy is going to be here. Just get consistent knocks on Jake's Pokemon here. Raikou V going to have that fleet-footed to draw an additional card. We also saw that Forest Sealstone come down for the turn, and that's just going to be the knockout on that Venonat that Jake was wary of losing a turn before, but now this active is going to be another Venonat with that Grass Energy attached.
And Jake has just about everything he could want here. Has the Venomoth, has that Radiant Alakazam as well, and even a Boss's Orders to try to stick something active that is going to have a hard time moving. And that is going to be the boss bringing up this Mareep. So the fact that this came into play gave Jake this target, and now what Jake is going to aim to do is Perplexing Powder, put 30 damage onto this Mareep, and then on the next turn, what he'll do is he'll use this Radiant Alakazam down here and
spread them out.
Yep, those damage counters, they're going to go to different Pokemon on the bench. You're going to just be effectively doing 1 damage a turn, 10 damage, I should say, with the Perplexing Powder.
Yep.
And it's going to stick this Mareep up here for multiple turns.
Yeah, absolutely. That Perplexing Powder here on the Venomoth. So again, just to reiterate, that 30 damage, of course, here, but also your opponent's active Pokemon is now also confused. So that's just another layer added to this. Confuses your Pokemon, spreads out the damage, and of course they cannot play any item cards from their hands.
Yep, a couple of escape rope right there. I'm sure Connor would love to be able to play either of those out.
But you can't.
Nope, not an option here thanks to the Venomoth. Does have quite a few energy, and there is only 1 Spidops in play. So what Connor can do is attach to the Mareep, and then next turn, attach Retreat, right? And then come up, take the knockout with Raikou. Jake is definitely, with 1 card in hand, going to be feeling a little bit of pressure here, and I really would like to see Connor do that. He even could, I guess, go for that first attack there with Mareep. It does 10 damage. Try to get a little bit in play, and then if you flip Tails, you actually would knock out your own Mareep, which I don't even know if you would really care about. You might want the opportunity to get something else into your active spot.
All right, it's just going to be a pass here on now going to Jake's side of the field, though. Straight into an Iono. This is what we saw in the last turn as well. So both these players are going to shuffle up their hands, put it to the bottom, but Connor's going to get 1 less card here, having taken a prize off that Venonat. So Jake over here has that powerful Venomoth already locked into position here in that active position. So now it's really up to Jake to just establish the rest of the board from here on out.
And does find a huge card here with the Ultra Ball, able to now search the deck for what I assume will be another Spidops EX. That means that Connor won't be able to potentially attach retreat this Mareep this coming turn. So really does need to play this Ultra Ball. Ditching the Temple, that's a pretty easy choice, not a good card. In this matchup, your opponent plays no special energy cards. Losing Boss, though, not what Jake really wants to have to do. You could see he was kind of having a hard time figuring out what he wanted to get rid of.
Ooh, yep, and here we go. This is how things are playing out. The Painful Spoons ability on that Radiant Alakazam is going to spread that damage to the bench. So now it's only 1 damage counter currently on that tiny little Mareep here. So great utilization there. And then, of course, that Spidops EX, that Trap Territory ability, stacking more retreat cost for your opponent's active Pokemon. So it adds 1 additional retreat cost for each Spidops in play. So that's an extra 2 there on that Mareep.
So something interesting as well here for Connor, I actually see a Boss's Orders in hand currently. Spidops does have 2 retreat. So it's a Pokemon that can kind of get stuck up in the active spot, and that might be what Connor should try to go for, is just bring those up and try to buy a turn. Jake only had 2 cards in hand. Instead, though, Connor is going to go with the research, ditch that hand, and draw 7 more.
Yep, it's going to be the research here. So this is 7 additional cards, but there's another boss in the hand, at least for future turns. Again, none of those item cards in the hand can be played here for Connor. And it's starting to look like the wheels are turning here in Connor's head. Like, what do I do here with this turn? What is the best decision here with these cards?
Yeah, he does have Forest Sealstone as well. It doesn't look like an energy card was drawn, so Forest Sealstone could be used to search the deck for any single card. Maybe getting an energy attachment for the turn. And it will indeed be the flip of that V-Star marker. Let's see what he grabs.
Yeah, let's see what he grabs. He's going to search through this deck, which is much thinner here now. But yeah, eyeing up that path to the peak here. As we said before, that would shut down the Spidops EX abilities that are currently in play. And that Radiant Alakazam as well. Yep.
It does force Jake to find a replacement stadium. Maybe why Jake also may be debating keeping the Temple of Citadel around for that reason. Path comes down. This Mareep can now retreat. And we can see the Raikou come up and take a knockout. Venomoth, while it is pretty annoying to play against, it does only have 90 HP. So pretty much anything that is in a competitive meta deck is going to be able to take that out.
I mean, if it confused and made it so you couldn't play item cards and was like 200 HP, I'd be so upset, Chip.
Oh, no. So Connor here.
Oh, he fleet-footed?
Yeah, Path to the Peak being in play means you're unable to utilize the fleet-footed to draw that extra card. A little bit of a mishap here for sure. Not a missequence by any means. He had to put the Path to the Peak in play in order to move the Mareep to the bench.
Just overlooking that. Oh, yeah, I did just put that Path to the Peak in play. I can't use abilities either. Stops abilities from our rule box Pokemon. And of course, Raikou V is a rule box Pokemon. So that fleet-footed is not able to be played. We'll have to wait till the judges can resolve how the that game state was broken. But I think it may have just been a shuffle here, Chip.
Yeah, what they did is they revealed the card to both players and now have randomized, shuffled the deck.
Great. So we are moving forward in this game. Now, of course, that Venomoth is going to go down. So Connor Hurst down another prize card, but that second Venomoth coming in to the active position now. Ooh, Bruno, interesting card here. We haven't seen that one in a while, Chip.
It has been a minute since the Rapid Strike Malamar days, I feel like.
Yeah, true.
Pretty decent supporter card. There's just kind of better options for most decks in the format, but in single prize decks like this, Bruno is actually pretty strong. You shuffle your hand into your deck and then you draw 4 cards. Not a great effect, but if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your last turn, you get to actually shuffle in and draw 7 new cards.
Yeah, so it's one of these supporters that we see oftentimes with the decks like this that have a bunch of single prizers that you're banking on going down because then you get to draw into more cards.
I think Jake missed the grass energy here, though.
How many grass does that actually play?
It is 7. There's quite a few, and another thing is there's not a replacement Venonat right now. So Jake, it really probably needs to retreat this Venomoth, run away to a Tarantula, something like that, and hope that Connor does not have a way to take the knockout. but actually is just attaching to this active, or attaching, excuse me, to the benched Spidops. So Venomoth can go down here. It will just be a pass.
Wow, it's going to be a pass with that Venomoth. Only 90 HP left in the active, so that's going to be going down for sure. Connor Hurst on the other side here now, able to kind of do whatever with this turn here. Establish the board a bit more, take another knockout, and hopefully take the rest of the lead in this game. I think we did see a prize penalty from Connor's side, so it looks like Jake has less prize cards to take.
Yeah, Connor now with the opportunity to play item cards, kind of breathes a sigh of relief. Will ditch 2 cards with the Ultra Ball, and I think gonna take the opportunity to get Flaffy in play, maybe try to get some more energy. I think if we go to another game here, depending on who wins this one in game number 1, I would definitely like to see Connor kind of adjust what he's done in this game. Yeah. I really don't think you want to have all these benched Pokemon in play for your opponent to try to
do whatever with, really.
Yeah, stall up in the active, something like that. Will be the generator here.
All right, and the generator is going to get at least 1 lightning energy here for Connor to be able to accelerate. That's all our generators. But yeah, as you said, Chip, it's interesting to see how this game has played out so far. Of course, Connor, I doubt, has played a lot against this deck.
Right.
Definitely has seen it around because there was a reaction there when the cards were first flipped. But who knows if Connor's even played against this. So maybe just kind of stuck in the, this is what I do with my Miraidon deck. And we could see some adjustments now that we've run through an entire game with these players so far.
It will just be Lightning Rondo taking the KO, and Jake now a whole turn away from attacking with a Venomoth. He needs to find a way to get a Venonat into play. He needs to get into another Venomoth on the next turn, and if I'm remembering right, Jake did prize a Venomoth, and there's already 2 in the discard pile, so he's going to have to find Super Rod or Clara. We already saw the Clara hit the discard pile, so it's going to have to be Super Rod to get those pieces back. He needs some help here for sure.
Yeah, that Tarantula being put into the active here, kind of a sacrificial spider at the moment. And we're seeing another Iono here from Jake. So both these players going to draw into some cards. Of course, Connor is only going to draw into 3 now that there's only 3 prize cards left on that side, whereas Jake is going to get 6.
Yeah, it's going to still be 6. Has not taken a prize card yet. Even
though
the prize
those
penalty
are red
is
ones.
there.
Yeah.
Right. Even though the prize penalty is in play, you still do get 6 cards. You still have 6 prize cards. We do see Trekking Shoes.
Yep. Trekking Shoes going to come into play. So you draw a card and you get to either discard it and draw another one or keep that card in your hands. It was a Venonat, though. So that Venonat is going straight to the hand here for Jake and into a Nest Ball as well. Nest Ball searching out another basic Pokemon for Jake. Just taking a quick look through the deck as well. Going to grab probably another Venonat.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be the choice. I like this decision here. You've got 1 in hand. Go get 1 out of the deck. You don't really need Nest Ball for anything else, so you just, you could bench a Venonat, but then you'd feel kind of silly if next turn you went to draw your card and it was the other one.
Yeah.
So use the Nest Ball, thin it out of the deck. Really smart sequencing.
Very smart sequencing indeed. We're going to see finally that grass energy that we've been looking for. There's also another one in the hand for future turns, but this is going to be the energy attachment for turn. It looks like Jake is really debating whether or not to put this onto this Spidops EX on the bench or not, but is going to opt to put that down and then just pass it back over to Connor now.
Will be the pass to Connor, who finds an energy for the Raichu. If he's got something like Boss's Orders, Raichu actually could come up and take a 2 prize KO on a Spidops. Doesn't need to necessarily do that this turn with 3 prizes remaining. I think you're fine just taking the 1 prize and then hoping at some point with enough energy cards built up in play, your Raichu can 1-hit KO one of these Spidops EX.
Yep, Connor's just 3 prize cards away from taking this first game in our game 1 potentially. So just thinking through what he wants to do, but it's just going to take another prize card off of that Tarantula. And Jake is going to choose who to promote into the active here. It's going to be, of course, that Venonat that came down last turn, but we still need to see the Venomoth. But Ultra Ball was the draw for turn here for Jake.
Yeah, and with that 3rd Venomoth, I believe, in the prizes. I'm not sure if we've seen a Super Rod yet this game, but There may not
Oh
be.
yeah, I don't think there is one actually. But Jake did just take a look through the deck, but maybe overlooked that. Did play the Ultra Ball here.
So Jake does have an Iono. So what he can do is go for the Iono. Yeah,
Ooh,
it looks like he's conceding here, recognizes that it's pretty low odds to get what he needs. He could have gone for the Iono, tried to find Super Odd plus a searching card to get a Venomoth into play, but recognized he was kind of too far behind. All his opponent needs to do realistically is flip a heads, right?
Yep.
And then the game is over. So let's just pack it up, go to game number 2, and see if we can find a way to maneuver things differently in this next one.
Yeah, Connor Hurst taking down our game 1 here with Miraidon EX against this very interesting deck within Spidox. EX and Venomoth, of course. I think the huge whiff there for Jake was just, again, not having that Venonat lined up, ready to go, and then, of course, whiffing that energy, not being able to attack with that Venomoth that was in the active either. So hopefully for Jake, things can go well here. Again, Connor played that collapsed stadium at the perfect time to limit that bench space and really disrupt Jake, and he just wasn't able to get back from that, unfortunately. So I'm interested to see how this next game plays out here, and to see if the initial setup is as good as we saw last time for Jake as well, because we saw all those Pokemon out initially. If that doesn't happen, I feel like it could be way clunkier. What do you think, Chip?
Yeah, and also the other thing for Jake, too, is that he did miss the turn 2 attack. He missed the turn 2 Venomoth and the energy. So if he can do that this game, maybe things look a little bit different. Overall, as Connor, I think you're feeling pretty decent. The path to the peak, you know, we mentioned the collapse stadium, but the path to the peak, that other stadium really was massive as well, being able to turn off those spot ops, get that retreat, and move into something else.
All right, so there's the prize cards for both our players. And we're kicking off this game 2 in our round 4 stream match here for you all. Tarantula going to be our active here for Jake, and we're going to see a Battle VIP pass as well. So, you know, we were debating if we're going to see all those Pokemon that we saw last game, and it looks like that is going to be the case. We're going to see that round. Oh, sorry. I guess it's 2 round boys coming out here, Chip, in that Venonat and the Tarantula as well. An additional level ball is going to bring another Pokemon out. So no worries here on the lack of Pokemon.
Yeah, pretty good theme here from Jake, I would say. Lots of round Pokemon.
Round Pokemon.
You've got Level Ball, that's round as well. You know, that's in the deck. We've got, what?
You should start
Ultra Ball.
circling
Ultra
all the
Ball's
circles,
around.
Chip. Just start circling them.
1,
there you go. We got
2,
many
3,
circles here.
4. Trekking shoes, that's not very round.
No, that's not very round.
It's off theme.
Well, we'll see what Jake is able to get off of this trekking shoes. It must be something good. Oh, another round.
Another
round partner indeed, but not going to come down just yet. We're just going to see that grass come down first onto that bench Venonat, and then is going to put that third Venonat in play. So,
you know what I noticed about the energy symbol, Boo?
What's that?
It's round.
It's round. I thought you were about to say it's a leaf, because it's called grass, but it's a leaf. It makes no sense to me, but yeah, it is round indeed, Chip. That is true. Well, we will see what Connor is able to do on this first turn. Such an awkward first turn in the last game, so hopefully it's a bit better here. We have that Miraidon EX in the active, which is going to allow Connor to just pop off a tandem unit right away, get a nice look through the deck, as well as bring out those other lightning Pokemon.
It will be, tandem unit does find at least one Raikou here. Thinking about the other choices, this hand is not super good at this point. Doesn't look like a hand that's going to be capable of pulling off the turn 1 attack right now. I don't even see a great draw supporter. Looks like just a boss's orders. It's kind of an awkward start here for Connor. Definitely going to have to maneuver away here to figure something out. If only Tandem Unit could maybe go get the Squawkabilly, I think that would be pretty solid. But
yeah, true.
Only gets the Lightning Pokemon.
Yep, Squawkabilly is not yellow. Indeed, it is going to be that colorless Pokemon. So we'll see what Connor does here. Going really slow. We still have 26 minutes left on the clock, though. That game 1 didn't really take too long for our players, but just going slow, thinking things out. We are going to see that Mareep the Sheep come down onto the field here for Connor. So it's looking like, honestly, kind of setting up the board as we saw last time, Chip.
We do see the attach return and a switch card. It looks like maybe fleet-footed, hoping for a little bit of help.
Yeah, fleet-footed. Oh,
okay.
Wow. just drawing into the Squawkabilly from the fleet-footed. That is pretty epic. Wow, he's not going to use it, though. He's actually just going to hold on to it and pass over to Jake now.
Yeah, I like that decision. Connor is holding on to a Path to the Peak in the hand, and we saw how important that card could be in this matchup. So ditching that for a Squawkabilly doesn't really seem worth it.
Very true, Chip. Yeah, you got to hold on to all of your important resources, as we said, especially going up against one of these slow decks, primarily one prize decks. Got to hold on to what you can. That's going to disrupt that and kind of turn things in your favor. So we're going to see Jake now lining things up. We saw the Iono to start off the turn here for both of our players. So both drawing into 6 prize cards.
And we do see Ultra Ball. We see a Grass Energy. We see another Spidops, I think, in the hand as well. Jake has got everything he needs to pull off the turn 2 Perplexing Powder, and all Connor could do on his turn was play one single item card. So Connor's deck is now going to be full of cards that are unable to be utilized.
Yep, we're going to see that attach into the retreat on the Tarantula. Venomoth coming up here, Spidops EX. Going to be evolved into on the bench as well, and that is exactly right. Perplexing Powder, not only going to confuse that Raikou V in the active position, but also not allow Connor to play any item cards at the moment. So there is a couple supporters there in the hand for Sealstone. Also going to come down here.
Able to be played. It does say it's an item card, but let's remember that tool card errata. They are 2 different types of cards now. Tool cards are their own classification, so they can still be played even though Venomoth attacked last turn.
Which I believe is how it used to be, right? Like,
no, this
is
the
were
first
separate?
time it's been different.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Tool cards have basically always been item cards.
So now they're totally separate here. So that is something that can be played, which is definitely cool to see. Ooh, we're going to see that collapsed stadium. We saw how pivotal it was in our last game, and it's coming down once again here for Connor.
Yeah, and with 4 Pokemon already on the bench for Jake, going to be unable to have a spot for something like that Alakazam, that Radiant Alakazam to move the damage around. Connor here kind of debating what to do. I think he does still have Fleet-Footed available. I don't know if he's used it just yet, but he also can just attack, flip the coin, and I think that's what we're going to see. Here we go, Lightning Rondo, and it is a Tails, so Connor will damage himself.
Yeah.
Raikou taking 30.
Taking 30 damage. The confusion is in effect for sure here for Connor. And now we're over to Jake. That's exactly what Jake wanted to see. Just taking more damage, stacking up those damage counters, and we're going to see another Iono here. I feel like we've seen one of these almost every single turn here for Jake. So you can see this is a very pivotal part of the strategy here for Jake. If you know you're going to be behind on prize cards eventually in the game as well, and you need that draw support, it's a great card to have.
Do see an Ultra Ball in the hand. This can maybe get another Venomoth. You just want to make sure you have everything you need to
prep.
Keep this stream of attackers going. All it takes is for Connor to hit one 50-50, right? Hit one single heads on the attack, and you're going to need a replacement Venomoth ASAP.
Yeah, and you see that pretty often in, I mean, this is a kind of a different variation of a control deck, but it definitely is sort of controlling what you can do and controlling your board state. I mean, you can't play any items, so that's rough, but you definitely see a lot of setup here and a lot of moments where you have to have things aligned, because if you miss that one card, your opponent can just absolutely capitalize on that and swing the game right around. And we saw that multiple times in our last game for Jake, whiffing that energy and that knockout, and of course that Venonat being down. So we'll see what Connor chooses to do here now that that Venomoth has added some additional damage to the field, and of course Perplexing Powder is still in play.
Yeah, I think seeing the second Raikou come down could be really strong. I think it's probably your best attacker. It's super energy efficient, only has one retreat, so when you play the path, you can move it into another one. I wonder if it's actually in the prize cards, though, as we have not seen anything grabbed here off of Tandem Unit.
Oh yeah, just shuffling up here now for Connor. All right, so
here we go.
Fleet-footed.
Yeah, can use it this time. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, making sure there. I believe that's a
Ultra Ball.
Oh, an Ultra Ball. I thought it was a boss for a second. It's kind of like same colors, but Ultra Ball going to be drawn into the hand off that Fleet-footed. We also haven't seen the energy attachment for turn yet, so Connor's going to get that done for sure on this turn.
And I think we're just going to have to go for the Lightning Rondo again. You got to hit a heads at some point, right?
50-50 chance. All right,
Ooh.
Path to the Peak.
Interesting
into
turn
play.
to try to utilize the path.
Yeah, it's going to bump that collapsed stadium here.
And it is a heads hit. That
Ooh.
will be a knockout. Connor takes a prize. Jake loses Venomoth.
Wow. So, yep, that is awesome. That's what you want to see get going on taking these prize cards here, taking out these Venomoth that are disrupting you so much. And, of course, not taking your damage and not taking the knockout is also good as well. Jake going to kick off this turn with a Bruno. Now that that Venomoth has gone down, we're going to be able to see the full utilization of that card to draw into 7 cards to the hands.
Yep, perfect turn to play the Bruno without a doubt. Going to be looking for maybe that Alakazam to get moving. A replacement stadium definitely is high on the priority list. And actually, that's probably the best stadium that Jake could have drawn here. That Pokemon League headquarters. Attacks used by each basic Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponents, of course, do cost 1 colorless more. So will force Connor to either find another replacement stadium or put an additional energy onto this Raikou, which is another just big commitment that you don't want to have to make if you don't have to.
Yep, of course, Jake is playing all these evolution Pokemon, so it's not really applicable if you're not playing basics on Jake's side of the field. So that's pretty nice. We're just going to see that Venomoth number 2 coming into play here with this perplexing powder. The Raikou V is still confused, so it's continuing to be confused here on our field for Connor. But yeah, that underlayer of that Pokemon League headquarters adding that additional energy to be needed from Connor, and we're going to see the attachment to the bench here from Connor.
Yeah, this tells me that Connor is either ready to force Sealstone for a stadium or already has one in the hand, and I actually didn't notice one in the hand, so I think it will be the use of this Forest Sealstone on the Raichu. Even getting out a path to the peak seems pretty solid here, too. Also could play a supporter to see if you just draw it naturally, and I think that is what we will see first as Judge comes into play.
Yeah, both of these players going to shuffle up and draw into 4 cards, so we'll see if Connor is able to draw into that here chip.
And it's a pretty good turn to play the Judge as well. You know your opponent just filled their hand up pretty large with the Bruno that they played on the previous turn. So take this opportunity, limit them as much as possible, and of course you are crossing your fingers and hoping that you're going to get the heads flip on this confusion.
All right, 4 cards here for Connor and of course for Jake as well. Let's see what Connor gets.
I don't see a stadium. We do have Fleet-Footed to utilize still as well.
Oh, and it's just the Squawkabilly going to join the hand off that Fleet-Footed, so not able to be utilized here for Connor.
Yeah, going to have to commit the Forest Sealstone now. Would have liked to have saved it if he could have, but definitely still just worth going for. If I'm Connor, though, I'm going to be crossing my fingers that there's not another one of those things I have to try to deal with. As Connor has already utilized several stadium cards. I think this is his 3rd stadium now coming into play.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. Forest Sealstone going to flip over that VSTAR marker. You can only use 1 per game, and that is going to get that bump for the stadium here that Connor needed. Any card. What a nice tool card to have for sure.
I think the ideal turn to play it would have been maybe like next turn if you could retreat into the Miraidon to like guarantee the attack, something like that. But this is what Connor...
get out of your confusion.
Yeah, kind of has to do here. Just go for the confusion. And it is going to be a Tails. That's 30 more damage stacking up onto Raikou V.
Yep, 30 more damage there onto Connor, hitting himself essentially, and we're back over to Jake now. Venomoth, of course, still in the active after that confusion did not hit through. Trekking Shoes going to discard a Nest Ball and go for that second card that was drawn. Was it the Venomoth of the Trekking Shoes?
Yep, pretty solid hit.
Nice. Venomoth going to be evolved into immediately here. Then we're going to see this Clara as well.
Yeah, can grab a couple energy cards, can grab a 1/1 line of that Venomoth to bring back into play. Pretty strong. Of course, if you do bench this Venonat, you don't have any bench space remaining for Alakazam, which you might want later down the line, but you're assuming something's going to get KO'd, and eventually you'll be able to utilize it.
Yep, so that Venonat is going to come down here after that. Clara brings it all back into the hands. Of course, in addition to that energy, going to come down onto the field on that Venomoth.
Just stacking up the damage more and more. And now here's where Connor needs to ask if it's worth it to go for the confusion flip. Because now if you flip Tails, your Raikou gets KO'd.
Yeah, it was kind of a ticking timer there for Connor, and things are starting to look a little tricky here for sure. So we'll see what Connor chooses to do here now. Of course, we do have that energy in hand already for Connor to be able to attach, line it up on that Miraidon EX to fully charge it up.
It does have the Iono. Is now the time to try to see a few more cards? Looks like it is. Both players now shuffling their hands to the bottom of the deck and draw a card for each of those remaining prize cards. Connor here will be able to commit the retreat with that Path to the Peak being in play. It does negate the Spite Ops. They're no longer increasing the retreat cost
the trap
of
territory.
These Pokemon. Yep. So we can see that Raikou now go to the bench, Miraidon coming active, and this is a guaranteed attack.
Guaranteed attack here from Connor, as well as that Bravery Charm going to come down, help out that Raikou V as far as the HP. We're going to see the attack to knock out that Venomoth now that has been kind of stuck there in the active. An additional prize card here for Connor. And we're back over to Jake. Luckily for Jake, got into another Venomoth in that last turn, which was huge. We're going to see that basic grass energy come down onto the Spite Ops EX on the bench as well into another Trekking Shoes to get some more options to the hand.
Jake does have Boss's Orders in the hand, finds another one here off the shoes as well. I think this would have been a pretty good time to try to stall something in the active spot, but the big problem is, of course, this Path to the Peak. It turns off those Spite Ops, and everything on Connor's side of the field has just one retreat. So if you bring anything up, your opponent just needs one single energy and they'll be able to move it to the bench. So it's not worth doing unless you could also replace the stadium.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for sure. So we'll have to see what Jake is able to do here, but we're going to see that Super Rod.
Now, the fortunate thing for Jake is that Miraidon cannot attack in consecutive turns. That's the effect of the Photon Blaster.
True.
So it cannot attack. Connor will just have to pass. So you're guaranteed to buy yourself at least a turn here, more than likely. The problem would be if the Path to the Peak does not get removed and Connor finds another energy to put onto, like the Raikou, for example, in order to be able to bring it to the active and attack.
Ooh, we're going to have to see how this plays out. Chip, we saw that Super Rod shuffling back and then into the Bruno. Of course, something was knocked out on the last turn, so drawing into 7 cards, and that Temple of Sinnoh was one of those cards. That's going to come into play, shutting down any special energy cards, but also bumping that Path to the Peak out of the way. Radiant Alakazam is going to have room now on the bench to come down as well and spread around some damage counters potentially here for Jake. And we'd also see another Venomoth now that Super Rod was played to shuffle some stuff back into the deck here.
So Jake's got the setup.
That's it, yeah.
This is the board that you want to get to, but now you just have to try to piece together a way to take all 6 of your prize cards, and maybe more so than find a way to take all 6 of your prize cards, you need to find a way to deny your opponent taking all 6 of theirs.
Yep, and of course Connor is sitting at 4 prize cards right now. Also, unfortunately, sitting with a confused Miraidon EX as well as a bulky Miraidon EX, thanks to those Spite Ops trapping it with its little spider strings in the active position there. So we'll see what Connor is able to do here. How many stadiums have we really seen from both of our players so far, Chip?
Yeah, I think this is 3 down for Connor. He played the Collapsed early, played a path to bump his own Collapsed, and then played that other path to bump the Pokemon League HQ. So now 1 Path to the Peak remaining in deck for Connor. And that's kind of hard to draw just a one-of card. If you're not able to thin with your item cards, you're limited to just playing your 1 supporter per turn. We'll see what he can make happen.
Of course, that VSTAR was already used to search out that Path to the Peak last time. So we'll have to just see the draw into it here from Connor. We're going to see that energy attachment for the turn here for Connor. That single energy.
And, of course, Connor not able to attack.
Yeah.
Does just have to pass.
Yep, just has to pass here because that Miraidon EX's last move. And it's stuck up in the active. Jake on this side of the field now has the opportunity to play that Boss's Orders. Bruno was the supporter in the last turn to get into those cards, get that stadium. But now Boss's Orders is going to be the choice here to get that Mareep up into the active. Keep it there as long as possible and continue to spread around these damage counters.
And honestly,
confusing.
I mean, I'm being serious when I say this as Connor. I think that you're going for the attack with the Mareep, and you're hoping to flip tails. You're hoping that this Mareep gets KO'd, and that you get the opportunity to bring your Miraidon back to the active spot. Even though you know it's going to get hit and confused, you at least give yourself a chance to do something. You at least give yourself a 50-50 to attack and take a knockout.
Did you ever think you'd be
He's
saying
doing it.
that,
He's
Chip?
doing it. And he does flip heads.
It is a heads.
And you can see Connor even shaking his head, kind of saying, I wanted tails in that spot.
How has it come to this, Chip? Oh, my goodness.
And we are going to see now Jake just using that Alakazam, moving that damage over to this Raikou V, trying to cash in on that damage from earlier on in the game.
Take some prize cards.
And take a couple prizes, exactly.
Yep, just going to be that perplexing powder. Everything is set up here for Jake. It's just whether or not he can figure out the rest of the strategy and hope it continues to go well here.
Connor here is considering playing boss, and honestly, this is a pretty tantalizing target, if you ask me. Maybe even the Radiant Alakazam. You haven't seen any switch cards from Jake yet. You don't really know what's in their list. Try to bring one of these Pokemon into the active potentially, and just pass for the turn, and hope that maybe Jake doesn't have a way to move him.
Return stall in a way.
And it is the tails. Mareep goes down. Jake gets a prize. Connor now will be able to promote this Miraidon EX.
All right, here we go. Miraidon coming into the active here now for Connor. After, of course, that tails flip. So we're over on to Jake's side. That single prize card. This is our first prize card taken off of that Mareep for Jake.
Oh, and we might actually see Jake here now go on the aggressive. So this is a good response for this play. Spidops not only useful for its trap territory, but it has the wire hang attack. And you might say, well, Miraidon's got just one retreat. Not right now. It's got 4 retreats. So that wire hang is dealing a base 210 damage.
Yep.
And even with that Temple of Sinnoh, it doesn't
it
reduce the damage.
The double turbo. That's awesome. So
wow.
It's just a
perfect math.
That is perfect math indeed. We're going to see Spidops EX take a knockout here on Miraidon EX, taking down a bulky, powerful Pokemon in our meta here today from just a nice little spider hanging here. Connor going to respond here by promoting that Raichu V into the active position. I got to say, Chip, I'm so hyped right now.
Yes, crazy moments that we're seeing happen in this game.
I love this.
And to be honest as well in this spot, I mean, that was a great turn from Jake. Took a lot of prizes, cleared Connor's biggest threat off the board, but it does come at a cost. Venomoth did not attack. Connor can now play all of these item cards that he's been holding on to for multiple turns at this point.
Yeah, this is really the opportunity Connor has to get things done on this turn here. We're going to see the Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards here to bring out another Pokemon. It's going to be another Mareep coming down onto the field here for Connor.
Another Mareep hitting the field. Still wanting to try to get the Flaffy into play to get some energy cards back, it looks like. We will see Electric Generator as well. Looking at the top 5, do we see a couple energy cards?
Ooh, yeah, we do indeed, Chip. 2 energy cards here off of that Electric Generator. Going to be put onto the benched Pokemon here now. So Connor is getting the full utilization of these item cards in this turn. It's exactly what he wants to be doing at this point in time. Establish his board even more here and just left with a couple supporters, I believe, in the hands now.
And by discarding all of the energy in play, Connor will be able to take out this Spidops. There's so much going for Spidops already. It's got a decent attack, an annoying ability, and it's got a pretty hefty amount of HP as well, 260. So Connor is going to be forced to ditch a bunch of energy cards, but that's a huge card to play right now, Boo.
Yeah, that is huge indeed. We're going to see the Iono here.
Perfect time to play it right after your opponent took a KO and right before you're going to take your own KO. And finds a couple more Electric Generator.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that's even better because if you're having to discard your energy, having more energy available to you is what you want. So
that's
awesome.
The nature of not being able to play your item cards for the
game.
entire game. They just stick around in your deck, so you're going to draw them in the mid to late game.
All right, Connor is going to bring out that Flying Pikachu V here onto the bench.
Do see a couple of generators. Let's see how they're played and where do these energies want to go.
If there is energies, there weren't that many left in the deck after we saw the shuffle. It's going to be a whiff on that first electric generator here from Connor. So going to have to shuffle up here in order to play another one.
And does have one in hand. Also a Bravery Charm drawn as well, so that's a way you could make one of these Pokemon maybe stick around a little longer. Could be solid too.
Second electric generator just off screen there, unfortunately for Connor, but it looks like another whiff. There were only a couple energy that I saw in the deck, so neither of them were able to get that energy out of the deck and onto the field. So both just going to join everything else in the discard pile here. And here we go. We're seeing the discard of all of these energy. Now, every single energy that was on the board to take out that Spidops EX, deal just enough damage to take it down. And Jake is promoting straight back into that Venomoth.
And a great draw for turn here was that Bruno. Pretty great time to play that down and draw yourself a bunch of cards. And normally, as Jake, with this deck, you are kind of relying on getting a little lucky, right? You're relying on your opponent flipping some tails on their confusion flips. But in a spot like this, where Connor just had to clear all energy cards out of play, you don't even have to get lucky. You're just putting the damage in play. You're confusing your opponent. And even if Connor draws an energy, the best he could do would be to use that first attack on the Raichu, which is probably not worth it.
Absolutely. It's come down to this here. This is everything that Jake has done with the deck to get into this moment here now. Of course, we saw that Iono. Chip, you were talking about great time for Connor to play it before he takes these prize cards, but not a great time to see it if you're on Connor's side from your opponent, only being able to draw into 2 cards off of that Iono. And then we're back into the perplexing powder being getting onto the field here, and that Raichu V is now confused.
Arvin will be utilized, searching the deck for a tool card and an item card. Of course, the item not able to be played, but that Bravery Charm, it's fair game.
Indeed. So Connor looking through the deck here, grabbing a switch cards and that Bravery Charm.
Just wishing he could play it.
I know, right? Please. That would be phenomenal, but that Venomoth is still locking the item cards here from Connor's side, and there's nothing he can do about it at this spot in time. So just going to be the attach of that energy.
We're going for the fast charge. No way. There's the flip, and it is a heads.
There you go.
And Connor, trying to set up for a way to make something happen in a future turn here.
Yep, at least going to be able to get that fast charge and accelerate that energy out of the deck here for Connor. And that's going to be the end of the turn here now. Of course, 30 damage on that Raichu from that Venomoth, but we're seeing the boss's orders. The exact same strategy we've seen in both of our games so far here from Jake. Bringing up that Mareep, sticking it in the active, spreading around these damage counters with that Radiant Alakazam.
Yep.
Things are working here for this Venomoth.
And Connor is with this threatening game pretty soon. There's a lot of damage built up on that Raikou V. 240. It only has 10 HP left. He just needs to Alakazam the damage over, and then would only have 1 prize left, would be able to use Spidops to take the knockout on the Mareep. And Connor sees the writing on the wall, concedes. We're going to game 3. Jake, you are getting a win with the Venomoth Spidops deck. Wow, Boo, would not have expected this.
Yeah, it was definitely a grind to get there, but we expected that from this heavily set up deck here. But Jake is taking things down with Spidops EX. The only thing now is, Chip, there's only less than 3 minutes left on the clock between our players. They're 1-1 here, so can still walk away with a tie between them, which still is not bad if you're at a 3-0 record so far in this tournament. But I'm just happy to see Spidops EX come onto the stream and now take a win here against Miraidon.
Yeah, in a spot like this, there's probably only 2 results that could possibly happen. Either this game just doesn't complete, we don't have enough time for the game to complete. Obviously, these players are both going to get set up, and then they'll recognize the situation and say, okay, yeah, we tie. But what also could happen is that Jake could have a kind of slow start, and Connor could, since his deck is so consistent and fast, just take a turn 1, turn 2 knockout and clear Jake's board. and try to prize race in this spot and just hope that Jake doesn't get set up. Jake does have the more set up deck, so in these positions, decks like Connor's are the ones that find themselves being favored.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet. We're going to go to the end of time once these players start playing, but then we still have those 3 additional turns. Ooh. So if Connor can make things work here, could potentially clean up. Wow, look at these prize cards, Chip.
Yeah, a couple of Venonat, and then 3 Lightning Energy for Connor. Neither player really loving it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jake so many times get
Attach
all these
pass.
Pokemon. No! Connor just attaching to the Mareep here, passing over to Jake, and we see 2 Battle VIP pass coming down for Jake. So we're not going to see the lack of Pokemon here, but we are kind of still going to see that because there's 2 Venonat in the prize cards for Jake. So is able to play the Battle VIP pass, but definitely going to switch up the Pokemon that are coming out here with it.
Yeah, this is, maybe I spoke too soon by saying Connor's deck would be the one that could be the aggressor in this spot. If Connor doesn't have anything in hand, you have to imagine there's at least a supporter or something waiting in there that you can't play turn 1. But if Connor just truly has nothing, and Jake can get a turn 2 Venonat with an energy, it does 2-hit KO a Marie.
Gosh. Yeah, this is actually going to come down heavily on the top deck for Connor here. See what can happen. Those boss's orders being stuck in the hand as the supporters here for Connor for the future turn. Jake having all these Pokemon out here ready to evolve. Ooh,
does find an Iono.
Very, very nice.
Connor can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that is great to see here. So Connor's going to be able to shuffle all these cards that were unplayable now going to the bottom of the deck, which is going to allow both of these players to draw into 6 new cards for their prize cards. Here in play. So Connor going to get fresh 6 cards, not have to worry about those current unplayable cards, and hopefully get some Pokemon out.
Yeah, hopefully get some Pokemon out. I think time has expired, so we'll get confirmation, but Connor should be turn 0 here most likely. Doesn't find a Miraidon, but at least gets a Raichu V, it looks like.
Yep, going to see the energy attachment onto that Raichu V on the bench here. And
still not much going on.
Oh, yeah, just going to have to pass over to Jake now.
Hey, don't forget. Mareep here. It's dealing a little bit of damage, okay?
Oh, yes,
10 damage.
Sorry. We have the 10 damage here on that Venonat. Yeah, I think these players both see what's going on here. They're just going to take the tie between both of them. So both of the undefeated records are now 3-0-1 currently in Peoria.
What a game, Boo. What a slog fest. Venomoth, excuse me, just slamming into these lightning type Pokemon.
There was Venonats over there.
Hey, yeah, they were chilling. They were rolling around down there on the bench.
Yep.
But it does end up being a tie here. Yeah, I have to wonder maybe in game number 2 if Connor could have limited 1 or 2 more things being put into play. Maybe he could have snuck out the win in game number 2. Of course, after winning game 1, it was in a solid position. But as it stands, these players both are going to come away with 1 match point apiece.
I mean, it's still awesome to see both of these decks here. Miraidon was unable to take the win in our first stream match. Now this stream match taking a tie here, but you know, seeing Spidops, EX, and Venomoth on our stream is definitely not something I expected. But I also want to mention to you all, we're adding some chat interactivity to this stream. You can actually vote on our next match that's coming up here for your stream. So if you you don't want to see any more Miraidon, maybe, why don't you vote for one of those 4 options that we have coming up here?
It's going to be over on the Twitch channel in Twitch chat. You'll be able to vote over there. Be sure to check it out and let us know who you are hoping to see coming up next.
Yeah, I think that is awesome, Chip. You know, we always have a very active Twitch chat with everybody watching the stream, so it's cool that we get to kind of involve them in the stream, and maybe you see the deck that you want to see out of those options.
Yeah, without a doubt. So if you're watching maybe over on YouTube or something like that, maybe just sneak over to Twitch, maybe check it out, see if you can get your vote in, and make your voice heard so that we can maybe see your favorite player, your favorite deck. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. Are we going to say what decks people are playing, what just players that we're going to be
I think it's for deck
potentially?
Options, I believe.
Okay, interesting.
So we'll see. We'll have to see how it
you guys will
happens.
Find out as we do, most likely.
Yes,
so.
Exactly. New option for us here on the stream, but always great to have. But yeah, you could see another potential match like that. I mean, we'll have to see what the options are, but I don't know if Spidops is going to be one of those options, though, Chip.
Yeah, that might have been our one chance to see Venomoth and Spidops on the stream, possibly ever. So
Yeah,
I think
so
we had
true.
to jump at the opportunity there.
Absolutely.
Pretty cool to get to feature something like that. That's one of the things I see most often from people is that they just want to see unique decks. And I think that Venomoth Spidops absolutely fits that bill.
Oh, definitely. And it's nice to put that out there on a stream. I mean, I love the players that are able to bring these decks that some people just are saying, oh, that's not going to compete with the meta here. But
Yeah.
when we see that player get a breakthrough, 3-0 start with a deck like that, it's just great. Because then we can feature on the stream and put it in front of more eyes. And now maybe more people want to try out Spidops and kind of see where it can go as far as the deck
Yeah,
list.
I'm going to stay off PTCGL for a couple days, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to be messing with
Yeah,
that.
no
I'm going to hop
Spidops on
on
the
there and
ladder.
start playing it, Chip. I'm going to be one of those people.
Yeah, oh, gosh.
I love Spidops. It's so cute. Everyone hated on me so much
Keep it on
about
the
liking
casual
this
ladder
card.
at least, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, just destroy my ELO over there. But yeah, no, I love this Pokemon for sure, and it's really cool to see it. And like I said, I was checking out decks, kind of seeing how our metagame has shifted a bit. And this deck was on there. It was just very far down the list. And usually you're going to see, the several decks that we have kind of in the top of our roster being played out here. The great thing about our meta now is it is not only just a bunch of decks, but they all have such a close proximity of how well they do in these tournaments too.
Yeah.
And it kind of plays into itself with our metagame, because then if you can't really predict what people are going to play because there's so many options out there, then kind of things that maybe some people think wouldn't win end up winning. And then we see how that shifts into the next meta. And I just love that there's so many decks you can pick up that have different strategies and really kind of join playing us in any strategy you like.
Well, I do think we've got some posts from people over on social media that we're going to get to share in a moment. One of my favorite things about these events is getting to see how people are enjoying them. We've got Maddox here, first regional of the season. Good luck, and let's have some fun. Hopefully Maddox has had a good start to the day here. Love to see people out here enjoying the game. And be sure, if you want to get your post featured, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to have a chance to get it up here.
Yeah, that is awesome. We love to see all of your guys' pictures here from the event, or maybe watch parties at home. Here we have another one playing in Peoria Pokemon Regionals today. I'll keep good luck to everyone. I'll keep this thread updated throughout the day. We love to see this as well from our players here. JG Panda coming in here and keeping us updated online with the results.
Yeah, we got to go check that thread.
Yeah.
How's Panda doing? We got to stay up to date. Love that World's dice box up there. That was one of the first things I grabbed at the World Store this year.
Me too.
I was definitely a big fan of getting my hands on that.
Absolutely, yeah. We love to see that from our players, Keep everybody updated online, too, for who's rooting for you out here. I mean, we have, over 1,700 Masters players in this tournament here today. So there's a ton of people out there that have player groups. They have family rooting them on. Maybe they're locals here to Peoria, and they're able to come play in a tournament right down the street from them. It's always awesome to see. But, I mean, we have so many players out there. There's going to be a huge variety of people to meet.
Of course, if you want to interact with us, best place to do it is over on social media. Be using that hashtag #PlayPokemon just about anywhere you can find us. Post it, we'll see it, and maybe we'll get it up here on the screen.
Absolutely. We love hearing from you all and getting your opinions there. So I believe our poll should have been concluded here now for what you guys are
I think it is up right now is what I'm hearing.
Up?
Yeah, so
okay, perfect.
Get your votes in. Let us know who you want to
in.
see. Looks like there's some pretty good choices what we're seeing over here. So I'm excited to see what these players have chosen to bring and what our chat is hoping to see happen.
Yeah, so it looks like I think it might just not be the decks. Maybe it's just the players that they choose on. At least that's how we're reading it at the moment. So we'll have to see who you guys are going to opt to see on our stream. This is definitely a way that you get to vote for a player that you root for throughout our tournaments. We only get to see so many games here featured on the stream. So the fact that you can vote and hopefully get one that you want in the chat is really cool feature for sure.
Cool deal. Yeah, well, we'll get that next game up and running very soon. Let your voice be heard. Let us know who you want to see. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick little break, but you're not going to want to go anywhere. Round 5 is coming up soon.
I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to run through the Obsidian Flames expansion, what cards are in it, and the impact it will have on our metagame. So first of all, let's address the elephant in the room, the absolutely stunning Terra Charizard EX. This card is the poster boy of the Obsidian Flames expansion, and for very good reason. First up, being a dark type, it inherently has such an advantage in this metagame. This lets Charizard have a massive advantage over cards like Mew VMAX and Gardevoir EX, instantly just by being able to hit them for 2 times weakness damage. And with Mew VMAX being the current world champion deck, and Gardevoir's, well, meeting it in the finals, that puts Charizard in a pretty good place to be. Its attack, Burning Darkness, does 180 damage, plus 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. This is a very powerful attack, allowing you to efficiently trade 2 shots at the start of the game with Pokemon like Arceus VSTAR and Giratina VSTAR, for example. And then in the late game, once your opponent has taken 4 or more prizes, you can start to swing for massive one-hit KOs with Charizard. It doesn't stop there though for Charizard EX, since it also has the ability Infernal Rain, which when you evolve into Charizard EX, allows you to attach 3 fire energies from your deck to your Pokemon in any way you like. Do you actually understand how strong this is? This, at face value, lets one use of Infernal Rain set up at least one Charizard and get another one 50% ready to go too. However, Infernal Rain has another use, one that gives Charizard decks much more of a solid early game presence, and that's by piling those energies onto Arceus VSTAR. Not only does Arceus VSTAR provide a strong early game presence by firing off Trinity Novas for as high as 230 damage if you have a choice band attached, because you are no longer reliant on double turbo energy now. But Arceus also gives you access to Starbirth, a V-Star power that allows you to grab any 2 cards from your deck. This makes getting a turn 2 Charizard EX much easier, since you can just Starbirth for Rare Candy and Charizard combo. This Arceus Charizard deck can even run other attackers like Delphox V to help with a Lost Box matchup, since its magical fire attack can do 120 damage to the active and then 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon too. This is fantastic for taking 2 prize KO turns on 1 prize attacking decks. So now that we have covered the juggernaut that is Charizard EX, what else is there in Obsidian Flames then? Well, Pidgeot EX is the next obvious standout. Pidgeot has the bonkers ability Quick Search. This lets you grab any card from your deck once per turn. Having access to your whole deck every turn is very strong and opens up the door to some really cool combinations. Of course, the limiting factor though for Pidgeot is that it's a stage 2, meaning the decks that can really efficiently use it are much more limited. Decks like Chien-Pao, Charizard and Gardevoir can all really run Pidgeot EX, since they're already running cards like Rare Candy. And I'm sure all of those archetypes would adore being able to get any card from their deck once per turn, right? But there are some other fringe cards you might want to keep your eye out for from Obsidian Flames. Glimmora EX. This has a strong ability Dust Field that forces your opponent to only have 3 bench Pokemon while Glimmora EX is in the act. When you actually think about the top decks in our format, decks like Miraidon, Gardevoir, Mew VMAX, Lost Box, Giratina, all of these decks love to go wide and have a ton of Pokemon in play. Glimmora can stop that right there in its tracks, meaning it's something you have to take seriously. However, its attack is the Achilles heel of the deck, since with 2 fighting energy you can use Poisonous Gem that does 140 damage and poisons your active. And while you can use Radiant Sneasler to pump up that poison damage by 2 in between turns, giving you a total output of 170, this damage still isn't realistically high enough. However, you can make this deck even more disruptive by playing a Solrock Lunatone package, as Lunatone has the ability New Moon, which activates when you have Solrock in play too. And this makes it where stadiums in play do not affect your Pokemon. This allows you to slam Path to the Peak in play, and it will have no effects on your Rulebox Pokemon, only turning off the abilities of your opponent's Pokemon like Charizard EX, Arceus VSTAR, and even Radiant Greninja, all while leaving your Radiant Sneasler and Glimmora EX's abilities still online. This combination of ability lock and bench lock can be absolutely devastating to play around, so keep an eye out for it. Town Store is the next card I would like to draw your attention to. It is a stadium card that lets you search out a tool card from your deck once per turn. After the tool card reclassification that stops trainer search like Irida from searching for tools, this makes Town Store one of the best ways to search tool cards out currently, So decks like Lost Box could play this card to make use of some other tools like Cleansing Gloves, so Cram Rank can now KO Cresselia in Gardevoir, or making finding a Forest Seal Stone in Turbo Lost Box builds that much easier. So that wraps up our Obsidian Flames run through here today, so let's get back to the action.
Welcome back to the true gem of Illinois, Peoria, where we're going for our second regional championship here of the season. The action's been pretty interesting already so far, seeing a nice little variety across our two games. I did say at the top of the day, wouldn't be seeing the deck that we did see in the second round of the day.
Hey, I'm a fan of Venomoth, and unfortunately able to just get a tie. Was able to squeak out that second game there in pretty exciting fashion. So
ties are points, though.
Ties are points. They are points.
Definitely keeps things moving forward for our Venomoth player out in the field. We'll see how that one goes over the rest of the day. But we're going to move forward. We obviously did a double in the last round for our lunch break, and we're going to finally keep going here in this tournament. I'm pretty excited about how we've decided to go around selecting this match, something a little bit different that we did this time, letting you guys at home have your say.
Yeah, it is something new that we are still trying to figure out, and we gave you a bunch of names of matches that we can try to see who we're going to have on the stream for our round 5, and you can eventually see what ended up paying off. Which match are we going to eventually see? And that's, of course, Michael Pramwatt up against John Mustoy.
Yeah, I don't think that was much of a shock when I started to see the first few results come in. Very clearly, a lot of people wanting to see what Pram is up to. A phenomenal player, years and years of history in the game as well. So definitely makes sense for him to be the community choice here in Peoria.
And John is a local to me now. Just terrorizing the Arizona scene in those League Cups, has been doing pretty consistent in those tournaments throughout the past few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, getting those local points, as we talked about at the beginning of the day with Skarsgård as well, is really important, right? Being able to play your locals, get those points that are going to start adding up towards the side of the world's invite. If you're not winning the regional, you're going to be able to get your invite through the points as well. So it makes a lot of sense there, being able to see players really grind the locals. I think this is one of those years that we've seen, for the first time in quite some time, people are like really up for the locals.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it is something that is going to continue throughout the entire season, or just because everything's fresh and exciting and new, we're having 60-person league challenges. I don't know if that's going to be sustainable the later it gets, but you got to get those points somehow, and if you're getting them now, all the better.
Yeah, and more time, of course, to finish off the invites. We've got 3 regionals in the month of October alone, so a lot of Pokemon action coming to you already this year. You know, we go 3 regionals, then we jump into our first IC. It's definitely going to be a busy end of the calendar year. Of course, take a little break. I think December's like 1 regional.
Yeah, San Antonio.
And then we get right back into it in January.
It is definitely going to be a much little needed break, at least for us there. But Pokemon's great. I love actually just being able to get behind the desk and cast some Pokemon, even getting to play some Pokemon. I'm playing next week in Sacramento.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. Maybe I'm going to sleeve up some Venomoth Spidops EX, you know?
If there's anyone who's going to do it, I know it's you. I do know that it would be you. You've seen that. You were obviously watching backstage with us, and I could see the look on your eyes.
The gears were turning.
Yeah,
you know?
You're like, okay, what can I adapt? What can I change? But no, that's cool if you're playing and casting as well. Busy boy, Jeremy.
Yeah.
It's the first ever time Jeremy and I have worked together on the desk as well. So another
officially, yeah.
Yeah, officially, definitely. And you know, another accomplishment for this game. I'm excited to see though what Pram has brought to this one. Just because I think Pram is one of those players. Obviously, fantastic finishes towards the end of last year. Maybe thought he could have gone one step further, but wasn't quite able to make that step. And he definitely kind of sets the tone for a lot of the field. Like what he's playing is always something that people look to and try and play themselves.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he brought that 3rd place trophy to the tournament, like he was bringing it around Japan everywhere.
Oh, was he?
Just set it on the table next to his opponent, getting ready to play, you know.
That would be, I think that's a little unfair. I think that's just a little bit unfair if you're just like, by the way, this is how my season went. How did yours go? Maybe like I could see like the trainer card, like number 3 trainer, maybe slip that one in, just, you know, as your, use it as the V-Star marker.
All right, it looks like our match is ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and see what Michael Pram and John Myoy are working with here. And there's us.
Yeah, we'll be able to take a look at what they're playing. It is, of course, going to be the Charizard EX for Michael Pram, and then it's going to be the Lost Zone box. This one being one of those turbo varieties for John Myoy. I remember talking to Pram, weirdly enough, it was this event last year, and I was interviewing him, I was asking him kind of how you make your deck decision, and he did just say to me, just play what's on the pack art, which is a quote that's lived with me as I try and make deck decisions. And yeah, he's gone with that with the Charizard EX. So following up on that a whole calendar year later for me.
It's not just the pack art, it's the pack art.
Yeah.
Charizard is the poster child of Obsidian Flames. And ever since, I believe it was Peoria Regionals, able to take it down and as well, like 4 or 5 in top 8. And from there, everyone's just been adapting the list. There's 3 big different ways to play Charizard EX, and Michael Pram is opting for the heavy Arven build in this match.
Well, you were saying as well that, you know, it did get the addition of that new Charmander too, and that's really big, being able to, you know, make sure that you've got a better Charmander to try and survive a little bit longer can be really important in this matchup if you are looking at a turn 2 Sableye. The Sableye is not going to be able to take out 2 of your Charmander. Doesn't save you against something like the Radiant Greninja, but definitely an interesting kind of matchup. I think it leans a little more in the Charizard's favor. I think it's what a lot of people feel like. But there is a world where maybe Pram gets a slow start, John's able to get a really turbo start, and then they'll be in a great position to have a nice close match. They are both going with the Myoy EX as well, something that late game could get really interesting for either of these trainers. You know, being able to just steal a move that, if your opponent has a move that can help you win the game, why not, right?
And actually looking through the list too, Michael Pramwant's actually playing one of the new Charizard EX from 151. Just having that attack to be able to do massive amounts of damage really kind of helps shore up a lot of the matchups that you're kind of just hitting for 180 for the first couple of turns.
Yeah, making sure that you can close out games in a couple different ways could be really big. There's obviously a lot of nuances, as per usual, to Pram's deck, kind of interesting little choices. The one you called out is the Radiant Serena, which could help out if there is just going to be some stacking with the Sableye, making those numbers even harder to reach. But looking at John's list, you know, very much the turbo build. Nothing too crazy in that one. You know, just making sure he's ready to get the Sableyes going nice and early. Just fill your Lost Zone and then go crazy by throwing damage counters all over the board.
Yeah, even opting with Pokestop as the stadium of choice just to try to get all those really beneficial item cards like Lost Vacuum to help artificially inflate your Lost Zone count towards that turn 2, turn 3 to get a really fast start with Lost Mine from Sableye, or the Mirage Gates active so you can Moonlight Shuriken with Greninja.
Yeah, if you spin the stop and you get 3 perfect cards, which is very possible in this deck, you know, it's not particularly big. Once you obviously manage to get out all your Pokemon, right, you fill the board with Pokemon, you don't mind, you get the numbers there. But a big loss for John right off the bat, actually a big loss for both of them, as their Radiant Pokemon, Serena and Greninja respectively, are in the prizes. So John's turbo option of just taking out these Charmanders with something like that Radiant Greninja is not an option, and it also limits his option for, you know, digging through the deck with the concealed cards.
I think it definitely hurts John a little bit more than Michael Pramwant here, just because Serena's kind of like the counter play to what John's going to do in the next couple of turns. Well,
he's going to find out pretty much immediately as he opens up with the Battle VIP Pass, is just making sure that he's got all the pieces in there, grabbing some Comphase, and as he finishes this deck search, he's going to realize exactly where that Greninja is. Maybe going back for a second look here. Can't believe that he's not going to have access to that card right away.
Now, Lost Zone does play a card like Hisuian Heavy Ball to be able to search out that Radiant Greninja from the prize cards. No real way to search for it except for 4 Seal Stones, so you're going to have to just naturally draw into it. It does happen, though. You see a lot of cards with this deck.
Yeah, you really do accelerate through. We'll see what's in the hand, hopefully. Pram going with the full theme as well there with the Charizard sleeves. Do have to call that one out. But there's your second Battle VIP pass, so he's able to fill the bench with all the pieces he may need. Maybe grab another attacker and just set himself up for a little bit later. Obviously, leave a bench space in case he can get access to that Radiant Greninja. But for now, making sure he's got a Sableye ready to go. He's already got the 3 Comfey down, 1 in the active, 2 on the bench. So should be able to start setting up the board just how he needs it. There's 1, which is going to be the Sableye. We'll see what he takes as the second.
Again, this is where you would kind of want that Radiant Greninja, but Cramorant is a good secondary choice. It is very good at taking knockouts on Charmanders and Pidgey, not very much Entei V. And one thing you can kind of be worried about if you see your opponent playing Charizard EX is Delphox V. There is no Delphox V in Michael's list here, so no way to really attack the bench, so you don't need Manaphy.
Right, being able to stay safe from that is going to be big. Maybe it's something he's going to just try and learn a little bit more in game number 1. Is that the Hisuian Heavy Ball I witnessed?
In hand, yes.
Yeah, it looks like it's there, so now he knows he can freely go in. First flower selecting, I think he's had enough of the Battle VIP pass, so throwing one of those away. There's the Pokestop. He does have the Dragonite in hand too. Spins the stop. Oh. It's a Colress, a VIP pass, and a Snorlax. So not really getting great value off that. Not much to help him keep going. Does have a Pal Pad if he desperately wants that Colress back.
No,
but he's just going to pass.
Out. That is a little bit rough. You have one of the perfect setups where you can finally get 3 flower selectings on your turn 1 without playing a Colress's Experiment, but then you just have no way to get out of the active. No energy, no switch cart, no escape rope. That Pokestop really needed to put in some work and did not.
Yeah, it didn't get anything of value, really. I mean, just seeing another, another card that isn't helpful this turn, right, is the definite problem. He did have the Hisuian Heavy Ball, does have access to that Greninja, but isn't able to use it with concealed cards because he doesn't have an energy. In response, though, Pram going to start right away with a Battle VIP pass of his own, grabbing the Pidgey and the Charmander, pretty key components in this deck.
And Michael Pramwat is playing that Pidgey from 151, has 50 HP, so it kind of negates the extra HP you get from Charmander because you're still able to Lost Mine both of these Pokemon, but the fact that John started kind of just so weak with just 1 card in the Lost Zone, you're kind of safe from that turn 2 Lost Mine unless John just has an amazing Colress's Experiment in hand.
Yeah, I really think it would have to be the perfect Colress's Experiment to get him anywhere near where he needs to be. He's not going to be reaching for the Lost Mine in turn 2, I can't see, so probably going to have to start playing around something like the Cramorant. Could maybe, try get more flower selectings going, but he doesn't have any switch cards either. It's going to be the second Battle VIP pass, so both trainers getting a fair crack of the whip here, being able to just fill their bench with what they want. It's going to be a second Charmander, and of course the Manaphy. So, if he does dig for the Radiant Greninja, that is not going to be super helpful.
Yeah, basically when you're playing a deck like Charizard EX, anytime you're playing against any sort of Comfey deck, you need that Manaphy in play.
Yeah, it's going to be the Pokestop spun by Michael Pramore. Not getting any value out of that in this one. Lost City comes down, though, so could try and punish there and obviously remove the option from John. And, yeah, just a quick Iono right off the bat. Could be good for John, to be honest.
Yeah, there was no Colress's Experiment in that hand. This is just 6 cards that you're able to try to turn into more Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, he's got 1 gone already, I believe. So he's got a switching card there. He's got the escape rope. He's got a Boss's Orders, a Raikou. Nothing that really helps him get to that Colress, though, I don't see. So could be another tricky turn as Entei is just going to pass that turn. And we'll be going back over to John. 1 card in Lost Zone and a pretty lumpy hand at this juncture. Also, that Hisuian Heavy Ball is now stuck on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, John did not play that and get that Radiant Greninja down on the bench. But, of course, didn't have any energy, so not really a point to do it, but it's still good to get it out of the prize cards because now you're going to need to find it again.
Yeah, and he would have had the energy to use it this turn. He's going to throw away the Nest Ball with this flower selecting. Obviously, knows what that 1 bench spot is needed for. Let's see if he can find a way out. He does have to start switching things around, getting more flower selectings, seeing more cards.
And bringing up that Comfey now. He has access to multiple flower selectings this turn thanks to that switch card in hand. So gonna be able to attack with the Cramorant with just an energy to retreat as well as like last resort, and with the escape rope, it did bring that Charmander into the active spot.
Yeah, that's something that he can obviously take a quick prize on, maybe get himself a little bit more further forward. Looks like this could be a tough old flower selecting, though. It's going to be I think it's a Forest Sealstone. Yeah,
Ooh.
and the Mewtwo X is the other choice. That Forest Sealstone gone. He would have to commit something like the Raikou down to use that, which could be a little bit tempting. There's the switch card, though, that you were talking about. This is going to be his third flower selecting, and of course, fourth card in the Lost Zone. Looks like, sort of switch card there.
No Colress's Experiment still out of these cards, and that is unfortunate to say the least. John does have a boss's orders, so you can boss's order something like the Pidgey if you're expecting a Rare Candy Pidgeot EX from Michael, or just take the knockout on that Charmander. But 4 in the Lost Zone now, so you can attack with Cramorant.
Yeah, he did keep a Nest Ball there, I believe. Does get the option of what he wants to get rid of. He's going to pay the MG to retreat. Didn't take the switch card to do it, so clearly values the Nest Ball a little bit more, maybe for the following turn. And Cramorant, staring down one of these Charmanders, would very easily be able to use Lost Provisions to spit innocently. Doesn't have another supporter, though, so could go after something a little bit tastier on the bench.
I guess you could also go for the Manaphy.
Yeah. It's a prize either way, right?
It's not a prize, yeah.
Maybe keep that boss though for something a little more valuable, as he does just knock out the Charmander and take the first prize of the game. But there's still a Pidgey, a Charmander, and a Manaphy on the bench. Will be the Nest Ball for Michael Pram, so being able to probably replenish that pretty quickly.
I guess one point to make, too, is that Lost City was in play, so if you boss the Manaphy and KO it, it is gone forever this game.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking there, is maybe, get rid of that and you have a Radiant Greninja win condition maybe, or at least advantage to carve out a little bit later on. It looks like he's going and just replenishing that Charmander. He's, of course, going to use the Entei ability. Gets a Charizard EX off that as well. Into the Charmeleon. There's the second energy on to Entei V, which the Burning Rondo here, I mean, these are full benches pretty much all the time. And easy knockouts onto the side of the Lost Box deck, which doesn't have those huge numbers. It is now, one prize apiece taken. The Cramorant does go in the prize into the Lost Zone, so it's not coming back out of there. But I guess it puts him a step closer to where he needs to be.
Yeah, it means a single Colress's Experiment can get to 7. You have a couple flower selectings to do it. Even the Lost Vacuum in hand could attempt to get there, but John's going to have to rely off the top of the deck with these flower selectings here. Going to thin out a little bit with that Nest Ball.
Yeah, make sure you can find something to just get into the hand and away. Make sure he's just not seeing it with those flower selectings. Maybe see better cards throughout. Obviously, making sure he's aware of his energies as well. Does have a couple in hand. Has only really used one to make that retreat. So yeah, get the Dragonite V down. Can, of course, swing for a lot of damage with the Dragon Gale. Does, of course, do a bunch of damage to your bench, but it doesn't really matter at that point. Still, though, to get this Dragon Gale truly going, he's going to need to get the Mirage Gate. And we're still a little bit shy of that. Too shy, to be precise.
And I still want to bring up the point of the selection of Myoy X versus that Forest Sealstone. That was really tough from John, because that Forest Sealstone with the Nest Ball was Colress's Experiment right away. But Myoy X, at least in this matchup, is very good late game against Charizard EX.
Yeah, being able to use the Charizard's strength against it is probably going to be something we're going to see a lot of over this weekend. And, making sure as well he can, if he gets really desperate, restart. But he is just going to switch card this time around, get the second Comfey in. So we're now up to 6. This will be 7.
Oh.
And, yeah, he's finally got there, I believe.
But did not Snap take the Colress's Experiment. So what is that other card? Is it Mirage Gate?
Oh, that would be cruel if it was. That would be really mean. Just saying, do you want to go now or do you want to push even further in this one? He's just going to double check his options. We'll get to see which one he takes.
John has not used Colress's Experiment yet this game. Had discarded 1 off that Pokestop turn 1.
This has to be a brutally difficult flower selecting, because in these kind of games, I think a lot of people can lose a lot of time on the clock by mulling over these decisions too much. And, unless you've got a really good reason to do that, yeah, the count here is interesting. Yeah, it is the Mirage Gate. Oh.
The Mirage Gate and Colress's Experiment was the choice for John there.
Well, yeah.
did find another Mirage Gate off those 5 cards.
Yeah, I mean, seeing more cards as well, putting yourself closer to the Sableye option definitely makes a lot of sense there. It's a tough one. You know, he has a guaranteed Dragonite attack in this one, but he's got, you know, another Mirage.
He got 2 Mirage Gates.
Yeah, it's 2 Mirage Gates. You know, he's double-checking his count, making sure he can use them, flood the bench with energy, and, of course, you know, making sure he knows exactly where he is when it comes to the Lost Mine as well. So a lot of tough choices to be made here. Big hand, but making sure he's fully loaded in this one.
And I think the reason why you go with the Colorless Experiment is looking at the hand for John, there was no water energy.
Right.
Usually with Dragonite and 1 Mirage Gate, you need the water energy in hand and then search for the water and lightning.
Yep.
And not having access to that there, Colorless Experiment really paid off for John. Has the Lost Vacuum as well. So there's 10 cards in the Lost Zone, and we got a big attack coming.
Yeah, he can start powering up as well. Just making sure he gets the water and the lightning off this. Could as well, you know, I guess he could really push for it, right? And just start flooding the board with energy using a second Mirage Gate, one of the 2 he took off that. You know, maybe power up 2 Sableye really quickly as well. So could really start accelerating through this deck very, very quickly and just giving limited options. Does put the second one down onto the Comfey, though, needs to retreat it. So making sure he's able to get that out of the active. You know, and then the Dragonite's ready for next turn, right? Because he's got the other Mirage Gate.
Yeah, there's also a Super Rod in hand, I believe, so you could retreat the Comfey, shuffle back in both the lightning energies that are going to be in the discard, but you also have Lost Mine now, so opportunity to knock out the Charmeleon or take 2 prizes off Pidgey and Charmander. Definitely a decision to make here, but if you don't knock out that Charmeleon, you know Michael didn't have Rare Candy in hand last turn.
Yeah.
Has to be a Charizard. He even asked, do you have a Charizard EX in that hand?
Yeah. I think he has to take the Charmeleon, right? Just to force the Rare Candy, make it even harder as well for Pram to be able to do it. Oh, he's gone with the other play, though. He's gone with the 2 very tempting prizes. Doesn't get the Radiant Greninja still, but he did get rid of a Pidgey and a Charmander there. The Lost City comes right back. And there, of course, is the evolution to Charizard EX for Michael Pram.
Infernal Rain, searching the deck for fire energy, attaching it, charging up that Charizard EX. And this is all Michael Pram really needs in play, is the Entei and the Charizard. You can pretty much clear up most of the Pokemon that John's going to put in the active spot.
Well, this Dragonite could come back to haunt John, right? I mean, just trying to play through the single prize would be a lot of work for this Charizard to have to do, just taking 1 prize a turn. But now that Dragonite's on the bench, I mean, if Pram has, you know, any turn in the game where he can get a powered-up Charizard EX and just swing into it, then it's going to be a real tricky situation for him here. So still plenty of work to do. Obviously, just taking 1 prize a turn isn't optimal, but that swings very quickly when you add in the Dragonite. And then the potential turns as well, when you're looking at an Entei V and a Charizard EX, you're not able to get easy knockouts with the Sableye like that.
And one big card we see in Michael's hand is going to be Ultra Ball, because it means you have access to something like Lumineon V later on in the game if you need a supporter, and grabs that Radiant Serena from the prizes. That's going to be pretty big too. But John has a prize map laid out. Take a knockout on the Entei V, take a knockout on the Manaphy, we're going to game 2.
Yeah.
Just needs to figure out a way to get there.
Yeah, he's got to get the Entei into the active again as well. So definitely got a lot of options. Does have the boss's orders in hand. Has another water, has the Super Rod. So there's definitely plenty of ways to go through this, right? Get the Super Rod, get that energy back in. He does need those lightnings in because he's used 2 of them to retreat with the Comfey. Obviously gets to flower selecting, see if he can find a nice switch card to make it easier on that Comfey. But yeah, John does have the prize map there, especially with that Sableye in hand.
And you have to be very careful of playing that down because it's one of your last attackers in the deck, efficiently at least. You can charge up a Raikou or the Myoy EX, but that requires one of your last Mirage Gates.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work, especially with one of the Mirage Gates already in the Lost Zone. The Raikou going away, though, so doesn't want to play his own fleet-footed attacker. That Lost City is gone. Buy a little bit of time for him here. There's the Super Rod play. So we're going to see him throw back some energy. It's going to be the Psychic, the Lightning. There's another Lightning in there. And that should be all he needs to get into the deck to try and wrap up this game.
Does have access to Mirage Gate and Boss's Orders in hand, along with another Water Energy as a Psychic and the Sableye. Pretty stellar hand here from John after kind of a a couple missteps in the first couple turns.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit slower in those turns. Does use that second Mirage Gate that took off the Colress the previous turn. So there is the Dragonite V ready to swing with its big, easy knockout on something like the Entei for 2 prizes. Looks like that double prize knockout on the Pidgey and the Charmander is actually going to be like really important here when it comes to that mapping.
Oh yeah, definitely just having the prize map laid out. You can even grab something like that Radiant Greninja, but you don't even need it now, and that's why leaving the Manaphy in play has just been very beneficial for John.
Yeah, he will of course need to find a Psychic Energy for the side.
It's in hand.
Oh yeah, he's got it ready to swing with that Sableye the next turn. Of course, just needs to get the Comfey out the active, get the Entei into the active, and he does have the boss's orders. So yeah, would be able to do it that way. He's going to go power up the Sableye, drop that down onto the bench. And either way, I mean, he's just going to make sure that he can cause problems. Yeah, there's the switch cart. So the Sableye is ready for next turn, and should be an easy knockout here as he goes down to just 1 prize remaining.
I do like benching the Sableye and that energy. Both Lost City are gone. Granted, John doesn't know there's only 2, but there's no threat of that Sableye getting removed from the game for forever. And so you have that set up even with maybe another boss's orders. We know it's not possible and Palpad's gone, but could happen. You're just trying to knock out that Manaphy.
Yeah, I mean, it also takes away the potential of an Iono play, right?
Yeah.
You hold it for too long, you get caught with the Iono, and then you're just not able to, actually get the pieces you need. So get it down, kind of offer the choice to Pram. What are you going to do? You've got to knock out the Sableye, otherwise it's just easily going to take out your Manaphy the next turn. But you've kind of got to do it with the Charizard, so the Charizard can stay up as a wall for this Dragonite V, because otherwise if you try and do it with anything smaller, anything a little more lightweight, then you're just not going to be able to get that done. So plenty of work to do in this turn for Pram. Needs to be going pretty much flawlessly throughout this one.
Yeah, so Ultra Ball for Lumineon, Luminous Sign finds that Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders brings up Sableye. You're going to be able to take the knockout, but that means all John needs is a single escape rope, and we'll be able to take a knockout on any bench Pokemon that Michael's going to be able to play down, because you can't get more Charizard EX in play right now.
No, there's no way to keep another Charizard going. Does take away the threat of the game next turn, so does sort of buy himself a little bit of time. But if you think about it, John, yeah, checking his counts right here.
1 escape rope.
He's only used 1. I believe he has a Colress in hand, too, so he can just dig through this deck.
I think 1 in the Lost Zone as well. And yeah, Colress in hand, a couple Flower Selectings if you need them.
Yep.
Pokestop as well.
I want to see him spin the stop first.
Yeah.
I just think it's the more entertaining way to go about it, but that's just my choice.
And you got Greninja and concealed cards.
My goodness. He does, of course, just need to make sure that, everything gets sequenced correctly, just making sure.
Yep.
There's the Colress's experiment.
Looking for an escape rope here.
If he hits it. Oh, 2. 2
of them. All right. And we're moving on to a game 2 now. John able to clean up pretty efficiently, thanks to just some stellar prize mapping.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to John as well. Kept his head while I think the early game was going a little bit slower for him. This is one of those turbo decks you expect to see a little bit more on turn 2, but as soon as he got to turn 3, both of his Colresses were massive. Being able to get the double Mirage Gate, and then of course the double escape rope, overkill, but still nice to see that he is getting all the pieces that he needs.
Meanwhile, Michael Pram, one thing that was missing desperately, that rare candy.
Yeah, he got slowed down pretty badly by having to go the manual route, and he does giving up a lot of prizes as well. Wasn't able to really develop the bench as quickly as I think he might have liked. So taking his time there, going the old-fashioned way, stage 1, stage 2. Not what you need when your opponent is ramping up as quickly as John was on this Lost Zone Turbo list.
All right, this one's for all of you at home. It's been a hot topic to debate ever since 151 came out. You got the new Charmander, that's an auto-inclusion. But then you got a new Pidgey, and it is 10 less HP, but it has Call for Family for 2. Do you play that one, or do you still just play the 60 HP one? If Pramwant was playing the 60 HP one, that double knockout turn was not going to happen with that Sableye.
Yeah, I think the evidence there kind of leans towards it. This is a very rough set of prizes, I think, with the Manaphy in there, so that's Sableye. Hopefully you'd pull the Manaphy early, but there's a lot of pieces in there, a Forest Seal Stone as well. Does start with just a Charmander, though, so definitely got some options, but the Cramorant's already out for John in the active. We'll need to get that switched around. Would much prefer that to be a Comfey. But, definitely options in this deck with switch carts, escape ropes, and all that good stuff.
Cramorant is your early game attacker, but not this early.
Yeah.
You need some flower selectings first to build up that Lost Zone.
Yeah, end of the first turn.
Yeah,
preferably.
end of the first turn. There.
Yeah, not now. This is way too early. But, you know, being able to start going through the deck, Pram can start figuring out what's in there, just getting the pieces he needs. Does want to start developing Charmanders, hopefully finding the rare candies for them as well a little bit later, so he can get those right into the Charizard EXs.
It'd be really sick if I could do the Greninja thing, man. It'd be really sick.
For those of you at home, you can see the players having a little chat. John is already calling his play and wants to do the Greninja thing. So
I'm looking at this hand, I think he has some availability too. It's going to start things off with Close Experiment. There's a Pokestop in hand as well.
Okay, well we've got
switch outs.
We've got a Battle VIP pass. He's taking that.
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball and an Energy. Okay, Super Rod goes back into the Lost Zone, which is obviously a big card from the last game, and the Snorlax, which isn't super necessary here. We'll be getting a couple of Comfey out, just going through, seeing what's available for him. Aha! He's found it, and he's put it right at the front of his deck, just making sure he's got all the pieces. Does have a little way to go, of course, trying to reach for all of the cards required to Mirage Gate, but he's going to have at least a bit of an extra chance now, being able to see some extra cards. Did take the energy off the Colress too. Before he does that, back on in with the Nest Ball.
Going to grab that second Comfey, and now you have access to 2 flower selectings and a concealed cards. Going to probably start with the concealed cards. At least just that's what most people tend to do. You get more information from seeing before you have to decide which card you're going to send away forever.
Yeah, well, the choices so far have been pretty interesting. Here he goes, concealed cards. That is going to be a quick 2. Gets another energy and another energy.
Okay, that might actually slow things down from a Moonlight Shuriken play this turn.
Yeah, we'll see the escape rope into obviously just the other Charmander, but now he gets to go flower selecting, and this is where he needs to really start hitting perfect pairs that one can go, one can stay. Forest Seal Stone, Manaphy, easy. Does, of course, need something to put the Forest Seal Stone on, which is a bit of a problem, but he's going to get more chances to do that. There's the next flower selecting. There's 1, there's 2. Let's see what he gets. Keeping them hidden from us. It's going to be a Power Pad into the Lost Zone. So it has to be confident in the Raikou V.
Wow.
The perfect partner for this Forest Seal Stone. So just needs 3 more cards in there. Is, of course, going to be a tough old way to do it. But think about what he's got in hand with the Pokestops as well.
Pokestops, but it's going to need to be like the perfect spin of that stop, including Super Rod. And Lost Vacuum.
It's the vacuums with what he can reach with now, right? Being able to, remove your own pieces would be big. Oh my goodness.
No!
Oh my.
What? Super Rod and double Lost Vacuum off the Pokestop. I think John's going to be able to do it here. Has Mirage Gate in hand. Doesn't even need the Super Rod.
He can get rid of his own stop. There's the 7. He's got the gate, and he's got the water energy.
But does he have a way to switch out now?
That is a great question.
Oh, well, he can attack with the Raikou now.
Oh.
He lost Vacuum.
He lost
before Seal Stone before using it.
Oh, that is devastating. No. John has played that near perfectly, but he has no way. Yep.
That 4 Seal Stone just sitting in the Lost Zone.
He was so excited at the double vacuum.
That one's going on Twitter, bro.
Oh no, John! I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, he's got to put the energy onto the Comfey. All he needed to do was grab anything, a switch cart,
escape
ropes, whatever he wanted. That is brutal. To have access to that play, the immediate Greninja, and to throw it away like that. That's a rough beat.
Well, we're going to still get a knockout. Cramorant's going to spit innocently, but Michael Pramwant's going to be able to play this game now. Has access to Arven and a Charizard in hand.
He has been let off the hook there, being able to escape and actually play past turn 2 of this game. John knows what he's done. You can see he's not particularly happy about that one, but he's got to keep this tempo up. It was the complete opposite of game 1, right? He hits all of the pieces. A turbo I haven't seen of such magnitude in quite some time, but that is that is one that he's going to have to take a beat on. It is going to be the rare candy to make that a Charizard EX. He's, of course, going to go and grab a bunch of energy with the Infernal Rain, just getting himself ready with the Burning Darkness. And, you know, if he wants to keep digging, keep setting things up, Pram does have the Forest Seal Stone, you know, could maybe get that in use.
Talk about top player privilege, am I right?
Oh, yeah. Pram's been... that's a gift if I ever saw one.
And yeah, it's just, you don't need to bench any other Pokemon because they're going to get knocked out right away by John. So go ahead and take that knockout. Hope this Charizard EX goes the distance.
Yeah. Oh, there's the escape rope off the top, too.
Oh, no.
Oh, the missing piece. Yeah, not being able to get
Found
away
another
with that
Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, he could use it this time if he manages to pop it down on that Raikou.
That hurt. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, he's talking about it now with Pram. But, you know, he doesn't have the premium targets for that Radiant Greninja because Charizard's a little bulkier than Charmander.
What? How bulky?
Like a lot more bulkier. I believe it's
Trying to do some math in your head.
260 health bulkier, yes. Which, you know, even 260 health can be a bit of a reach for this deck, right? And you think about that, you know, just on top, there's nothing on that side. And Pram also, you think, all right, what's this Charizard going to be able to do? You know, how do you deal with this Charizard? Okay, you could try and two-shot it. Maybe hit it with something like the Raikou and the Dragonite, right? Well, problem is there's nothing on the bench. So the Raikou is doing a pittance of damage in this one.
A good course experiment here. Found off that Forest Seal Stone, I believe. Now John has a few cards to look through. I think the game plan is if Pramwatt's just going to sit here with this lone Charizard EX, eventually Myoy EX is going to do enough damage to one-shot it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing I find quite interesting here is, like, you know, Pram's just going to start wearing things down, right? He's just going to just hit it with the Charizard every single time, take away his resources. You know, now you're at the point, you're at 10 already. Like, do you need the Comphase? Maybe you could give them up. But then, of course, yeah, try and just swing back, right, with the Myoy EX.
I'm way too fast, bro. I'm way too fast, bro.
To be fair to both of these competitors, for those of you who can, you know, listen in, just see the reactions, they are both having a good giggle about the misplay turn one. So John taking it a lot better than I think some people would.
And no matter how much money is on the line, the world's invite or anything like that, it's still just Pokemon. We're still just playing a game here, and it's supposed to be for fun, you know?
Yeah, if you're not having fun, then you probably shouldn't be playing at these tournaments, to be honest. You know, that's a big thing there. Oh, there's the Dragonite V. Could be an interesting one. Does take it, the Nest Ball as well. So Dragonite V could actually swing for an almost threatening amount of damage, right?
Yeah.
Being able to Dragon Gale and then, you know, put it well within reach of a Cramorant or, you know, anything from the Raikou, really. That would be pretty big. I mean, it would leave it with 80. So, yeah, could cause a bit of a problem. There is going to be a Super Rod early on. Get some resources back. So there's the Cramorant.
I like this play.
Yeah, I do too. You know, he's already got that Mirage Gate, which he wasn't able to use last turn, and could set up for the Dragon Gale, and has the Escape Rope as well. So he has his switching options, he has all his pieces, and I think that's going to be pretty good from there. Yep, there's the Mirage Gate. He's getting the couple of energy down that he needs, just needs the one more, and he's going to be able to force Pram into finding some more cards to put on his bench. Does have access to plenty of them, but are they the cards that are going to kind of accelerate him through this game? There's the third energy. There's the switch card. And he's just going to throw down 250 damage. That's big. That puts this Charizard in danger of that Cramorant that he just put back in the deck, too.
It's a combo.
Yeah.
Radiant Serena is going to be the Pokemon for Cramorant. Here it's going to heal off a little bit of damage, but still enough perfect math for that Cramorant to spit innocently and take that knockout on Charizard EX. So Pram's going to have to find some more attackers, but thankfully got that Manaphy.
Yeah, he's got the Manaphy, so that helps against the Radiant Greninja play. You know, would be able to stop him just throwing down big damage on the bench. Obviously can't just hide the Charizard back there. You know, maybe switching it up, maybe trying to play it a different route, but, you know, getting some Pokemon down. That said, powers up the Raikou V, which is going to be big if he needs to try and swing with that a little bit later on. Also powers up the Entei, so...
Yeah.
It works out for both trainers there.
For Seal Stone to go along with it, and an Iono, so both players going to draw 5 cards here.
That Iona could be really rough for John, actually. He had a lot of pieces in hand to kind of accelerate him through the rest of the game, but that's a very good 5.
For John, yeah, because for Michael Pram, not so much.
Yeah, I was looking at John's side, just, what did he lose? What did he get in exchange? Well, he managed to bag a Colress's Experiment, a Mirage Gate, a couple Energy, and a Myoy X. I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Pram filling up the bench, getting down another Charmander, so does want to build towards a potential second Charizard EX. The V-Stars are flipped as well, so both of them finally using the Forest Steel Stone.
Ooh, perfect math here.
Yeah, just making sure he gets it all the way there. Getting that Choice Belt down usually doesn't matter against this deck, but in this case, certainly helping him out.
Normally with Charizard, it struggles against cards like Miraidon EX and just anything with like 220 HP. You take your one knockout, and then you have to figure out a way to get boosted past that. Choice Belt doesn't really work on the EX, but against this Pokemon V, perfect.
Yeah, does absolutely fine. Making sure that he takes a quick 2 prizes. So Pram going ahead in the prize count here, but I think John's in a solid position to try and fire back pretty quickly. Does have a very plump Lost Zone there, so could start trying to mess around with a Sableye as well, if that's the option for him. But just taking stock of his hand, making sure he knows what he's got. Oh, the Cramorant right off the top. He's going to be able to keep digging, though, with this Colress, but it should be easy enough to pick up some extra knockouts and a couple extra prizes onto this Charizard.
The hand of Myoy X, Cramorant, and some energies to go along with a Mirage Gate. Gonna add to it. Don't need that Nest Ball and Battle VIP pass.
Well, not when you're drawing the Cramorant for turn and then you're getting the Sableye off the Colress's Experiment. He's just doing the math there. That's going to be pretty much perfect for him. It is, I think he gets an extra 10, so he's at 180. Yeah, he's at 230. So yeah, the Spit Innocently is going to do 10 extra damage. So almost perfect.
Yeah, I can't count.
That's why I'm here. They bring me in as the math magician. Even though you asked me the difference between Charmander and Charizard and I panic, but I'm still claiming math magician for the time being. There is going to be another flower selecting, just keeping the Lost Zone going. There, of course, is the Cramorant. Does have the switch cart as well, so it is going to be the Charizard EX getting knocked out at the end of this turn.
And the switch cart here is going to heal off that 20 damage. Not really going to matter too much, but you always love to see it.
Yeah, just keep those Comphase safe from the massive damage that Charizard EX does.
Cramorant able to take 2 free prizes here, meaning John's just going to need 3 to finish off this game and the match. Also going to tie things up. And Paramount's going to need to find a lot of help. This hand is not very good. Already used that 4 Seal Stone last turn.
Yep. He's going to probably have to start going with the Entei, right? Just get rid of this Cramorant. He gets to fleet-footed, gets to an extra card, there's an energy. Oh, we're going the old school Charmeleon route.
That energy was very much needed because now you can Burning Rondo with Entei V to take the knockout. And beforehand, you did not have it.
Yeah, you were missing that, and with no way to get that energy out as well. This hand, apart from this, is pretty terrible, but does need to make sure that he's getting easy knockout on the Cramorant. But I have to imagine being able to fire back is going to be pretty easy for the side of John. 230 is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but at least it's bulkier than something like the Raikou, right? Which is a big thing here.
John does have some options too because
his hand is huge.
Yeah, it's a massive hand, and you have access to flower selecting, concealed cards, all that. You do need to figure out what your prize map is for the rest of this game. You can take the knockout on the Charmeleon with something like a Sableye, but if you do that, it's going to get Lost Zoned thanks to Lost City, or a boss's orders and a couple more Pokemon can just end the game on that Raikou V sitting on the bench. So you can't really attack with a 2-prizer this turn.
No, I think you have to play around it. And the awkward thing is, something like that Radiant Serena could just kind of come up. I think Sableye this turn, maybe just get rid of the Charmeleon. And maybe it's a slow Sableye. Of course, the Entei would just come back and Burning Rondo it. Is there a way he can get rid of it? Does have plenty of cards to try and bump it, but could be a a very tricky one, honestly, for John to navigate. The math just isn't as clean going into this one. When he was at 3 prizes last time, you knew exactly what was coming. But yeah, this Sableye will go up into the active. He is going to be able to, very comfortably lost mine, but is lost zone at 16 cards and a Psychic Energy in hand. But it's sort of just saying, okay, when can I find a knockout on this Entei?
John does have Roxanne in hand as well, but Michael hasn't really played much of anything these past couple turns. Has just drawn the card, played like 1 card, attacked.
Yeah.
So if you lose to something like a Boss's Orders, maybe it's better that you don't Roxanne, just because it gives Paramount a chance to draw it more, but you still only go to 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, he goes down to very little. Would probably be relying on a fleet footwork as well. So
Don't scare me, bro.
the banter from the players this game has been pretty impeccable, to be honest. I'll give them both credit for that. Making sure he hadn't called us this turn when he saw the Roxanne.
It's for the crowd, man. We're working the crowd right now.
He's working the crowd right now. That's what he's saying.
I mean, they are. They've got the rune going. This is a very interesting one, though, because, let's say John can't reach it. We do have to start being mindful of the time. How he's going to be able to do that. Just a 2 for Pram. Not feeling so good about that. Let's see what John gets. Looking a little bit better. Does have the Poker Stop. So could get rid of that Lost City, which makes him a little bit safer, I think, moving forward.
Yeah.
There's the Lost Vacuum. Well, he's going to get rid of it that way. Just clear out some of the nonsense it's stuck in the hand. But yeah, this Lost Mine now becomes way more impactful.
You get Charizard?
Do you have Charizard?
There's Charizards everywhere on Pram's side. That's what his sleeves are. Yeah,
Again.
we'll see what John goes with here. He's going with the he's going with the Manaphy.
Okay.
And so that gives him 5 more to play with. But he could go for the Serena here as well.
It's 5, but it's going to get
gonna
healed off.
Yeah,
so 3.
I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this side at all.
Technically, you leave more damage on board than just taking the knockout on the Charmeleon, but Charmeleon in an active spot with no Charizard, you can't really do much of anything else.
Yeah.
I think that was the Boss's Orders off the top of the deck, too. I don't know if there's enough Pokemon in play to really take the knockout here. You're the math magician, right?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. It's just, swinging with the Charmeleon with Combustion for 20. That's not one I prepped coming into this weekend, but that damage is going to certainly add up on that Sableye, I assure you, Jeremy.
And that art is stellar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's our Charmeleon review here over on the Trading Card Game stream. But yeah, I mean, at some point, right, if he can make sure that the benches are full enough, just get that Burning Rondo onto the Raikou V, could tie this one up. But that said, I mean, if he loses the Charmeleon as well, the count goes down. He's checking the cards in hand. So yeah, it's going to be really, really close, I think, in this one. He's just making sure he does the counts. So yeah, he's just making sure he doesn't get caught by the Burning Rondo to take it up to 1-on-1.
And I think he's sensing here, you would need a lot of bench Pokemon along with that Boss's Orders to do it. Takes the knockout on the Charmeleon. Top decks, Charizard EX wasn't the good one.
I'm going to fleet foot it.
No, I mean, just, being able to Burning Rondo, so 20, 40, 68. Yeah, he's just not close on that Raikou V.
Yeah.
So that Boss's Order's not looking good enough, and at some point as well, he just has to take the knockout on the Sableye, force John to try and respond, force John to find a piece, because otherwise he's going to be able to cause problems here. I see what he's going with. Super Rod.
Yep.
Let's put those back in. He's going to put them just the only cards in his deck, Chorus's Experiment, and of course would take the knockout on the Radiant Serena there.
Yep.
So being able to take that one, really well done, John.
Little mistake in the very beginning, but we overcame it, and it was kind of a slow start from Paramount anyway. I want to kind of explain some of the sequencing at that very last part of the turn. So with Flower Selecting and with Chorus's Experiment, it says put 1 card in your hand, then put the other one in the Lost Zone, or put 3 cards in your hand, put the rest in the Lost Zone. So 1 card in the deck, you just get that Super Rod right to your hand. Play the Super Rod, get Sableye Psychic Energy, then you play Chorus's Experiment, just put Sableye, Psychic Energy in your hand, and then you have the retreat with that energy on the Comfey and active spot, taking the knockout with Lost Mine on that Radiant Serena. Really great sequencing of plays for John at the end of that game there.
Yeah, and honestly as well, you know, the numbers worked so well for him. Taking out the Charmeleon, putting the extra 2 onto the Radiant Serena, so it did just tick up a little bit more. Again, of course, heal itself off, but then was an easy knockout, and I believe a perfect knockout. Oh no, one extra. One extra.
Come on, Math Magician, what are you doing?
One extra. I was thinking I had 110 because he got the sweet one, but he's always going extra damage.
Yeah.
But no, really nicely done by John in this one. Let's take a moment. This is all the way back in game 1, if you remember it.
The very crucial decision of Mirage Gate or Colress's Experiment.
This is the Colress's Experiment that gave him all the pieces he needed. He does, of course, spread things around, take that double knockout, but that sets him up for perfect prize math when it comes down to just taking out the Entei, and then he's going to be able to tidy up with Lost Mine the following turn. So yeah, just making sure he had all the pieces. Escape ropes, yeah, that's wraps that one up as Pram threw it in game number 1. Game number 2, John has all the pieces, spins the stop, hits the vacuums, and the Super Rod. He's looking real pleased with himself. He's going away.
Moving
there it is.
Too
he
fast.
Discards the Forest Seal Stone, and he's discarded so much. By the time he realizes, of course, Pram's not going to let him take it back. And a little bit of frustration, but it works out all right for John in the end. He's able to keep playing the game. He gets Pram down to just 1 piece, and then, of course, puts in, as you said, the Sableye and the Psychic Energy, and he's able to wrap things up there by getting the knockout on the Radiant Serena. So definitely showing a couple of different lines from this Turbo Lost. You know, if you slow it down, you can still win, apparently.
A roller coaster of emotions for John there. But now moving on to 5-0, I believe. And Michael Pram started out 4-0, now 4-1. Still plenty of Pokemon left in day 1 to try to make that day 2 Swiss. Remember, these players need 19 match points to make it into that day 2.
Yeah, I mean, 19 match points doesn't sound like a lot, but when you think of how many wins there are and how limited the rounds are, yeah, that's really a pretty big ask. But Pram's one of the players who's going to be able to probably bounce back. I don't think 4-1 he's going to be considered out of the tournament by any stretch of the imagination. So probably see him a little bit later on. But John at 5-0, near flawless game 2 if it wasn't for one error. But the rest of the game, I think, more than made up for it.
Yeah, once you make a mistake like that, you're like, okay, I need to tighten things up, make sure I play as perfect as possible. It's like a Jordan flu game, you know? It's just you got to get it out of the way.
Just being able to bounce back from that, honestly, is pretty impressive, right? I mean, he does, of course, have to ask. It's like, can I go again? Imagine if he. The thing that would have been even, I think, more perfect if he got the next Forest Seal Stone as well, just being able to go that way. But no, like the mapping at the end, you know, the mapping looked a little bit long, but then he was able to keep playing with that Sableye for more turns than he probably should have been allowed and keep picking up knockouts.
All right, well, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we get back, we're going to have our interview with our winner from this round, so don't go anywhere.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Here, Sableye able to take enough damage to clear that Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm, and with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it, with his list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well at are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the casting desk. Adam Watson here with our winner you just saw on stream, John Mustovi. How you doing, my friend?
It feels good. I'm feeling all right, but that was not the cleanest performance, objectively.
It happens to everyone. I mean, you got the W in the end, right? That's all that matters.
I did. We definitely took the scenic route to get there, and I wanted to. I call it trying to preserve Michael Pramawat's legacy in the Pokemon trading card game, but I couldn't quite do it at the end. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry about that. But.
I mean, but sometimes you're just destined to win, and no matter what you do, the win just comes to you. I mean, that opening sequence, were you normally relying on the Radiant Greninja play to win in that matchup, or was it just a funky line that happened to line up there?
Yeah, so in the first game, you do try to go for the Greninja, but when your opponent starts double VIP passing, gets all their basics out, including the mana fee, that plan goes right out the window for this particular matchup. In the second game, where he just opened 2 Lone Charmander, you have to be aggressive with Lost Zone Turbo. And, I kind of went through the motions, that missed that critical Forest Seal Stone step. And, I mean, usually, sometimes if you're just playing Swiss, your opponent will see that you have all the cards and will kind of give the game to you. But in a high-stakes tournament like this one, they're going to want you to piece it out. And guess what I did? I skipped the piece and, well, took that scenic route like I mentioned.
Right. It's just, we can tell you're a bit of a showman, so just wanted to keep the game long for the folks. If you won game 1 and then immediately got the Radiant Greninja game 2, we'd have a bunch of time to kill. So now we've got some extra time to sit here for the interview. And I know that you've developed a bit of a reputation for not really playing a lot of meta decks. Now we see you here on Lost Zone. You want to talk about that?
Yes. I take pride in playing something that's a little bit more creative, a little bit offbeat. Some of my most notable decks include Lucario Melmetal GX with Welder and Green's Exploration with Fire Energy back in 2019, playing a lot of expanded stall decks. Lunatone Solrock being a deck that I took the top 64 in a regionals earlier this year. And now I'm picking up Lost Zone Turbo, and it's like too much for me. I'm not used to playing cards this good, and now I'm clearly fumbling, but I'm 5-0. It feels good, and I just hope that I can just kind of stay clear, composed, and get into day 2.
Yeah, I think that when you've kind of been, playing with the weights on with some of these jankier decks, now you're playing something with consistency and power. There's going to be some growing pains there, but you've certainly shown up here at the tournament. Still one of the largest tournaments we've ever seen. Going up against Michael Pramawat as well, as you said, a player with a legacy. Where it seemed like you're having a lot of great banter down at the table. So do you and Pramawat go back a little ways?
We do. This is, I think, one of our maybe our 4th or 5th time playing each other. And the last time we actually played was at another regional championships back in 2020, where we played in Swiss, and I ended up top 4ing that regional.
Nice.
And I think because that was the last time we played, I was like, hey man, you gave me that one. I wanted to give this one to you too. You really wanted me to take this one? All right, I appreciate you. Thank you, Pram. But maybe I'm sure I'll see him in day 2.
Oh yeah, just a nice, what's a homie win between friends early in the Swiss rounds? The best players are always going to rise to the top in the end. Speaking of the best players, I know that you've got some really strong homies in your corner, kind of helping you out, prepare for the tournaments, test decks. You want to give them a shout out here?
Yes, absolutely. Avrin, if you're watching, big shouts out to you. Shouts out to Jared and Will, 2 of the closest homies that I've got in chat and in the car and in the hotel room. I mean, you guys are great. You guys got me here. Appreciate you guys.
And so to kind of bring things back to the game, there was a little bit to discuss regarding game 2. You already acknowledged, your fumble there. Were you worried that the game was just going to get away from you? You were going to go to a game 3, or did you just stick with it?
Yeah, it's tough when you see that they go into the Charizard EX. It's the 70 HP versus 330 HP. It's a completely different behemoth. And at which point I was like, I might have just straight up lost control of the game. But thankfully he didn't bench anything in particular. I was able to swing in there with the Dragonite, I'm pretty sure, and was able to soften that up and thankfully take re-control of that game.
And that's another thing, too, as well, I'd like to really point out, John, is having that mental fortitude, right? To recover from an error, because mistakes happen. You can never play a game perfectly. A lot of top players even say, they aren't even just trying to win. They're just trying to make sure that they're proud of their plays, consistent with their plays. And at the very least, you have something very specific that you can watch out for in the future.
No doubt.
It's just a learning experience, and I think everybody at home certainly had a good show, because we were able to, like you said, extend that game. And
I'm going to see that on Twitter for weeks, and it's going to hurt me every time. But you know what? I'm going to laugh at it, and I'm going to remember it, and I'm going to learn from it, and I'm going to grow from it. And hey, I just need a couple more wins to get into day 2. And maybe I'll have a chance to redeem myself in another stream match.
Yeah, so that's what we're certainly looking forward to, some redemption, some highs and lows, and maybe you'll become the new poster child for Turbo Lost Zone.
Yeah, that'd be something.
But that is certainly something that we can all look forward to in the future. Any final thoughts you have for our viewers at home before we let you get prepared for your next round?
Take it one step at a time. Don't forget Forest Seal Stone, and just enjoy playing Pokemon. Yeah, that's all I've got. Oh, shouts out to Darren O'Mara as well. He gave me a little bit of Lost Zone advice, so shouts out to you, Darren. Appreciate you.
Very well said. Yeah. And that's going to be it for our interview. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we've got more Swiss rounds here in Peoria, so don't go anywhere, folks.
Hui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Right then, now you're joined with myself, Shay Burton, Amy, and Joe. And we have a bit of a fun segment here. So Amy and Joe have both got a surprise rogue pick for this event. And they're both going to put a pitch forward to me to try and convince me which one is going to do the best at this event. And I haven't got a clue what these decks are. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Joe, what have you got?
I'm going for Darkrai VSTAR as the dark horse for this tournament. We've been bigging up a lot of Mew VMAX and Miraidon for their early aggressive plays, and I feel like Darkrai VSTAR can fit right into that category. It has Dark Patch, it has Galarian Moltres, so it can sort of get those turn 1 attacks in, get some knockouts. You can choice spell up your Galarian Moltres for knockouts on V Pokemon quite happily, so you can get in that race very well. You have an amazing V-Star power from Darkrai for some recovery. We've seen Cross Switcher be one of the better items right now that we've seen in a number of archetypes, and Darkrai can reuse that for extra gust. Maybe you can deal with some engine Pokemon on the same turn you use Iono for disruption as well. So I think it actually covers a lot of bases right now. Its type coverage is obviously great into the Mew matchup and into Gardevoir, so maybe a bit of dodge and weaving, but I've been encouraged by seeing Ross Cawthorn do well at the NAIC with the deck, and I feel like there could be something there.
Ooh, interesting. So, Joe, you said it's got really good type coverage. We know this. But do you feel as if Darkrai has a strong enough game plan versus anything that's not Dark Week?
I mean, sure, that's going to be a much more difficult ramp, right? But of course, you can recover Dark Patch as well with Darkrai. So you can reach those higher numbers. Maybe at times you need to stay out of range and avoid some crucial KOs. But you can even use the single prize Galarian Moltres for late game beat stick potential as well. So it doesn't always need to have a swarm of energy to reach higher numbers.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that baby mod, just forgot about that fiery wrath. Yeah. That adds up really quick, and that malevolent charge gets the energy into play. Got some food for thought there, Joe. I like it. But we do have another deck from the lovely Amy. Amy, what is your deck?
I think United Wings could swoop in for some victories this time round. Soaring into the limelight. I can see it happening. I would love to see some strong knockouts from our little birdie friends, because realistically, they've got such good coverage in this meta with the strength of Kilowattrel and their ability to take out Lugias, and that's still relatively popular. There's 2 different variants of Lugia that we're seeing at the moment, with the single strike and then just the basics. So we've got obviously those lovely Snorlax. I also really like that Murkrow again hits for weakness into our 2 big powerhouses recently seen in the World Championship Finals, Gardevoir and Mew VMAX. And again, 2 different versions of Mew VMAX still sneaking around. So I think Murkrow really is a dark horse there coming out in the limelight. But once again, we have those Dittos who can mimic the abilities of the basics to continue to ramp the damage higher and higher and higher, and forcing your opponent to only take single prize knockouts every single turn, elongating the game, allowing you to take the pace of play to the next level.
Wings of Unity. I did not expect that. Okay, but had a really good Wonder one, didn't it? NAIC, Alex Szymanski at the helm. So my question about Wings of Unity would be, very strong on paper, lots of good type coverage, but, you know, Lost Box and Giratina, very popular decks right now. Sableye can spread 12 damage counters. Is the Lost Box matchup winnable at all?
I'm not sure, if I'm totally honest. However, I think it does have a strong case for the disruption that you can cause with the consistency that you can bring using various Gallades, a Buddy Catch Gallade, allowing you to grab whichever supporter you would like each turn is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, fair enough. That all does seem very good to me. So let's give yourselves a couple more seconds for your last little pitch there. Joe, why should I pick Darkrai VSTAR?
Well, versus Wings of Union, I think you've hit the nail on the head. You're going to have to dodge and weave the Lost Zone matchups, and I feel like Giratina and Lost Zone Box are going to be some of the most popular decks in the room. So it's a bit more of a risky play. I think the Wings of Union, you're pretty much trying to put yourself in that matchup roulette, whereas I feel like Darkrai could be a more well-rounded pick.
And Amy, same question to you. Your last quick pitch.
I honestly think that, like we've said in previous times, taking risks is the name of the game right now, and I think that if you high roll those matchups into something really fantastic, those birds are just going to swoop across the competition.
Okay, now it's my time to pick, and I'm a risk taker. I do love to roll the dice, so I'm going with Wings of Unity. All that type coverage for me seems way too good to pass up. But thank you for your time, guys. I think we're going to get back to the stream now as soon as possible.
Welcome back to Peoria, Illinois for the regional championships here in the trading card game. We've been thundering through the action so far today, and there's more to come. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by the ever-knowledgeable Jeremy Jallin. We had a pretty good game coming up for us in our last round, and I'm sure that trend is going to continue here.
Yeah, pretty exciting, and two great players, and a pretty crazy turn one and misplay and then recovery. So there's anything that can happen this weekend, especially in the game of Pokemon. New set, Scarlet and Violet 151, showing that it's still pretty good. New Charmander, new Mew.
Yeah, we got
Venomoth.
We've been getting to see a little bit more of the 151 set than I was expecting, to be completely honest with you. You know, there were obviously some discussions about the Charmander we had. I saw the Mew in the hand a lot in our last game. I didn't see it played down, but I definitely saw it in the hand. And of course, Venomoth a little bit earlier on. Well, we're talking about decks. Obviously, things change with every new set. Why don't we take a small look at the breakdown coming through day one so far today? Just see who's got the lion's share of the decks. I think no surprise with that new Charmander. Everyone getting really excited, and 15% of the field on the Charizard EX.
Yeah, it is just a deck that has skyrocketed to the top of this meta game. It is everything you really want. A lot of HP, energy acceleration, deals a lot of damage, and it scales throughout the game as well. And, you know, a lot of people forget, but that Terra type is able to protect it on the bench, so maybe we won't see as much like Kyogre or anything like that anymore because Charizard's so popular.
Yeah, it does mean that it's going to keep itself safe there as well. The Pidgeot EX certainly helping out when you're able to quick search and be able to find that missing piece if you need it to just accelerate and explode a little bit later into the game. There is, of course, next up is Archeops and Lugia VSTAR. There is a split between two different builds of it, some going with just pure colorless and then some sticking with that single strike build as well. Big discussion there on how they want to break that one down.
Yeah, honestly, it is all thanks to Mew EX, because that card just put the colorless Lugia back on the map in the metagame. It was all single strike all the time for a good chunk of these tournaments throughout all of last season as well after rotation. And now you're like, okay, well, Snorlax is good against these Lost Zone decks. I have Mew EX to deal with Giratina, to deal with Miraidon, to really help out with just the Pokemon that have big damage attacks. And seeing it kind of take over, I believe it's like a 75-25 split. And it being 75% of the Lugias is just crazy, but it is one of the top decks. I believe it got second or first at the Champions. I think it was second because it lost to Miraidon in Yokohama.
Yeah, there's almost over double colorless builds over single strike. One of our counts was 183 to 73, so certainly a big jump there as well. I think that probably has a couple extras in. Everything's pretty close after that, though. I mean, nothing's running away with like 20% of the meta share. You know, we've got 12% on the Miraidon EX, 11% on the Gardevoir EX. Lost Zone box, obviously there's plenty of variance within that category as well. It, you know, lumps in a number of different buckets, but that still holds strong at 10%. And then there is our final, like, next little drop, I guess, to the Chien-Pao EX, a deck that's still, you know, still getting experimented with, but, you know, could definitely put up some good numbers.
Yeah, came off a top 8 in Pittsburgh, 3 weeks ago, and a lot of well-known players are playing Chien-Pao EX in this tournament today. Names like Raul Reddy, Xander Perot, Kyle Sablehouse. It is definitely a deck that people kind of gravitated towards because it has the ability to take those big one-hit knockouts. It just doesn't have much of a comeback mechanic in the deck.
It really is a deck that if you get it set up, if you're filling your bench with Baxcaliburs and you're able to, you know, just really start getting that water energy down, then yeah, it looks great. When you fall behind, when you lose your Frigibaxes early, yeah, you definitely struggle to get involved in the game. But I imagine we'll be able to see a couple of good performances out of it pretty early on. We do want, of course, at the top of the day, we asked to hear from you guys as well. So let's dive in and see what's been going on over on social media, see what you guys have been saying about the tournament so far. We've already got some photos from the event from Team Insight TCG out and about in Peoria for the regional championships. They've been preparing all day yesterday. Stay tuned for more. You've got to imagine that the preparation may be paying off, but it's nice to see, you know, people just out here and enjoying the events in person.
And then, of course, Substitute on their phone over on the chair over there, too.
Yeah, Substitute making a pretty bold appearance. So thank you to you guys for submitting that one. The matching jackets kind of make it for me as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just being spreading that one across those teams. Of course, we don't need to remind you too much, but I'm going to anyway. Hashtag Play Pokemon to be featured. Another one of these teams as well, all going with the matching outfit there. This is it's time for everyone's favorite Twitter segment, a Pokemon TCG regional with Gus. Today we're in Peoria with the entire Knockout Gaming squad, piloting an Arc Gudra deck. Didn't make it onto our graphics, so it falls in the other decks bucket, and have won the first 2 games, going into round 3 feeling confident. But yeah, that is a full squad and a half.
Yeah, making up a pretty good size of people in the tournament today, and it is a single competitor competition, but you always find yourself working with groups of people or teams just because it's easy to really figure out what you want to play to the event and kind of settle on maybe the list that's going to surprise everyone. Who knows? Maybe it's Arceus Gudra.
Yeah, you don't always want to build in a vacuum, right? You may miss something that your teammate may be able to do that. Fierce Destiny coming out with, they're on today's Peoria Regional. Good luck today for our players. Those guys maybe have to check in, see if those double thumbs up are still in action later on in the day.
Yeah, again, we have tons of players here throughout the entire regional championships, not only for TCG, but video game and Pokemon Go as well. plenty of Pokemon fans.
Yeah, I think last time we were here last year, obviously the video game hadn't started back up, so they weren't able to get their hands on these fantastic medals. We changed from the trophies to medals a little while ago. Pikachu is very much ready to. A number of players across all our games, all of our divisions will be going home with something to wear and something to show off to all of their friends.
I'm still waiting for regional champions to show up with their medal at their next League Cup or something, and then just really showing off.
You mean like when like they come out in boxing matches with like the belts and they're like ready to go? I don't know if anyone's bold enough to do it, but now you've put the idea out there, Jeremy, I do expect to see somebody do it. Or like come back to the next regional with their medals.
Yeah, like Andrew Estrada's just in there playing and has the medal hanging around his neck. What's better than that?
Yeah, no, I want to see it now. You've convinced me. Sorry I doubted you in the first place. Plenty to be won there, and this is just really the icing on the cake when you look at our prize pool, when you look at the World's Invite. This is really huge. Just icing on the cake, so plenty to play for if you make it out to a regional.
JR Studios at Peoria. Good vibes today. Feel like everyone has prepared well and ready to rock it at the event. For himself, I'll be chilling all day.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Just supporting the family. Good preparation can go a long way here, so maybe see how those guys are doing a little bit later on in the day. You can see, I mean, just in this picture, how big and busy this hall is, right? There's just so many people here, and this is only like a fraction of the hall that you can see. There's just so much more tucked around the corner. As I was saying a little bit earlier, last year we didn't have the video game, and we only had like half of this hall size. I saw the count of how many players we had just in TCG alone. I was like, oh yeah, we're taking over this. I think it's the Peoria Civic Center to really lock it down.
Yeah. All right. I do believe we have our key matches for this round 6 that we have coming up. Our stream match is going to be Jared Grimes up against Piper Lapine. Two pretty stellar names from the last season trying to duke it out here. One at 4-0-1, I believe the other at 4-1. Going down the list, Jesse Parker up against Cole Rosario. Both of them are undefeated, 5-0. Braden Elfert undefeated against John Stoy, just had winning on stream last round. And Azul Garcia Griego up against Dylan Barta, both of them 4-0-1.
Yeah, plenty of fantastic games out in the field, but we have decided to focus on the one highlighted on the screen. It is going to be Jared versus Piper. I'll be able to start diving into that matchup very, very soon. It doesn't include one of the decks that we were talking about a little bit earlier on. That we were wondering when it was going to make an appearance. Jared piloting the Chien Pao deck, and Piper going with that Gardevoir as well.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings that we have updated for this round so far. And there you see a bunch of 5-0s covering the top 16, but a lot of newer names there, at least for the most part. Braden Elfert, of course, a regional champion, and Colin Merli-Matthews coming off a top 4 in Pittsburgh just 3 weeks ago. Jesse Parker coming off that 2nd place. Can these players try to continue their run here and get that championship victory, get that invite to Honolulu?
Yeah, it's always good to see new players who keep making it to the top tables, right? Being able to come back time and time again, putting on fantastic performances and just expanding the breadth of this game. The more top players we have, the more likely we're going to get great matches every single time. So a number of names in there I recognize, a few that I'm seeing maybe up in this graphic for the first time, right? This is when they're really breaking out into being able to put on a great showing here as well. But I'm sure the next few rounds, I mean, for these trainers, particularly the top 16, one more win, they've got a little bit of wiggle room, right? They've got a little bit of room to take a loss, just push to advance themselves into that day 2 and be in a better position at the beginning of the day.
One of these players could be the next TBD.
Oh yeah, replacing TBD, knocking TBD off their pedestal as well, which is going to be, just happening, I'd say, 3 times this month.
Yeah, it is going to be a jam-packed month of Pokemon action for sure, but honestly, I am so excited for it. 151 seems to have been making a little bit more of an impact than we think so far, so we'll have to see how it shapes up for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, let's see if it helps out our trainers down on the table. They're ready and raring to go, so setting up for this game, we'll be heading into Jared versus Piper to see who can keep their tournament run going in such a good form. And those decks I mentioned earlier, the Chien Pao EX paired up with the Baxcalibur for Jared, going up against the Gardevoir, and Gardevoir Definitely plenty of options in that deck. You know, just being able to do so much for a deck that just seems to keep on going.
Yeah, it is a ton of actions you do throughout the turn, but it is all for a point. It's to thin that deck down to where you have exactly what you want. Use that Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX and charge up anything you really want. Take those big one-hit knockouts. Meanwhile, Jared is going to focus on that Baxcalibur along with that Chien-Pao to really just get knockout after knockout thanks to cards like Superior Energy Retrieval, bringing back those energies.
Yeah, getting those energies back, being able to reach for these big numbers though. I mean, the Gardevoir EX at 310. Some decks can really struggle to get there, but I think the Chien-Pao is one that definitely feels a little bit better. Let's start counting them. There's one Baxcalibur in the prizes, so not the end of the world. It does leave him 2 more in there. His Lumineon V in there along with the Irida, but then there's 2 Curlier, so 2 of your refinement options are not available right away if you are Piper. Battle VIP Pass, a pair of energy for both of them, and a supporter in Penny over on Piper's side as well.
Yeah, this is really rough for Piper just because you want to really start most games with Mirage Step Corellia, especially if you have a kind of lackluster start where you're only able to get a couple Ralts out. Having that advantage where you can just cheat those Corellia into play, start refinement and getting those Gardevoirs out just next turn, you're going to be missing that. You only have access to 1 refinement, at least early on in this game. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball to get stage 1s from the prize cards.
No, there is not. Hisuian Extra Heavy Ball, I think it would have to be. I don't remember that when I was playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, but it is, of course, going to be a Chien-Pao starting things off up against the Manaphy, and the Chien-Pao just going with the ability right away. This Manaphy not going to be the best line of defense for Piper in the slightest. Shivery Chill, just being able to go in and search for 2 basic water energy and put them into your hand. That's exactly where you need them if you're going to be accelerating them around later.
Yeah, well, you'd eventually want them in play. That's where you really need them.
Okay, they got to go in the hand first, right? I mean, maybe he's just going to start powering things up and just hoping that the Piper has an awful start, right? Making sure he's got the energy for the Hail Blade and can just start, you know, throwing things down. Does get those, and does get to Nest Ball as well.
Pretty good start here from Jared, and you do see there's an Arceus V in hand. So one thing you said, and you mentioned before, these Chien-Pao Baxcalibur lists, they have been experimenting a lot, just trying to figure out what is the perfect 60 or close enough to it. A lot of people have been playing Arceus VSTAR, a 1/1 line, just so you have access to Starbirth. Some people are playing Pidgeot V with 4 Seal Stones. Some people are playing Pidgeot EX. It really can go multiple ways, even B-Barrel. And Jared opting for the Arceus V, but doing a lot of work here so far, 4-0-1.
Yeah, it's obviously been working out, and maybe that's the secret sauce that this Chien-Pao needed. Does just attach to the Chien-Pao, and then, of course, pass it over to Piper, who is going to be opening up with the Battle VIP Pass, so able to go in and grab a couple of those pieces, avoid the the potential donk there as well. So, you know, didn't get them out in the opening hand, but it is at least going to be able to start filling up the bench and building out some pieces of this Gardevoir puzzle.
Speaking of puzzle pieces, you're going to need those rare candies. They are going to be very crucial for the game plan for Piper. Just trying to get early Gardevoir out so you can grab those Corellia from the prize cards and continue, because Jared, if he gets set up, which looking at that hand, Rare Candy Irida, that guarantees that setup. You're going to start taking prizes pretty much every turn.
Yeah, he's going to be able to start just streaming knockouts. And, you know, for some of these early knockouts as well, they're going to be pretty cheap. It's not going to cost you a lot to do that with the Chien-Pao. So it is going to be the Mew and the Ralts as well. Piper does, of course, now have information about that double prize Curlier. That is a little bit of bad news that she's just going to have to deal with. There's the energy down, and the Iono being just played immediately, just making sure that, you know, Piper gets to see some new cards, and hopefully, you know, Jared, if he does show that Arceus V, maybe was feeling a little bit confident. But also, speaking of puzzle pieces, there is one right away in the hand.
Yeah, Arceus VSTAR in hand for Jared. Going to be pretty good at being able to use that Starbirth, grab exactly what he needs for the next turn. Most of the cards are on the bottom of the deck right now because of Iono, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to go in as well and just grab the pieces and shuffle them back in if he wants to see them a little bit later. That is going to be the Mysterious Tail of Mew, getting a level ball out there, so does get another opportunity to keep kind of powering up this bench and getting at least some defenses in the way of what could be an explosive second turn. You know, if you've got the rare candy, you know, if you're able to evolve into the Baxcalibur, get away from the Frigibax, that is going to be pretty big.
One card that's going to come up pretty big in this match, just because Piper is going to be down a while, is that reversal energy. Just being able to count as 3 Psychic when it's attached to that Gardevoir from Astral Radiance.
Yep, well, there's the Chien Pao, getting the ability off again. Just going to go grab a couple more water energy. That's also another way to shuffle up the deck, right, if you need to, if you get caught with a nasty Iona. But I don't think it's going to matter. There's just so many resources. Announces he's going back in, so probably gives up the Ghost a little bit there. There's the Nest Ball following through. So the Nest Ball is going to be digging through the deck. Just another piece, gets a Radiant Greninja of his own. This could be devastating in this one.
I'm looking through the list right now. There is no canceling clones, so not playing that combination of cards. So having the Manaphy down 4 Piper is going to be pretty good. You won't be able to just have both your Ralts get knocked out from Moonlight Shuriken, but Jared, having that Arceus V-Star guarantees this Baxcalibur coming down, and the fireworks are already starting.
Yeah. And he's also just able to dig too, right, with the Radiant Greninja, give him a little more information, you know, and if maybe there's a world where he just goes after the Manaphy at some point, you know, and just to give him that really big end game play. There is the Arceus V-Star, so he's going to be able to Starbirth. He's got no other need for that V-Star marker in the deck, just being able to try and get that final bit of the combination that he needs. Looks like he's going to be able to find it pretty quickly as well. Already knows it's on the bottom of the deck and can just keep on going.
Eyeing down Ultra Ball boss's orders here.
Ooh. Just having another dig. Just making sure he pulls the right thing. Boss Manaphy. Set yourself up for a massive Greninja play, but yeah, it's certainly an option.
Honestly, with the way Jared has built this deck too, you do have a 1/1 B-Barrel, so that could be an option to try to get set up here as well.
Oh, he's mulling it over. Changed his mind a couple times on this one, so certainly has lines, right? He's got a couple options. I don't mind the B-Barrel. I think that's always helpful. You know, particularly if you're getting that hand down as well. Just you're able to keep getting cards out.
So no rare candy here, but you're going to be able to take the knockout on the Manaphy. And it's not just the knockout. There's Lost City in hand.
Yeah, that's why the boss's orders becomes the big play. Because then he's just going to be able to terrorize you with a Greninja. And if you feel confident about that, does go after the Ralts with the Lost City and a quick discard there. So the Manaphy is able to fight a little bit more in this one. But the Chien Pao EX just getting those energy gone and going to be able to take the first knockout of the game.
Now, Jared did grab the Ultra Ball from that Starbirth, maybe hoping to find Lumineon V, but Lumineon V is in the prize cards, so no supporter in hand for Jared. Now it's Piper's turn to figure out what she can do here. Usually this would be a pretty good Mirage Step turn, but your bench is already full, and you have 2 Corellia prized. Does find a candy, though.
Yeah, it does get the rare candy, so you've got to imagine we're just going to start causing problems as soon as we can evolve. You do need something to evolve into, though, and that is going to be easy to find with the Fog Crystal. Weighing up her options there, just making sure she has access to a couple different paths in this game. But knowing the counts, yeah, I think Mirage Step might be out on this one.
All right, hear me out. How much energy does she have available to her? Because if you can go Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, boss up that Frigibax, take the knockout, I think you're in a pretty advantaged spot.
Yeah, the Frigibax has just been sat there for a turn, not evolving, and so Piper may know that there's not the resources to be able to do that. It is going to get rid of the Lost City, replacing it with the Artisan, get that Cresselia down as well, so be able to set that up, but you know, just being able to go back in the deck. There's the Ultra Ball, there's the Gardevoir.
Oh, this also takes the knockout if you have 3 Psychics in the discard.
Yeah, just being able to you know, easily get the knockout in a nice early kind of situation here. We'll see how this one gets played through by Piper.
I guess it also works if you just have 2. So Rare Candy to that Gardevoir EX. That's going to be the really big one there. It's your lone Ralts you had in play, so the only one able to evolve. You can use Psychic Embrace, damage that Mew, retreat it, And then Psychic Brace yet again with those 2 Psychic Energies in the discard.
Yep. There's the second Psychic. Oh, that's going down onto the Gardevoir as well.
And then Moonglow Reverse takes the knockout on that Frigibax, and we're going to have a pretty interesting game here now because Jared is now a turn at least away from attacking.
Yeah, very, very good play there by Piper, getting just the right amount of damage down to use Moonglow Reverse, you know, making sure that you spread the damage around. You obviously start attaching energy to your other Pokemon, and then, you know, you're like, okay, well, easy enough. I'll just move that, get rid of your Frigibax, and slow Jared down. This could be very punishing when you look at what happened in turn number 1, right? Where turn 2, sorry, where he doesn't make that play. Had all the pieces, had the V-Star as well, but doesn't evolve it. And this could be a sticky old situation for Jared.
Does have access to the Artisan, though, so that'll be able to find a new Frigibax for you, or that Bidoof if you want. Draws off that concealed cards was Irida B-Barrel. So much needed for next turn. And at least for this turn, you can hopefully get set up. You have the Ultra Ball in hand as well.
Yeah, getting set up, though, is going to be could be pretty costly, right? There's some really premium targets around for something like that Gardevoir. You know, just being able to start causing problems. The Irida is going to be used on this turn, so just getting those pieces. There's going to be the Nest Ball. Yep, setting it all up pretty nicely. So we're getting another Frigibax. Obviously need 2 now, because you know that Piper does have the ability to go after those pretty quickly. The Irida going in there as well. So just kind of skipping a couple of turns there, but it's all above board. Just being able to play this one out nicely.
Having both of them there does give you assurance to where you're pretty much guaranteed a Baxcalibur next turn if you want. There's the bump of the Artisan and just a pass, no attacking since you do not have that Baxcalibur in play.
Yeah, the big thing here, though, you know, even if you did want to pick up a prize on the Baxcalibur, then you are going to kind of have a bit of an issue with getting the 60 down just by attaching. Not much Psychic Energy in the discard. There's going to be the Fog Crystal. You get rid of that one, you can conceal cards that one as well. So that'll be pretty helpful in this instance, but I don't think it's going to be enough unless you've got some shenanigans afoot. But, you know, certainly options to be able to do that. It does have to be careful of that Lost City, but Jared significantly slowed down in this game.
And it's really just based on the decision of what he chose to go for, right? Getting that boss's orders, trying to take out that Ralts on the turn 1, left that Frigibax just kind of stranded. And Piper was able to capitalize on it with Moonglow Reverse. And here, just charging up the Cresselia to use Lunar Blast for 110. That's a 2-hit knockout.
Yeah, Piper is just keeping up this offense, right? Lunar Blast, way more valuable there, and just being able to start causing those problems, you know, getting that energy back as well. I mean, if you go and knock out this Cresselia, yeah, you're going to be able to put it in the loss zone, but that's not really a big deal. Cresselia's done more than enough of its work already. Is, of course, think about it, going to just grab some energy. But concealed cards to start. There's a lot of energy in that discard. The Battle VIP Pass and an Iono. But, you know, the VIP Pass pretty useless here. And his hand is fully loaded, but not the pieces he needs.
Yeah, you have the rest of your Chien-Pao EX. You have the Drapion V, which is actually a pretty good card in this matchup. Being able to take a 1-hit knockout on that Gardevoir EX. And a lot of cards you just can't really discard. The rest of them are water energies. No real way to really thin your hand down to Industrious Incisors to draw a meaningful amount of cards. And having the Iono here off that concealed card is actually pretty beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, also all of these cards, including, you know, the ones you really don't want, like the Battle VIP Pass or the current Chien-Pao, just being locked onto the bottom means you're less likely to draw into them. He does get the, let's see, the Irida's in there, Superior Energy Retrieval, a Rare Candy, but bad news, he's already used his supporter for the turn, so the Iono slowing him down once again.
And I like saving the Shivery Chill here just because it shuffles the deck for you. You knew you put a Baxcalibur on the bottom of your deck, and there is one prized. So you're going to need as many of those to try to draw into as possible.
Yeah, he's just not getting it out in the right order now, though. So that's certainly struggling a little bit here. Is going to go with the Superior Energy Retrieval, throwing away that Lost Vacuum and the Water Energy. Does get back 1, 2, 3, 4 water energy, though.
This does not help thin the hand down for Industrial Incisors.
He's actually further away.
Yeah.
But he will take the knockout on to this Cresselia. Oh, it goes in the lost zone. What a shock. But Piper's already done, I think, enough with it. And it's only one prize as well. This Chien-Pao is certainly struggling. And the other Chien-Pao are back in the deck. So things could get a little bit dicey a little bit quickly. It's going to be a quick pal pad as the Iono goes back in for Piper. Just making sure that she has access to that later on. Just in case, you need to try and balance the playing field a little bit. But that's going to get shuffled back in. It's also going to undo the effect of Jared's Iono. Let's see what Piper has in the hand here. Oh, it's going to be a Professor's Research. So we're getting rid of an Energy, a Battle VIP, a Rare Candy. Didn't see the other card behind it, but 7 fresh cards, another Energy in the discard. Ooh, this is a hand with plenty of options, level balls in there. Just being able to keep digging on through. There's going to be another one of those routes getting put in play. Maybe hoping to find another one of those Curliers off the prizes.
Oh, you just have to hope, right?
Yeah.
Get down as many routes as possible. You can still Rare Candy to them. I believe there is one left after the discard this turn with that Professor's Research. So still a lot of playability from Piper here. And you still have access to that one refinement as well.
Easy choice, Battle VIP pass, that's gone. Boss's Orders in the hand, just in case anything does get set up. Another Mysterious Tail, let's see. Ultra Ball, sorry. So pretty easy way to do it. Piper announces she's going back in, so there's way more turns, way more actions to be done in this turn. This is going to be, let's see what goes away. It looks like it's Ultra Ball, getting rid of Ultra Ball, and, another research.
I think we're grabbing Zacian V here. Or, Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you can get access to the side of things where you're able to just, get that routes down, find a Rare Candy, then you'll be in good stead. But, oh no, she already has the Curlier, so that's doesn't even need the Rare Candy.
Yeah, and then you try to find a Reversal Energy here as well. Just helps you clean up this Chien-Pao EX without having to damage your Gardevoir, and that's going to be pretty big. At least facing down other Chien-Pao, it forces an extra energy from Jared. Granted, you can just charge up that Arceus V-Star and start taking knockouts if the Baxcalibur comes down. But Piper having a pretty stellar turn here, able to retreat, and she brings up that Gardevoir with the Reversal Energy. That's more than enough to take the knockout here on Chien-Pao EX.
Yeah, that little advantage that Jared carved out, getting that Cresselia, has come back to haunt him.
Also going into the Lost Zone.
That has to go into the Lost Zone, unfortunately, for that Chien-Pao. If we could make sure that's on his discard, let's just get that one tidied up, as he does bring up the Frigibax.
Doesn't matter too much. There's no Super Rod or anything in the list, but it is just one of the game actions that you have to actually do. I mean, it's your card.
Yeah, you should know about that one, right? Being able to get that one done. So where does Jared go from here, right? He's got the Frigibaxes, and he doesn't have...
Rare Candy Ultra Ball in hand.
Okay, so he's got a Baxcalibur.
Double Superior Energy Retrieval, too. So an embarrassment of resources with the energy here. Boss's Orders in hand along with Irida. So decisions time now. Who am I going to attack with, and what am I going to attack?
Yeah, that's the big thing here, right? Is where do I go once I get this Baxcalibur set up? Where do I start throwing down energies? You can easily, throw them away with the Ultra Ball because you can easily get them back with the Superior Energy Retrieval as well. So it does go in the deck. Does, of course, need to find an attacker. That's going to be pretty big. Making sure he gets another one of those Chien-Pao. Being able to tidy things up there. But yeah, he's also probably going to need to go back in. Oh, is he going Drapion?
Drapion V here. And then, but is there... There's not another Ultra Ball, so Drapion means you're going to have to Irida for the Baxcalibur.
Okay, I don't mind that at all. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
I think we finally got the Chien-Pao.
We got the Chien-Pao in the right spot. Not a big deal, but just nice to make sure that we're on all above board here in Peoria. So yeah, Irida going back in the deck. We'll be able to get a handle on his Baxcalibur, which we haven't quite seen yet. But yeah, he's got that Drapion available to him. Interesting pivot around there.
Grabbing the Drapion means I we should have maybe it's planning for the boss's orders with the Gardevoir EX, like maybe for the next turn.
Yeah, maybe it's kind of stepping through it, right? Just wants the pieces here, but yeah, had to use the Irida to make sure he got the back Excalibur as well. Grabbing. Yeah, the amount of energy recovery in this hand is pretty preposterous. So finally, Rare Candy, back Excalibur, finally makes it down onto the field. He's able to go crazy with the energy. Superior energy retrieval. There's, oh yeah, just energy retrieval.
Yeah, energy retrieval. It's not the superior one.
Yeah,
just,
I saw the 2 in his hand and I was like, oh, he's got to be going for them. But yeah, has access to a bunch of energy. Just being able to throw that one down pretty freely. There's 3 onto the Arceus. So using that Arceus V-Star pretty wisely, you have to imagine.
And then looking to bench Drapion V here, having it kind of safe against Iono, but as well as just drawing an extra card with Industrious Incisors. And retreat to the Arceus V-Star, that means it will take a knockout and leaving Piper with just the Gardevoir EX in play yet again.
Yeah. Yeah, the Gardevoir EX is kind of going to be the way back. Does take another water energy off this one, so it's back Excalibur is safe for now, but over to Piper. We're going to start with the level ball. There are not many cards left in this deck. This is, I believe, 9. Could be wrong, could be 10, but we'll give that one a cursory count. So, you know, Piper probably needs the resources in hand. That's the big thing here. So just being able to cause problems that way would be huge.
Well, the biggest resources are in the Lost Zone. You got a full Gardevoir line as well as just a Ralts. That means these are the last 2 Ralts Piper's really working with here. And that's not what you want to see when you're a Gardevoir player.
No, you need as many resources to kind of flood your bench as possible. There is going to be the count of how many energy there. I believe it's 5 in there. Mysterious Tail, obviously you're not looking at about half your deck there, so it's going to be pretty good there. Another level ball. All right, so the count gets lower and lower for Piper. Needs to make every resource count here. There's still 3 prizes to go in our round number 6, and we're approaching kind of half time in it. There's concealed cards, draw another couple. There's a Gardevoir. But
see the last rare candy.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit. Oh no, it's a gold rare candy. Never mind.
Definitely going to be a pivotal turn for Piper here to try and get the knockout, as well as just having an attacker set up for the next turn, potentially. Shining Arcana does find a Psychic Energy, so you can attach that to any of your Pokemon any way you like.
Yep. But, I mean, there's a long way to go, right, to get, like, the huge damage. Here we go. It's going to be a quick switcheroo. I'm going to start powering this up to knock out this Arceus V. So the energy's kind of all in the right place now, right? Piper gets to choose as many as she needs to just hit the
we got a boss's orders.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, there's the boss's orders. That Drapion's gone. Super Rod, throw back some resources as well. If there's any that want to go in, it looks like it's going to be just, is it the Zacian V?
Yeah, Zacian V going in the deck. Hopefully having enough energies to close out the game. Piper's going to go down to 1 prize card here. And at least with the way it looks, it's looking pretty good for how terrible of a prize and start Piper had.
Yeah, Piper really didn't look like it was going to be an easy one. There's the level ball. Just check those last few cards. I'm pretty sure Piper knows exactly what's in there at this point. But, being able to pick up 2 prizes, grab another couple of resources, got to be feeling pretty good. And you're now looking at a couple of Gardevoir who are very, very nicely powered up.
The only thing... Oh, no, yeah, you get more energies on. Might as well stack as much energies as you can on the Gardevoir here, because if Jared has a boss's orders and enough energies to take a knockout on the Gardevoir EX, that means you're not going to be able to attach any more.
Right.
Might as well give yourself the most damage possible and kind of set up a checkmate scenario for next turn.
Yeah, if he goes boss's orders onto the Gardevoir EX. But yeah, there's the Brainwave announced. There's going to be a knockout onto the Drapion, and Piper down to just 1 prize.
Now a hand of Chien-Pao EX. You have boss's orders and a couple superior energy retrievals. So energy is not a problem here for Jared. The problem is going to be the board across from.
So this is a really interesting use of the Arceus, right? I mean, yes, it'd be really, you can't leave that Gardevoir in the active. You just can't. But you got to wonder what Piper has in hand tool-wise to be able to deal with it, because that is doing 270 damage right now. So if you don't deal with it, there's certainly plenty of options. The good news, I mean, if you do try and pivot around it, it can't attach another energy to itself. So at least you got that going for you, which is nice.
Well, you can just attach from hand.
Yeah, there's that. You have to deal with it. So yeah, that's going away. That is. Oh, we probably need to put some stuff in the Lost Zone
Boss's
there.
Orders is the game here.
We still have the Lost City in play, so yeah, those have to get put away. Let's see, the concealed cards just drawing through.
Zacian
V, yep.
And that is why you Super Rod it back in the deck, and only that, because you want to draw into that and seals up the game thanks to the plenty of Psychic Energies in the discard.
Yeah, more than enough for Piper to close it out with a very, very small deck for exactly the halfway mark. Piper leads Jared. It was a pretty back and forth game. I don't think either trainer got the explosive start that they wanted. They weren't able to just really set up perfectly, but once they got to like turn 3 and they were set up, that was looking really good for Piper.
Yeah, it is always rough when you prize 2 Refinement Corellia, but then you have to stare down a Lost City and Boss's Orders on your Ralts. You really just have to play from behind pretty much the entire game, but she was able to overcome it. And Jared not really having the Baxcalibur until a little bit later in the game, and I think it's that turn of just passing that really sealed the game for Piper there.
Honestly, I barely even noticed that she was without the refinement. it didn't
just
feel,
Professor's research, discard your Psychic Energies. Who needs to discard a card to draw 2 every turn?
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were particularly missed. I mean, Piper was able to find the pieces. Okay, maybe a bit slower than she would have liked, but you can't exactly say that the game plan didn't come together at the end. And some really smart heads-up play. Super Rod in, just be able to get that Zacian. And of course, when you have that few cards in hand, time to go nuts and start digging. Here are the prizes. Ionos for both. Ooh, a couple of Nest Balls. Ooh, those Lost Cities are gone. Only 1 left. Ultra Balls as well. Piper with a bit more of a mixed bag. Palpad, Ionos, Super Rod, Battle VIP Pass, and a couple of those Psychic Energies. Ooh, that is a starter and a half for Jared. Drapion up there in the active.
Drapion in the active, and then just a Chien Pao on the bench. No Frigibacks to speak of for Jared, and Piper starting things off with that Radiant Greninja and Battle VIP Pass. Much better start from Piper here in this game too, after winning a close one in game 1.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like this could be a really slow one for the side of Jared if he's not able to find those pieces. This hand looks...
it's a good going second hand. You have that Irida. Anytime you have Irida, you always kind of want to go second. The problem is against a deck like Gardevoir, where they're needing to evolve and then evolve again, you can't give them that extra time.
That's the thing. You're giving Piper a lot of wiggle room to go in the deck and start finding some pieces. The Battle VIP Pass grabbing a pair of Ralts. A little bit different in the Ralts of choice. We're just going to keep on going with the Ralts as well. And 3 Ralts is a pass after that.
Energy off the top, attaches it to that Drapion V. And Irida's going to have to put in a lot of work here because, yeah, you can grab your Pokemon to set up, but this Radiant Greninja will need to find some cards for the next few turns.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right, is you've just got so much work to do now to get that Radiant Greninja to be a threat. There is going to be a retreat into the Chien Pao. Obviously, grab a couple of energy, you can start concealed cardsing. And now Piper's seen it, I have to imagine at some point she'll just go find the Manaphy and completely shut that play down. So Jared really turboing through this game. No time is of the essence as well if he wants to fight back for a win. It does have to be mindful of that. Another Chien Pao in the hand and just a pass. So still missing some pieces, I think. The Curliers are coming out much easier in this game.
Really showing the benefit of that powerful stage 1. Also opting not to evolve that memory skip Ralts, having that attack for later maybe. If you look at the board, Chien Pao EX just does have 1 attack, so If you kind of shut that off, it limits a lot of the options that Jared might have and might buy Piper a turn or two later on in the game.
Yep, easiest choice for refinement I ever did saw. A battle VIP pass on your second turn. Concealed cards, getting rid of an energy.
To be fair, it's not that easy with this deck, because sometimes you need that psychic energy in the discard as well.
Right, yeah, that is a fair point. But, you know, plenty,
Right now,
plenty of options when you've got another refinement and the concealed cards on the board. So Piper just turboing through, seeing so many cards, that hand looking pretty plentiful with resources. But are they the resources? Just marking the abilities, just keeping things above board. And, you know, I can already see some rare candies in there. I can see...
There's another Curlia.
Another Curlia. Well, why not? Memory skip's not that important, Jeremy. Don't try and hype it up. Just making sure that another refinement grabs another couple of cards. There is a lot in the hand. It doesn't look like we're going to get anything super crazy out this turn. Let's see what Artisan does grab for Piper, though.
Manaphy.
Yep. The Manaphy making sure that even if Jared, after that Iono, does grab all of the pieces he needs to set up that Radiant Greninja, it's not going to be possible on this next turn. So slowing him down. I haven't even really looked at what the impact of that Iono is going to be. But Piper is chock full of resources, another Ralts, and energy onto the Curlia, and a pass.
The Iono is actually very beneficial for Jared. Found him Irida, drew another Irida for the turn. And as long as you have Irida, that equals a Baxcalibur. Rare Candy Baxcalibur, that card has been broken ever since it came out. I'm talking about Irida, of course. Usually with that Origin Form Palkia now shifting its weight into Chien-Pao EX.
Yep, the Artisan grabbing the Bidoof, the Chien-Pao grabbing the energy, the concealed cards grabbing another pair, including an energy and a rare candy. The Irida will be the next choice. Does have access to plenty of search, though. Another Frigibax hitting the bench, so it's going to be able to try and stream those a little bit better. There, of course, is the Irida for turn, so it can be a little more liberal as well with one half of the puzzle already in hand. Let's see what he decides to grab. There's the Baxcalibur, and, of course, the Escape Rope as well. Pretty interesting one. You know, do you give up one of these, you know, choice resources, or are you good just, you know, letting the Radiant Greninja go down?
Yeah, it's really just the Radiant Greninja is the one card that Piper would like Jared to take a knockout on.
Yeah.
Everything else you kind of want to keep. That Ralts is probably going to get pushed to the active.
Yep. Yeah, easy choice as the Ralts comes up off the Escape Rope. Yeah, we have to see how Jared wants to do this one. So it brings up his Frigibax. Oh.
This one just came out, right?
Yeah.
This one was...
Oh, that was the one that was there before. It doesn't matter. Just tell me which one you want to promote.
I am promoting the one that I just put out.
Okay.
All
right. A little confusion. They're promoting the new one.
Excellent.
There's the Baxcalibur doing its work, throwing energy all over the board, kind of emptying the hand. Obviously just paying to retreat, bring that Chien-Pao back to the active, which is now powered up and ready to go and start taking knockouts. I was going to say Deluge, but it is super cold. My apologies. Deluge,
To
Rain
be fair,
Dance.
Super Cold, I think, is probably one of the better ones out of all the Rain Dance effects that we've had throughout the years.
Really? You're a Super Cold fan?
I'm a Super Cold fan. Yeah.
Huh. The more you know. I learned something about you today, Jeremy. I didn't think I knew before. But no, being able to get a knockout on that Ralts, so, you know, no cheeky plays where you could just go, oh, I'm just going to rare candy, and I've got a Gardevoir, and that'll be my my huge damage dealer out on the board. You know, we're going to be able to see things move back over to Piper. Does go grab another Curlia.
Going to be discarded right away.
Time to start refinement as well. There's 2 more to go in this turn. Radiant Greninja, concealed cards. Oops, say bye-bye to that Psychic Energy. Then we get to see one of the Gardevoir. But I think we've got a little bit more to go. I imagine Piper's going to keep digging. And refinement, another energy. Oh, what was in there? Is that a Gardevoir?
I think it was another Gardevoir.
Yep, rare candy. That's just a bunch of refinements. Temple of Sinnoh, Collapsed Stadium, all coming to the fore. There's the level ball to keep on thinning, maybe. Grab the Mew, find some extra puzzle pieces. But yeah, Piper just really drawing through her deck so quickly as well. Look how thin it is already.
It is what this deck tries to do, especially after you win a long game 1. Might as well. And then, of course, you have that Gardevoir EX in hand. If you have a reversal energy, maybe you can put good use to it, but I don't see one in hand.
No, the one thing that would make things just a little bit too easy, right? We're going to start counting, I believe it's 4 Psychic Energy in the discard. So it can, of course, just power things up. There's the Gardevoir EX coming to the 4. There is the Cresselia, so we're going to go 1. Then pay to retreat. Those obviously go right back in, so there's 5 in there now. And can just start trying to stack things up very nicely. Let's get the Shining Arcana to keep on going. So we now got 2 Gardevoir, one of them EX as well. We're going to just start spreading energy around. So
Yep, Piper's play here is going to be eyeing down to take out that Bidoof over on the bench. It is the sole way that Jared is able to just continually draw cards turn after turn outside of concealed cards. And not having access to B-Barrel is going to be pretty big later on in the game, especially because Piper plays 4 Iono.
yeah, just checking the number there on the Bidoof. Moonglow reverse.
Checking, because it's not able to be damaged on the bench, but you can still move damage counters.
Yeah, you can move those right on over. So the Moonglow reverse picking up a knockout for the 2nd game in a row. It will be the Chien-Pao starting this turn off with its ability, though. Shivery Chill. I think I'd make sure that there's a card to use this concealed cards from Radiant Greninja. Does still have the Baxcalibur set up, though. But the big thing here is Piper's not giving up any of these big hits, right? She's not giving up any of her 2 prizes super early, so it's always going to be, a little bit back and forth. Another Irida. So being able to...
Irida can go ahead and find another Rare Candy Baxcalibur, can find superior energy retrievals, so you can get some energies in play.
We can go with the Ultra Ball first, I think, though. Yep. That's an obvious one.
An option you do have is that Boss's Orders in hand as well. Being able to Boss's Orders, bring something up, take the knockout.
Yeah, that could start swinging this game around. I think that's why he lingered on the Irida, right? Just wants to make sure, but needs to get to a point where has access to enough energy to be able to get those knockouts that are required. So Arceus V being selected off the Ultra Ball could be, maybe a later turn, just go and find all those pieces with the VSTAR as well. So being able to help out there. Oh, it is going to be the Irida this time. Okay, so just making sure there's Rare Candy. There's the Baxcalibur. Yep, the traditional pairing, I think it's fair to say, for this deck.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rare Candy gets that Baxcalibur in play. Both of them now has the Stadium Bump in that Lost City, so no more Cresselia here. And with the 2 energy, able to take the knockout.
Yep, so stays 1 prize ahead. Has realized now that he's now taking Lost Cities back-to-back on his prizes. Probably not ideal, but that is going to be the Cresselia in the Lost Zone. Just making sure it's not able to be reused if that was maybe an out. There's the Refinement. The Battle VIP pass goes away. Shining Arcana.
Oh, we got an energy.
Yeah, we definitely got an energy. Other one just drops on in. There's the Fog Crystal as well, so we'll be able to make sure there's an energy to use the concealed cards and just make sure this discard is fully loaded with energy.
I think that's the last Psychic Energy in the deck for Piper. Has 1 prize, or maybe 2 even.
2 in the prizes.
Depends what prize she took, right?
Yeah.
Now you have access to pretty much any attacker you would like, along with his concealed cards, being able to just draw more and more. Thin that deck out.
Ooh, and the reversal energy,
yeah, finding the reversal is going to be really big in trying to pick up the KO on this Chien-Pao EX.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it really easy. Will
Or
Boss's
the
Orders.
Arceus V.
Yeah, the Arceus V, kind of seeing Jared trying to plan ahead, right? Get rid of it. Pick up 2 prizes either way. Reversal energy. Yeah, this should be pretty easy for this side. If you need any more, don't worry about it. You're able to power up the Brainwave real easily with the Psychic Energy, so it's going to be an easy knockout onto this Arceus.
Easy like Saturday morning. That's how the song goes, right?
Sunday morning.
Well, it's Saturday here in Peoria.
Yeah, there's the Super Rod as well, so Piper just able to keep pieces moving. The big thing here, I mean, obviously if you lose that Gardevoir, it would be going to the Lost Zone, so could cause some problems, but we'll see how the next couple of turns go. Get that Ralts back down, no worries in that regard. And of course, Brainwave Easy, making sure that you've got enough there to cause problems. Yeah, it is going to be the Psychic Energy and the Iono taken, so we know that the Power Pad has taken the previous turn. I believe that just leaves the one prized as not an option anymore, and this Chien-Pao EX comes back up for Jared.
And there was no water energy in the deck for Shivery Chill, and not having access to any draw power outside of concealed cards, not even having energy to use concealed cards. And Jared found himself just conceding the game to Piper. Piper had too much going on for him with that quick start with that Gardevoir.
Yeah, Jared showed his hand a little bit there, right? Digging and getting the Arceus V out that late almost explained the game plan to Piper and just said, hey, you know what? I don't have the pieces in my hand to retrieve my energy, to go digging. I need a way to do that. And as soon as Piper saw that, you know, just being able to power up the Gardevoir, being able to catch it with the Brainwave and get that knockout, Jared looks at the hand and thinks, yeah, I've got nothing here. And I'm just going to slowly get knocked out if I keep playing this line. So yeah, very smart play by Piper actually to go after that Arceus V and take away the only way back into the game for Jared.
Yeah, took 2 knockouts that game too. Bidoof and Arceus V. It was enough. Jared just didn't have anything in hand to really recover from. Looking through the list too, there's not really much draw power in the sense of supporters, right? There's,
one research.
One research, one Iona. That's pretty much it. So not really having that comeback potential. And that's been the problem with Chien-Pao, at least in this meta for ever since it came out, is it is a very good deck when you're able to get your setup, get started. You're going to get knockouts every turn. But it does not have a way to really kind of claw back from a game where it starts a little poor.
Yeah, well, we saw in game number 1, the first knockout goes to Jared, but then Piper able to start firing back pretty quickly with some big knockouts, does get ahead in the prize race. Arceus V comes to the fore. Yep, Jared fires back, but is it enough? Even the Lost City wasn't able to slow things down as Piper gets to the point where just concealed cards. Okay, just need one more prize. Oh wait, I've got the Zacian V, which I just put back in my deck. I'm going to be able to knock out anything that you put in front of me. So did have to fight back. The game was a little slower and a little rockier for both of our players. But game 2 went a lot easier, setting up those refinements early on, very quickly getting to this kind of very advanced board state for Piper. And as soon as we've just taken out that Arceus V, guess what? The following turn, Jared concedes the game, and Piper will continue marching on with another win here in Peoria.
This moves Piper to 5-1, I believe, and Jared now at 4-1-1. So again, he still has a little bit of wiggle room. Piper, more advantageous position now. A win and a tie would guarantee, or just 2 wins would guarantee it as well. Again, 19 match points makes it into day 2. That's 6 wins at least, and then 1 tie. And these players want to win as much as possible, because we saw in Pittsburgh, it's very hard to make the top 8 of this tournament. You need as many match points as possible.
Right, I mean, with the field as big as it is, you need every match point possible so that when you get to the end of day 2, okay, if you squeak in, that's fine, but there's so many other players who go, you know, with 7 or even 8 wins coming into that day. So yeah, squeaking in can be good, and obviously you can put yourself in position for some great prizes, but is that going to be enough to actually take down the tournament? And for a player like Piper, right, who obviously took down 2 regionals last year, you've got to imagine that she's going to be pushing always to try and find, you know, that 3rd win in kind of a couple of years. Has won other regionals as well, but, you know, the first one this year would be really, really good.
All right, well, we have our interview with Piper, so let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge and visit Adam.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here in the lounge, joined by our winner you just saw on stream, Piper Lapine. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. It was definitely a weird matchup. Like, I didn't test against Chien-Pao ever with Guardy, so good to take a win.
So it was a matchup where you were unprepared, but you stuck to your strategy. Do you think that the Chien-Pao Arceus was the best build of Chien-Pao, or is it more of a, do you know anything about Chien-Pao in general?
I think Arceus gives it like a lot of a better early game, whereas like the B-Barrel is a lot better into the late game, because there's some people playing like a heavy B-Barrel line with like a ton of Pokestops, but that's also a bit more RNG dependent. Like you could just hit 3 really good cards, like you could hit triple backs or whatever off of the Pokestop and then not be able to evolve it. It's like really weird. I like the Arceus version, but yeah.
but your deck, known for its consistency, draw power. This version here is running pretty much the modern style, just only one Zacian V, no Sky Seal Stone or anything silly like that. How has Gardevoir been performing for you so far? Have you liked the deck for a long time now?
Yeah, I was playing it at Cups a couple weekends ago. I had really awful luck. Like, I prized all my refinements one time, so I kind of like didn't play the deck for the last like few weeks after that. But then last night, like I was testing Control. It couldn't beat a good Guardy player that was playing Penny. Then I'm like, oh, maybe Tina will work. It was just dead drawing. My friend had an extra Guardy deck, and I'm like, could I play that? And they lent it to me. So.
Wow. So again, it's a deck that you kind of picked up at the 11th hour. This was something that you did kind of previously in the last season where you were taking those big wins, but you were playing Gardevoir like a pro. Is it just through osmosis, through training against the deck? It felt like you were very comfortable with it still.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play a lot of Zoroark, and it has trade. Refinement's very similar. I usually have like pretty good judgment of like resource conservation and whatnot, and like what is feasible for my opponent to hit, so like what I need to play around. Like there were times where I would like commit a couple extra resources in case they played like a canceling Cologne to then use Moonlight Shuriken, so that they couldn't get rid of my Kirlia and Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Like that's just something I tried to play around, but yeah.
Okay, so you already had so much of what Chen Pao could do within your calculations, within your plan, and I think that you were very proactive. I think we saw during game number 2, bossing up that Arceus and just cutting off all of those outs and all of those possibilities. Do you think that that's just a Chen Pao thing, or is it more of what Gardevoir should be doing, being a much more proactive deck than what it's known for?
Yeah, the big weakness with Chen Pao is like you Iono them to super low cards in the late game, and then it's really hard for them to find like boss, superior energy retrieval because they're super low on energies. So when I was like targeting the Bidoof and then the Arceus, it made it so that I could end up doing a late game Iono, which just made it so that they'd whiff for a turn. Because a lot of times with Guardy, your slower deck, your opponent's going to be taking 1, 2, maybe 3 prizes before you start attacking. So you need to be able to make it so that they whiff a turn so that you can get back into the game, or just hit everything you need at every point. It's like kind of awkward, but it does work a lot of the time.
Okay, so overall, it seems like it's running great for you. You're playing well, really able to, I think, remind the folks that, you know, Piper is a force to be reckoned with. And you mentioned a friend had lent you the deck. You want to give him a special shout out right now?
Yeah, shout out to Ian. I think he's still in contention for day 2, so good luck to him. Also, shout out to Bodhi for giving me the list, playing the same 60 as him. I think he was 401 going into the round, so yeah.
Very nice. I'm glad that you have these friends in your corner that can, you know, just show up at the last second to give you a deck. You're trying a bunch of different things, and the fact that you're willing to dig into the metagame, trying Control, trying Giratina, finally settling on Gardevoir. Was Charizard ever within your possibilities to play? It was a deck that a lot of players are hyped on.
Yeah, I was like testing it a lot, but I don't know. I was just drawing so awful with like every version of it, and I don't know. I just want to play something consistent, like especially in a very slow format that we're in right now. Like sometimes if you brick, it's really hard to get through. Like if you have a mediocre brick where it's like you're still kind of in the game but not completely, it can be kind of hard to tell if you should scoop or not. And then a lot of times you won't have time for the other 2 games, which gets you to have a lot of ties and then awkward records, especially at 1,600 person events. Like 11-2-2 is now bubbling top 8, so you really don't want to have a ton of ties. You just want to have the best record possible.
Right, and that was certainly reflected, I think, in the pace of your play with Gardevoir. A deck that's kind of known to take so many actions, is known to tie a bit, and you're just accelerating this pace. And this was kind of your signature, if I do say so myself, especially like when you were playing Sobble back in the day, right? A deck with a lot of sequencing, and you've picked that up over time. Are there any other decks that that you might consider besides Gardevoir that take a lot of sequencing? Have you ever tried Lost Zone?
Yeah, I played a ton
in
of...
a serious manner,
I played Lost Box like Cups and stuff. I played Sablezard to Fresno last year, but I don't know. I just draw so many awful hands, have like really awkward flower selects. I'll build like the most consistent list, 4 Nest Ball, 3 Trekking Shoes, stuff like that, and I still just like have awful hands. And like I just can't deal with it sometimes.
It seems like the bad RNG has just been slowly guiding you step by step to Gardevoir.
Every once in a while I win a regionals or top 8 and it pays off.
And that's all a lot of players can hope for, right? Be consistent, play the good decks, and the stars will align. Things are looking really good for you here in Peoria. Any final thoughts or shout outs you want to give to our folks at home before I let you prepare for your next round?
Yeah, shout out to my mom for picking me up from Chicago and driving me down here. Shout out to Dragon Shield for sending me some pretty cool stuff for the event, and shout out to my sponsor, Dead Draw Gaming. Pretty cool, but yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad that you're getting a lot of people, again, supporting you, and all of your hard work is paying off. Hopefully you continue to see success here in Peoria, and that'll be it from us. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have our next round of Swiss right around the corner. See you then.
Let's take a look back at the 2023 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships from Yokohama, Japan, the first Worlds ever held in the country. Coming into day one, Lugia VSTAR was the most popular deck, followed by Gardevoir EX and Giratina VSTAR. Surprisingly, old favourite Mew VMAX was nowhere to be seen on the list of most popular decks. Day two saw a shift in the metagame, with Lost Box the clear most popular deck, and Lugia VSTAR and Gardevoir EX following behind. All decks were expected to be good coming into the event. The junior final saw Xiao Tong-un taking on Gabriel Borges Torres. Xiao Tong had to overcome some adversity, including a very slow start in Game 1, but a big performance from Dragonite V in Game 1 taking every prize, and a huge Aqua Storm from Kyogre in Game 2 saw him take the title. In the seniors final, Gabriel Fernandez's Lugia VSTAR proved too powerful and overwhelmed Sydney De Bruyne's Arceus VSTAR deck on the way to a 2-0 victory. To conclude the World Championships, we had Tord Reklev, winner of 4 international championships, taking on the underdog Vance Kelly in the Masters Division Finals. Tord's Gardevoir deck had proven nearly unstoppable throughout the weekend, but in Game 1, the surprise tech card Box of Disaster in Vince's Mew VMAX deck proved too much to handle. Tord showcased the power of Gardevoir EX in Game 2, including a huge one-hit knockout on a free prize Mew VMAX to tie the match up at 1 game each, and took us to a tense Game 3 with little time remaining on the clock. In the third and final game, Vance proved why Mew VMAX shouldn't have been overlooked coming into the tournament, using a boss's orders to take a knockout on the very last turn of the game to pull ahead in prizes and take the title of World Champion. Make sure you're following the action all season long at Pokemon.com/compete.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out Boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. My favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Peoria, Illinois, site of the current regional championship that's underway. We still have to sort out some kinks before we head into the next round, but my colleagues and I have decided to buy a little time, do a little entertainment segment. We've got Pictionary. I'm Adam Watson, joined by Jeremy Jalen and Adam Doricott. They're going to help me identify some mysterious squiggles on a whiteboard and see if we can see which Pokemon are which. We had Shelby Boo actually write down the Pokemon that we're going to be drawing today, drawing them randomly out of a deck box. So hopefully I'll be able to do you proud. Yeah, I've been at the advantage of being able to pick and draw the Pokemon I like. So now these are going to be fed to me. I'm excited.
So listen, just blame her. Don't blame us.
This is also, I've seen some of your drawing too. I know the quality of it, and it's intimidating, honestly, sitting here to draw one. I have not seen anything in this lovely deck box, so there could be some curveballs in here.
Well, Mr. Doricott,
the floor is yours.
Yeah,
this is what happens when I come back after being away for like a year. They're like,
it's like, now draw something.
Welcome back to TCG.
Yeah, all right, let's see what we got. What's going on in here?
And I don't even know, like, we know Boo has preferences for like a couple Pokemon, like, Duraludon and stuff that might be in there. So I don't really know what could possibly be in there. And there is a non-zero chance that it might just be something really obscure that I'm just, in my old man head, can't keep the name of this Pokemon. And so I'm going to just be drawn from memory.
I think I'm going to go Portrait with this one.
Okay.
I'm going to mix it up.
It's a tall boy.
Duraludon.
Should I just say yeah? It's not. Okay, let's go with kind of, this is horrible. Wow.
Okay. It's coming together. Diglett. Very tall Diglett.
What kind of Diglets have you been looking at?
Wiglet. Oh, it's got feet.
It's kind of like.
Is it
They're
Calyrex?
not really like feet. They're kind of like squared off.
Hooves.
Okay.
No,
It's tall Tauros.
Tauros from side profile.
Piece here.
Is it
and then-
Octillery? It's a popsicle.
But then it's like kind of a head shape here. I could hear other people backstage.
Yeah, the
guessing,
other people backstage
and it
are
is getting
asking
a
what
little
it
bit
is.
out of hand. I'll try and keep it rotated.
Keep going, keep going, Dawes.
Chip is really not helping here.
Just keep going.
Shelby, why have you done this to me?
Okay, so there's like some diamond patterns on the body. Is it Swalot?
No.
Okay.
That was a good guess. Yeah.
I don't know how to draw the face here, but this is...
Just wing it.
This
Just
is taking
wing
a turn.
it.
I believe there's like a smiley kind of angle here.
Okay, so it's got some diamonds
And then,
on
oh,
it.
it does have a
There's
massive
smile.
It does have a massive eye.
Oh,
Gastrodon?
Roly-Coly?
No, no. This has gone terribly.
This is incredibly difficult to identify.
Oh no.
And there's some diamonds there. Is it one of the is it Knackle?
No,
No.
it's not the Salt Boys.
No.
I don't
Is
know.
it
The head
Zygarde?
looks like Charmander. Is it like 1% Zygarde
I think
form?
maybe I'm focusing too much on the diamonds.
I don't think they're actually diamonds.
Yeah, can you
so
give
they're-
us like a type maybe? I think we need help.
In your game, it would be blue.
Oh,
It would
man.
use water energy.
Okay. So that narrows it down a little bit.
No, it's not Bridgerback.
I give up. I can't identify this. I'm so sorry, Dawes.
I have shamed myself
Yeah,
with this attempt at Frostlass.
Frostlass?
What? I told you I'm awful at drawing. Get rid of this.
Yeah,
Frostlass. I think I do recall there are like diamond patterns as
Yeah,
like
there's
a
like a pattern down the body.
gown
Yeah.
sort of look.
There you go, Jeremy. Have fun.
All right, I'm gonna try to have fun here.
All right. You gotta redeem us, Jeremy.
Don't worry, I won't.
Let's see.
Okay.
Did anybody in chat get that one, Frostlass? I know there's a couple.
Did you get it?
Eagle
If you got it, you cheated.
Okay. This one's gonna be a little.
Let's see what we're working with here.
And you've got to draw it like one of the more awkward angles, so Godspeed. Ooh, nice straight lines.
Shiftry.
That's a really good guess.
Let's see. How do you?
It might be a fuzzy tail. Is it Tauros again?
What's going on?
It's like
Okay.
one leg, and then this is gonna be terrible.
Okay, so it has like its arms crossed in front of it. There's something like a ponytail. But it's not like Manaphy.
Alolan. How many tails are there? Alolan 6 tails?
Huh. Okay, so it's a Pokemon that's holding an accessory.
A Rangaroo.
A Rangaroo.
Oh, okay.
I'm very bad at drawing, so I'm
Oh,
sorry
that's
for that.
no, that's actually very well done.
Yeah, the little fan thing
Yeah.
that he instructs
That's
with.
the only thing I remembered.
And also, it's a monkey. All right, so
I believe it's an
hopefully
orangutan,
this is. I
actually.
think we're going to be evenly matched because I'll just draw a Pokemon that I'll be like, I've never seen the name of this Pokemon before in my life, and I'll just draw what I think it should look like.
Oh, this is good.
Okay. Okay.
Never have I seen Skarsgård up against it like this.
Okay. I was thinking of a different Pokemon, but right when I started to draw, I remembered what it should be. Wait. Oh God. Hang on. I think it's like this. Can you see? Am I holding this correctly?
Amoonguss. Caterpie.
Timpole? Zygarde base form?
I think it's something like this. Oh God, this is
Whoa,
bad.
Tatsugiri? Poliwhirl?
Is it this one? I think it might be a stage 2, and the problem is I'm familiar with the stage 1, and I think the final evolution. So
Well,
maybe
stage 2 is the final evolution. So
okay. So maybe if I
The spin has to be poly something.
so what if I continue to draw like this.
What on earth?
And if I decided if maybe I'm drawing the wrong Pokemon by mistake, and it's like that, does that help you at all? If I try to draw
Polytoad?
both, I think you're in the
Seismitoad?
you're in the right ballpark.
Timpole?
Yes, somewhere.
You're going the middle one.
Yeah, I think it is the middle one. I can't remember for the life of me what it looks like. I knew this was going to happen.
So you just drew the Pokemon around it?
Yeah, I think so. I think I drew the stage 1 and the stage 3, but the stage 2, I just have to make it up. It's just the teenager version, right? That's how all...
Palpitoad?
Yes! Thank you.
There it is.
You rescued me, Jeremy. Okay.
I'd like to
Somebody
shout
has
out
to send me a picture of Palpitoad because I could not remember.
Boo has done us so dirty with these selections.
Yeah, she knew. She
She's
knew.
a savage.
All right.
Is it going all the way back?
At least the Pokemon that you'll get, you'll remember exactly what it is.
I mean, maybe. We'll see. Shake the box.
My little Mike.
All right.
All right, do a Sprout.
Okay.
You got this.
Let's try this one. All right. Make sure we'll get it in. Get like a...
See, I can draw well as long as I know what I'm drawing. I'll just lead you down a completely different path.
And it's got some like little feet going on down here.
Okay, we got a little tail.
And then
Is it Breloom?
No, it's not.
Dang. Oh, it's...
Mareep?
Oh.
Flappy?
There it is.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, see, she's killing us with the middle evolution.
That is redemption. I didn't even finish it, and you got it.
That is good.
Yes.
You really captured the essence of what makes Flaffy.
Feel better now.
I'm going to pick one now.
After the great Frostlass incident of Peoria, Illinois.
All right, we're going to try it out. I barely know this Pokemon.
Okay, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a banger. We have to see beyond and in between the lines.
Yeah. Garganacl. Duraludon.
It's a jagged Pokemon. Might be Rock type.
Muck.
Might be Ghost. Is it Palisand?
Swalot.
Right, it's looking like a ghost. It's angry.
It's definitely not a ghost.
It's Darkrai? Oh, but it's not a ghost. Is Darkrai a ghost?
It's dark type.
I don't know. I don't know how this Pokemon
Mimikyu?
looks. Oh no, this is just not going well.
Just draw through it.
It's like
it's very rocky.
It's like covered in.
It's rocky, yeah.
Okay, so is it Geodude?
No.
Geodude's round.
How does that look like Geodude?
I don't know how bad you are.
It's a rock type.
Oh, Bergmite?
No. I don't know what else to draw.
I think it's a middle evolution, isn't it?
It's definitely a middle
Boo!
evolution.
The middle evolutions are destroying us. We always skip them in TCG with rare candy.
Yeah. I can imagine the grown-up one because it was useful for a while in Trick Room teams in VG.
Okay.
I can't remember what it was called. I can see it in my mind's eye.
That really helps me.
Yeah.
That really helps me, Adam.
It's like Boldor's older brother. So it's Boldor.
It's Boulder.
Oh, it's Boldor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's Pokemon that we haven't really
Okay.
played with much in the TCG.
Yeah, neither did we just evolved it.
All right, I'm getting word we've got time for one more, so I'll try to bring us home strong, gentlemen.
I knew it was a rock pun. Once they started cycling rock puns.
All right, Boo, come on. Give me an easy one.
Absolutely not.
Oh, yes.
It's Cuba.
Mwahaha. An easy one that I know how to draw already.
Geodude. Okay.
Florges.
Oh, Manaphy.
Oh, Manaphy.
Yeah, Manaphy. I forget the difference between Manaphy and Fione, but that's a Manaphy.
One has 2 and then one has 1.
All right, so
antenna.
hopefully we might see a little bit more Manaphy as we head throughout the Peoria tournament, but that'll be up to our casters. So take it away for our next round.
Chip, I think I'm in trouble.
Hey, I'm the one who picked Boldor and Palpitoad. They're going to kill me.
See, exactly. Chip was picking the difficult ones, all right? I guess I learned that I happen to like middle evolutions, I suppose. Sorry to our wonderful co-casters for that very difficult
They'll
Pictionary.
definitely have a chance to get their payback.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking forward to that. But that was super fun to watch. But, of course, we're jumping back into our Peoria Regional Championship here. We still have plenty of games to go here tonight, and I'm excited to jump into our next match, Chip.
Yeah, absolutely. We just wrapped up round number 6. We're getting into round 7. Our standings have been updated. We can see who is succeeding thus far in the tournament. A handful of players still sitting at 6-0. Keaton Ash sitting atop all of them. A couple names that really stand out to me from this list of 6-0s, though, for sure, definitely Jesse Parker, coming off a 2nd place finish in Pittsburgh, running it back with the Miraidon that he took so deep in that event. And then also Braden Elfert, a former regional champion, 6-0, with a deck he's definitely become very known for.
Oh, absolutely. We actually have a lot of variation of decks here. Lots of Lost Box in here that I see. There's a couple Duraludons sneaking around as well.
Yeah, quite a few different variations from our competitors here at the tournament. Of course, we kind of know about the popular decks, but there's a few, different unique things sneaking in there. Arceus tends to kind of find its way back into formats once a meta has kind of made itself known, become more established. Duraludon being a pretty decent pick for this weekend with how popular Lugia VSTAR is. Braden Elfert playing Alolan Vulpix VSTAR, trying to counteract those Charizard decks that play very few Pokemon without abilities, and the ones they do play without abilities really don't do too much damage. Charmander hitting for 30 is not going to help you out too much.
Yep, unfortunately not. Well, that is awesome to see. Tons of players to look out for advancing into our competition here in Peoria, Illinois. I'm excited to see how this next match coming up plays out here. We have 2 very well-known players that we're going to be seeing in this match. And yeah, see them online, see them in our regional tournaments quite a lot, and 2 really cool decks too.
Yeah, 2 unique decks. We'll get down to the table here shortly. Excited to see what's going to shape up in this one. One thing I guess we could mention, Boo, like we recognize a handful of names up there in the top 16, but there's a lot of unfamiliar names, which is honestly kind of cool to see. Players taking an opportunity, make a name for themselves, let them be the ones that become recognized at future events.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that we're kind of asking around our players what their fun fact is about themselves or their tournament history and stuff. And sometimes we get a little more information there, or sometimes we just get like, I love my mom,
We did hear that one earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. So it's cool that when we see those newer players, sometimes we kind of ask them like, oh, how'd you train for this event, or why'd you choose this deck? And it's always nice getting that information there.
Well, with all that being said, let's get down to the table, get into this next match. It's going to be a fun one. Got a couple of solid players here. Grant Shin going to be facing off against Sawyer Melbourne.
Yep, absolutely. Grant Shen, known as, I was so sad not seeing the Duraludon there for Grant Shen, but I'm also happy because Qian Pao is one of my picks going into this tournament for what I thought would potentially succeed, and Grant Shen is definitely succeeding here so far with Qian Pao.
And then it's Sawyer Melbourne on the other side playing Lost Box Kyogre. Sawyer's actually coming off a top 16 finish at Pittsburgh with this same deck, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They had a solid finish there in Pittsburgh, decided to stick with it for this new format. 151 didn't change too much. It turns out Aqua Storm for 500 damage in play is pretty strong.
I actually feel like that takes a lot of guts to take the winning deck from Pittsburgh and run it into the next tournament.
Yeah.
Because not only did, I think even Andrew Estrada, who won with Kyogre, said, like, this deck is awful to play. It really is difficult to pilot. But Sawyer bringing it back from Pittsburgh and into Peoria now. And now it's going to be on people's radars.
Ooh.
Because it just won.
Yeah, and right away, things looking maybe a little sketchy for Sawyer. A pair of Chorus Experiments. in the prizes. Not
and
ideal.
Battle VIP as well. That is not ideal in the least. Over here for Grant, though, nothing terrible. We do see the Canceling Cologne in this list of Chien-Pao, which we didn't see in our previous Chien-Pao from Jared Grimes, but we are going to see that. Of course, it is in the prize cards here, though, for Grant.
Yeah, the version of Chien-Pao that Grant is playing is one that's really been popularized by, a group of really strong Canadian players. We saw Kieran Farah take it to a top 32 finish at the World Championships. Lucas Zing got top 8 with it in Pittsburgh, and Grant has decided to pick it up really turbo and trying to get off a really fast Greninja attack in the matchups that it's good. This one would be one of those where you can bring up the Manaphy, use Canceling Cologne, using all these cross switchers, all kinds of things, and then just decimate their board with Moonlight Shuriken. We'll see if Grant is able to pull all of it off.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw Chien-Pao on the stream, but this is a different variation of it, so we should see some interesting spicy plays here from Grant Shen is what I'm expecting. Starting with 2 Battle VIP Pass. These are the Battle VIP Passes that are in the prize cards, unfortunately, for Sawyer on the other side. So Grant Shen getting all of these Pokemon out, exactly what you want to see, and already retreating into that Chien-Pao and jumping back into the deck here with that ability.
Yep, Shivery Chill just fetching out a pair of water energy. This is going to allow Grant to maybe draw some more cards with the likes of Radiant Greninja here on the bench, ditch that energy, draw a couple more. You also get some more energy cards just in your hand in general so that you can get them into play next turn with your Baxcalibur, assuming you get it set up. Over here on Sawyer's side, he did start, unfortunately, that Kyogre. One of the strong points of Kyogre is not revealing it until the end of the game. If your opponent doesn't know you play it, they don't play around it effectively, you can just kind of surprise them with a big Aqua Storm, and it's absolutely a card that Sawyer's going to want to utilize in this matchup. By starting it, it does make things quite a bit more difficult.
Yeah, definitely. You give all of that information up right away, and that is never something you really want to do. So we'll see if Sawyer is able to work around that a little bit. But now Grant knows exactly what he's going against here in this matchup. We saw the Manaphy come down as well as that Bidoof onto the field. Lots of Pokemon. I mean, we have a fully locked bench here on Grant Shen's side. And now we're over to Sawyer, at least a Colress's Experiment in the hand. We know 2 of them are in the prize cards, but what are the cards here off the Colress?
Nothing incredibly helpful, and a couple of cards you don't want to be ditching to the Lost Zone right away. It is that Echoing Horn going down, super strong in the late game, and then it was also a Super Rod, a really nice recovery card. Sawyer
2
found
late game cards, really, yeah.
Exactly. Sawyer found inside that Colress another Colress, the 4th and final Colress, so that's now in their hand. And then also 2 Water Energy. Didn't want to ditch the waters just yet.
Yeah, so at least we have the Colress's Experiment for next time around because, I mean, not being able to find those in the deck, having 2 prize would have been really sticky of a situation for Sawyer. But we're going to see this Nest Ball to bring out a basic Pokemon here for Sawyer. Just looking through the deck as well.
You're going to be all that more difficult to get set up without Battle VIP Pass. I didn't notice one in the hand, and of course, like you've pointed out, Boo, there are 2 in the prize cards. Sawyer is going to take a moment to check the prizes. It's important to do this in every Lost Zone deck, but it's supremely important in this Kyogre build of the deck. Whenever you're playing to one specific play at the end of the game where you're Aqua Storming for tons of damage, you have to know how many energy do you have left, how many Mirage Gate do you have remaining, how many energy recovery cards do you have left. Knowing the exact contents of your deck is so incredibly important with this list.
Absolutely, and if you even miss one piece, that could be your entire game. So if there is an awkward piece prize or you can't get into what you need, you could be losing because of that. And that's why this deck is so difficult to play. And I think not a lot of people have picked it up, even though it did win in Pittsburgh, because exactly for that reason. We do see that Pokestop here that's going to roll and throw away a Comfey into the discard.
Pretty much no help, though. A couple lost Vacuum. Sawyer would have loved to have found even just a switching card to get a Comfey active.
Yeah, exactly. We see a lot of like doubles of cards, but it's none of the cards that we need or can use as far as Sawyer's side of the field. So this is just very awkward and clunky so far, unfortunately. Only 2 cards so far in the Lost Zone. We're over on Grant Shen's side of the field now that kind of had the opposite starting turn. Absolutely explosive here, getting all of these Pokemon out. You know, we're going to start seeing these evolutions come out on the bench here into those Baxcalibur and potentially that Bibarel as well. And we have a lot of turn to go after this Shivery Chill here from the Chien-Pao.
A couple more water energy now being added, and Greninja, normally a great turn 2 attacker in this matchup, but in this position, Sawyer has no Comfeys in play, so
yeah.
Greninja's not going to be super strong.
Yeah, we were talking about that, but now it's adding up a little bit differently with these one prize Pokemon that are pretty bulky here. So we'll see where Grant Shen chooses to take this turn here, but we have that Bibarel. Ooh, we're going to roll on the Pokestop.
Yep, and
wow.
hits 3 item cards.
Very
though
nice.
I'm not sure how helpful any of them were. At least it does have a rare candy, and Irida can now guarantee the Baxcalibur. So Grant had the turn 2 Baxcalibur all but lined up either way, but wanted to use the Pokestop initially. Was a little risky. There was a chance the Baxcalibur could have gotten discarded on the Pokestop, but ends up paying off because now instead of having to Irida for the rare candy, Irida can get you a cross switcher.
Yeah, that is huge. Irida is so essential to this deck to get your water-type Pokemon and an item card and just really put those pieces together. It is a pivotal part of Chien-Pao and a big reason why it functions so well in our field, in our metagame. So going to grab that Baxcalibur with the cross switcher here for Grant.
And I think I like the cross switcher grab here as well. I mean, the only thing Sawyer has going on their side of the field is this Radiant Greninja. So if you take it out, even take it out with something like your Baxcalibur, it does deal 130 damage. That is a okay option. I wouldn't hate to see it. We also could just see Grant building up cards in hand for later in the game. Doesn't necessarily have to super extend for the cross switcher play. Might just have wanted to add that piece to the hand, knowing that Sawyer does not really play hand disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see all of these energy being accelerated now onto the field with that super cold ability on the Baxcalibur. That Chien-Pao's getting fully loaded up now. And it's going to take that Kyogre out straight to the discard pile. Sawyer is left with just a top deck. Oh, okay, so we do see the Comfey from the top deck. But is there a way to even get into it now? Let's see what this Pokestop brings. Oh, no! 3 discards off of the Pokestop in a deck that runs so many items. There are a ton, though.
Where are the switch cards?
Yeah. Is there not even a switch card in here?
There's a switch
there
card.
We go.
The very first switching option we've seen. Yeah, no switch card, no escape rope in this hand.
Wow. Yeah, that is difficult here. We're going to see the Colress's experiment first here for Sawyer.
And here they come now. See several escape rope there, a couple energy and Mirage Gate.
They're all like in the middle of the deck here for Sawyer. So now Sawyer has to make the decision of what to keep here. One of those escape rope going to go into the Lost Zone as well as a water energy.
Now, it is possible for Sawyer to piece together a KO here. We know there's a Lost Vacuum in the hand. We see a couple Comfey, so a few Flower Selectings and an optimal find of like a Dragonite or something like that could lead to a knockout.
That is very true. We also have 4 cards now into the Lost Zone for Sawyer. Well, now 5 with the addition to that energy.
So now just a Lost Vacuum will get Sawyer up to that 7 cards needed. We do see that Vacuum here in the hand. I don't see a Dragonite just yet, though, or a way to get one even.
Yep, we do see that Lost Vacuum coming down. Sawyer having to decide what to send into the Lost Zone with the Lost Vacuum and kind of taking a look at the discard pile here as well to figure out what has already been played, but it's going to be a Comfey and that Pokestop being discarded for that Lost Vacuum. Artisan's going to come into play as well as the new stadium, and we have that Lost Zone up to 7 now here for Sawyer. Cramorant coming down onto the field as well. Of course, Lost Provisions has that Spit Innocently able to be used for free, no energy needed. So we at least have that on the field.
And with a switching card, Sawyer can get this Cramorant into the active and get a hit off on something. Could play Escape Rope or Switch Cart here. Escape Rope and maybe hope your opponent has to send something up. Also, attaching and retreating seems pretty decent. Get those energies in the discard pile so that they're safe and you can put them back into the deck at the optimal time with an Energy Recycler or a Super Rod, and then still get some damage in play and save those Switch Carts and Escape Ropes for later on.
Absolutely. So that is going to be the turn there for Sawyer. We see that damage 110 going down onto that Chien-Pao in the active for Grant Shen. Now we have a handful of cards here for Grant Shen, and we're going to start this turn off with that Shivery Chill. We're going to see this back to back to back, over and over again from Grant Shen. This is how you start your turn. You thin those energy out of the deck into your hand and draw into some more cards that you need.
I just got to say, Boo, Grant has been playing for way too long to have this many, like, mismatched energy cards. Like, let's get some synergy going here. We've got, you know, these from the prize packs down here. We've got this one from early Scarlet and Violet. There's just too much going on.
Maybe it's just like, I don't know, easier to count them or something, too.
I promise you it's not that deep.
It's a blue water energy. The only ones I play. Oh, that is funny. All right, here we go. Irida's going to bring out a rare candy and a second Chien-Pao here for Grant.
Yep, bench is full, can't put it into play, but might as well get it out of the deck. It's one less piece you could draw into in future turns. You don't really need it. And then when it comes time to place another one down, you have it available. Rare candy into that second Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur can become a sneaky good attacker in this matchup.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really think of Baxcalibur as being an attacker too often, but as you said, it hits for 130 with the Buster Tail.
Yeah.
So it actually does hit these out, and it's a one-price Pokemon too, so you're trading favorably as well. Or I guess evenly.
Yeah, Grant actually chose to retreat this Chien-Pao and is now playing a Superior Energy Retrieval. You don't get too much value from a Moonlight Shuriken here. You're only going to take one prize card at this moment.
Yeah, that is interesting indeed. I don't know, maybe just capitalizing on the fact that...
You're probably trying to deny the prizes more than anything, I guess. But it's not how you normally want to commit this attack. So
we're going to do maximum damage here and take multiple knockouts. Usually that's how we see Moonlight Shuriken, but Grant Shen is choosing to use it on this turn here, so it is going to take one knockout. 4 prize cards left now for Grant Shen. We're over to Sawyer's side, so that Cramorant still in the active position. Artisan being used here to get a Pokemon out. Well, now that Manaphy's in play here. As we talked about, the Canceling Cologne has potential there. Actually, I don't think it would have been drawn into off the prizes.
He plays 2.
Oh, is there 2?
Yeah, there's 2 Canceling Cologne. Yeah, this version of the deck is all in on trying to get those Cologne plays. They really want to pull it off. That's why, this version of the deck even plays its own Pokestop, because it's really just trying to get the cross switchers plus Cologne and sneak some knockouts where maybe it otherwise shouldn't, as Sawyer now is getting a few more energy cards into play with that Mirage Gate.
So it's interesting because that means, having the Radiant Greninja then in the active is like a bit of a liability, I guess, there. Because you want to use it in the later game, especially for all these lower HP Pokemon. But yeah, Sawyer still has a lot of ground to make up here in this match. So we are not too worried here on Grant Shen's side of the field as for now, especially with that super well-established board state. We do see the escape rope, so Grant Shen is going to be picking the Pokemon that's coming out off of the bench into the active position, and then Sawyer will choose next.
Yeah, Baxcalibur seems like it's okay to send up. High HP, does have a 2 retreat cost, but if it gets stuck in the active, I think Grant would be fine just throwing some energy cards on it, going for that Buster Tail.
Yeah, Buster Tail, what a move. Oh, yeah, sorry. You'll love it. All right, so we're working with this flower selecting now, or I thought that's what that was.
Yeah.
But oh, okay.
Wait, did he just put him in his... Oh, he Greninja'd.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, wait, they don't go to hands. We're good, all right.
Use that Radiant Greninja, draw 2.
Yep, concealed cards here. That is going to be the flower selecting, though. A Forest Seal Stone going into the Lost Zone here for Sawyer.
Lost Vacuum can get a couple more cards out as well. That does put Sawyer up now to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. Sableye online. Lost Mine could target down something like the Manaphy, if that's what Sawyer wants to try to play for. Could also target something down like this heavily damaged Chien-Pao on the bench. And Sawyer actually is playing 1 copy of Roxanne. Now, unfortunately, that Roxanne is prized. So if it was hanging around, I wouldn't hate to see like a knockout on the Bibarel and play to the late game Roxanne and kind of stick your opponent with not a very good hand. Chien-Pao is such a strong deck, but it is very combo focused, and combo focused decks need a lot of cards in hand. So a late game Roxanne just to 2 could leave Grant reeling, especially if that Bibarel had been taken out.
Yep, you can We were talking about it earlier, Chip, that Chien-Pao is kind of a deck that's very easily exploitable.
Yeah.
If things go wrong for you with disruption from your opponents, things can go really rocky.
Yeah.
But we're going to see, of course, this Sableye with the Lost Mine finally getting those damage counters out thanks to the Lost Zone now being at 10. Oh, that's just going to be a scoop up here from Sawyer.
I think Sawyer took his prize, saw that there was no Colress in his hand. There's 2 Colress left in the prizes, and said, you know what, we'll just go to the next one.
I mean, that is pretty unlucky to have 2 Colress's Experiment in the prize cards and then not draw into it. And
Off your first 2 prizes.
Yeah, exactly, off your first 2. That is quite sad to see. So maybe just saying, all right, this is going to be too much of an uphill battle, kind of awkward prize cards, very difficult, clunky start as well. I mean, even just starting Kyogre, not having anything playable in the beginning hands as well for Sawyer. It was kind of rough to watch, Chip, but Grant Shen, it was kind of the opposite sort of story. Things were just going pretty well there, but still, I think the tables could have turned in Sawyer's favor.
Sure. Yeah, you can see
that game.
how if they had had a better start, Sawyer was not too far behind in that game. And then also the fact that they had 2 Colress prize just made it even more difficult. So going into this next one, I have to imagine Sawyer is going to choose to go first. We'll have more of an opportunity to get a few more cards in the Lost Zone. We'll pretty likely see a turn 2 attack from who knows what, maybe a Greninja, maybe a Dragonite, maybe even a Sableye if Sawyer can pop off good enough on turn number 1 and could just decimate Grant Shen's board before he's even got a chance to get set up.
Yeah, when you have so many late game cards in your deck and you can really, again, playing against Grant Shen, playing Chien-Pao, that's easily exploitable, you can use those cards to your advantage and just debilitate them into a win for yourself. So we'll see if that's how things turn out here, potentially for Sawyer. But, ooh, that is tough. Radiant Greninja that we saw utilized so much in the last game in the prize cards, as well as that Sableye switch cards. For Grant over here, kind of looks like the same prize cards as last time, really.
It's pretty similar, yeah. Yeah, the Greninja being prized is pretty unfortunate for Sawyer, and especially because, I don't know. I mean, it's just going to kind of depend on how these things play out. But, yeah, Sawyer, wow, was that just a flower selecting pass?
Yeah.
The Lost Zone card is totally lost.
I was like, where is it?
I think it's just off screen.
Okay.
It's definitely hanging around somewhere.
Gotcha. Okay, so there is a card somewhere in the Lost Zone. It's lost in the Lost Zone. But yeah, there was just an energy attached there for Sawyer, as well as the flower selecting pass over to Grant Shen. Grant put his own Pokestop into play here on this side of the field. Started the Radiant Greninja.
Ultra Ball away, 2 Ultra Ball.
Okay, that's a lot of Ultra Ball action here from Grant Shen.
Hey, you know, I like the effort made by Grant here to be sure to use the non-gold Ultra Ball to discard the 2 gold Ultra Ball. That's what you love to see. We'll now use that Chien-Pao, get that active, use Shivery Chill, adding 2 water energy to hand.
Yes, absolutely, Chip. Shivery Chill, thinning your deck out and helping you accelerate some energy in the future here for Grant. We have not used that concealed card. Oh, wait,
No.
did we?
No, the water energy that's in the discard pile, I believe, is from... There's one in there from the retreat and one in there from the Pokestop.
Gotcha.
The Pokestop got one down.
Oh, I didn't even see that we used the Pokestop. Wow. So we must have had some items going into the hand then for Grant. All right, cool. So yeah, we still have that concealed cards off of that Radiant Greninja then available for Grant to use in this turn. So after we get the shuffle up, we'll see what else is in the hands that Grant can utilize.
Something that could have potentially been scary for Grant is that his 70 HP Frigibax is actually in the prize cards. He does play a split. He plays 2 60 HP Frigibax and 1 70 HP Frigibax. And in a spot like this against this deck, you want to have one of each in play on this first turn so that if your opponent pops off, gets a turn 2 Sableye, they can't just KO both your Frigibax.
Yep.
Grant actually able to find the Hisuian Heavy Ball here. That will be an option now for him to just get the double Frigibax in this way.
Just as you were talking about it, Chip, Hisuian Heavy Ball saves the day.
It was pretty unlikely with Sawyer's poor start anyway that 10 cards were getting into the Lost Zone, but I just mean in general in this matchup, it's one of the things you definitely think about.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out for sure, the different HP and how they play into different matchups, especially going against Lost Box. But yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball allowing you to essentially trade out a Pokemon, a basic Pokemon from your prize cards with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. So getting utilizing that and getting the Pokemon out is very nice here for Grant Shen. So we're going to see a bunch of Pokemon join the field with us now with that Battle VIP Pass, the Bidoof and the Manaphy coming down.
Yeah, and even with just one card in Sawyer's Lost Zone, Grant is going to respect the potential of the Radiant Greninja, knows how much Sawyer's deck could potentially pop off with some Lost Vacuums, with the Colress. And when your opponent didn't play much on turn number 1, I mean, you've got to assume that a Colress is probably part of that hand because it's an unplayable card, right? And if there's nothing that's truly playable, no searching cards, no other basic Pokemon to put in play, you have to assume they've got things like supporters, like maybe switch cards with no other Pokemon. So that's probably what Grant is thinking.
Well, we saw that split of the Frigibacks coming down onto the field. Chip, you know I love that Frigibacks.
I do, and I know Sawyer does not love that Pokestop. Getting rid of his own Pokestop and an energy card and adding a VIP pass to the hand 1 turn too late.
Oh, that is rough. Yeah, we have not seen much utility from that on Sawyer's side of the field, at least. It's been the opposite for Grant Shen, but we're at 3 in the Lost Zone now for Sawyer, and we're going to see one more go to the Lost Zone off of this flower selecting here. Ooh, it's going to be the Psychic Energy and that Energy Recycler as well, which is a very incredibly important card. So it's going to be that Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone, bringing it up to 4. Lots of cards.
Looking at that VIP pass, just wishing it could be played, right?
Yeah.
There is a Comfey here in the hand. There's a Dragonite and a Forest Sealstone, so there are definitely some plays lined up here.
We got options, Chip. We got options.
Plenty of them. I think maybe the one thing missing, is there a Mirage Gate in the hand? I don't see just yet. Yeah, I don't think there's a Mirage Gate, and I don't see a basic Water Energy as well.
Yeah, it's tough to see what exactly these cards are, but we're going to see that Dragonite V come down with that Forest Sealstone, immediately going into the Star Alchemy on the Forest Sealstone to search out any single card from the deck here for Sawyer.
Interesting to see that it's grabbing Colress right away. Can't utilize it this turn. Has already played a Colress. But maybe just wants to make sure it's prepped for next turn. But there's not even a Lost Vacuum in the hand that leads me to believe that this Forest Sealstone will be discarded. I don't think there was a Lost Vacuum. There might have been one hiding in there.
Yeah, it's tough to see like the artworks. They're all kind of closely aligned. So maybe we just missed it there in the hand.
Yeah, we'll see how it pairs out here for Sawyer. Also, could just get off a hit with the Cramorant this turn, potentially. We saw that be the play in the first game. Just putting 110 damage on this Chien-Pao does mean it can be easily cleaned up by a Sableye later on.
Yeah, getting any amount of damage or damage counters on the field is so pivotal to this deck because you can take those multi-prize knockouts in the future of the game. But yeah, Sawyer is just going to use that Forest Sealstone. Yeah, get the Colress. That was the last choice there, and add it to the hand.
And Sawyer actually does end up just passing the turn. So I think what Sawyer is doing here is avoiding putting 2 Comfey in play, which is pretty smart, to be honest. They want to avoid giving Grant that 2-prize turn that Radiant Greninja and Canceling Cologne can pull off. So it does make your deck just a bit weaker generally, but the thing about Grant's deck, and this is like kind of a heads-up play from Sawyer, just being more familiar with the format probably and what's popular hanging around there, Grant's only playing 1 Iono, so with a full bench, no option to Lumineon or anything like that, and a lot of these Chien-Pao decks don't even play Lumineon right now, it's pretty unlikely that the hand is going to be disrupted. So you have to put something else in play so that your opponent doesn't just immediately win. So put down the Dragonite, use that Forest Sealstone, and get yourself the Colress for the next turn.
Ooh, Pokestop finally turning the tides here. Grant Shen having to discard 2 Irida off of it. That is rough to see.
And I don't think Grant has a turn 2 Baxcalibur in hand. I see the Baxcalibur. I don't see a rare candy, though. No Irida. 2 of them just got discarded.
Off of the Pokestop. Yeah, that is tough.
And a pass.
Ooh, that is rough. Grant Shen had so much luck with the Pokestop, maybe just relied a little bit too heavily. Chien-Pao also going to discard off that Pokestop as well. Now we're back over to Sawyer. So even though we're seeing kind of a different strategy here versus the Chien-Pao, maybe we can actually clean things up and start establishing more of a board here. Wow, is that?
Yeah, that's a lot of energy.
My goodness.
I was actually kind of thinking in this spot, Sawyer has almost everything. Common, sequencing tells you to play the Colress, then Flower Selecting, go from there. I almost wonder, since Sawyer had the Lost Vacuum in the hand, was it 4 cards in Lost Zone, should you ever just use the Flower Selecting, look at 2, and then pull the energies out of your deck with the Mirage Gate after using your Lost Vacuum, something like that. Go about that in a little bit different of an order. But actually, maybe Sawyer didn't even have the Mirage Gate, so things are going about it. This is a clunky game for both of these players, to be honest, at this point.
I think I saw a Mirage Gate in hands for Sawyer, so
We'll have to see if it
I'm not
plays
sure, but,
out.
I mean, now we have a minimum of 3. I can't remember what the first card to go into the Lost Zone was, but at least 3 energy into the Lost Zone now.
We are up to 9 cards in the Lost Zone at this point. So now just one more could lead to the Sableye play.
Yep, Sableye coming down here on the field, but not able to use that Lost Mine until we get to 10 in the Lost Zone, and of course have that Psychic Energy attached as well.
And what you could do here as Sawyer is try to put some pressure on the Frigibacks. You could KO the 60 HP one that's hiding under Grant's hand. You could put maybe 4 damage counters on the one with 70 HP so that even if it evolves into Baxcalibur, you can KO it with another Sableye in the future. And then you have a few more damage counters to place elsewhere to try to figure out what's optimal there. There's some options here for Sawyer for sure.
Yeah, it's funny. Grant Shen's hand was kind of covering. You're like, don't look at this, Frigibacks. Don't think about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
That is funny. We see the second flower selecting here. I think that was a Mirage Gate and a Roxanne.
Yeah, and I think Sawyer recognizes how strong Roxanne could be in this game, in this matchup against a deck that just needs so much. That is now the 10th card in the Lost Zone. Sableye online. Escape Rope will force Grant to send something else active.
Yeah, debating what that's going to be. Eyeing down the Frigibacks here. This is the 60 HP. Frigibacks going to go into the active position. And Sawyer, of course, bringing up that Sableye that's now online with the Lost Mine, now that we have that energy attached as well. Manaphy coming down, terrific time to put that down. Protect all of your Pokemon from any damage from the Moonlight Shuriken potential in the future.
So let's see where this damage goes. I think I like seeing, based on the fact that Grant didn't do much this turn, I think it makes sense as Sawyer to try to put the pressure on these Frigibacks down here. So let's see how he places it. This also makes sense too.
Yeah.
Take 2 prizes. And just making sure everything's
60,
clear.
60? Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe they were thinking it was the other Frigibacks with the 70 HP, but
nope.
Yeah, we have 2 60 HP Pokemon, that Bidoof and the other Frigibacks going down now. 2 prize cards taken for Sawyer. First to the prize cards here in our game 2 in our Swiss round 7. Now it's up to Grant Shen to put things together, put all the pieces together here. And that's going to be a lot more difficult, I would say, with those Irida that were discarded in the last turn for Grant Shen. But still, I think the hand is pretty beefy, so we'll see what Grant is working with.
Definitely has a lot of cards, but still is missing some pieces. We don't see a rare candy just yet. That's kind of the main missing piece at this point. I think there's a Baxcalibur in there. We've got energy. We've got superior energy retrieval as well. We'll see if Grant can pull something together between the concealed cards and the Pokestop. Maybe he can pull off the canceling Cologne play. Let's see what he can make happen.
All right, we see the concealed cards drawing into another 2. Battle VIP Pass, not going to help Grant Shen here, but we also have an Ultra Ball. Ooh, rolling the Pokestop again.
Does ditch another Irida.
Yeah, that is 3 Irida that Pokestop has taken down. Irida just must not really like playing Pokemon Go.
You know, I was literally just thinking of that exact same joke, and I was going to say it if you didn't say it.
Chip! Oh, great minds think alike.
Grant does have an Ultra Ball here in this hand, but it doesn't really help you do too much. Like we mentioned, there's no Luminion to go fetch out your supporter card, anything like that. You're really reliant on just naturally drawing into them or having a little bit of extra card draw through the Radiant Greninja, and it just hasn't come through for Grant just yet in this game.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to see that Ultra Ball that was drawn off the concealed cards being used, discarding the useless Battle VIP Pass, getting a Chiempao onto the field now for Grant.
And he's having to play this deck on hard mode. No Baxcalibur turn 2, no Baxcalibur turn 3. We're manually powering up Chiempao.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was 2 energy on the Chiempao for that Hail Blade. Does take the knockouts there on the Sableye, so down 1 prize card for Grant Shen. Now we're over onto Sawyer's side. Comfey in the active position here for some flower selectings and a huge hand as well for Sawyer.
Yeah, has to think about how to play this out. It does have a few options here. can try to get off the Dragonite attack. We could even see something like another Sableye coming out and putting some pressure on some of those benched Pokemon.
Echoing Horn and that Forest Seal Stone going into the Lost Zone here for Sawyer off that Colress's Experiment. So 3 more cards to the hand.
We do see Hisuian Heavy Ball finds that Radiant Greninja, such an important card for this deck to get the right energy cards in the discard pile so you can Super Rod them back for Mirage Gate plays. One thing worth noting, actually, 3rd Lightning Energy in the
Lost Zone?
Prize cards.
Or sorry, in the prize cards,
and
yeah.
2 are right here in the Lost Zone. So with those 2 being Lost Zoned, 1 in the prize cards, there is no option actually to attack with the Dragonite. It's going to have to be Sableye pretty much.
Yeah, it was so awkward with the energy going into Lost Zone. I mean, Sawyer just drew into way too many of them and does make things clunky in the later game for sure.
We do see Mirage Gate, so many cards here in hand for Sawyer.
Yeah.
Escape Rope and Cramorant, I think, in the hand as well. So something Sawyer could do is, play Escape Rope and try to get Grant to push like a 1-prizer and try to sneak in a Cramorant KO. Something like that could be really strong.
Yeah, we see a Battle VIP pass going into the Lost Zone for a Nest Ball. Super Rod also going to come out here, shuffle up some Pokemon and energy potentially into the deck.
You might need the Psychic Energies back in the deck so that Sableye can attack.
Yeah, true.
I'm not sure if there is one left in the deck or not. But
Sableye, 2 Psychic. I don't think there was, Chip, but not 100% sure. I know there's already or we saw the Sableye come down out of hand. Now the second one's in the deck here. We're seeing that Mirage Gate, of course, has to choose 2 different types of energy. So we have the Retreat there for the Comfey off that water energy, and Sableye is going to get powered up here with the Psychic Energy from that rod.
The thing about this Kyogre deck is you don't have to win with Kyogre. It is a great option. It's incredibly strong, but in a spot like this, Sawyer is already ahead, so I would almost rather see Sawyer. I think most Kyogre players would go after the Manaphy right here, try to play for that Aqua Storm at the end of the game, but it could be better to just target down 1 or 2 of these Frigibacks and try to take the KO where it makes the most sense in a spot like this. We'll see which way Sawyer goes. I could understand either of the plays, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the thought is behind it potentially here for Sawyer. Again, this is our game 2 between these players. Grant Shen is already up a game, so Sawyer needs to bring home this game here to at least tie it up in this match.
We do see that Escape Rope now being played, just another Chien-Pao being pushed. Sableye coming to the active, Lost Mine. Let's see where this damage goes.
Yep. Deciding where to put these 12 damage counters here is going to do that, Chip. Go for one of the Frigibacks, that's 60 HP Frigibacks, so that's going to be knocked out. We'll see where the other damage counters go. You can split them up as much as you want. It's just 12 damage counters, 120 damage onto the field in total. So we're going to see 4 onto that Frigibacks and a split of 10 onto the Manaphy and the Radiant Greninja.
Honestly makes so much sense by putting 4 damage counters on the Frigibacks right here. Even if it becomes Baxcalibur, another Lost Mine can KO it. By putting 1 damage counter on the Manaphy, it means that if Grant benches another Frigibacks with 60 HP, or you find yourself an Echoing Horn, you can bring back a Frigibacks, and then you can KO a 60 HP Frigibacks and a Manaphy both in one turn with a Sableye.
That is very true. I think the one Echoing Horn is in the Lost Zone, though.
Oh, yeah, I do see it right there, yep.
Yeah, and there's only a 1 copy in deck, of course. But, yeah, we'll see, though. I mean, that awesome spread here from Sawyer. You see Grant counting up all of these energy that are currently in the discard pile. And look at that, Super Rod going to bring a bunch of them back here, as well as that Frigibacks coming back out of the discard pile.
And Nest Ball will bring it right back down.
Yep, we see this time and time again with our Chien-Pao players. You have to continue to line up and establish your board over and over again. Otherwise, you lose those components that you need your deck to have to be able to function. And not getting those pieces is not going to get you to a win, unfortunately.
Yeah, things might have looked a little funky there with that Super Rod, but Grant Super Rodded back the Frigibacks and 2 energy, and then just kind of did a little bit of a shortcut using the Chien-Pao right away to just immediately put those water energy right back into the hand. And it looks like it's time for that Canceling Cologne play.
Here we go, Canceling Cologne, taking that Manaphy that's in the active position and turning off that ability that it has, that wave veil that's currently protecting Sawyer from a Moonlight Shuriken, which means Chip already calling it out here. Moonlight Shuriken is going to be able to attack these 2 Pokemon here on the bench.
And I think those are the 2 I like KOing the most. I think the Sableye is the obvious one. You could maybe go after the Manaphy in the active spot. That's something Grant might be thinking about here, seeing how many Super Rod have potentially been played. But taking away just the pivot retreat option of the Comfey overall feels stronger, and Grant eventually does come to that conclusion as well.
Yep, so that is 2 prize cards, 2 Pokemon being taken out there for Grant Shen. Both of these players tied up at 3 prize cards left to take in this match to conclude things. And Sawyer's getting to this point where, I mean, there's no deck anymore.
Nope. Nothing left.
Nothing left. Gonna have to recycle some cards back to get a deck here on Sawyer's side of the field. But we see that Sableye coming back down. It's just gonna be Sableye after Sableye, getting all those damage counters and just trying to get to these prize cards first here for Sawyer.
We do see it looks like Energy Recycler potentially coming out. Something that we could see happen is just a Lost Mine play onto the Manaphy. And, well, I guess what probably makes the most sense for Sawyer is just to target the easy 2 prize KO this turn on Manaphy and Frigibax with the Sableye, and then you set yourself up to be able to KO literally anything with the Dragonite on the next turn. That's I think probably the prize map here for Sawyer to close it out.
Yeah, that looks like that's exactly what Sawyer is doing here, bringing that Sableye into the active position.
And then
shuffling those couple of cards.
And I don't think there's anything Grant can do to get around this. I don't think there's a way to heal the Baxcalibur and the Radiant Greninja, so Sableye could target either of those down, and obviously Dragonite can KO literally anything next turn.
Yeah, this might be checkmate. I think that's what we're looking at here, Chip, which would bring these players to a 1-1 in this match in a round 7 here.
There's not even anything you can stick active, like with a cross-switcher play to try to strain the Manaphy or Greninja active, because you know the 2 remaining cards in deck here for Sawyer, they're both energy.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Grant just wishing Sawyer had, I don't know, Pokestopped and then decked out.
Maybe they'll forget to play Energy Recycler.
But yeah, I mean, still playing it out here on Grant Shen's side.
Yeah, having a hard time kind of seeing the win condition here. Maybe, Grant did draw the other Canceling Cologne, but that only gets you 2 prizes here. And actually, it might even still be prized now that I think about it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't get to see because it was
pretty quick grab.
Yeah, it was shuffled up and kind of switched around as well from that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so.
It looks like it will just be the Moonlight Shuriken on the active. Dragonite comes to the active and, yeah, just knocks out the Greninja.
There we go. So Sawyer Melbourne here is going to tie things up between these players in our round 7 with Kyogre Lost Box against Chien-Pao. How much time did we have left on the clock?
About 12 minutes. There is enough time for this game to finish, for sure. And these decks are not too incredibly slow decks. Lost Box can be kind of slow, but Sawyer has a pretty lively pace of play overall, I'd say.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, even when the tough decisions have come up, Sawyer's kind of done a good job of recognizing the situation and just making the correct choice pretty quick, which I've liked to see. Grant, on the other hand, in this game, you're definitely hoping for a quicker Baxcalibur, I think. A turn 4 Baxcalibur is not how you draw it up, and also, hopefully all 4 Irida don't get milled to the Pokestop.
Yeah, that was pretty rough to see. I mean, we talked about in the game 1, Grant had kind of a risky Pokestop, but yeah, the risk stayed there within our game 2. It just didn't turn out the same as Grant was expecting the first game that we saw. Here we're seeing some Pokemon being taken out off of that Lost Mine. This is how Sawyer was playing the game, just dwindling down these prize cards. No Kyogre even in sight, just taking things out with that Sableye over and over again consistently throughout this game.
Really great recognition of the board there from Sawyer to set up that checkmate scenario. Knew that if he just took 2 prizes that turn, that they'd be able to just close it out on the last turn. Dragonite KOing literally anything, and oh no, a couple Frigibacks chilling in the prizes.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, we did see Hisuian Heavy Ball is in the deck, at least for Grant, so maybe that's a possibility, depending on if we can see it. I think I just saw it in deck, though, so not in the starting hand, at least, for Grant Shen. Chien-Pao, of course, allowing Grant to look through this deck, get those water energy out, but also map, check the prize cards as well. So that's what Grant is going to do in a speedy fashion here, of course. Nest Ball coming out to bring a Radiant Greninja onto the field as well.
And going to take a moment to shuffle up here and probably going to use concealed cards before using Battle VIP Pass, because there is already that VIP in hand. Grant wanting to draw into more Pokemon, though.
All right, but we see the Ultra Ball and one piece of the Cross Switcher puzzle. Now we're going to see that Battle VIP Pass, so not able to draw into Pokemon, but still going to be able to get some out here for Grant Shen. So Manaphy and a single Frigibax, going to be that 60 HP Frigibax coming onto the bench.
So Sawyer's had kind of a rough start in both game 1 and game number 2. I think it's time we see Sawyer pop off a little bit. What do you think, Boo? A turn 1 Mirage Gate play? I think there's a couple Battle VIP Pass already in this hand. So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, Sawyer deserves it. After those Pokestops and the rough starts, things have not really been in their favor too much. We are going to see this Hisuian Heavy Ball. Going to be able to get a basic Pokemon if there is one. If there isn't one to trade with that ball, it just goes straight to the discard. So that's what we're going to see. But guess what? Sawyer now knows exactly what's in the prize card. So alleviates some of the mental pressure that you have. As long as you can remember them, I suppose. Maybe jot them down. But look at this. 2 Battle VIP Pass on Sawyer's side of the field as well. So that's great to see.
Yeah, pretty strong without a doubt. One unfortunate thing for Sawyer is that there are 3 energy cards in the prize cards. And energy are important in all Lost Zone decks, but especially in this Kyogre variant.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the name of the game. Having your energy, keeping track of them, recycling them at the last minute, and taking a huge knockout. So it's going to be very important for Sawyer to...
I think Sawyer, I think, even has a 3rd Battle VIP Pass in the hand, by the way.
Oh, wow. There's so many Pokemon already out. like, do you even need it?
Yeah, you might just get yourself a Pokemon V to put down onto the bench so that you can, in future turns, potentially utilize for a Sealstone.
Yeah, you see how fast Sawyer is going here. Want to make sure that all of this time is being used efficiently so that we can get to a conclusion of this game between our players potentially. And this is already starting off great for Sawyer here on this initial turn, so definitely going to make some speedy actions here.
Yeah, 3rd VIP Pass coming down. Sawyer bringing out another Comfey. Needs 2 cards in the Lost Zone here, a.k.a. a Colress Experiment, if we want to see the turn 1 Cramorant attack at least.
Yup, of course that Radiant Greninja would survive the Cram, but still gets damage counters on the field, which is what you want to see. Comfey going to use another Flower Selecting, so bringing the Lost Zone up, but that's going to be it, huh, Chip?
Yeah, that's all we got right now. Just attach retreat here for Grant Shen, sends up Chien-Pao, getting a couple more energy cards. We already see Baxcalibur moving to the front of the deck, and the Canceling Cologne. Does Grant have that many strong pieces in this hand already? Yeah, it looks like double Cross Switcher and Rare Candy are already in the hand.
Wow, look at that.
Here's an Irida too. We can see the turn 2 Canceling Cologne play. This is what this deck is built to do.
Yep, and we are seeing Grant Shen hastily moving through these actions, knowing exactly what's going on here. Baxcalibur,
Sawyer,
Canceling Cologne.
Sawyer even kind of taken aback by that.
I would be too.
Couldn't believe that Canceling Cologne was the grab off the Irida here.
Yeah, I mean, at that point when you see that, you're like, well, Grant Shen's hand is stacked at the moment. We did see that cross switcher in the last turn from the concealed cards, and that's really what put those pieces together. We're seeing the cross switcher. You have to play them dually with each other, bringing up that Manaphy here. And yeah, that's going to be the Moonlight Shuriken on turn 2 from Grant Shen. Huge play. That is exactly what this deck is built to do, and we're seeing Grant Shen play it flawless here in this round 3 between our players.
That's, I think, what we call the nuts, Shelby. Grant had everything. That was an absolutely nuts turn. He just pulled everything off that he needed. And Sawyer is left trying to find some way to respond, some way to make something else happen. And I think, is that all we're going to see is Cramorant hit?
That might be all we see. Yeah, that's going to be it. That was it. Yeah, just the damage. 110 coming down onto that Chien-Pao from the Cramorant. Of course, we have enough in the Lost Zone for it, but that's it from Sawyer. It's just going to be over to Grant Shen again, having that explosive first or second turn. Now we're going back into the deck here with that ability from the Chien-Pao and lining up this next turn coming up.
There's even another Canceling Cologne in the hand, so I mean, there's a world too here where Grant could go for it again, knocking out Manaphy and Comfey for 2 more prize cards.
That would be vicious, Chip. That would be rough. That would be super cold, Chip.
Super cold indeed. Ultra Ball does find Bibarel. That's going to add a little bit of extra card draw. There's Pokestop in hand. Let's see. Is Grant not going to commit to the Canceling Cologne? Probably the wiser play, the more conservative line. Makes a lot of sense. We do see Superior Energy Retrieval was grabbed, though. That can add a few more energy to the hand. Grant does need to be a little mindful of the clock here. About 5 minutes left, still enough time, but he wants to make sure that by the time they get to +3 turns, he's able to win in just 2 more turns from whatever time is left.
Yeah, that is huge. So we are going to see that Superior Energy Retrieval there, discarding those 2 cards, adding all these energy back into the hand, and using that Super Cold ability to accelerate them onto the field from that Bax Caliber.
And I wonder if this is Grant maybe knowing that Sawyer has Roxanne. I don't think we've seen the Roxanne revealed in either of the 2 games. So since Grant is going to 3 prizes here, so it makes sense to try to get those energies in play if you think there's a chance you get put to just 2.
Yep, that is very true. There is that 1 copy. Was in the prize cards the first game. Yeah, there we go. Roxanne here from Sawyer.
And if there's a way for Sawyer to fight back here, it's definitely this card. Roxanne, put your opponent down to just 2. Now, the problem here is that what Sawyer loves to do with the Roxanne in this deck is, against this matchup, use Roxanne and Sableye. Target this Bibarel, make it really difficult for your opponent to be able to respond. But Sawyer only has 4 cards in the Lost Zone right now. And with Colress not being able to be played anymore, thanks to Roxanne being that supporter choice, it's going to be really difficult. You're going to need both Lost Vacuum and...
How are you going to get to 10?
One of them is prized, so it's just, I think, literally not possible.
Oh, wow. Well, we at least see one of the Lost Vacuum being drawn into off the concealed cards here from the Radiant Greninja. But yeah, I definitely don't think there's going to be enough pieces here potentially for Sawyer. Pokestop still in play here, going to take a roll off of that. 2 switch cards going into the hand from it. Into another Flower selecting, Water Energy going to the discard.
Looks like Escape Rope going to the Lost Zone in favor of keeping another Water Energy. With a few energy prized, your energies are a lot harder to Lost Zone for sure.
All right, we'll see. Oh my gosh, another energy just as we talked about it. Was that the Colress's experiment as well? Sheesh, tough decisions all around here, unfortunately, for Sawyer. Gonna opt to throw that Water Energy into the Lost Zone, though, for that Colress's experiment.
And the annoying thing here as well for Sawyer is that Grant has a Pokestop in play. And since Grant is the one with the Pokestop in play, Sawyer can't play their own Pokestop in order to Lost Vacuum it to get even more cards in the Lost Zone. So we're farther away from the 10.
Well, we saw the Lost Vacuum take out the Pokestop, though, which is allowing the second Pokestop. Pokestops all around here.
But the unfortunate thing is that Pokestop hit no item cards. It hit a Dragonite and an Energy and a Comfey. So.
Sheesh. All right, so we do see the energy coming down to the Sableye, but there's just not enough in the Lost Zone here for Sawyer. Comfey going to remain in the active position, and it's just going to be going over to Grant Shen's side of the field now.
Yeah, and if you're Grant Shen here, you just need to play extremely fast. You need to make sure that you are not going to be caught where you're a turn short of actually closing out the game. So
and look at that.
You don't take the time to assess your hand, just attach, attack, move on to the next turn. And now with Grant having just 2 prizes left, he'll be guaranteed to be turn, even if time is called here on Sawyer's turn, Grant will be turn 1 and turn 3. He'll have 2 turns left to try to take these last 2 prizes.
Yep, has got in there. Chien-Pao is fast enough to go here. Oh no, the Pokestop. Okay, at least 2 item cards. Unfortunately, losing a Colress's experiment here for Sawyer off the Pokestop, but at least we see some items.
We do, of course, have to remember Sawyer is playing Kyogre. The issue is I just don't think there's enough time to piece together enough KOs. And I think that's why we saw Grant be mindful, not put down another Chien Pao. Don't give your opponent the opportunity to like knock out your Manaphy and then pull off some Aqua Storm play. I just don't think there's going to be enough time for Sawyer to get back in this one. I think it's like maybe theoretically possible that Sawyer could have found a path back into this, but with the amount of time remaining, I think Grant's going to be able to close it out.
Well, we might see that. Grant Shen might be walking away with a 2-1, which selfishly I would be kind of happy seeing. Get another interview here for our stream. We took a tie in our last game that we had, so always like conclusions to these games. But of course, you know, these players, they want to win. They don't want to lose. A tie is okay, but they want to win.
Yeah, I've played this Kyogre deck quite a bit, so I'm kind of partial to it, I have to admit as well.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's just, I'm trying to find the lines here for Sawyer, and it's seeming pretty bleak.
It's not adding up for you, huh, Chip?
Not quite in this spot, and I don't think it's adding up really nicely for Sawyer here either. Lost zoning a Raikou and a Cramorant. Not too bad. Cramorant hitting this Chien Pao wouldn't have been too bad this turn, but I think Sableye can do that job as well.
Clock has hit 0 now. I believe the judges have already told our players that.
So now it's just going to come down to, can Grant take 2 prizes over the course of the next 2 turns? He'll be turn 1 and turn 3 of time. Of course, Sawyer currently is turn 0 and then will be turn 2. So Sawyer will have this turn and 1 more. And I don't think in that amount of time, Sawyer's going to be able to take 6 prizes. I don't even know. Sawyer, I mean, Sawyer can take 2 this turn.
So is the question then, Chip, is there any way for Sawyer? Oh, it's because the Pokestop already came into play, so you can't.
Was that last turn? I think that was. I think it was last turn because Grant played his turn so quick.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think that the vacuum on the Pokestop was after Sawyer had played Roxanne, right? And there's been another turn since then.
I know, it's going so fast.
Yeah.
That's what they're debating there, but yeah. So I guess the question is now: is Sawyer going to be able to disrupt Grant Shen enough so that Grant Shen can't take these 2 prize cards?
Yeah, that is the question, right?
That's the only question, right?
That's really Sawyer's only win condition, and by win condition I mean like tie condition.
True.
They're only not lose condition, and that's what you want to do as a competitor in this spot. Even though if this game played out, you wouldn't be able to finish it, you really need to try to find ways to prevent your opponent from taking those last 2 prizes so you can come away with at least 1 match point.
Yeah. Yep, fighting for that 1 match point. Not where you want to be, but yeah, I would say that's a good way to put it, Chip. When you play Pokemon TCG, you try to not lose. So at least going to be able to hopefully take a tie here, and we'll see what Sawyer is able to piece together to maybe do that. Of course, we do have this Sableye online now, thanks to the Lost Zone being at 10 cards in there.
And now where does Sawyer try to place this damage? Maybe targeting down the Bibarel and try to limit Grant's options as much as possible in future turns. Grant can probably try to set up a checkmate, though, type situation on this next turn. Yeah, I think this is Sawyer's best play to try to sneak away with a tie, take out this Bibarel, and hope that maybe Grant isn't able to set up like a checkmate position, but we'll see.
We will see. Indeed, just going to take that Bibarel out is going to be 1 mere prize card here for Sawyer, but just fighting to stay in this game at least. Grant Shen is going to be, this is turn 1 for Grant Shen, so still has another turn to go to take these last 2 prize cards. Grant Shen is hopefully going to do everything, like you said, Chip, to set up the checkmate here into these last 2 prize cards, but is able to play this out slower now. Doesn't have to go as hastily as before because we are in turns. There's no more timer on the clock, and is going into the deck here with the Artisan, just looking at all the pieces that are left in the deck.
Yeah, I kind of thought we would see Grant maybe play the Super Odd, put a Bidoof back in, and then go for the Artisan. Try to set that up so maybe if Sawyer has a second Roxanne, maybe has a Pal Pad to get the Roxanne, something like that, you at least can have a chance to draw some more cards.
Protect yourself as much as possible.
Right. And we could still see him get the Bidoof back, but we'll just have to Ultra Ball for it, which he may want to do anyway, try to thin some bad cards out of the hand, which makes sense. And this is the type of thing where, you know, if you knew Sawyer's list exactly, you'd see there was only 1 Roxanne.
Yeah.
But, you know, some people do play 2. I've seen 2 Roxanne in these Kyogre builds. And it does look like actually Grant is going to choose to just put back the 2 water energies, not putting back a Bidoof at all. So not going to go that route of putting that down.
Yep, 2 water energy going to be added back, but you don't see them being shuffled in there because they're able to just be retrieved out of the deck thanks to that Shivery Chill. So they're just going to be added to the hand, and then 1 is going to be used for that concealed cards to draw into an additional 2 cards here for Grant.
Looks like Grant did find an Iono. I don't know how good that would be to play out right now. You kind of want to keep as many cards as possible in your hand, even though it might not. It might hurt your opponent. You just kind of want to keep as many cards as possible around.
Yep, we did see the Pokestop there, discarding 2 cards. It was an Irida and a Baxcalibur to the discard pile, and now we're seeing Grant Shen accelerate a couple of energy here.
And I like this, discarding the energy from the benched Radiant Greninja, so that way if Sawyer doesn't knock out your active, that's set up ready to go. There's an energy in the deck for Grant, so Shivery Chill can go grab an energy so Chien Pao can close it out.
Yeah, I'm scared. It's whatever. I didn't.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a bit of a discussion here at the table.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough.
Okay, I'm not exactly, this is a little messy the way this is ending up here, but it does look like Grant is winning. Sawyer is conceding, saying, yeah, if you've just got an energy left, I can't do anything. I've got no chance. So Grant Shen going to come away with a 2-1 victory. A little clunky there at the end, but here it is.
Taking a win. Either way, it's going to be that 2-1. Grant Shen, I heard him say just then, that was the most insane hand I've ever seen here. And it definitely was. Grant Shen being able to pull off what we saw here on the stream with that Moonlight Shuriken was incredible.
I haven't like bricked it all the day, so honestly.
Yeah, great game played by both of our players. Things were definitely really clunky for Sawyer in Game 1, Game 2, to no fault of their own. Things looked a little bit better in Game 3, and I thought we were going to have a good game, but Grant just had the perfect combination of cards. Like, it could not have been drawn up better. Best possible setup to get that turn 2 canceling clone cross switcher play and move to 6-0-1, locking up a berth into Day 2 of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. That is amazing to see here. We get some replays from our players. Both of our players super focused here, but yeah, we're just seeing Sawyer scoop things up.
This is the end of game number 1. Things concluding actually with Sawyer. Yeah, it was Grant winning that game number 1. And Sawyer fought back in game number 2. I mean, this was one that, from the beginning, Sawyer had just one Comfey, and that was it.
This
on
was
turn 1.
the 3 Irida to the Pokestop game.
Yeah. And then the 4th one got discarded at the very end of the game as well. All 4 Irida going down to the discard from a Pokestop, but Sawyer was able to find a way to get back in this one. Pokestop favoring them a little bit more than they were favoring Grant Shen.
Oh yeah, for sure here. All right, yeah, both of these players super focused. Great players that we've seen all around our regional circuits. We saw the consistency out of this Sableye. I mean, it was just turn after turn here for Sawyer.
And this was that checkmate turn as well, setting up the Dragonite and taking 2 prizes with the Sableye, and it was as simple as promote Dragonite, attack. GG, let's go to game number 3 with 12 minutes on the clock. You could tell both the players were feeling the pressure. They were both in those early turns moving very quickly, and that's what you love to see from true competitors of the game as well, trying to make sure that they have everything they need and it can do everything they can to actually close out a win. But Grant just having the perfect turn 2 play, double cross switcher, canceling clone for 2 prizes on the 2nd turn of the game.
Yeah, that was incredible to see. Everything added up perfectly there for Grant Shen. We even saw Sawyer just being a little surprised there, quickly taking those 2. We see the discussion. This was sort of the clunky ending there between our players. But yeah, Sawyer scooped things up there. Grant taking the win with Chien Pao. I gotta say, I'm pretty happy. Chien Pao was my pick here for Peoria. Chip, I know you're not a huge fan of the Chien Pao deck.
I never said that.
I mean,
I think Chien Pao is cool. I think it's very strong. I mean, if it gets everything it needs, it's so good. But the problem is that it is a super combo focused deck, and you can actually you can absolutely just get really punished by late game Ionos in certain matchups against things like Gardevoirs, Lost Tinas, those things. Sometimes they Iono you and take out your Bibarel all at the same time and just really...
You get stuck.
Yeah, you need so much on that last turn. Your cross switchers, your superior energy retrievals cards to be able to discard to those pieces as well. And
it's a lot.
It can be a lot to get.
It's a lot of pieces to put together, and you have to have the perfect list as well to put those puzzle pieces together. I'm excited to hear from Grant Shen, who crafted this list. You know, you said it was kind of based off some other players, but let's hear from the Chien Pao player himself, Grant Shen. Skarzig, let's throw it to you.
Hello everyone, Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge with our winner we just saw on stream, Grant Shen. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, kind of tired.
Yeah, I can feel it. We're getting later on in the day,
Yeah.
and you're playing Chien Pao, a deck that just wants to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Has that helped kind of manage your fatigue, playing a deck that's just going to beat down and win games quickly?
I mean, the sequencing's pretty hard, so like...
Oh, I don't want to sell you short.
No. It's like, my objective in each game is pretty simple. It's just the sequencing is kind of hard. Like, I definitely did not play perfectly.
Yes, you've got, you know, the getting the Chien Pao into the active, Shivery Chill, Radiant Greninja, and your particular build, and Chip was talking about it a little bit in the casting desk, you've got the cross switchers and 2 canceling Cologne, trying to get that Radiant Greninja combo down as consistently as possible. Has it been showing up for you the way you hoped it would?
It's been crazy. I think I've used it like 5-6 times. Like, I never expect to like actually use it early in the game, but I'm getting blessed.
Yeah, so you came into the tournament expecting a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Lost Zone where you could really abuse the Radiant Greninja, or is it just a great play you like to do almost no matter what?
It's pretty good against like basically every deck, but like I don't know. I played this because I was expecting a lot of Charizard, and I was gonna play Lugia with Reagan, but
you were gonna go single strike.
Yeah, I bailed last second because I don't know. Charizard scares me.
I feel it though. You kept an open mind to at least try out the deck, and then you switched to Chien Pao. Was Chien Pao always going to be your backup if you decided to bail on Lugia, or was that kind of like a last-minute thing?
Well, I was like set on Lugia, and I looked at the top 3 decks, and it was like Charizard, Guardy, and Lugia, and I was like, Chien Pao just beats all of those, so I'll play it. But I played Chien Pao at Pittsburgh, and I did pretty bad, so I don't know.
So you're trying to run it back, get a little bit of redemption with this list. The canceling Cologne idea, trying to be very aggressive with the switchers, was that your spin on Chien Pao, or did somebody kind of point you in the right direction for this particular list?
The deck, like Kieran Farah, he like made the deck, and then me and Lucas kind of helped like shape it a little bit, but yeah, it was his originally.
Okay, so did you talk to Kieran a little bit to learn how to pilot the deck, or it was just a give me your list, I already know what to do?
I've been talking to him for a while. Like, I was gonna play it to Worlds too, but then I bailed, like, unfortunately.
Right at the last minute, it's always a pretty difficult choice to really lock in that deck, huh?
I also learned a lot, like, you can watch Kieran's YouTube video. It's very informative on Chien Pao.
Okay, so if you're looking to pick up Chien Pao, make sure you check out that video. Is there anybody else that you want to shout out now that you're locked into day 2 here in Peoria?
I mean, Kieran and Lucas, Reagan, and like Nooch, OLG, Frank, and Christian Moreno.
Okay, nice. A lot of players you see in the lounge have so many people helping them out behind the scenes, helping them test, helping you make the choice to lock in for that deck. And I mean, Chien Pao seems to be doing quite well. And look out for your Manaphy's. The canceling Cologne is coming for you. And I guess I do want to put one more question to you, Grant.
Sure.
Let's say Chien Pao just continues to pop off the way it has been. You win the whole tournament, you get your Worlds invite. Are you going to kind of take a step back and relax for the rest of the season? Are you going to try to just play some wild card decks because you've already invited? What do you think would be the long-term plan there?
Nah, I'm going to keep running it. I like the game. It's fun to play. And I got a stipend in Brazil, so I'll definitely go there.
Ooh, okay. So a little bit of a preview of what we might see at LAIC. Who knows if Chien Pao will continue to show up. I certainly hope it does. I know that Shelby was excited to see Chien Pao kind of popping off, and it's pretty consistent at the top tables. Is there any advice that you could quickly drop for somebody who might be new at piloting Chien Pao? What was like the first thing that you kind of had to practice and realize to get it off the ground?
You really want to focus on your sequencing because, like, sequencing is going to make you draw a lot more cards with better odds if you do it correctly. I probably didn't do it correctly if you watch it back, but I think I've got it down like to a good level, a good enough level to succeed with it. But yeah, it's mostly sequencing.
Okay, very wise words indeed, and hopefully we've got some up-and-comers who can replicate your success. Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with the lovely audience at home. But we're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get back, we've got even more Pokemon matches to get through, so don't go anywhere.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's like really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加してもう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back into Peoria, Illinois. We see our awesome scenes here of our regional championship. That's a ton of players have attended here today. I'm Boo here with Chip Ritchie. We just took you through our Swiss round 7, and we have round 8 coming up shortly for you all as well. We have our players going to be getting ready to get that started, but wow, Chip, I mean, even just seeing all the players walking around the venue, there are so many people here.
So many people, so many different games as well.
Yeah.
We, of course, are covering and featuring all games from the Pokemon trading card game, but just the Masters division. There's also the Seniors division, the Juniors division, both of those having over 100 competitors in them apiece. Of course, over 1,700 Masters playing here in the trading card game, but there's also the Pokemon Go competition, and then 3 divisions for the Pokemon video game as well, VGC with Scarlet and Violet, and they've got new Pokemon legal from the DLC that just came out, so lots of exciting things happening here in Peoria this weekend.
Oh, very exciting indeed. I have a junior today playing, and he always runs over and watches VGC, so playing TCG but watching VGC because they're just that exciting. They even capture our TCG players as well. But yeah, lots that's going on. Of course, we're here casting the TCG, the trading card game, and let's take a look at our standings of our players, how they're doing so far in our championship here in Peoria.
Yeah, a handful of 7-0 players, Raymond Long, Braden Elfert, and Jesse Parker. All 3 players that have had success at regional championships in the past. Of course, Jesse on just an absolute tear, by the way. Jesse went 9-0 day 1 of Pittsburgh. Is he looking to make that happen again?
Sheesh.
That would be absolutely incredible. I think there's only one player that has ever 9-0 2 regionals in a row, if I'm remembering right. Jimmy O'Brien did it way back in like 2014, that time frame, something like that.
Did Andrew Hedrick do it then?
I don't
in
think he
row?
went 9-0 twice. I think he may
I
have.
think he may have. I don't know.
His
That's
2 wins back to back.
Yeah.
He was on quite a tear for a while.
Well. Yeah,
Absolutely.
very well.
Braden Elford, of course, regional champion last season. Raymond Long, someone we've featured in the past. You know, great players all around. And tons of other competitors here. Everyone on this list is basically locked up a berth into day 2. Of course, you need to get at least 19 match points. So we see Keaton and Alejandro down there at the 15 and 16 spot, 6-1. They just need one more tie, one more win in these last 2 rounds to get into the second day of competition.
Yeah, the day has gone by very quickly, Chip. We've been casting match after match here, heading into our round 8, and there's only 9 rounds here for our competition today. So luckily, we get to feature our round 8 here coming up. Our players still fighting things out, trying to get as many match points as possible. And heading into that day 2 as well is the goal for all of our players out in the field right now. Some already out of the competition for day 2, but some still fighting to keep playing and get into that day 2.
Yep, still a couple more rounds here. It's going to be a pretty big day 2. Lots of players competing in it, and ultimately trying to take down that title of regional champion, trying to get that 200 points, that $10,000, that invitation to the World Championships. Let's look at our key matches this round, the players we're keeping our eyes on to see who is fighting to get in here. Of course, we're going to be on the stream seeing Ryan Ferry going up against Aaron Tarbell. I'm excited for this one. Ryan's playing a really cool deck, and Aaron is a former regional champion. So lots of exciting things happening in this next game. Jesse Parker going up against Raymond Long. Jesse should be at 21 match points as well. That's, you know, 2 7-0s facing off, trying to fight for whoever's going to be that first seed. And then Brent Tonneson, that's a name that we've been trying to keep our eye on throughout the day. A player competing here from Australia, sitting at 16 match points, just needing one more win. Kyle Sablehouse, our fellow co-caster, also finds himself in that position, just 1 win away from getting to day 2.
Oh, sheesh. Wow, there's a lot on the line here for these players that are going to be fighting it out and hopefully getting that day 2, one of our own, Chip, for sure. But wow, an Australian coming here and doing well in one of our tournaments once again. I've seen that happen before, Chip, and that
Shades
was
of
pretty,
Henry Brand.
Yeah, pretty epic here. The Australians are no joke.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Brent is someone who I think is pursuing the game super heavily this year. I think we're going to see him at a lot of our North American and European regional championships. He's kind of making a tour out of this season, which is really cool to see. You know, with the increase in prize pool, being a really good player like you are in Brent Tonneson, you're able to do something like that. So it's really exciting. We'll definitely be following his story through the rest of this weekend and also as we move forward in this season. He's just been one of the most consistent players from that Australian region for the last several years. He's gotten multiple travel awards to international championships. So yeah, extremely accomplished in his own right.
Wow, lots of incredible players out in our field, some here on the screen right now, but we have 2 coming up for you as well for our next stream match that we're about to get into. This is going to be our round 8 between our players, and it's going to be 2 decks we have seen already on the stream today so far, but I'm excited to get into this. It's going to be an interesting matchup indeed, Chip.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. 2 decks we've seen, but one version of one of these decks is incredibly unique. We'll get into that very, very shortly. Excited to see how it is going to play out for both of these guys. Both competitors, both people I've chatted with a few times, a handful of times over the years, so excited to see them play it out. Ryan Ferry going up against Aaron Tarbell.
Well, let's get down to the stage and introduce these players to you all, and of course, their decks as well. Over here on the right, we have Aaron Tarbell, and he's going to be bringing you Miraidon EX once again on the stream. Hopefully can take a win here and prove that it's still a major threat to not be taken lightly here at Peoria.
And Ryan Ferry on the other end of the table, going to be playing Charizard, the most popular deck in the room, but some pretty unpopular inclusions. I don't know if unpopular is like
uncommon
sure. Inclusions,
yeah.
Absolutely. Ryan is actually playing a 1/1 Sylveon VMAX in this deck. This is actually a version of the deck that I think originated from Sable Creech. Put this list out there on Twitter this week. I think I saw that, but the Sylveon's really cool. It's got the Max Harmony attack. It deals 70 damage and 30 more damage for each different type of Pokemon on your bench. And this is a deck that plays a ton of different types. Colorless, Fire, we've got Water for Lumineon.
We got Grass for Serena, Radiant Serena.
We've got Dark for Charizard, of course, and even the Sylveon V is really nice.
Yeah, that is awesome. That's not something you really think of that. Yeah, Charizard, it plays a lot of different types. I'm sure maybe Sable just likes Sylveon and has it kind of in the back burner, just thinking like, wait, this is perfect for Sylveon. And yeah, kind of popularized this list. I know several people out there in the crowd playing and really succeeding with it. So we'll see how Ryan Ferry decides to pilot this deck and showcase it for us here on the stream.
Nothing too bad on either of these players' prizes. The lost vacuum on Ryan Ferry's side is a little annoying to see. It's one of your main ways to get rid of something like the Path to the Peak that Aaron Tarbell is leaning pretty heavily into for this tournament.
This is actually Ryan's first time being on our stream as well, Chip. And he said his favorite card is Ultra Ball.
Great favorite card choice. You can tell that's a true TCG player, someone who's been around the game for years and years, through many formats with Ultra Ball, several formats without Ultra Ball. And when you play the game without Ultra Ball in the format, it really makes you appreciate how strong that card is.
Absolutely, but we see the fist bump from our players. We are going to be heading into our Swiss Round 8 here in Peoria, Illinois. We're starting over on Ryan's side of the field here. Manaphy in the active, and we're going to see that Charmander come out, but it's just going to be a pass over to Aaron Tarbell.
Yeah, just a pass, so not the ideal turn one for Ryan Ferry. Like we mentioned, that 1/1 Sylveon VMAX in this deck, you really want to get that Sylveon V down and use Dream Gift on turn one, that ability to let you just search your deck for an item card, put it into your hand. That makes it really easy to pull off a turn 2 rare candy into a stage 2 play.
Yeah, and I mean, even to get into those rare candy plays, you still need the Pokemon out on the field. And right now, we just have a single Charmander and a Manaphy. So that's still something Ryan can work with, but definitely would have liked to see more variety there. Definitely here. Aaron Tarbell, on the other hand, Aaron's fun fact was actually that he's a doctor,
He
Chip.
is, yep.
He is a doctor, so I am definitely expecting some precision plays here from Aaron Tarbell with this Miraidon EX. Aaron Tarbell been playing for a long time. Lots on the Limitless page to check out, but decided to take Miraidon EX to Peoria here. Getting those Pokemon out onto the field here for Aaron. We have the Mareep and the other Miraidon EX joining the field.
It looks like Squawkabilly is going to be the grab off of the Ultra Ball. It's going to be a Squawk and Seize type of turn. And it's a pretty decent opening here for Aaron. Ryan was only able to get one basic Pokemon into play. You mentioned it. That one single Charmander, of course, did start the Manaphy here in the active spot. But if Aaron Tarbell is able to draw into an escape rope and force this Charmander into the active spot, take the knockout with an electric
Yep.
generator, you know, getting a bunch of cards, something like that,
Yeah.
it's going to be really difficult for Ryan to come back from that.
Yeah, that would be difficult indeed, but we'll have to see how things play out. I mean, so far, this is a fully loaded bench here for Aaron Tarbell. I mean, we saw lots of cards now being drawn into as well.
An electric generator is able to hit 2 energy card. Ryan is like, yep, kind of expected that.
I kind of expect, yep. I mean, it doesn't happen every time. We've seen it fail many times, but I mean, when your deck plays so many energy, 13 lightning energy here in this deck for Aaron Tarbell, you love to hit them and be able to put them onto your bench here for sure.
And even another generator. This is an absolute pop-off of a turn so far here for Aaron Tarbell. Does hit just one this time, but Aaron is still yet to utilize the Squawk and Seize. We saw him discard his hand and draw cards, but that's because he played Professor's Research already. So still even more cards able to be drawn. All he needs at this point is an escape rope, and that would let him jump out very far ahead here in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that's sort of different about Squawkabilly EX. You know, you're not doing the action when it's benched. You have the option to wait it out and play out your hand and use it whenever you want on your first turn. We see the Bravery Charm coming down onto that Raikou V in the active position.
Ooh, this is a little risky, though. I do got to call this out. Attaching the Bravery Charm here means you don't have a good target for your Forest Sealstone, potentially.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You need a V Pokemon to be able to use that V-Star power in the Star Alchemy on the Forest Seal Stone. So Raikou V is currently being clogged up here with that Bravery Charm.
Doesn't look like Aaron drew into the Forest Seal Stone or the Escape Rope either way. I think still will be pretty content with how this turn has shaped up, at least getting the knockout here on the Manaphy. And getting the Bravery Charm here does allow the Raikou to withstand a hit from the first Charizard EX that comes up. So it is still solid on this Raikou, even if you don't get the Escape Rope play.
Yep, it looks like Aaron Tarbell's just going to pass it over here to Ryan Ferry. I heard pass, like
I heard
pretty
pass as
blatantly
well.
there.
These
So
guys can we use them flip the other side for the coins? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, not taking
Yeah.
the knockout. I mean, I think it does make some sense what kind of Aaron is thinking here. By taking this knockout, you're going to fuel that Charizard's attack. It's going to be dealing more damage. You guarantee with this play that Raikou's not going to go down, but... And you know your opponent didn't have a great start regardless, but I don't know. I mean, you got to take prize cards to win the game, Boo.
yeah, that is very true. That is one of the win conditions and probably the most popular one
Yeah.
for us, Chip. So interesting for sure to note there. Arvin, a very popular card here and being slotted into this Charizard deck, allowing Ryan here to search the deck for an item card and a Pokemon tool card. Again, they are separate cards now, so even though our tools currently have item in the corner, they are in different categories.
Yeah, this is definitely the card that has made the difference for Charizard so far in this format, is that Arvin. It wasn't really popular in these Charizard decks for quite a while, and then William Esvendo was able to win the Curitiba Regional Championships down in Brazil just a couple of weekends ago with a list that played the 4 Arvin, and now it has just absolutely exploded Charizard into a top-tier pick.
Yeah, and it is our most picked deck now going into Peoria. So definitely putting this Arvin build on the map. Now that's all that everybody talks about. You know, play the Arvin build, play the Arvin build. It's the best one for sure. Another thing to note too, Chip, the art sleeves. I feel like I've been seeing so many players now playing with art sleeves, and I love it.
Rocking out with some of these cool Japanese sleeves. I think these are from the Asia Championships, it looks like. And it will be the Burning Darkness for 210 damage into this Raikou V.
Yeah, I'm going to put a bunch of damage counters onto the Raikou V. Still not a knockout thanks to that Bravery Charm there for our Aaron Tarbell. So we'll see what we have for this turn. This is going to be the Fleet-Footed. That's why we see a coin going down here.
And there's that Forest Sealstone, not usable right now. Of course, wouldn't have been usable regardless because this Raikou would have been KO'd if this Bravery Charm hadn't been attached. But so it ends up being pretty nice. Our looks like Aaron is going to play an Arvin of his own at this point.
Wow, very nice. So both of these, 2 Arvin come into play here. So that's going to be an item card and a tool card here for Aaron. Looking through the deck here, what's he going for, Chip?
Yeah, I think with this play of not taking the knockout on the Manaphy, Aaron's probably just looking for a solid 2-hit KO on this Charizard. You concede the fact that something is going to get knocked out here. Maybe just going with this electric generator, trying to throw a couple extra energy cards into play. We could see the Miraidon EX come to the active, use that Photon Blaster, and then Ryan would be unable to respond, knock out the Miraidon EX, boosting all the way up to 220 HP.
Absolutely. Electric Generator is going to generate one single lightning energy here for Aaron Tarbell.
And it was that 5th and final card, so Aaron was kind of holding the breath there. And all right, 5th card, we can get an extra energy card into play.
Yeah, very nice indeed. So far, all of our Electric Generators have hit, which is great to see for our players. We see the manual attachment here. You can only attach one energy per turn normally. So Miraidon EX is going to get that lightning energy for the attachment.
So Aaron here has a decision. Do you just want to hit with this Raikou, or do you want to retreat and try to deny the prize cards a little bit? We'll see which route he goes with. I think either one makes sense. You know, taking this knockout, or not taking this knockout, but getting this hit in here, getting that damage, sets up the Miraidon to clean up the KO, and then by sending up this other Miraidon on the next turn, you can take a moment to attach another energy to this Miraidon so it gets a little closer to being able to attack. So all makes sense to me.
Absolutely, Chip. And I mean, let's just talk about the board state over on Ryan's side so far. We do see an Ultra Ball being played here for Ryan, just choosing what to discard to it. But that's it. I mean, we'd have that Charizard that's heavily damaged now in the active position. Manaphy is on the bench from the start. It being in the active, and now we're going to see the Ultra Ball going for another Pokemon here. But usually with these Charizard decks, you see so many Pokemon out. You're seeing, you know, rare candies flying around, evolutions coming out everywhere, and that is just not, unfortunately, what we're seeing here for Ryan. So it's kind of just hanging on by a thread currently, but there's still routes and things that Ryan can do. But honestly, the hand, it's thin.
Yeah.
There's not much.
And with the Lumineon going down, it makes me think Ryan must have found a supporter now at this point. We'll use that Elegant Heal on Radiant Serena, and it does indeed look like research has been drawn.
Yeah, that is what Ryan needed here. Get a bunch of cards in the hand and start making things happen.
Did see the Charmander come down. We are still missing Pidgey, though. Pidgey has decided to not join the party just yet.
Maybe going to fly and swoop in later in the game, potentially.
It's one of the key cards of this deck. It's kind of how you keep things rolling, and it's something that we have seen constantly missing from our Charizard players' fields so far in this game, in this tournament, I should say, excuse me.
That is very true, Chip. So we are going to see the knockouts there. It took two attacking turns from Ryan's side, but that Raikou V going down 2 prize cards for Ryan Ferry. First to the 2 prize cards here, but... and of course, we did see some healing there on Ryan's side of the field. So Aaron Tarbell is now able to respond with this turn.
We do see that Raichu V coming down. There is a chance that that could be a big card later on in this game, especially with a couple of Mareep already established. You know, if these eventually become Flaffy, they can accelerate extra energy cards into play. And then we could see that Raichu V take big one-hit KOs onto the high HP Charizard EXs.
Very true, Chip. That's Forest Seal Stone is also able to come down onto that Raichu V here. It is a V Pokemon, so able to use that Star Alchemy on the Forest Seal Stone, get a card out of your deck. You know, Chip, that Raichu V artwork, the one that Aaron's playing, I can, like, hear Raichu's sound in my head.
What's it sound like?
Art. I'm not doing it, Chip. Stop.
Come on, boo. Come on.
Maybe behind the scenes here. But here we go. We're seeing the some energy coming down onto the field from Aaron.
And we do see Iono was the grab, it looks like, off of that Forest Seal Stone.
Here we go.
Something that could be huge here for Aaron would be this Iono, and then finding the path to the peak. Getting path into play would be super strong here.
I think so too. Let's see what the card draws are. Both these players had to put their hands to the bottom of their decks and draw into as many prize cards as they have.
Yeah, I don't see a path on Aaron's end of the field.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it either.
Would have been pretty much the ideal time, and Aaron is probably kind of annoyed at the fact that he's drawn a lot of cards so far this game, probably 20 or so cards already seen through the deck, and just has not been able to find that path to the peak just yet. It would have been solid earlier in the game too. It would have been great this turn, and just hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet for Aaron, but what has happened now, it's going to be a knockout on that Charizard EX. Took 2 turns as well, but is going to also take 2 prize cards. So Aaron Tarbell tying things up here. Ryan Ferry was the first to the prize cards, but let's see if that can keep up. We have that Charmander now in the active position with the energy already attached here. Charmeleon being evolved into on the bench as well. And we have a Nest Ball to search out another basic Pokemon from the deck.
So Ryan is unable to knock out this active Miraidon EX. His Charizard is currently doing 240 damage, and Miraidon having that Bravery Charm boosts it up quite a bit. And we do see Ryan is saying, yeah, I'm going to have to read that Sylveon.
Yeah, wait, what?
Well, let's take a look here.
What is this?
And it's a great target as well for that Forest Sealstone. So that's going to end up being pretty nice. And we're actually going to see Ryan utilize yet another card that is one we've talked about quite a bit so far on the weekend. We haven't seen it that much, to be honest, though. And it's not something we really expect to see in Charizard, but it's the last card remaining here in hand for Ryan Ferry, and it's that Mew EX. We're going to get to see Restart come in and draw a handful of cards.
Wow, that is awesome. Yeah, we haven't seen that at all yet. We've talked about it, and I feel like it's been talked about pretty heavily online as well. And we got the beautiful secret rare version.
Oh, and that is a huge draw. Finds the Ultra Ball, and now Forest Sealstone can go get the rare candy needed to get into Charizard EX this turn.
Yeah, it looks like just mapping it out here. Ryan deciding what to do here, but going to start with that Forest Sealstone. This is, you know, we kind of talked about Chien-Pao being a combo deck. I feel like this is even more of a combo deck, Charizard EX, and Ryan's trying to figure out how to put that combination together to even just get some damage here.
Yeah, and Ryan even could just grab Arven as well. Use that to thin maybe another card out of the deck if there's another Forest Sealstone you don't want to draw into anymore.
True.
Could be discard fodder for the Ultra Ball in your hand as well, if you've got a couple other cards you really want to hang on to. Ooh, I think also, is that Raihan being grabbed? I think that's a Raihan. That is a pretty uncommon card.
Yeah, single Raihan in the deck. Wow, that's going to be grabbed here. Aaron had to have taken a knockout for Ryan to be able to use that, but of course that happened in the last turn. So Raihan coming down here, able to accelerate in energy as well onto that Charmander.
And here comes a Charizard EX. And this is going to allow Ryan to just, basically doing this play with the Raihan lets him just get one more energy card into play. Not really something that the Charizard deck has too much of a problem with, admittedly, but still really strong.
Charizard Infernal.
And here we go, Infernal Rain.
That's kind of cool. I like the Raihan in there. I mean, I guess it's all cards that piece things together, right? Allows you to search your deck for a card, put it in there, and that's what you need to line up these turns here. So Ryan getting everything needed here and even still going, being able to accelerate in the, or sorry, discard an energy here.
Yeah, thinking about where to place the energy cards. Actually going on to the Sylveon, okay.
Aaron's like, wait, what?
Wait, this thing attacks? Wait till you see the VMAX, Aaron Tarbell.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a little surprise seeing that out there. It's definitely not a common card, but I guess is a little bit popular here in Peoria. So here we go.
We see the draw for turn here on Aaron Tarbell's and another escape rope added. I think something that would be really great to draw into here would be if Aaron could find the switch cards. We saw this earlier in a game today with Andrew Mahone really needing switch card to heal a Pokemon that took a hit. That would take this Miraidon out of range of a Lost Vacuum play, ditching the Bravery Charm that's attached here in order to take just an extra knockout. And we do know that Lost Vacuum is waiting in the prize cards for Ryan.
Oh yeah, that is very true, Chip. Lots of damage on the board, but still not another knockout for Ryan to get into those prize cards. Hoping to take that 2-hit knockout, though, which is what we've seen from both of our players back-to-back here. 2-hit knockouts all around.
We do see Ultra Ball from Aaron. After that Super Odd, I think we're going to see a Flaffy come out, get just another energy card into play, most likely. So the prize map here, I think, is kind of set up for Aaron Tarbell. We can take the knockout with this Raichu, get this guy into the active, take out the Charizard, and then you try to set up one of your 2 Miraidon here. Probably this one that doesn't have any damage on it, just in case something happened with the Lost Vacuum play, so that you can go for a Boss's Orders KO to clean up either that Sylveon V or that Mew EX on the bench.
All right, well, we're seeing that retreat now out of the Miraidon EX.
Well, I guess these energies aren't going to stay in play regardless. I should remember that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you got to discard it here for the Raichu V. So all of those energy being discarded to take that knockout onto the Charizard EX. That means Aaron Tarbell is now down to only
the Sylveon.
2 prizes left. Yep, it's going to pick that up right away. Give it a read here. Sylveon VMAX being added into this Charizard EX deck. You can see there's a lot of different colorful Pokemon out on the board here, which plays into that Sylveon VMAX.
And Ryan was able to find the Charizard EX off of that restart, so now is going to be able to get that evolution, accelerate those energy cards, and attack with yet another Charizard. And it will definitely be taking out this Raichu V, and it's going to be kind of up to what does Aaron Tarbell have. Is there a Boss's Orders to close out the game by knocking out the Mew EX here that's going to move to the bench?
Infernal Rain.
That is the question here.
Infernal Rain going to get a couple more energy cards into play. What do you think Ryan attacks with here? Is it the Charizard or the Sylveon?
I'm going to guess the Charizard.
I don't think it really matters. I'm trying to see which way. If there was like a Zapdos in play, then Raichu could knock out the Sylveon for 1 less energy. But otherwise, the only way to get a 1-hit KO on either of these Pokemon is another Raichu.
Ooh,
and
it's going to be the Sylveon.
It's going to be the Sylveon,
Ooh, giving the stream a show here as well. But yeah, as you said, Chip, maybe doesn't really matter as much at this point, but...
It looks like we're just seeing him burn cards. Now,
no.
Ryan did forget to, that Mew EX needs to stay in play.
Okay.
I think he discarded it when he retreated it, but yeah, we're going to see that switch. Ryan here just burning cards. It makes sense. Switch is not going to be super useful at this point.
Gotcha.
And
well, it was the Charizard, I suppose, Chip, taking that knockout there for Ryan.
So what Aaron Tarbell needs is something that can easily attack, like this Raikou, and finding an energy, finding the other energy from the Dynamotor, finding Boss's Orders, and a way to retreat this active. And I think he's got it all, Boo.
Oh, I think so too. I see the boss in the hand. We get the escape rope here. They're just kind of mapping it out here. And yep, Ryan says, yep, you got it. 30 minutes left on the clock. And Aaron Tarbell is going to take this first game against Charizard with Miraidon EX.
That wasn't intentional. That was just
what a spot here. Aaron's saying, we definitely needed that Mew EX to come back into play, because that was the way that Aaron was able to close that game out.
You guys saw the hands be like, wait, what?
That's what I need to KO that to win this game. Get back here, Mew.
Absolutely. Yep, that Mew came back into play here, and Aaron Tarbell was able to take the win. 1-0 here in our Swiss round 8, and trying to clean things up, hopefully with a 2-0. Are you kind of surprised here, Chip, that Miraidon is proving to perform very well against Charizard?
Well, yeah, this is a matchup that should be kind of tougher for the Miraidon deck, and the way that it usually, on paper and in theory, I should say, would have a chance is through Judge and Path to the Peak, or Hand Disruption and Path to the Peak, and that's just not really what we saw in this last game. Aaron was just aggressive, and Ryan's setup was not super strong. And that's kind of been a common theme for our Charizard players thus far on the day. We just have seen kind of inconsistent setups. I don't think we've seen a single quick search utilized on a Pidgeot all day on stream.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, where are the Pidgeots, Chip? I want to see them.
Yeah, I think Ryan does too. So we'll see going into this game if something different can happen for our players.
Quick look at the prize cards here.
Nothing too bad, I don't think, for either player. That one Radiant Serena, not really the matchup that you utilize it for, so it's not too bad.
All right, well, let's kick off our Swiss round 8. This is our second game between these players. Miraidon able to take things home in the first game, but let's see if Ryan Ferry can fight back with this Charizard EX deck and get into this game here. Ultra Ball going to start us off with the Charmeleon and that Fire Energy going into the discard pile to search out a Pokemon. Of course, Ryan also gets to look through the deck here, map out the prize cards and what's going on.
Yeah, no Battle VIP Pass. It's really what you want to see with these Stage 2 decks on turn 1. It can be so strong to just get that VIP Pass so you can have your setup to get your basics out so that you can find those Stage 2s as quickly as the second turn of the game. The hand, honestly, for Ryan looked pretty awkward. I saw a Rare Candy and a Charizard, but it was the 151 Charizard EX, not the Obsidian Flames one that you prefer to see.
Gotcha. I mean, at least we have 2 Charmander down, which I guess is more than you can say from the last game.
Sure.
But now we're just over to Aaron's side, and we're going to start off, of course, with that tandem unit on the Miraidon EX. You get to search your deck for up to 2 basic Lightning Pokemon here for Aaron. So also going to get a look through the deck.
Aaron could win the game this turn, by the way. Aaron plays that brand new Zapdos EX.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even mentioned that,
151. Really in here for that Lost Box matchup. And
Whoa.
it can be good in spots like this. He would need just about everything, you know, kind of the perfect setup
Kind of a
here.
lot.
But it's entirely possible. That multi-shot lightning attack, it deals 120 and then 90 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon that has any damage counters on it.
But
and of course, Aaron is playing that Hawlucha.
Yeah. Yeah, last game it was actually the Hawlucha was prized for Aaron. But this game, we could actually see it. Look, Ryan Ferry going to pick up that Zapdos and realize, oh no, if something goes down here, I'm in danger. I could lose this game right now if Aaron Tarbell has the pieces to put together.
Yeah, and I think Aaron's not going to super commit to this play. He kind of recognizes he needs a lot to pull it off
that is
regardless.
a lot.
So I think it's smart to be conservative here, just attach to the active and see what you get here on the other end. Yeah, not a single electric generator to work with. So
yeah, that is tough for sure. That Professor's Research going to bring 7 new cards to the hand. I did see the Squawkabilly as well.
I was about to say, yeah, I did notice right at the end there, Squawkabilly is in the hand. So Aaron could technically dig a little harder. He does have a couple Path to the Peak in hand, though. So do you just put those in play and pass? I think you're kind of content with that. Your opponent's 4-card hand, do they really have a way to bump a Stadium and a Rare Candy Charizard? It's kind of a lot to ask for.
That is a lot to ask for sure, but I guess nothing's impossible. It's just a matter of can you get there or not. But yeah, Aaron Tarbell just going to fail that Hisuian Heavy Ball. No Pokemon to target down out of the prize cards for that. Now just eyeing up the hand here.
This is the debate for Aaron. Do you go for it? Go for the win on this turn. It can be so tempting, but there's a chance that just putting Path in play would be enough. I think with the Squawkabilly coming down, I mean, the only way it makes sense to put into play is if you're planning to use it.
Yeah, if you're going to
We're squawking and we're seasoned.
Squawking and seasoned here, Chip. Let's see what these 6 cards bring to Aaron Tarbell and if he's able to go anywhere with this turn.
No shot.
Oh, no way.
No shot.
That is rough to see.
He would have needed a lot. It would have had to be the Hawlucha and 2 electric generator, and he would have needed to hit 2 energy off one of those 2 electric generators. So it was a lot to reach for.
Yeah, definitely tempting for sure, but still, this is the very first turn of the game. So you got to think there's a ton of cards still left in the deck for Aaron. So making his way through this turn here and is just going to pass it back over to Ryan after that Raikou.
What a top deck.
What was it, Chip?
He top decked an Ultra Ball. He's got Rare Candy in the hand.
His favorite card.
Yeah, his favorite card really comes through, but we're actually going to see Rare Candy into this Charizard.
Whoa, interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, we've seen it in a couple of lists here, but have we actually seen it in play yet, Jim?
Not yet, yeah. So Michael Pramawat was playing this card. It looks like Ryan Ferry's playing it as well. It's got the Brave Wing attack, 60 damage, and then 100 more if it has any damage counters on it, which at 330 hit points, you got to assume you're going to take some damage at some point. And it also has the Explosive Vortex attack, and I have to imagine this is the main reason for this card to be in this deck as a way to just guaranteed one-hit KO pretty much anything in the format. The way you can one-hit KO, you know, Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAXs, you can one-hit KO opposing Charizard EXs. I think it's definitely got to be a tech for those 2 matchups more than anything. So honestly, a little surprised that we didn't just see it hit the discard pile with the Ultra Ball.
Wow. Well, I mean, I suppose Ryan sees some potential here in this Charizard EX from 151. So I'm excited to see where this goes and where Ryan's choosing to take us here. But we're over onto Aaron's side of the field now after a bit of damage being spread onto Aaron's side. That's 60 damage. We're seeing the fleet-footed here to draw another card into the hand. We get some flappies coming down. Well, I suppose just one flappy.
Yeah, I don't actually think there's much going on here in the hand for Aaron. Has a path to the peak to try to slow Ryan down a little bit, but the only supporter option is Boss's Orders.
Ooh, yeah, we're going to see it, though. Charmander coming up. Aaron realizing, yo, this is a different Charizard EX here. So let me bring this little Charmander up.
And now as Ryan, you got to think, well, my opponent didn't do much. Do I really want to Iono them?
True. Good point there, Chip. Tough decision to make. Hey, at least we see a Pidgeot here in this game, Chip. We're going to see that retreat, just the attach retreat back into this Charizard EX for Ryan. So the stall play didn't work out too well there, but we see a Boss's Orders play here from Ryan of his own to bring up that Flaffy and do 60 damage to it.
Yeah, pretty slow turn, but I think it's going to pay off here. Not really much Aaron can do about this.
Yeah, I mean, Flappy's got 2 retreat cost. It's expensive sheep there.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow little sheep. It has a hard time getting around too quickly. Doesn't have a low retreat cost like some of these quicker Pokemon.
It's spreading all of its energy onto the other Pokemon,
yeah,
Chip,
right.
so it has no energy to move itself around.
Exactly.
You know?
And Dynamotor's spreading energy. Speaking of it,
yep.
Here we go. 1 extra energy being added, and I think the draw for turn for Aaron was actually an energy card. And are we going to see him just boss Charmander again? What is happening? What is this game?
Double boss Charmander back to back for both of these turns for Aaron. Look at these. Yeah, it's interesting. Flappy versus Charmander currently, at least in our active positions. We see the secondary energy as well coming down onto that Raikou V. But now we're back over to Ryan here, stuck again with the Charmander.
As Ryan, you've definitely just got to play the Iono now. Like,
yeah.
Artisan?
Or we see an Artisan. Okay,
and
Artisan coming down and then the Iono.
Yep.
There we go for
Yep.
Ryan. So both of our players going to shuffle up their hands. It's going to go to the bottom of their decks here, and they're going to draw into as many prize cards as they have. Neither of our players have taken a prize card, so it's going to be 6 each.
And Ryan does find a rare candy, and then that last 6th card off Iono was the Pidgeot. So we will finally see a quick search boo this tournament. We haven't seen it the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, it's taken forever, and this is, I mean, one of the staples of this deck with that quick search. And this is how you see it play, to line up those pieces together every single turn and just continue to take knockouts consistently thanks to that Pidgeot EX. Getting you the cards you need. It's pretty good in a combo deck, huh, Chip?
Absolutely, yeah. Throwback to the good old Fire Red, Leaf Green. Pidgeot was such a staple card through the 2004 and 2005 and 2006 seasons.
And it was also called Quick Search, right?
It's literally the same. But
literally the same exact thing.
Ryan is not going to put the Pidgeot in play. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest.
Whoa.
I mean, it is a Lightning Week 2 prize Pokemon. So, I mean, I guess I can understand it somewhat, but you gotta make something happen. You gotta get some extra cards in your hand.
I mean, we've been surprised a couple of times here so far in this match, Chip. Even just the 151 Charizard coming down was a bit of a surprise as well. But yeah, we're over here onto Aaron's side of the field now. Raikou V being in the active position after that knockout on the Flaffy. So Ryan Ferry's going to be the first to a prize card here in this game so far. And Aaron is looking through the deck here. I think off of this search, or the tandem unit.
Yep, going with that tandem unit can get a basic Lightning Pokemon out. Might want to leave the bench space open for a potential Mew. Could get a little bit of extra play. But it looks like he's going to grab the sheep instead.
Grab the sheep. I love that so much.
19, thank you.
Mareep the Sheep coming down for Aaron Tarbell.
Oh, and
so
Aaron
that's full
actually
bench.
has a pretty interesting card in hand that we saw from Ryan in the last game, and that is the Raihan.
Raihan.
Yeah, not something you see too often in Miraidon decks, but with the Zapdos, I think is kind of one of the cards that it makes sense to play with. It's a little more costly of an attacker, and you need a bit more of a combo setup.
True.
This was something that was played in the first place Yokohama Champions League tournament, so I think a lot of players that are playing Miraidon with Zapdos in it kind of referenced that list as kind of their starting point, and Raihan was in that list.
Well, yeah, Raihan remains at least in Aaron Tarbell's list here. Of course, that Flappy went down in the previous turn from Ryan, which means Raihan's online here allows you to accelerate that energy from your discard pile. Going to put it on that Zapdos EX, and then you also get to search your deck for any card and add it to your hand.
It's going to be an electric generator. It does hit 2 energy cards. All right, we like to see it.
Woo! Electric generator, generating those energies here for Aaron.
Probably just going to go onto the Miraidon EX if I had to guess. Might split them up, I guess. That's also an option. Zapdos could still get in there, but we did see from Ryan in game 1, he actually does play the Manaphy. So if Ryan puts that Manaphy down, it's going to kind of limit the options there for Aaron's options. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, true, especially now. I mean, Ryan picked up that Zapdos just to make sure he knew what it was doing. So now he's well aware that it does attack your bench if there is the damage counters out on the field. So
Aaron here thinking about what to do. If you hit this Charizard, it's going to be able to deal a lot more damage on the next turn. What's actually kind of annoying, too, is that it boosts all the way up to 160 damage. And you know what on that side of the field for Aaron has 160 HP? That's Squawkabilly.
Oh, now is coming back to be a liability chip, unfortunately, for Aaron.
Yeah, if we could see like a rare candy on the Pidgeot and then Boss's orders to bring up the Squawkabilly, I think that would have been really good. But we've already seen the supporter card being committed. That Arvin played for the turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Arvin to search out an Ultra Ball and a Choice Bell as the item and the tool card here for Ryan. Ultra Ball is going to be played right away, discarding a couple of cards from hand here. One of them being that Sylveon VMAX.
Yeah, really interesting lines here from Ryan. I think is committing to not putting Pidgeot in play. I think that's the only way that the way that he's gone about this really makes sense. So he's just trying to go with just the Charizard as kind of the attack option here. We even see the Ultra Ball discarding a rare candy.
Yeah.
Leaving the Pidgeot in the hand, though, with just one rare candy. So, like, he could have gotten both Pidgeot and Charizard in play this turn.
Rare candy, Charizard, Infernal Rain.
Yeah, we are at least going to see one rare candy, the other one going into the discard. Well, technically both going into the discard pile here, but we're going to get into that Charizard EX. This time it is going to be the Terra type Charizard EX, that dark type Charizard, and straight into that Infernal Rain as well to accelerate those fire energy to the board.
We do see an attachment to the active Charizard as well, maybe trying to set up for that potential 330 damage attack, or we could just see it retreating, actually, and we'll see the knockout coming through with this Charizard EX. Of course, it only deals 180 right now, but Ryan grabs the Choice Belt off the Arvin, 210 for the KO, and that is a clean 330 HP Charizard EX in the active spot.
Wow, fresh and ready to keep swinging here. And back and forth throughout that first game that we saw, both of our players were taking two-turn knockouts on a lot of these Pokemon here because there's some awkward situations, and Charizard EX is so beefy with 330 HP. So that is tough for Aaron to face off against here.
You're really trying to map it out and kind of figure up what the play is. What is the move? What do you want to do in this position? Is that a generator to start with? He's debating it. That Zapdos was an easy promotion thanks to that Voltic Float ability. It has free retreat in the active spot, so pretty nice.
Yeah, as long as there's a lightning energy attached to it, right?
Yeah.
Yep, makes it nice and quick of a Zapdos EX. Can jump around.
I know it's tough decisions, but I'd really not like a tie if I can pull this off.
So we do see the Bravery Charm coming down onto the Raichu V. And if Aaron can pull off 6 energy in play and gets that Dynamic Spark KO, it leaves Ryan with a pretty decimated board, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I would say so for sure. We've definitely seen a very niche sort of play that Ryan has gone for in this game, too. So, yeah, it kind of leaves it up in the air for Aaron to potentially take advantage of with that Raichu V.
Looks like it will be an Iono as the supporter for turn.
Yep, Iono going to be played here. Both of our players shuffling their decks. Ryan's only going to have 3 cards being drawn off of this Iono, though. And
It's
what are
gonna
the
be
3?
Aaron,
Oh my gosh.
Aaron finds a pretty good hand
Oh,
of
here we
cards. He needs to
go.
hit at
Yeah.
least 1 energy here. He needs to hit just 1 energy, and no, he misses. He had 2 energy in his hand that he drew off the Iono,
No.
and he has the Flaffy. So if he hits just 1 energy on that electric generator, he's able to get the knockout on this Charizard. And now he's going to be 1 energy short of making that happen.
That is brutal to see, Chip. Unfortunate turn of events here for Aaron. But, oh, we saw the Forest Seal Stone.
I mean, is it going to be another generator?
I was about to say, it's got to be, right?
I think it's got to be this
Has to
play.
be.
There's 4 energy, I think, in the deck. Around 20-ish cards, something like that, it looks like.
I believe in this electric generator. Aaron Tarbell taking that gamble as well, using the Forest Seal Stone to search out that generator. We need to see this energy.
1 energy, that's it.
Oh,
The final card, the last piece. Aaron will be able to get the knockout here this turn on this Charizard.
That was a nail biter. Imagine using your Forest Seal Stone, getting the generator, and then it whiffs again. That would have been brutal. Sheesh. Especially with still a bunch in the deck, but...
That's exactly what he needed. It was pretty much his only way to stick around in this one. Otherwise, this Charizard could have just run away with things, to be honest.
Yep, look at that.
120 knockout. Yep.
So we're actually not going to see the Raichu. I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought we were going to see the Raichu come in and attack, but it's not enough to even get the knockout here with that Zapdos EX. It deals just 90 damage to the bench.
Chip, we are once again surprised here in this match between these players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just going to spread some damage here onto the field on Aaron Tarbell's side.
So I think
what's the logic,
might
Chip?
look a little funky, but it makes sense here for Aaron. Zapdos has 200 HP, and Ryan is only dealing 180 damage. So Ryan is kind of forced into having a boss's orders if he wants to take a knockout this turn, which off the Iono to 3 cards and then 1 for turn. You know, your opponent doesn't have Pidgeot in play. You have to wonder how likely that is that they would be able to find a boss's orders.
Yeah, true. So maybe just banking on the fact that limited Ryan's hand enough to not be able to put these pieces together for this combo deck that is Charizard EX. Let's see what happens here.
And I don't think that Ryan really has much going on. No supporters.
180.
And it's just going to be a hit, 180.
180, not able to knock out the Zapdos EX. It has survived once again here for Aaron Tarbell. We see the draw for turn here, and Aaron is going to make a couple more decisions, but very happy to see all of these energy and that Pokemon stay in play.
And then now the Miraidon EX can actually come up and take the knockout on this Charizard, and you get to keep all your energy cards into play. So this is going to work out pretty nicely here. Photon Blaster deals 220 damage. It is enough to take this KO. Arvin as well gets a couple cards out of the deck. Really, really smart play from Aaron, doing what might seem less obvious, but ends up being totally correct.
And yeah, I mean, Aaron must be pretty well versed with this Miraidon deck, choosing to bring it here to Peoria and playing it pretty darn well. It's cool, definitely, to see that Zapdos EX being played here on our stream too, because we haven't seen it so far from our Miraidon players. But yeah, Aaron Tarbell doing great so far with this Miraidon.
Just thinning out, it looks like the Nest Ball, even though it can't be played, just put it into the hand. We do see Bravery Charm being grabbed here as well. That can mean that this benched Miraidon doesn't get KO'd super easily to a Charizard. I mean, Aaron has really navigated this matchup super, super well.
Yeah, I feel like all of the stops are being pulled out here from Aaron. And yeah, there's backup plans upon backup plans here on Aaron Tarbell's side of the field. We have that Bravery Charm on that active Miraidon EX. Of course, the free retreat from that Zapdos as well, thanks to that lightning energy being attached. And we're going to see the knockout for the first 2 prize cards from Aaron's side. But look at that board state, Chip. Brutal. Ryan, on the other hand here, losing that Charizard. Ooh, Collapse Stadium's going to come into play. So limiting the bench here, but I mean, you just take off the damage or liability from the bench?
I mean, I think we're going to get rid of this Charizard EX. It's got 1 million damage on it, right?
Yeah,
that seems pretty good. Get rid of that piece.
I was looking at Aaron Tarbell's side, but yeah, Ryan's side of the field, that is a lot more of a liability there, having that Charizard EX just sitting there. And I guess now the fact that Aaron didn't take a knockout on it I mean, all that damage is just wiped off the field now for Ryan. Thanks to that collapsed stadium, both of our players are limited to 4 Pokemon on their bench total.
And all Ryan Ferry can do is use Sylveon V. Use that Dream Gift, go search out any item card, add it to the hand. It will be the Ultra Ball. Hoping for a Pidgeot on the next turn, I assume.
Yep. Ultra Ball.
Charizard as well is an option.
Be drawn out, and that's going to end the turn here from that Dream Gift. So we're going to go back to Aaron's side now. Lots of damage being wiped off, but Aaron still has a lot going for him, at least on his side of the field. Of course, I'm right on EX. Use the Photon Blaster last turn to get that knockout. So you can't attack this turn. You have to get some retreats in, some retreat action in on this turn for Aaron. Let's see what the hand has here.
If Aaron can get rid of this stadium and get the Hawlucha in play, we could see the Zapdos take a 2-prize knockout this turn.
True. You play 5 of those?
That is a potential option.
You play 5 of those or something?
They're
so
joking
a lot of electric generators, yeah.
Yeah, Aaron doesn't play 5 of that card. He just happens to keep hitting them and get some energy off of them as well. So
pretty strong.
That Raichu V gonna get an energy off the electric generator here.
I do see that Hawlucha in the hand, but with the collapse in play, not going to be an option to pull off that extra prize turn.
Oh, that would have been cool.
So what does Aaron want to attack with here is kind of the question. Does have Escape Rope, doesn't really do too much good. Your opponent almost assuredly just sends up the other Pidgey.
Yeah, Pidgey for Pidgey.
Yeah.
I think that's what just happened, though.
It does reset the Miraidon,
That's
which
true.
is
What are you
good.
gonna promote off of it?
Oh, I think.
Yeah, he's got to figure out what to send up here.
Had to figure out what to send up. Just took a quick look at the discard pile there before, but Raichu V is going to come up into the active here.
A little interesting to see this, to be honest. The Raichu is Aaron's kind of one way to deal with a Charizard EX, and Ryan just searched out an Ultra Ball, right?
Yeah.
Oh, have I? I'm
I
pretty
think
sure you
there's-
did, yeah.
Yeah, I think Aaron did use Dynamotor before the Escape Rope. We'll see if our judges are up on it, but I'm pretty sure that.
I don't think it matters, but. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think he may
I thought
have.
that was the electric generator. I mean, I could have
I
totally
think
missed
because
it.
there was 2 energy on the Zapdos last turn, 1 energy on the Raichu.
Gotcha,
So the question,
okay.
he either hasn't attached for turn yet or hasn't Dynamotored. I think.
Wait, was there 2 energy, though, on the Zapdos?
I'm pretty sure there was 2 energy on the Zapdos. Yeah, has not attached for turn, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he did have the 2nd energy on the Zapdos, I remember. And we're actually going to see
What the?
pretty funny play here. The Motivate from Squawkabilly EX.
Motivate?
I love it.
I was actually kind of thinking about this, to be honest, and I think it makes sense. I mean, you don't really want to just send up one of these 2-prize Pokemon and that are one of your main attackers and just give your opponent kind of a free path to
Dream Gift.
get rid of a bunch of energy cards. And Ryan just draws and uses Dream Gift right away.
Oh my gosh!
What is
wow.
happening?
I have no idea,
Rod,
Chip.
you're up.
I mean, I was talking about being surprised in this game. Well, really in this matchup, but those surprises keep coming. The Motivate from the Squawkabilly EX.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people are not familiar with that. It just does 20 damage, and then you attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon. So definitely not something we see hardly ever here, but we're going to see it from this Squawkabilly here on Aaron Tarbell's side of the field. But yeah, that was just going to be a Dream Gift from the Sylveon V on Ryan's side. So now we're back over to Aaron here. Lots of energy down, Chip.
Yeah, and we are going to see the retreat now and the attack. Miraidon Photon Blaster taking out poor little Pidgey.
Never stood a chance.
And Ryan now has been able to add quite a few cards to the hand. We do see Super Rod coming out. We know there's an Ultra Ball. There's also a rare candy in there. And Super Rod can allow a bunch of energy cards to go back into the deck for this Charizard coming up.
Yeah, both of these players right now are tied at 3 prize cards left, and this clock has been running down for a while here. 4 minutes left, but still lots of time to conclude this game, especially if you include turns, if it goes to that, for both these players. We're seeing the rare candy now for that Charizard EX.
Yeah, and a pretty big card here for Ryan Ferry is that he drew Boss this turn.
I was about to say, I know I put
And
3
Boss's orders here can take out the Raichu. There's been 3 prizes taken on Aaron Tarbell's end, so it's going to be actually just short, right? Yeah, 240, so not quite enough to take the knockout here on the Raichu. Yeah, mapping it out.
Yeah, he's doing.
Or no,
the
it is
back air.
enough. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is going to be enough. 240 would have been just 2 prizes. We're up to 270 now, so that is enough for the KO. And that was Aaron's kind of one response to this Charizard coming into play. Yeah, pretty interesting spot here. I think, I'm wondering if Aaron maybe had played a little too passively at some points this game. Could have been a little more aggressive. He's got 3 prize cards left. Ryan really just didn't have a great setup, but Aaron has given Ryan enough time to reestablish his board. And
oh, yeah, look at that. Wow, Aaron Tarbell is just going to scoop it up there. Ryan Ferry taking the second game in our game 2 between these players. So they're shuffling up here and kind of discussing, hey, we only have 3 minutes left on the clock here. So let's see how this plays out between both of them, Chip. But yeah, I agree with you there about the kind of too passive. We discussed multiple plays that potentially could have happened. It would have required a few cards here and there for Aaron Tarbell, but Raichu, I mean, the Zapdos with the Hawlucha.
What Aaron, was doing was he's trying to just play super passively around the Charizard, which it totally makes sense to do sometimes, but at some point you got to get in there, you know? If your opponent has everything they need, Rare Candy Charizard, take the knockout, you got to find a way to deal with it after the fact, right? You can't just hope that your opponent, you can't, I don't know. I think Aaron maybe just should have been a little bit more aggressive, and now in this spot, a couple Electric Generator prize for Aaron.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. Never want to see that as the Miraidon player. Over here on Ryan's side, couple supporters there, but nothing too crazy on Ryan's prize cards. All right, we're kicking off this game 3. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock here, but we'll see how this concludes. It's not over till it's over, Chip, and we're starting over here on Aaron Tarbell's side of the field. So already searching a bunch of Pokemon here. Ryan just clarifying what Pokemon are coming out with those tandem units.
Yep, full field. That's one of the things I love the most about this Miraidon deck is that just having one Miraidon in play all of a sudden turns into an almost full board.
Yeah, that is really awesome, especially when all these Pokemon have a lot of utility, and we've seen that fleet-footed being used often from that Raikou V, and it has secured some incredible cards for our Miraidon players so far, even just today. So nice to have that extra draw support there. We also see the Nest Ball. Going to bring out that Squawkabilly EX. So Aaron's going to be discarding this hand for that Squawkabilly. Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, I think.
Got a squawk.
Okay. Calm down over there. Discard the hand. We see 6 cards. A lot of energy.
All right.
Oh, that's the card he was looking for. Path to the Peak. Try to slow Ryan down as much as possible. Ryan. Wow, doesn't really have much going on at all. Just a draw and a pass. This is a huge opening for Aaron Tarbell.
This is huge indeed, Chip. This could really turn the tides here. Aaron Tarbell is going to make sure he knows exactly what he's doing with this turn.
He's got an Ultra Ball in the hand to go get a Flaffy. All he needs really is another Flaffy or an Electric Generator, and he's got to research to just dig for every piece he needs.
Yeah. And I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, we even saw Aaron dig last game for something that was like so unreasonably difficult to do. But this time around, that is not the case. Aaron Tarbell has the ability to dig and has the ability to take a 2-1 win.
All he needs is an Ultra Ball or a Flaffy. The Flaffy was in the deck. I saw it in there. In worst case scenario, well, he does need an energy to attach from hand now as well. Okay, so he needs a little bit.
Couple of pieces here.
Let's see if he can do it. 7 cards to find them. There's the energy cards, and there's the generator. We're spinning the wheel, Boo.
Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can hit it, Chip.
1 energy card for the win, and he misses.
Not like this. Aaron Tarbell gonna whiff that single energy needed here. Oh, not again. It's like the most pivotal moments where Aaron just keeps missing this energy.
Yeah, does not find the piece to get this KO to close this one out.
Wow, that hurts. That hurts to watch.
Absolutely. We're gonna. I mean, the good thing here for Aaron is that Ryan just didn't do anything on the first turn. So you know Ryan's hand has nothing going on. He's literally relying on a top deck of a supporter or a basic Pokemon to even stay hanging around in this game. And Ryan says, not this again. Yep, sure enough. Squawkabilly's going to motivate the team.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we got some motivation happening here from our Squawkabilly EX. squawking once again to motivate the squad here.
Guaranteeing Miraidon can take the knockout next turn. Ryan Ferry needs to top deck something to stay alive in this game. It is the Arven.
Yep, Arven going to come down, allows Ryan to search out an item card and a tool card, but saying, can I use this Battle VIP? Unfortunately, no, Ryan, only on your first turn.
I got to say, Boo,
yeah.
As Ryan, if he was playing the Call for Family Pidgey, he would maybe be okay right now, but he's not. He's playing the 60 HP Pidgeys, and it's potentially going to hurt him here in this spot. If you could Call for Family, get a couple Charmander in play, he could very realistically withstand this game. But now he's going to have to be relying on yet another top deck. And I think Ryan here, as it looks like time has been called, he's definitely just got to play to ensure a tie at this point. So put as many Pokemon in play, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Forest Sealstone, just get another Nest Ball, and yeah, Aaron cannot close the game out. It's going to be a tie. So close for Aaron to just get the win, though. Does not quite piece it together.
And of course, both of these players trying to just secure those points and get into the day 2, but just taking a tie here. Still has an opportunity. This was our round 8. We still have one more round to go for all of our players out in the field, but we're witnessing a tie here, and it was so close to being a win, Chip. That really hurts to see.
So close for Aaron. He drew just a few too many energy cards off that research, right? Hit the generator, but the energy cards had already been found into the hand, so was not able to hit. And these players are going to have to find a win in their last Swiss round if they want to be playing in day 2 of this tournament.
Absolutely, but hey, I believe in both our players here. Still super fun game to watch between Charizard EX and Miraidon. As well, and yeah, it's just unfortunate we had to take another tie, Chip. We have just been taking these ties today.
So I got to ask you, Boo.
On stream.
We got to see a little bit from this unique build of Charizard, the Sylveon, the Pidgeot. We didn't really see it in full force, I don't feel like.
Yeah. As
we get into this next game. Let's go through these replays, but I want to ask what you think about this version of the deck compared to the other versions we have seen so far.
All right, well, let's check out what's happening on these replays
first.
Here. This was the knockout from the Charizard EX from Ryan's side of the field here. Yeah, this was when we saw all of these energy being discarded to take the return knockout on that Charizard here for Aaron Tarbell.
Yeah, and that Mew EX is really what kind of kept Ryan around here in this first game, but ultimately it was the piece that cost him. As Aaron Tarbell was able to get the boss's orders to close out the game on that low HP Pokemon.
Yep, and that was a happy moment here for Aaron Tarbell taking that first game here. We're seeing the, this is the wild, like, boss's orders for Charmander twice in a row.
Yeah.
That was...
Honestly, that game, too, was so clunky from both of our players.
Yeah, I am still confused by it, honestly. Yeah, we saw the Charizard from 151 get into play, get heavily damaged, get wiped off the fields. I mean, there was so much happening in that game too, but Aaron Tarbell eventually scooped it up to Ryan Ferry, brought us to a 1-1, and it was kind of being discussed like, we're probably going to be taking a tie here, but it was so close to being a win for Aaron Tarbell, but unfortunately, the whiff of that energy was the downfall.
So close and just not quite enough. All Aaron needed to see was the fact that Ryan was going to put 2 Pokemon in play, and once that was the case, Aaron says, yep, I can't win. Let's get into our next round and hopefully make it to day 2. So, Boo, we've seen this Sylveon version of the deck.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, quite a different take on the build compared to the Arven, Entei EX Entei V list that we're used to seeing now at this point.
Yeah, I think for me personally, if I was going to choose a Charizard EX to bring to a tournament and play, I would definitely go for more of a consistent build, which I don't really see as much in this version of the deck that we just saw from Ryan Ferry. It has a lot of cool attributes to it, but even with the Sylveon being there and being able to use that Dream Gift, it's still ending your turn, so you only get so much utility out of that.
It's really there for that like first turn, right? It does feel really good, but if you don't find it, it's like kind of a hard card to get any value from,
Yeah.
right? Whereas something like Entei you can get value from at almost any point in the game.
Yeah, and I think that my style of playing decks, I would rather go for a consistent version, more, I guess, linear type of deck that's to play instead of having all these like super clunky cards that can potentially get you some weird hands. And we saw that a lot from Ryan, we gotta admit,
Yeah,
right?
well, and I think that some of that was a little self-inflicted, I
True.
will admit, you know, not putting the Pidgeot in play. I do like kind of understand the thought process of not wanting to put Pidgeot down against a lightning type deck. Obviously, Pidgeot is just a pretty easy 2 prizes for Miraidon, like whenever they want it, but I mean, the deck is so much weaker when you're not being able to use Quick Search. Even if you get Quick Search off 1-2 times, it feels worth it to put it out.
Yeah, it's a combo deck. You have to have the pieces to put the rest of the pieces together, you know? So, yeah, when you're lacking that, it can lead to some really clunky situations. But still, very interesting game to watch. I'm glad we did get to focus on this build of the deck and showcase it on stream. But another thing I love showcasing on our stream,
What a segue.
some posts here. I know, yeah, that was expert level. Social media posts, all of you out there following us on social media and letting us know what you're doing here in Peoria, how things are going, or if you're even just, you know, tuning in to watch other people. But here we go. From Denver Hartman, myself and my buddy are ready to go. Here's to doing our best. Wow, I love that, Chip.
Yeah, it's all you can really hope for. Play to the best of your ability.
Mm-hmm.
The variance gets the better of you. It is what it is. That's part of being a competitor in this game, recognizing that it's part of it. Just do your best, and if you picked a good deck, the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, huge smiles from both of those players, ready for whatever Peoria brings to them. Here's another awesome post here. Wow, that's beautiful, Chip. Have you gotten this product?
I have not gotten one. That's super cool. 151 Ultra Premium Collection. I'm just seeing that deck box for the first
Beautiful,
time,
yeah.
actually. I'm a big fan of that. I might, even if I don't get the whole collection, I might just have to find that deck box.
Chip, oh my gosh, those dice are like my favorite color, pink. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was in that. I'm gonna need to secure a bunch of those for sure.
Oh, this is what I love to see.
Look at that.
Some retro Pokemon TCG from Mount Moon TCG. Over at the side event tables, they brought their old decks. Look for the
Whoa.
Sableye banner and stop by today or tomorrow to say hey and play a game. Hey, you know what? If you're here in the venue, you're done with the tournament, go check out some retro Pokemon. I'm a big fan of all of this. Play some 2006 LBS for me in my honor.
Oh my goodness.
It's my favorite deck back there, so be sure to check this out. Love to see people out here playing some retro Pokemon.
Yeah, I definitely need to go and pick some of those up. I love checking out our retro decks that sometimes we get to feature in some caster battles.
Yep.
And I'm like, I don't even know what's happening here, but maybe I can go check those decks out myself. Here we have a nice little Bulbasaur. Looking kind of grumpy here at 336. PSA, this Bulbasaur has lost their trainer. Oh no, that's why he's grumpy.
No, he's grumpy because he got left behind.
Yeah, at Peoria Regional Championship, they're waiting for their trainer at table 336.
Man.
Please spread the word so that this Bulbasaur can get back home.
Let's find a hashtag find Bulbasaur a home. Come on, let's get it trending. Find Bulbasaur's owner. I thought it was Charmander was the one that got left out in the rain.
Oh, true. Not
Looks like it was
time
Bulbasaur
around.
this time.
Yeah, and look at all of these players here in our day one, eventful day one of regionals. Found tons of new plushies. Oh, me too.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this your ult?
I know. And watch some intense battles. Pokemon Go friends over here doing this post. Yeah.
Lots going on here at the regional championships. We went through it earlier. TCG, which we're featuring, but there's also Go, there's VG. So much happening at these events every weekend.
Yeah, Pokemon goers doing their Go thing.
Tapping away.
And then we also have Girl Power TCG, a nice group picture here from Girl Power in Peoria. So nice to see this squad out at all of our regional events.
Yep.
But definitely showing up in the numbers here for Peoria, Illinois, it looks like.
Yeah, ultimately this is what the game is about, right? Being able to support your friends, come together, work together, figure out what the best decks are, what you want to play, what you're enjoying, and just, really being supportive of one another.
Yeah, rocking those sweet jerseys for sure for most of our trainers in this picture as well. Fantastic picture. thank you all so much for always recording all your players coming out and gathering. It really attracts a lot more people to the game, you know, when they see, hey, that's a group I might fit into. And I gotta say, Girl Power is definitely one of those groups that's very welcoming to everyone if they want to join.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see people working together, lifting each other up.
Yep.
And hopefully closing out some wins as Swiss Round 9 is coming up. One more chance for players to make it into day 2. You either find yourself playing it out for points, playing it out to make day 2, or maybe playing it out to get more match points heading into the second day. So many players have already locked up that berth into the second day of competition. You just need to get as many match points as possible to try to make your path to top 8 a little bit more manageable.
Maybe a path to the peak, Chip?
No, path to top cut. Path to top cut. Slow your roll there.
Yeah, I'm sure Jesse Parker will have to check up on him, see what his record is going with right now.
Did he win that last game? We can take a look. No, it looks like Raymond Long actually is now 8-0.
There you go. But yeah, still trying to finish out as strong as possible, head into a day 2. But I feel like our round 9 is always the most intense to watch here. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that, because we have one more game of Pokemon for you all here today in our day 1. But also we have day 2, even more intense coming up tomorrow. But this is going to be it for us casting, at least today, Chip. We'll see you at the closeout of today's show, though. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we get into our last rounds of Peoria, Illinois Regional Championship.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin
Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Lumineon V into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to take it away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Grob and Emmy Riddle. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player to ever play this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see. I'll be walking.
that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Welcome back to Peoria for round number 9. It is, of course, going to be a win and in round. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by Jeremy Jallan, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have an exciting one. We've definitely picked players who need to win to make it into day 2, so you know we're in for a treat.
Yeah, that's why they call it a win and in.
It's like the least imaginative name. They're like, what should we call this final round where you have to win to get in to day 2? Win and in. Cool, that's stuck. That's just like stuck for the duration of time, as long as I've played Pokemon.
Yeah, honestly, it's an apt name for it. And these players are both trying to make it into the day 2 here to join the 100+ players that are already trying to make it in already. And then just some more Pokemon action. There's 6 rounds tomorrow of Swiss yet again, and then we got top 8, and then eventually we'll crown our champion.
Yeah, start filling in that graphic. I think we can take a look at some of the standings though, maybe see a little bit more of the tournament. You know, we only get to feature 1 round at a time, so it's always nice to look a little bit further afield. We can see players who have already been making their way quite comfortably, I think it's fair to say, into, you know, day number 2 already. 1 undefeated with just wins, of course. Slightly different than 7-1, the tie, okay, but 1 standing alone on 24 match points. And Raymond Long will be going into day 2 with a little bit of an advantage, you have to say.
Yeah, taking down Jesse Parker, who is trying for that 9-0 Swiss run, 2 tournaments in a row. Started out 9-0 in Pittsburgh, but not going to do it here. Still starting out very well, 7-1, has 1 more round to go. These players are trying to make it to where they get the most match points possible going into day 2, because that's the one thing that carries over. You don't have your resistance carry over. You can play the same opponents that you played from the previous day, but those match points, those are so precious.
Yeah, being able to get an advantage match point wise going into day 2 does allow you a little bit of wiggle room, right? Not too much wiggle room, not that you can just be making errors left and right and throwing games, but it does help you very, very significantly in the chase for top 8. It's a lot of players to cut out at the end of those additional 6 Swiss rounds, but of course a bunch of players on 7-0-1 as well, 22 match points. We got, I believe, 6 there as well, so they're in good stead. You know, a little bit of wiggle room in this last round, and definitely coming into the rest of the day. And obviously there is a huge amount of players on 21 match points. 7-1 would be a record that would get you there, but qualified for day 2, definitely doing it earlier, making things just easier going forward.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of our key matches this round. Maybe see some of the players that are fighting for that last bit of points to go into day 2. Of course, we're going to feature Tord Reklov up against Kamal Crooks Valdez, and it is what is going to be an exciting round 9. Hopefully, Enrique Avila up against Jacob Walton, both of them at 17 match points. Dre Alderette up against Aaron Tarba. We just saw Aaron take a tie on stream. And then our NAIC champion, 9th place at Worlds, Cyrus Davis. She is up against Eddie North. Again, winning in for this round.
Yeah, lots of good matches. We have decided to focus on the one highlighted at the top there. Of course, Tord Reklov needs no introduction, but has to play through one of the tougher rounds. A winning in, you know, could be really, really tough. Tord, of course, has been to Peoria before, a world traveler, and was able to take down this very event last year.
Yeah, the introduction of Lost Origins, bringing in the Lost Zone engine and debuting it, winning with that Lost Zone with the Radiant Charizard, and looking to try to do it yet again, but is facing a little bit of kind of a brick wall here. You need to have a pretty good start to have win this tournament. And gonna have a lot of luck going involved with it too. He's on the outside looking in.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, right? If he wants to defend his crown, it's pretty much going to have to be flawless from here on out. Maybe, you know, this one can't be a loss, but maybe tomorrow there's room for like 1 loss.
No,
but
there's not.
It's pretty much flawless from here on out. But
Yeah.
if there's somebody who can do it, yeah, it's Tord. We'll be going up against Kamal Crooks Valdez as well. Very good player in other card games as well. And now the question is, are those skills transferable? Are you able to bring that to take down one of the best in the Pokemon scene?
Well, if there's any time to find out, it's got to be now. It's got to be this round 9 here in Peoria. And it's going to be a matchup that we're expected to see a lot of, right?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the Gardevoir versus the Charizard, 2 of the biggest decks. It's not like they're, you know, particularly favored either way. I think this just really comes down to the players. Players are ready to get us underway, though, so let's head on down and see what happens as we get into this game.
Tord on the left, Kamal on the right, and like we said, Gardevoir versus Charizard. At least in the TCG, these have been two of the most represented Pokemon, at least with cards that have been very good competitively.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have had a lot of good Gardevoirs, but even more, let's just say more Charizards. Competitive viability, a little bit up in the air, but definitely a whole bunch of Gardevoirs that have been good historically, being able to make some great plays there. Gardevoir never really had its time in the video game. Definitely Charizard had its moments, so definitely Pokemon I'm familiar with. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, there's going to be Tord, who did manage to win this very event as soon as the Lost Box came to the fore, cracking it at the first time of asking.
And has been just piloting this Gardevoir EX deck to perfection, got second place at Worlds with it just a couple months ago, and is looking to continue the amazing run that he's had.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to, show your expertise with a deck. I know, obviously, whenever he puts together a list, a lot of people strive to understand it, emulate his success with it, and really get going. We're getting close to game, though, as we're heading into the prizes. There is going to be Ionos for both, Battle VIP Pass, a couple Energy for Tord, along with the Artisan Level Ball. Then there's the Magma Basin, double Arven, a Charizard EX, and a Lost Vacuum for Kamal.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough. Does play the full 4 Arvens, so at least we'll have access to that. But that is a card you need to see often and early in this Charizard EX deck. So it'll be interesting if he has access to him. He does have something like that Lumineon V, though.
Yeah, being able to go in and grab an item and a tool is kind of a little bit good for this deck when you need one of the key items being the rare candy, being able to just really start, getting those Charizards flowing nice and early, getting a lot of really kind of early pressure going on, because sometimes pulls can take a little bit longer, right? But he does get to draw a lot of cards, gets to see a whole lot of pieces as well. So plenty going on. Kamal, hasn't even lost today. 4-0-4.
Wow.
So that's certainly one way to reach 16 match points.
Again, I cannot say it enough. This is the match of the tournament for both of these players here. You lose, you go home. You tie, you go home. It is all about trying to win and make it into that day 2 of competition just to stay alive for that potential money, potential invite to Hawaii.
Yeah, being alive in the tournament is huge, right? Just getting points, getting some of that very juicy prize pool is exactly what you want. Looks like both trainers are getting ready, maybe making a couple of notes here on the board, but the cards are flipped and we're heading into this game.
It does look like Tord is going to start things off here for us.
It's there it is, win and in. Just for those of you who weren't aware, it is going to be the Routes, followed up quickly by Level Ball, going up against the Pidgey. So not seeing any big hitters to start this one out. This is the Pokemon at its purest as well, just being able to really settle in and say, you know what, we're going to have to evolve some stuff. We're going to have to, in some cases, manually evolve them all the way up to a stage 2. So it's going to be a bit of a slog. Another Ralts off the Level Ball. We get to have a look at the hand, playing one of the oldest rare candies I've seen all day, attaching the energy and just passing the turn.
Yeah, honestly, this reminds me of just 2007, Pidgey versus Ralts. Let's go.
Yeah, throwing it back a little bit, way before my time as well. But, after all of that, we're going to have a little shuffle, just make sure, and then we'll be able to keep things moving on in this game. You have to imagine that, Kamal's tied a lot today, 4 ties. Has to be mindful that another tie here is not going to help, but thinking of getting off to a good start, there's one Battle VIP Pass. I see another in the hand. He's going to be able to absolutely fill this bench with goodies.
Yeah, that is one thing that Tord was missing on that turn 1. Just has the Level Ball for the Ralts and passes with an energy on the active. Not usually what you want to see when you're playing Gardevoir. You also play those Battle VIP Pass, one of those cards where it seems like if you don't draw it, you're going to have a bad time, and if your opponent does, you're also going to have a bad time.
Yeah, it is a very divisive card, but Kamal obviously gets to go in his deck, start looking around, obviously be a little bit more liberal with what he picks here, because he also knows, you know what, I've got another one to play. There's number 2 coming down right after. That's even ruder, really. Tord gets 0, he gets 2. Come on, share the love.
Hey, potential for some more games. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it could be really, really divisive here. But let's see what he grabs off this second Battle VIP Pass. He's got the Charmanders. He's getting another Charmander and then the Mew as well with the Mysterious Tail. So maybe using that to find a couple of extra pieces of the puzzle, especially with a couple of those Arvins prized.
Mew is just really great turn 1 at finding those items that you need. Usually finding Battle VIP Pass. Now going to try to find something like Rare Candy so you can have a pretty great turn on the following turn.
Yep, there's the 6 card. Drop down. Let's see what he's got. Those aren't going to help.
That's a lot of fire energy.
That is a lot of energy, and those cards in the middle were not what he was looking for.
I think there was a Rare Candy in there as well, but this hand might get discarded. I don't know. Depends. We'll have to see.
I think one of them was it looked a little bit like a stadium, but we'll see.
Kamal is playing pretty fast, though, so I guess he knows that, yeah, I have 4 ties. I cannot tie anymore, but wow. Okay. Tord has the perfect start with that Mirage Step Kirlia in hand. That's one way to get around a no Battle VIP Pass start.
Yeah, he's got the Worker going down as well. So Tord looks like he may be able to do a little bit more, just drawing 3 cards, but those cards are definitely helping out when his hand looked a little bit light coming out of turn number 1. No Stadium to discard, of course, but it could have helped out in a certain matchup. Like you said, though, there is the Kirlia able to kind of keep things moving in this one.
Mirage Step has just been such a great inclusion to help Gardevoir survive in this metagame. It really just kind of gives you that extra pep in your step. Yeah.
Being able to search your deck for 3 Kirlia and pretty much cheat them into play is certainly a mechanic that I'm not sure everyone appreciates, but then you're able to get the refinements going, you're able to start drawing a bunch of cards, and then just really piece together a big couple of turns usually, particularly when you're looking at Charmanders, Charizards, to be able to just really find all the pieces and then just take 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes, and win the game.
Must be nice. Mirage Step into 3 Kirlia on the bench. Tord is ready and set up for this entire game now. Next turn is going to be able to start drawing a bunch of cards. We'll have to see if Kamal has any Charizard, any Pidgeot EX here.
Well, let's see what he's got in the hand. I see the Rare Candy. I see an Ultra Ball, a Lost Vacuum. He's got another Energy in the back there. So he's definitely got the pieces that he needs to be able to start, I guess, trying to pressure things down here a little bit. But, needs to be mindful of exactly what he wants to evolve. Sequencing would be really, really important here. I believe the Pokemon, it's the Manaphy, which isn't really going to help him out here. So he's just trying to figure out his kind of next way through this. You can see him sequencing, running through it in his head over and over again.
To be fair, I think the one thing you would use Lost Vacuum on in this matchup is going to be that Collapsed Stadium, potentially. So that's not really that big of a deal. So the discard here of Manaphy and Lost Vacuum, not too detrimental.
No, pretty free Ultra Ball there, being able to just get rid of a couple of cards that aren't helping him in the duration of this game. And, he's got the Rare Candy in hand anyway, so he gets to choose exactly what he wants to grab, what he wants to evolve, and how he wants to play this one out.
I think he's eyeing down that Luminion V. With that, you can Luminous Sign for Arvin. Arvin can find you the Rare Candy or the Ultra Ball that you need. No, just going to go for the Pidgeot here. It does the same thing.
Yeah, Pidgeot being able to be evolved into it with that Rare Candy. It looks like he's going to go for it right away. The Pidgeot, to be honest, we've not seen it too much.
Yeah, and I think grabbing here the Professor's Research, most likely. 1-of copy in the deck.
Yep.
Still has access to the Mysterious Tail from Mew as well.
Yeah, can keep on digging as well. So there's the basic energy. Yeah, there's the Research with an empty hand as well. So just 7 cards for free, being able to really start causing problems. I like the just being able to keep going. A little more value I think out that Pidgeot than just getting a Charizard and then maybe fishing or wasting some cards with that Research. So yeah, he's going to Mysterious Tail. See if he gets pieces. Thought he'd got what he needed. There was a pause. There's the Nest Ball though. So not something super big, but I haven't really had a good look at his hand yet.
Nest Ball can find something like the Entei V, get an extra card with Fleet-Footed maybe.
Yeah, could be helpful for him in this one, but I don't know if he's even going to be using it to go back in right now, maybe saving it for a little bit later, or just taking it as fodder for this potential Ultra Ball that we have in hand. Being able to start causing problems. Oh, he already has a Charizard as well, so he's got a lot of pieces, but it may be missing just one or two as he lingers on this decision.
That's what I'm saying. You get the Entei, draw the rare candy right off the top of the deck, and then you rare candy Charizard.
If you call this, Jeremy, I'm going to be really impressed. The first bit's right. I'm okay with the first bit. If he fleet-footed into a rare candy, that's quite a call, Jeremy. So you're staking a lot on this. Let's see.
Listen, you got color commentary, Jeremy, for this weekend. It's got to be something.
Oh, what do you got? Show me the hand. I need to see that hand. It's just a Charmeleon in the hand. It's the alternate art that tricked me. So he's left the Entei in the active. That's 2 juicy prizes for him there. Can of course get a Charizard in pretty easily next turn. We'll be able to use that quick search ability. But it is also 2 prizes available for Tord to take once he gets going, and he's got 3 Curlier already, so I imagine we'll be seeing some Gardevoir this turn, especially with this Ultra Ball.
3 Curlier in play, but no Psychic Energy in the discard just yet. Has access to all the refinements and concealed cards, but it's going to have to be a little bit of jumping through a bunch of hoops trying to get this Gardevoir powered up enough to take the knockout on this Entei.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, how much Psychic Energy is in the hand. I would imagine none, due to the fact he didn't discard any with the Ultra Ball. Maybe saving 1 for concealed cards, but definitely not those lofty numbers that he'd love to hit over the course of this game.
Yeah, it does have 1 energy in hand. It's going to be that reversal energy, though. That's not going to do anything right now with both players tied up in prize cards.
Yeah, the pseudo-psychic energy when you're behind, right? Being able to be very valuable then, but both trainers still setting up their boards, not able to really start pushing on so early. Maybe this will give Kamal a bit of an opportunity to stay in the game. There is going to be the rare candy, so we've got the Gardevoir already hitting the bench, just making sure that he's able to keep on going in the game.
And literally the whole bench for Tord can draw 2 cards.
Yeah, everything's about drawing here, right? So, he's able to start going through the deck. Speaking of drawing, we're going to see Professor's research to keep things going for him here.
No energy yet again. You do have a Fog Crystal, and Tord already attached that reversal energy for the turn.
Yep, the reversal energy is saving itself for a little bit later. We'll get a level ball out, maybe just trying to thin the deck a little bit and see what he can do. But he's going through that deck and counting up that energy. Has to know that there's already a couple prized, so does have to, not going to see it as often, not going to see it as frequently, and not going to be able to just, easily start chucking it into the discard for fun.
Going to start things off with that Shining Arcana, though.
Oh,
and hey! Found the energy.
There they are on top of the deck, and that Shining Arcana is going to allow him to just put them down wherever he needs and kind of get the ball rolling here. Just there, get it onto that Curlier. Maybe just mindful of being able to move it around a little bit later.
Yeah, and only attached the 1 with that Shining Arcana. Kept the other one in hand so you can discard it for concealed cards.
Yeah, doesn't need to be too crazy with it, right? Just is able to start drawing cards. That Mana Feeder took off Level Ball, a very free refinement there as well. Level Ball, or just going in, try and find another card, maybe something to throw away, and of course thin the deck a little bit more. He's going to take the routes. He's still got 2 more refinements to go, so he's going to be seeing a lot of cards this turn, 10 to be precise. But sequencing it very wisely, saving the energy from the Shining Arcana to use concealed cards.
Yeah, for those of you wondering how to really sequence your deck to maximize it to the most potential, Tord has been doing that perfectly this turn. Really just thinning out the deck when you can, grabbing the Mana Fee with the level ball so you can discard it early, but then you start drawing cards first with cards like Shining Arcana and the concealed cards from Radiant Greninja. And now grabbing the Ralts and discarding it with that refinement, but still no Psychic Energy. This is the weirdest game of Gardevoir I've seen in a while.
Yeah, the Psychic Energy coming at a bit of a premium here. Struggling to do that. Gets rid of the Iona with the refinement. A Battle VIP pass and another Gardevoir.
All right, I think you just evolve into this Gardevoir yet again because Shining Arcana is going to hit 2 again, right? You have to.
Yeah, I think you have to play it like that. Could also go with that Fog Crystal.
Oh wow.
No. Oh no.
Okay, the one hiding. So there's been 3 Psychic Energy this entire game, and Tord just drew 12 cards?
Yeah. He's that deck's got to be chock full of them.
Plus the Professor's Research, that's 19 cards that Tord has drawn this turn and has just been struggling to find these Psychic Energies.
Yeah, not able to really get that explosive turn. I mean, the Brainwave could be doing a good chunk of damage, but it doesn't look like that's what he's going with right now. Getting them into the discard, retreating it, so paying the double retreat, throwing up that Radiant Greninja, maybe just trying to buy a little bit of time, protect the Gardevoirs, and see what he can do as he just passes the turn. So 19 cards later, no attack.
And this is still a pretty good turn for Tord. Has set up a bunch of stuff, and the deck is really thin now to where you can kind of get whatever you want, or hopefully. The thing is, Kamal's going to be able to get that Charizard EX in play, has access to Quick Search from Pidgeot EX, and from there, you never know what's really going to happen. Boss's Orders is basically going to be played every turn, and we'll have to see if it's a little too slow for Tord this game.
There's the Fleet-Footed. Does just draw one. It's going to be the Arven, so that's basically the same thing.
Basically the same thing, yeah, Candy.
Yeah, it's whatever piece he wants it to be, right? I mean, there's plenty of ways to go. He did just manually evolve that Charmeleon. You know, between the Arven, the Pidgeot, you can certainly get this bench looking real full, real quick. And not just full, powerful, full.
Ooh. That was good.
Yeah, it's not bad. All right, let's see how Kamal wants to play through this turn. You can see he's really mulling over every single move. So there goes the Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Charizard and the Lumineon?
Yep.
Yeah, getting rid of those. Clearly, no bench space for them. Doesn't feel like that Charizard is of value right now either. So just being mindful of that. There is going to be the Charizard EX, the Obsidian Flames version, and of course the Rare Candy while he's in there. Uses that Rare Candy. And just is able to probably just keep going a little bit here. Obviously, while he's in the deck, may as well use the Infernal Rain, get the energy exactly where you want them. And honestly, this is a very good time to Entei as both trainers having monstrously full benches.
Yeah, it's Burning Rondo's doing 220 damage. It's not bad for attack for 2 energy. Does have the Boss's Orders as well here, so that's going to bring up that Gardevoir with the reversal energy and a Lost City to go along with it. This is exactly what Kamal wants to see.
Yeah, that's a big turn for Kamal, being able to take that out, get rid of that Gardevoir, send it to the Lost Zone, keep it out of play for later on, no way to recycle it or play around it. And I'd say Burning Rondo is doing a huge amount of damage right now. Very easily able to take out anything on Tord's board right now.
Tord promoted that Gardevoir and is hoping to start attacking this turn, has access to another reversal energy in hand, I believe.
Yeah, the reversal energy is certainly going to help out here. Easy cards to discard. Still not seeing much energy in the hand for later on, but he's still got a little bit more to go with these refinements. Let's see, there's another refinement and another Battle VIP Pass says goodbye. There's one. Oh, and another Battle VIP Pass. So he didn't play him turn 1, but he is getting free refinements. It does also have the Fog Crystal in hand if he really wants to, dig out an energy to throw away, but certainly plenty to do. He's going with the Shining Arcana. Let's see how this goes. That's a no on that one. Is a Rare Candy and a Super Rod. So, still a little light on the energy, especially when you're chasing down some of these bigger numbers that Kamal is finally setting up. Concealed cards, draws energy and the Cresselia. So it could be some interesting Cresselia plays coming through. But one more refinement to go, and of course the reversal energy will power it up. So there's the energy in the discard. Tord is down.
2 energies off.
Yeah, Tord is down to very little. Doesn't have an easy way to discard those right now. Just plenty of work to do.
There has to be an Ultra Ball in that hand.
Oh, there they are. Okay.
There's a couple at least.
Yeah, and just Ultra Balling into his Gardevoirs and just being able to start swinging that way.
Tord still has not played a supporter for the turn, so has access to something like Boss's Orders if he likes.
Does only have 3 cards in, I believe it'll be, 3 cards after he takes this. Doesn't have to take it. Must be feeling confident about his ability to get those cards back. I see the Iono in there, so not the worst thing in the world.
Was there a Stadium left in the deck? Out of the 3 cards?
I don't think so.
Because it's pretty important to get rid of that Lost City on Kamal's side of the board. It is... We've seen it put in a ton of work against Gardevoir. Even though wasn't able to come up with the win. Still getting rid of your opponent's Ralts and Gardevoir and Kirlias forever, not allowing them to Super Rod back into the deck really does hurt the game plan.
Yep, well, Gardevoir EX finally down onto one of those Refinement Kirlias. The Zacian V making it down into the final slot on Tord's bench. He's just going to attach an energy to the regular Gardevoir. Should be able to, of course, start bouncing things around. I mean, he's got all his energy in play now, right? He can put things exactly where he needs it. Pretty much every card is just exactly where he wants it. So there's the Battle VIP pass being discarded. He's got a Psychic Energy for his troubles as well. Can, of course, just grab that other Gardevoir.
It's no Stadium, but it's a Lost Vacuum.
Okay, so he can get rid of it. Of course, just needs to draw into it. And then at some point, I mean, he has to Iono, right? He has to put cards back.
Yeah. Basically has his deck in hand already, so this is the one time where your opponent does cut your Iono Shuffle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, making sure that you don't mess around with that. He's going to make sure he's going to get the vacuum guaranteed. So that can definitely help him out with this Lost City problem. And he'll get a good little chunk of his original hand/deck back.
And with that vacuum, can get rid of that Ultra Ball if you want. Maybe the Cresselia. But Cresselia is kind of a way to sneak those last couple of prizes later on in the game here.
Yeah, Cresselia could definitely sneak something. Didn't cause problems. So yeah, Lost Vacuum gets rid of the Ralts. Doesn't need any more of those. He cheesed all the Kirlias in with the Mirage Step. And yeah, now he's able to start using the Gardevoir EX ability. Get, obviously, that Gardevoir up to 2 energy, retreat, and then, of course, put something a little bit beefier in the active in this Zacian V.
This will allow Tord to charge up with Psychic Embrace enough Psychic Energies to take a knockout on pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course the Zacian V could just be recovered pretty quickly as well, based on how this game goes. So yeah, he's going to throw down at 6 energy, take 120 damage for its troubles, but then Storm Slash is going to be doing preposterous amounts of damage.
All right, Math Magician.
It's 240.
Good job.
6 times 30 plus 60. Bam. 2 energy still stuck in Tord's prizes for all his troubles. But he did pull that Super Rod, actually, after the Iono. So if he, wants to just play this Zacian over and over again, let's say it gets knocked out, well, he just Super Rods it back and, can go digging with something like those Ultra Balls that he's been holding on to as well. So very nicely done and definitely puts Tord right back in the game. Kamal needs to start firing back pretty promptly, I would imagine.
Does have access to Quick Search as well as this Arven, so pretty much anything available in the deck for Kamal here, but now having played the supporter for the turn, that means no boss's orders is going to be played here.
Yeah, no boss, so he does just have to go into this Zacian. Obviously, he doesn't know the full contents of Tord's hand, so hasn't played a grabber to have a look, so has to be guessing. But just needs to stream 2 prize knockouts, right? And I don't mind this. You go after the Zacian V, he either brings it back or you just go after something like the Gardevoir potentially in the final turn of the game. So definitely options on how he wants to do this one, I think.
And even with Kamal's pretty great start, Tord has found himself up in prize cards.
Yeah, I mean the big thing here is Kamal only took a 1 prize knockout to start the game. That's putting him behind. So the prize math, at some point Tord has to be caught short, and I just don't think with how developed his board is, he's going to get caught short. He's obviously just going to be able to swing 2 prize, 2 prize, 2 prize pretty consistently, and I don't know if Kamal is going to have time even to do that. He has no way to kind of cheekily sneak a bonus prize in.
Speaking of time, we are now just over 20 minutes for this game 1 here, and it looks like there's still a lot to be played for both players. Kamal finds a second Charizard EX, I believe, can either just evolve that Charmeleon or use this rare candy in hand.
Yeah, keep it. Maybe he could grab that Charizard EX back a little bit later and start causing problems that way. So he doesn't have to play with the rare candy. He will attach a bunch to this Charmeleon, though. Just being able to get all the energy there. Probably has options. Let's see what he's got in the hand. He's got Super Rod, Nest Ball. Yeah, he's going to Super Rod some goodies back in for himself.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I think this Charmeleon does 90 damage with a second attack. There is a Vitality Band in Kamal's deck.
Ooh.
That's 100 damage. That's able to take the knockout on the Zacian V and have the knockout be from a single prize card.
Yeah, and that then forces Tord to go searching, go bossing, that's how he changes the prize mapping a little bit here, not just giving him 2 prizes every single turn. So let's see, you know, will he be able to piece this all together and, of course, sequence through? Like, if that happens, then, you know, it sort of swings in Kamal's favor, to be honest. Pidgeot retreating. There is going to be the Charmeleon. Let's see. He hasn't quick searched, I don't believe, so should just be able to go and get that Vitality Band. Oh, we're having a discussion here at the table. It's not a KO, is what I'm hearing.
Oh,
so
no, yeah.
He's fallen short on this one. He thought he had the numbers, but 120 plus 90 is not going to be enough. That is going to leave you just 10 shy. So this game has swung very drastically in Tord's favor right now. He's just going to be able to just start taking knockouts. Kamal still has so far to go in this one.
That is rough. I could not remember if Kamal used quick search that turn or not, or used an Arven.
He I believe he Arvened, but I don't think he grabbed you know, exactly what he needed there. So yeah, this game looks to be pretty much going Tord's way. I mean, what's Tord got left in the hand? You know, this is his deck.
That's the deck, yeah.
Yeah, he does have
a couple bosses orders and Luminion. Can't play the Luminion.
Yeah, no room for the Luminion, but he doesn't have bosses in hand. Could, you know, potentially just Iono, make sure he gets it next turn, but I don't think he even needs to do that. Ultra Ball, get the Luminion. You know, at some point he's just going to be able to grab that boss.
No, there's Palpad and Super Rod. We're drawing the entire deck this turn. That's what's going on.
Okay, so thinning it out, get that Luminion into the hand. Yeah, get the Palpad going, get the Super Rod going, and just draw everything.
Must be nice.
Yeah. It's like the second time I do it. How many times do you think he Iono's back into his hand from Iono? You know, I mean, it gets harder every time, right? Because he runs out. There is the Arcana, so he's gonna look at some.
Oh, double bosses orders.
Oh, must be nice. So yeah, I think this one's about to get wrapped up. And if you're Kamal, do you start looking at the clock? You know, you've got to be feeling that time is running out. You know, you've spent a lot of time in this game. Tord most certainly mulling it over. You know, but Kamal's slight mistake, a little bit of miscounting on that Zacian V has come back to haunt him.
Yeah, it's really rough when something like that happens, but you cannot let it affect your play going forward because, like we've been saying, this is the winning in match 4, day 2. You need to figure out a way to overcome those odds.
Yeah, you need to find a little bit more juice, but the time is ticking down. We're about to reach the halfway mark in this set, and Tord just mulling over his options. He's got the bosses in hand, so does need to be mindful of, you know, will he be able to try and just get that one done. But he's inspecting the board, just making sure that he picks his favorite 2 prizes. Oh, he's just going to knock out the Charmeleon.
Yeah, so you had no way to actually take a knockout on something like that Pidgeot EX or a Charizard EX because all your energy is stuck on Zacian. You can retreat 2 off, but that's it.
Yeah.
And the fact that Tord prized 2 energies and all the damage on the Zacian, you really don't have a good attack. Yeah. So I guess that's the one saving grace for Kamal here.
Yeah, I mean, it did get that 1 prize trade that he was looking for, but he didn't trade it for 2 in the last turn, which is certainly hard. So, you know, the Zacian V likely to go down this. I mean, it has to, right? It's got 10 health remaining. That'll put him at 2, but he still needs 2 more knockouts. And Tord only needs 2 knockouts.
Yeah, just can take a knockout on one of those EX Pokemon and then a knockout on something like the Mew or this Radiant Charizard that just got put down.
Yeah, the Radiant Charizard certainly an interesting adaptation here. You know, being able to get some big damage done could be really big, and of course, only exchange 1 prize. These 1 prizes could be important.
Yeah, but with Tord at 3, the math is just not really going to work out. You'd rather attack with 2 Charizard EX here just to force Tord to have everything. And if he doesn't have all the Psychic Energies, which we know he doesn't have access to at least 1. I don't know what prize he took this last turn, but you want to force Tord to have everything.
Yeah, Tord taking the Artisan, I believe it was. So yeah, the Collapsed Stadium's in discard. Let's see what Kamal can do here. He's desperately looking for an out in this one. My other concern is how do you charge up that second Charizard? It's got a long way to go, right, until it's able to...
2 turns.
Yeah,
attach, and then next turn attach.
Okay, so you can get it done. He's got the Forest Seal. That's not going to be very helpful. But yeah, it looks like this is going to be a tough one. Of course, can be using the quick search if he needs to. There's the boss's orders. Maybe the boss's orders is the way to go, leaving all that energy on the Zacian.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, I do too. You leave all the energy on the Zacian.
Zacian's not taking any knockout anytime soon.
Right. Like I say, it can't get that extra damage.
Oh,
down.
but bringing up that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, I guess that is the one way for a big knockout thanks to something like Reversal. But towards so far ahead, Reversal's just kind of a non-factor here.
Yeah, let's see. He does promote the Zacian again, which isn't going to be able to get there on this big Charizard. I heard it described as beefy earlier.
Well, I don't know if Charizard... It's a dragon, not a cow.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Something we can discuss in the lounge a little bit later.
Dragony?
I don't think that's a real term. How would you describe your soup, sir? Dragony. Alas, the Zacian V is back into the active. It's going to be sat on 210, which is 10 shy of the knockout. Charmeleon wasn't able to get it done, but it can't get more damage down, right? It just can't right now. It's not able to do that because, you know, you attach once again, you take the extra damage, and you knock yourself out and put Kamal back in the game. So, you know.
You can't actually do that.
Yeah,
Gardevoir EX says, like, literally, you cannot knock yourself out with this ability.
Yeah. Let's see, though. I mean, you know, he does have a bench space, and what's he going to do with that bench space?
It's going to be a Cresselia, most likely. Toward playing the Super Rod here, putting back that Shining Arcana Gardevoir that just got knocked out, Cresselia and a Psychic Energy. Could retreat to the Cresselia, Psychic Embrace a couple energy, spread it around, deal 60 to that Mew with Moonglow Reverse. That means just one knockout on a Charizard EX or that Pidgeot EX will seal the game for Tord.
And, of course, he can make his life easier on something like the Charizard. You know, just put all the extra over on the Charizard and be like, okay, well, Zacian will get you at some point. Just being able to play it that way. But there's the Curlier, just as you said, drawing through his whole deck, which I think is down like 3 or 4 right now. You know, after he's dropped that Super Rod, he's counting it out, just making sure. He does, of course, have the Shining Arcana back, so we'll be able to potentially use that to grab that Cresselia. Let's see how much digging he's going to have to do to get it. He does, of course, have another refinement as well. There is Shining Arcana. Ooh, still no. But I believe it's just 2 in deck. It does have an energy as well, so it does have access to concealed cards, but then needs to, you know, make sure that he's got pieces to put back.
Well, you have that Palpad in hand. Just drew another Super Rod.
Oh,
got a boss's orders that Radiant Charizard. That's another way to take a single prize knockout here.
Yeah, either way, I mean, just saving cards in deck does definitely work. Zacian more than capable of getting the knockout here. He's going to play down his energy as well, but, you know, overall, sort of just mapping through the game. Kamal has so much work to do, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it right now. Yep, there is the... Oh, yeah, the Pidgeot goes up.
Yeah, always better to bring the free retreat Pokemon up into the active.
Yeah, but Radiant Charizard knocked out, puts Tord on 2 prizes, so just needs to be able to find a way to knock out one of these Charizards or a Pidgeot here, you know, and cause us to go to game number 2. Just an update on the time. The time has gone below 20 minutes, so we're well over halfway in this one. Of course, if you want to get a resolution here, we're going to need, you know, to see probably a little bit more from the speed of these players. Like a full complete set, put it that way.
Kamal here using that quick search. Going to search out, you would think, a boss's orders. I think it was a supporter that was found, but it looks like the Iono.
Yeah, just get rid of a bunch of the pieces and put Tord down to those last 2, right? You know, he knows what they are, but just being able to kind of memorize those pieces makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of memorizing, Tord's memorizing the hand right now, saying, okay, what is my deck going to have?
Yep.
Because that is Tord's deck now.
Yeah, it is exactly that. He's going to be able to draw those last 2, one of which is that Cresselia. Draw that up, and then, you know, try and find some ways around. But Kamal getting 4 cards. Let's see what he gets. Not gonna show it to me, making my life a little bit harder.
I thought that was my job.
Both of you together are at it at this one. Pidgeot EX, though, of course, being retreated for free, and Charizard EX taking the knockout on the Zacian. So Kamal just entirely banking on Tord not having a way to knock this out, and he's able to fire back with a big knockout of his own. See what he puts up. He does, of course, have the reversal energy available to him. I don't believe he's used that yet. There's the reversal energy, so could start causing problems with that.
All right, so there is 1 boss's orders left in Tord's deck.
Yep.
If you grab that boss's orders along with the 9 psychic energy available, that's going to be, what, 230? No, I mean, 330?
Yeah.
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 So that is going to be enough to take the knockout. Tord just needs to figure it all out together. You're going to have to... You can't put all of that on the Gardevoir unless you have Shining Arcana do it, but there's, I don't think, any left in the deck. You're going to have to boss's orders that Pidgeot EX. So the most you can get on that Gardevoir is 6.
Yeah.
So 1 for the turn, that's 7. So 7 times 3, that's 270. And I don't think that's enough.
It's
Adam.
not. It's not enough. So it has to be the Zacian, I think.
It does, and that's what we're seeing here. Super Odd back that Zacian V.
Yep, slide that in the deck. He does, of course, have a little more time to draw, right? He's got the Shining Arcana. He's got the Refinement as well, so can just draw through the whole deck every single time.
I don't think the whole deck right now.
Not all of it, but, you know, chances are looking good. Let's see. The Curlier with the Refinement. I believe that's another one of his Psychic Energies. Draws 2. That's a Luminion and a Psychic Energy. So, you know, can Shining Arcana here. Does have the Reversal Energy as well to, you know, try and cause problems, but it's not going to be active right now, so that's just chilling. Luminion goes in,
No, the Zacian was the top card.
Yeah, if he'd have just Shining Arcana'd. But he is going to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards off the Shining Arcana here. Let's see what he takes. He's got to thin it a little bit. Oh, he's going to go Iono. So he's, yeah, really...
So he has the knockout with just the Zacian, right? Like even against the Charizard. So you just need to draw that Zacian. Iono gives you, I guess, more draw.
He's got, what, 5 cards, so he's Shining Arcanas and Ionos, and he's at an 80%.
If it's the bottom card.
Is an 80% chance, like, of you know, he's going to see 4 of the 5, and 1 of them needs to be the Zacian. Shining Arcana. Oh, there it is.
It's the top card yet again.
Yeah.
Along with that boss's orders as well.
Yeah, there's the attachment for the turn. He's going to Psychic them down to retreat, put the Zacian right up into the active, and as many as he needs, just scooping up piles and piles.
Yep, no panic mask here.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just boss's orders, and there's the Pidgeot, and there's the game number 1 for Tord. So 15 minutes on the clock. Tord takes an advantage here in the winning in. Kamal has got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get back into this one.
Yeah, it is all down to that 10 damage short off that Charmeleon, trying to KO that Zacian. Needed the 1 Vitality Band in the deck, but Kamal, unfortunately, just did not see it. Thought he had the knockout. Yeah. And from there, Tord was able to capitalize, and it took literally almost every card in Tord's deck to do it, but he was finally able to get it done. Go 1-0 up in this series, and this is where Tord loves to be. 15 minutes to go, and in a very good position to make day 2.
Yeah, he's exactly where he wants to be right now. Knows that, you know, if he gets his board set up as well, that's going to be so much work for Kamal to get through. And the only thing that can go wrong for Kamal right now is the potential for him just not being able to complete the game, right? Even if he's got the win and he's not able to close it out in these 15 minutes, then it's going to be a tense one. So definitely coming down to the wire here. You know, both trainers shuffling up, making sure they shuffle each other's deck. But we can take a look at the replay while they get ready for game number 2. This is going to be kind of the pivotal final turn. He gets exactly what he needs, does get that Zacian. He's able to just attach 1 for turn, you know, retreat out, get them back into the discard, and guess what? They're coming right back out the discard. Absolutely razzing through, and he's going to be able to get the knockout on the Charizard EX. So those last 2 prizes were easy to take. I honestly agree. I think it's that missed opportunity with the Charmeleon has just come back to haunt him.
Yeah, Zacian took way too many prizes for having just 10 HP left. And here we are in game 2. Double Curlia prized for Tord, along with a couple Level Ball and 3 Fire Energies, along with a few supporters for Kamal there.
And one of them being the Mirage Step as well. So not sure who went first in that one, but you know, we do have Tord starting off with a Fog Crystal. Does have a Luminion in the active. Not exactly what you want to see in all of these, so could certainly be an interesting one. You know, Kamal did go first in game number 2, and he just passed.
Just passed. No attachment for the turn either.
That's a rough one. His hand, let's take a look. We've got a couple Fire Energy, Lost Vacuum, the Vitality Band. Ooh, a bit late to see that one. You know, and then an Escape Rope. Couldn't get a good...
There's a Luminion V, so at least there is going to be play for next turn. You can Luminion, search for Arven, grab a Rare Candy for a Seal Stone, for the Charizard, and then you start attacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go fast, right?
Yeah.
And really has to bank on, you know, probably just the one Charizard. Instead of going wide with the board, just go one, start taking prizes, put Tord under pressure, get rid of your Luminions, get rid of, you know, whatever he tries to set up. Artisan will help him out too, right? He might be able to grab an extra piece. And Professor's Research, getting rid of a Boss, a Reversal, and a Psychic Energy. So Tord is trying to fly through this game and get his board set to a state where, you know, he just can't be caught and he just can't be skittled out early if Kamal does go crazy. Help him out.
And
Battle
wow.
VIP pass, yeah.
Yeah. Battle VIP pass, and the Artisan is going to help Tord fill this bench up and make it pretty impossible for Kamal to really cobble together a good game plan for these 12 minutes left to go. Kamal made his turn as fast as possible, just by not even attaching an energy, just saying, all right, go.
Yeah, you can't say Kamal wasn't aware of the clock, just immediately passing it over to Tord. And yeah, the Battle VIP pass will go and get these routes, you have to imagine. Obviously knows that the Mirage step isn't in there as well. Okay, Radiant Greninja as well, so being able to just keep getting cards out. And obviously the more cards you get, the more Pokemon you get on the bench eventually. And just, you know, the option for Kamal to apply pressure early is kind of slipping away every time Tord does this. Psychic Energy discarded. Bam. There's another Pokemon. I couldn't see exactly which one it was.
It was a Curlia.
Yeah.
So here, Tord is choosing to draw with concealed cards first, then using Artisan just because you want to draw as many basic Pokemon as possible before actually searching out what you need, which is just another Ralts.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to get the other Ralts. So 3 Ralts in play. As long as, you know, he can find the Gardevoir pieces in the following couple of turns, I think Tord is going to be A-OK in this one. And Kamal just has to sit and watch as Tord fills his bench with glee. Does retreat that Luminion, so that 2-prize early knockout is taken away. Mysterious Tail from the Mew. Just Tord making sure he can find some pieces.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, he's got a Rare Candy already. Just being able to, you know, keep going in this one. He's going to be able to get to a Gardevoir very, very early and wrap this one up.
To think this turn started with just the Luminion V in the active spot and had the one Professor's Research in the deck to be able to draw into Artisan Battle Pass. And it passes the turn back, but that is a daunting board to try to overcome.
Ooh, and it's a Battle VIP pass off the top as well. 1 turn too late. He's going to Artisan, Kamal, so just able to go in and grab something else that he needs for this one. Looks like he's just going for the Charmander. Makes a lot of sense. In case he does get the opportunity to try and set one up. But honestly, with 10 minutes on the clock, is there any way that Kamal can skittle out this whole board from Tord and at least get a tie? Because really, Kamal's job right now is to play spoiler.
Yeah.
And that's his whole job. Getting into day 2 may have slipped away, but you have the chance to play spoiler to one of the best players in the world. So does get the Luminion V down, does get the Arven out. Forest Seal Stone and Rare Candy. Forest Seal Stone onto the Luminion. He's going right back in that deck to find some more pieces. He's going to be able to, of course, grab the Charizard. Doesn't have to show that one, but he's got the Rare Candy that we saw earlier, and he grabbed off the piece, the Arven. Charizard comes down into play. Its ability is going to get the Infernal Rain going, get some of those energies out the deck as well, so able to sort of start thinning a little bit. Just grabs the 2 for the attack. But, you know, with the Arven played, the best he's going to get is a prize here.
And you see Kamal just shortcutting a lot of these plays just because he's going back into the deck multiple times. Again, aware of the limited amount of time available to him in this match.
Yep, well, he will Lost Vacuum away the Artisan. Doesn't want to just give a free Pokemon every single turn to Tord. And he's just going to take the knockout there very comfortably with the Burning Darkness onto the Mew. Definitely overkill when it comes to knocking out the Mew, but we'll see exactly how it goes.
Tord drew into the Zacian V, but has plenty of game with this hand. Rare Candy's into that Gardevoir and has a Curlia in hand. You can even see Memory Skip do a ton of damage here, being able to shut off that Charizard EX from attacking next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Memory Skip with Charizard just sitting on one attack, and that being his only attacking option right now is really, really troublesome. And honestly, just Memory Skip onto the singular Charizard could be a massive problem here. So yeah, the kind of sticky situation could just be, you know, Tord. Like, once again, he doesn't need to win this game. He just needs to not lose.
Yeah, you have so many actions that you're able to do with a deck like Gardevoir, to where we've seen in this game specifically, Kamal is playing 1 to 2 minute turns, but Tord has having 4-minute turns of just playing the game, like actually getting set up, and it is looking like an amazing setup here too, having another Waltz down, has the Forest Seal Stone to go along with it, and even an Iono to grab some more cards here.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in the hand he really wants right now, right? He's got to work, you know, he at least gets to see 6 cards, and none of them are going to be that. So he's got the Forest Seal Stone down. If he whiffs, he can just dive over to that and grab whatever piece he needs. Honestly, Memory Skip could just buy him this game. And until Kamal is able to build up something else to attack with, yeah, Tord's just going to sit and Memory Skip, and, you know, able to, obviously, he's got a Psychic Energy in hand. He's got 2, to be precise, so concealed cards there. So he's changes it for a Psychic Energy and a Psychic Energy, Psychic Energy and
Super
Rod. Gonna Refinement as well, so just more cards. He's got a Fog Crystal now, just able to really control this game. He's counting up the energy in there. That's gonna be 4, so he could start looking, you know, maybe starting to think about knockouts. But for now, not really something he's too worried about. Fog Crystal into the deck.
All I'm thinking about is Memory Skip.
Yeah, I'm ready to see it.
It honestly shuts Kamal down completely, to where the only out in his deck is to Rare Candy into Pidgeot EX, search for the 1 escape rope, so you can reset the Charizard, but even then you're not getting rid of the Ralts.
Right, he's just going to do it to you again.
Yeah.
You know, and there's definitely potential as well with the Super Rod to just get the Memory Skip back and just win the game that way.
I'm going back.
Okay, so another Gardevoir comes down. There's a Rare Candy. Oh, he's going away from Memory Skip.
I mean, this start's good enough to where I think it doesn't really matter too much. There's that Forest Seal Stone, Star Alchemy. Tord is going to grab any card in the deck. I didn't see what it was, but
I believe
it was very fast.
A Reversal Energy.
Oh, well, that's pretty good here.
Yeah, there it is, the Reversal Energy. He's going to attach to himself, take the damage, put those in the discard.
You know what's better than Memory Skipping the Charizard EX?
Yeah, just knocking
out the Charizard EX.
It's not as funny, though. Honestly, it's not as entertaining. So, yeah, we've got the Reversal Energy for 3, plus the extra 6 that have just gone down, so 120. That is more than enough. So 9. Yeah, that's going to be able to get there pretty much perfectly. 270 plus the 60, 330. No Charizard is dealing with that. Over to Kamal.
All right, we got Peck with a Vitality Band to take the knockout. That's what we're going to have to do.
I'd love to see it at this point.
Vitality Band on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, he can, you know, maybe get the Arven.
Maybe. Missing the energy, has no Arven in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this one is... this goose might unfortunately be cooked in Kamal's case. You know, just not able to...
I don't know if Pidgey's a goose, but...
I don't think I'm allowed to incite anything negative about Pidgey. And Kamal has saved Pidgey that fate himself as he scoops up his cards. And Tord Reklev will be taking his winning in and advancing into day number 2. Mastery of the Gardevoir deck, obviously coming to the fore here in Peoria.
Honestly, is it a day 2 if there is no Tord Reklev?
I think it still counts as day 2. It's just what type of day 2 is it?
True.
Yeah. Is that how we're going to design results graphics now? Be like day 2 with Tord, without Tord, and just like power rank which level of event they were?
Yeah, that is a pretty crazy sequence of events that happened in that game 2. It was really all about that game 1. It took 35 minutes, and it was actually very close up until that Charmeleon.
Yeah, the Charmeleon damage is the big difference maker there. If that Vitality Band is there, I think Kamal wins game number 1. Tord is forced into a very different play style. Has to be a little bit different, but game 2, so comfortable. Kamal didn't get off to a great start either. No battle VIP pass, and was just forced to, start struggling. And Tord, very wisely, is only going to throw you 1 prizes. He's not going to give you 2 prizes when he doesn't need to. We can take a look at the whole game and see exactly how this one shook out. There's the boss's orders. It was looking so good for Kamal, right?
Yeah.
He's getting the boss's orders down,
the
getting the Lost City. He's able to Burning Rondo and start picking things up. But this 1 prize knockout, look, Tord has no 2 prizes available. Start to cause problems, and still is able to keep the board neatly set up. There's the Zacian V, which was knocked out finally, but huge amount of energy down. And that's going to be the knockout when he needs it on that Pidgeot to be able to power it up and take the knockout. So that was game 1 in a nutshell. You can see at the end of that, the timer was pretty low. But overall, let's see what happens in game number 2. This is really the tale of the game, right? Is Tord has now knocked out your Charizard. There's not much else you can do here, and you have a little look in the deck, and you grab all the cards and extend the hand.
Yeah, it was definitely a Tord game for sure. It was all Tord all the time. And you really shouldn't expect anything less from the finalist of the World Championships.
No, I think he knows his way around Gardevoir.
Maybe
pretty well.
A little bit.
Yeah. No, really impressed as well. Obviously, this is somebody you want to learn from if you're at home. You want to play Gardevoir. But the way, he always managed those resources in game number 1. I was just in a great position to be like, well, at any point, if you get rid of my Zacian, I'll just get it back. I'll just, I have such a thin deck. I've got so much draw potential. I'll just super rod it back in and I'll hit it in a sec.
Yeah, Tord's deck was like 3 or 4 cards for basically the entire game after turn 4.
Yeah.
And it's really the reason why he was able to just find what he needs and able to take those big knockouts when you need them.
Yeah, when you're looking at 17, 18 cards if you include the draw for turn.
No, it was 19, so 20.
Oh, 19. Oh, yeah. That's maybe too many cards, Jeremy. I think that might be too many.
Literally, Tord's entire board was a Pokemon that says draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that was it. It was just drawing 2 cards every single time. And just being able to, see that many cards, you're never going to be shy of resources, are you?
Yeah, no, not at all. And with that, Tord going into day 2, going to have a lot of work ahead of him going in at 6-2-1 compared to what we usually see, like what, 7-1-1, 7-0-2, stuff like that. A lot of these players are going to be at 6-2-1 going into day 2. That also means they're going to have a pretty perfect tournament if they want to try to take it down or even just make top 8 in general. I think 5-0-1 is the record they're trying to make.
Well, if there's somebody who might be able to do it tomorrow, it's going to be Tord, and he's ready for an interview to break down exactly how that game went over in the lounge.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lounge. Adam Watson here, joined by Tord Reklev, who you just saw win on stream. How are you feeling, sir?
I don't know. It's been kind of a tough day, but I'm really happy to make it back to day 2 of Peoria. So.
Now, it's surprising, right, that a player of your caliber is going to have a tough tournament. I guess it just comes with the numbers, the scale of these events. Do you think a factor of that might also be that Gardevoir is still coming under fire a bit as a meta deck?
Nah, I mean, all decks will have some variants, right? And I had a lot of variants on my side lately, right? With like some very good tournament runs, and now I have, some variants on the other side of the coin again. I had a few matches today, for example, where I was really struggling finding Gardevoir EX, on the big power turns where you go like Curly, Gardevoir, supporter, whatever, and like sometimes you just don't hit the pieces you need, even though you draw a lot of cards, right? So then you end up losing crucial turns. I also missed a couple of Mirage steps today, which was also pretty crucial because, if I set up myself up for Mirage step, I handicap the bench, right? I only bench like a couple Pokemon, so I have space for the Curlias, but if you suddenly miss the stepper, then the game is suddenly not going to turn out too well for you. So
yeah, I think that out of all of the Gardevoir players we've seen, you set up the Mirage step very, very consistently as part of your game plan. Do you think that this is core to Gardevoir, or just the opportunity presents itself a little bit more often than not?
I mean, it depends, right? But say if you price the rolls or 2, then it helps a lot using Mirage Step because you're going to counteract that, right?
Right.
And in most matchups, if you manage to Mirage Step before the opponent has taken a prize, I would say like you're very in control. It's difficult to lose from that point, because then you just have such an amazing board state. You can draw as much as you want, you single pricer knock out everything, you have hand disruption, you have snipe with Cresselia, you can collapse the way a 2-pricer, you can basically do whatever you want at that point, and it's very difficult for the opponent with, say, like a normal fair draw engine to keep up with you, right? So
Got it. And when you're going up against, like we just saw in this last round, Charizard EX, it's kind of like the new hot deck on the block, has done very well at a couple recent events. Is this a list that has frightened you at all with like having that Darkness attacker, or do you still feel like Gardevoir is well positioned? Is Charizard overhyped? What's your opinion on that matchup?
Oh, Charizard is such a good card. Has so much HP, does so much damage, has good weakness, good typing. It kind of has everything. A really good card. For the Gardevoir versus Charizard matchup, obviously it's annoying that Gardevoir EX has weakness, so they can knock it out whenever, right? But it plays out relatively similar to, say, the Lugia matchup does, where they have a bunch of 2-pricers and they knock out everything on your board every single turn, right? And they start doing that from turn 2. So very similar lines there, you could say. And like you win the same way by using, Shiny Arcana to knock out the opponent. Now, Charizard EX has a little bit more HP, so you can say that's slightly tougher, but the double reversal version, like playing 2 reversal energies, is really key in that one, so you can reach those high numbers. As you can see in the last game, I even managed to do it turn 2. Obviously, I drew really well, but it can happen sometimes.
Yeah, and in that game too, when the pieces started to fall into place, the casters were speculating that you had a really good memory skip that you could just go for pretty much at any time. At what point, when you're drawing cards and kind of seeing things come together, do you say, oh wait, no, I've got the knockout? And you wanted to go for that play.
I was like, honestly, it was not even crossing my mind at first. I was like, I was very set on my memory skip, but then I saw my hand, I was like, wow, that's really good. I was like, I can't hit Ultra Ball, I didn't even pop my forest yet, I can actually do this here, that's wild.
Yeah, so you were just going through the sequences of what your deck wants to do, and then after you evaluated your resources, you saw the play there.
Yeah.
Is that, you've played so much Gardevoir, and you know that play doesn't happen very often. So now you've got one more like crazy turn 2 reversal energy knockout. How many times would you say it actually has come together for you?
Oh, that's pretty rare. I usually never go for it either, though. But this was like a little bit of a special occasion as well, right? Where I opened the Luminion, so
the winning in, it's a special occasion.
I mean, that too. But like I opened Luminion, so I'm kind of forced into like not Mirage stepping, right? Because I can't leave this thing in the active, but I don't want to retreat into rolls either, right? But then if my opponent doesn't attack, then I don't get to promote it afterwards. So like I prefer to just, go with a, full bench. My opponent went Charmander Pass. Could probably not, like it's not a guarantee that they have the candy, right? So, and I still want to have a strong turn 2, so I don't want to, all in my Mirage step there.
All right.
But then, suddenly I hit 2 rare candies and everything off the supporter, and then,
the rest is history.
The crazy knockout, so hard to come back from that one.
And so I guess I do have a question for, from the folks at home. We've got a lot of people who, look up to you and follow you as a player. They're playing whatever deck that you decide to bring, whatever you say is strong. Are you going to be sticking with Gardevoir for the foreseeable future, or is there any decks on the horizon maybe you're looking out for, maybe something you'd like to switch to? What's Tord Reklev's second deck?
I don't know. I'm been testing a lot of Alakazam lately, actually. Alakazam is really fun. I've been having like a lot of fun with that lately. Writing an article for Pokemon.com actually on it, so look forward to that one. That'll be cool. But yeah, I didn't bring it today, but maybe I will bring it in the future. I have a lot of fun playing Alakazam.
Wonderful. That's a great preview for the future, folks. To check out that article on Alakazam EX from the Pokemon 151 set, and of course seen a little bit more Gardevoir from the master himself since you've locked in your day 2. Any final thoughts for the folks before we send it back over to the caster desk?
Thank you so much for everyone that cheering me on, as always. Means a ton to me, and yeah. Then we will see if we can run it back tomorrow. I mean, I'll have to go same thing as last year. I have to go like 5-0 or 6-0 or something to make it into top 8. But we'll try.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. But we're gonna kick things over to the casting desk. So take it away, and then once we get back here, we're gonna wrap up the show for today. So thank you, Mr. Tord, and good luck on your run tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad the memory skip wasn't just something I wanted. I'm glad Todd was thinking about it, but I am still a little disappointed. I didn't see it, if I'm completely honest.
You were happy, or you weren't happy with the turn 2 knockout on Charizard EX?
I just think that memory skip lock is funnier. I don't think you can deny that to me, Jeremy.
I guess. And we were saying before, if anyone can go 501, 6-0 in day 2, it's got to be Tord. Well, he did it last year in Peoria, so it's going to be something we're going to be keeping our eye on for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for us, though. We've had a couple great games today. Obviously, we've been watching backstage as well. Any highlights that really stand out for you that you want to just shout out before we wrap up the day?
It was really great seeing Venomoth on stream. I don't think it's its time yet. I checked Jake's record, and it wasn't very good. So maybe next week you'll see me in day 2, maybe playing it.
Are you going to be labbing the Venomoth for the foreseeable future, all week?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you did get the tip-off from Tord that Alakazam may be a play as well.
Maybe, yeah.
An absolute spoiler there in his next Pokemon.com article, but definitely plenty to work on. You're playing in Sacramento. There's some inspiration, and you just got to think. I've seen a couple of things today where games have turned on a single turn, so do your numbers. In every instance, just do your numbers.
Yeah, well, from the math magician over here. So.
Yeah, the Gardevoir math is really intense. Honestly, that is probably the reason I would never play that deck, because every turn I'm like, okay, it's how much plus how much times. I couldn't do that in the middle of the game. It's real easy when I'm sat here and I'm just chilling though.
Well, speaking of sitting and chilling, we have the wrap of the show. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge.
I'm going to say that's my favorite part today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lounge. Adam Watson here with Chip Ritchie and Shelby Boo to close out day 1 of Peoria. How are you both feeling?
You're forgetting someone.
Yeah.
Oh, and Heracross, my other son next to Cubone.
We're doing good. Yeah, it was a great day. We had some excellent games casted together, saw some motivational plays from some of our players. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was about to say that was one of my favorite things from today was definitely the motivates from that Squawkabilly. I've never seen that. Honestly, I don't even think I ever read its move before today. So.
It doesn't have an attack. It's just Squawk and Seize. It doesn't do anything else.
Yeah,
but
we got the Squawk in there.
That's the best when players dig deep and they take these plays that you've never seen. We've all seen, the unfortunate rain splashes or the scratches of the bygone era. So you always got to keep an eye out for what your opponent might be able to spring on you.
Yeah, you never know what's coming. I mean, so many different options out there, many different attacks. And hey, we've seen those rain splashes and those scratches from Sableye. We've seen those damage numbers be relevant.
Yeah, or even a player not going for a rain splash because they're like, oh, I don't have anything else to do, and they pass, and the 20 damage matters. And so every
damage
play,
is damage, man. You got to get it out there.
Every single play adds up so you can get day 2. And that's what we're going to take a look at now, folks. These are the players, notable names, that have locked in the day 2. Raymond Long right at the top with Andrew Estrada trying to run it back.
Yeah, that would be really impressive. Andrew Estrada, of course, winning our Pittsburgh Regional Championships not too long ago. Out here once again with a strong day 1 showing.
Yeah, what's up with the Andrews? We had Andrew Hedrick win with Lugia back-to-back regionals, and we could see it again with Andrew Estrada.
I think we said that before, that if your name is Andrew, you get like a plus couple percentage bonus to Pokemon TCG, along with Kyle Sablehouse, of course. We can't ignore the boy.
How about it? Kyle Sablehouse doing the casting crew proud, making it into day number 2. I saw his brother, Ryan Sablehouse, also made it into day 2.
Wow.
So a pair of brothers going to be competing in the second day of competition. Another Andrew, by the way, there as well. Andrew Kinnett, a former regional champion, playing in day 2. It's just good to be an Andrew in the Pokemon TCG.
Yep, amazing players on this. We saw Colin Merli-Matthews on stream with Mew, so made it into day 2, as well as Jesse Parker there, running it back, I believe, with Miraidon once again.
Wow, our 2 finalists, from Pittsburgh, still making it to day 2 here in Peoria, and I believe on the same archetypes. We'll get a little bit more info about that tomorrow, folks, but I know Jesse Parker, it was one of the players that definitely, made me have a little bit more faith in Miraidon. It was on my caster predictions for this weekend.
Looks like Brent Tonneson made it into day 2. Player coming all the way from down under, from Australia, to compete in this event. We'll see if he can follow in the footsteps of those who came before him. Of course, Henry Brand famously winning a regional championships last season, coming up to compete from Australia. Can Brent make another deep run for the Aussie crew?
Absolutely. This day 2 is wrapping up to be pretty impressive just from this list of names. I'm so excited to get into tomorrow and see how everything plays out.
Yep, and all of these names you just mentioned are, of course, going to be joined by Tord Reklev, who just locked in his day 2 spot on stream. It was a very clutch winning in, right down to the wire, as Gardevoir EXs want to do. But like I said, he played it well. He had the forbidden turn 2 reversal energy knockout. We thought that 330 HP would be something that decks would struggle to hit, and we thought that only certain Pokemon would be able to reach those numbers, but Gardevoir EX...
Not for Tord Reklev.
Exactly.
I said something to Kamal as they were wrapping up back here, and I was just like, yeah, man, I mean, not much you can do against a turn 2 330, and he's like, yeah, I guess I should have gotten another Charmander down.
Yeah.
And if there's any awesome moments aside from that amazing 330 damage KO, we want to hear about it. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon to post your thoughts and fun moments you had here at Peoria today. On social media, and use that hashtag so we can find those tweets and show them off on the stream. It's always so fun to show off your moments as well on our broadcast. It really lets us demonstrate our collective love for Pokemon.
Without a doubt, we love seeing those posts from people who are in the hall, but also those of you watching along at home. You know, there's tons of people who are competing in regionals next weekend, right? There's Sacramento regionals just in 7 days.
Exactly.
Tons of players who are
events coming up.
Tons of players, I'm sure, practicing and prepping already this weekend. There's league cups, league challenges happening across the whole country, the whole world. So if you're out there playing Pokemon this weekend, we want to know about it. Be sure to share it with us.
Absolutely. There's Toronto right after that, I believe, like 2 weeks later. So yeah, we are packed for Pokemon this month.
This is going to be such a fantastic season. It feels like so much has already happened, even though we're just getting things kicked off. Now that we're a little bit more plugged into the EU scene and the way the player base tends to gravitate towards all the data, right? All the global data of what's performing well, what's doing good online, and then this is where we get abominations like Venomoth coming out of the woodwork and terrorizing the Swiss rounds. But I love having that innovation and always wondering what's going to be around the corner for the metagame and what these players are going to cook up next.
Yeah, it really is a global game, and we saw that on display perfectly, I think, this weekend, right? William Esvedo won the Curitiba Regional Championships in Brazil with this Charizard deck that has been so popular, the most popular deck in day 1 of the tournament. I mean, that's not what would have happened if this tournament took place, 5 years ago, right? Things just move so much quicker now. There's so much more information shared online. So many more of these tournaments are being streamed, and so people get to see more deck lists, more solid play from top players, and it really does have an impact on what the rest of the world does.
And with all of the data from this first day, the players that are going into day 2 are going to have to look over the matchup spreads, look over the tournament data to see what tomorrow is going to be looking like. Join us tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, 11:30 a.m. Central time.
That's where we are.
Yeah, we're in Central now, all the time zones. We fly all over the place for these regionals, just like we talked about, and I can't wait to see all of you beautiful folks in the audience right now tune back in to root for your favorite players and share in these fantastic Pokemon moments. So we'll see you then, and have a good one.